Chapter 1. Joining the Chat Group. In the Dragon Ball universe, aboard the luxurious cruise ship celebrating Bulma's birthday, I promised that if Son Goku could defeat me, I would spare Earth. However, since he has lost, I must uphold my end of the bargain and destroy the planet. Beerus, with his hand charged with purple destructive energy, radiated an aura capable of annihilating everything. Goku, exhausted beyond measure, lay on the ground unable to rise, while the other Z fighters succumbed to despair. Lang, hiding thousands of meters away, realized that if Beerus truly intended to obliterate Earth, he would have no choice but to intervene. Years ago, he traversed from Earth to the Dragon Ball world, fusing directly into the body of the warrior formed by the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. This being, who should not have existed, was Vegeto. When two immense powers collided in the cosmos, amidst the radiant glow, his true form was unveiled. Over the years, he had mastered Vegeto's entire power. Even Beerus would not intimidate him. Yet, just as he was about to unleash his attack, Beerus' eyes fluttered shut, succumbing to slumber. Destructive energy erupted skyward, a cataclysmic assault surging forth with unmatched ferocity, aimed directly at Lang, who was spectating from distance. He felt an urge to curse, thinking how this was an example of the city gates ablaze affecting the fish in the moat. Resigned, Lang unleashed his aura, a tempest of energy swirling around him, and with a powerful punch, redirected the incoming destructive force into the heavens. At the moment he deflected the destructive energy, a mysterious power entered his mind. Dimensional Chat Group invites you to join. Confronted by the overwhelming aura of pretentiousness, Lang's first reaction was to think, is this a standard cheat for traversers? His second thought was, but I probably won't have any use for this. You have been selected as an administrator. Tony is not the richest. Another newcomer has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Spiral Flash, Super Rolling Dance, Roar 3 styles. It's your first time joining the chat. Yet how did you become so exceptional? You've already been made an administrator. Be my son. Newcomer, come be my son. These three names were easily identifiable. The first was undoubtedly Tony Stark, the playboy billionaire from the Marvel Universe. The second was likely Minato Namikaze, the fastest man in Konoha, known for his penchant for dramatic names. The last was presumably Whitebeard from One Piece, who, apart from drinking, relished in adopting young men he admired as sons. You have been confirmed as an administrator. Please promptly collect your red envelope to prevent sudden death from causing the chat group to collapse. The incessant notifications left Lang at a loss for words. It seemed that being an administrator came with some perks, including unexpected rewards. It was as if they were afraid of him being eliminated, leading to the chat group lacking management, hence the creation of such a feature. With a nonchalant attitude, he opened the administrator-exclusive red envelope, though he did not believe the chat group rewards would significantly benefit him. Obtain the immortal body. You will not be killed, regardless of the severity of injuries or the form of abilities you encounter. He felt a mysterious energy merge with his being. Lang accepted it without resistance, cooperating fully. He wondered, however, if this immortal body could withstand the erasure ability of that little fellow, the Omni King. He yearned to acquire the Ultra Instinct, as the Omni King's ability to erase everything always left him with a sense of unease. With Ultra Instinct, he could resist the Omni King's erasure ability and no longer need to constantly worry about him. Having arrived in this world, his goal was to strive for the pinnacle of strength. No one would remember who came in second. Please enter your nickname. After some contemplation, Lang honestly typed in his nickname, Invincible Vegeto. Congratulations on successfully entering your nickname. Tony is not the richest. This newcomer must be quite lucky to become an administrator right after joining. Be my son. Compared to that, I'm more curious about the newcomer's nickname. It's quite interesting. Indeed, a reckless little brat. Spiral Flash, Super Rolling Dance, Roar 3 styles. I haven't seen such an arrogant name in a long time. It seems we have a spirited young man here. As the others chatted, Lang examined the chat group's features, learning it could connect beings from different universes and share battle recordings among members. Every day, members could check in to earn points, ranging from 1 to 10, depending on luck. The points could be redeemed in the group shop for various abilities or items, including devil fruits from One Piece, jutsu from Naruto, or even the golden, gleaming cloth of the saints. He noticed that Ultra Instinct was available for purchase, but the price was exorbitantly high, costing a staggering 1,000,000,000 points. Being selected as an administrator in 12 hours, please invite 2 newcomers to join a group. Once the membership exceeds 5, the chat group task mode can be activated, allowing for extra points upon task completion. Be my son. Task mode. It seems we can earn more points relying solely on the few points from daily check-ins is insufficient. Tony is not the richest. I received a prompt to upload a photo of myself as an avatar. I should be the most handsome here, Whitebeard and Minato. Did you receive the prompt? Spiral Flash, Super Rolling Dance, Roar 3 styles. Received. I'll just find a random photo, one that showcases my charm from every angle. Unlike the others, Minato was genuinely pleased to join the chat group, having perished long ago in Naruto. He had no one to converse with. Invincible Vegeto uploads avatar. In the photo, Vegeto donned the battle attire of the Metamorans, his exposed muscles radiating an aura of absolute power. Golden flames of indomitable energy enveloped him, his gaze conveying a sense of superiority, while the curve of his lips presented an impression of aloof disdain. His visage screamed invincibility. Tony is not the richest. This newcomer must be a big shot. That face is undeniably one of invincibility. Spiral Flash, Super Rolling Dance, Roar 3 styles. I share that sentiment regardless of his strength. That visage is indeed intimidating. Be my son. I checked the task mode, involves going to the universes of other members for tasks. There may be opportunities to spar with him. As they discussed matters, Gutenlang had already exited the chat group window after all. Inviting newcomers would have to wait 12 hours, so there was no need to rush. The chat group provided a list of 6 potential members, and Gutenlang merely needed to select 2. Among the peculiar names were the daughter of the sleeping Kogoro, the god-slaying Pegasus, a coffee shop waitress fond of rabbits, the cursed Tizumi, the illusion god of the water armor, and the red dragon Emperor Issei. Each name was quite eccentric, but as a confirmed anime aficionado in his past life, Gutenlang immediately recognized all 6 individuals. They were, in order, Ran Murray from Detective Conan, Seiya from Saint Seiya, Tuka Kurishima from Tokyo Ghoul, Tizumi from the anime of the same name. The water armor was likely the Black Rhino armor, and Issei Hayudu from High School DxD. Speaking of the last individual, both were known for their numerous romantic entanglements. One had his head severed, while the other was adored by many women, showcasing the disparity between individuals. As evening approached, in 12 hours it would be dawn. With the emergence of the chat group, his new objective became acquiring sufficient points to redeem the Ultra Instinct. But for now, he needed to deal with the approaching Vegeta and Son Goku. In the distance, 2 figures dashed towards him at incredible speed, the invisible shockwaves parting countless clouds in the sky, covering the distance of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. You truly concealed your power, although Beerus did not unleash his full strength with that attack. It was far from something an ordinary person could withstand. Despite Gutenlang's strength surprising him, Vegeta still felt that he was not his match. Chapter 2. Vegeta's Shock. After arriving in this world, Gutenlang intentionally orchestrated a chance encounter, successfully befriending Vegeta and Son Goku, occasionally dining together while carefully concealing his true power. They only knew he had a basic understanding of martial arts and could harness ki and flight techniques. The destructive energy that Beerus had just unleashed was astonishingly blocked by him, leaving Goku and Vegeta perplexed. Once Whis took the sleeping Beerus away, Goku, rejuvenated by a sense of being, rushed over to inquire further. With eyes gleaming with curiosity, Son Goku fixated on Gutenlang. Unlike Vegeta, he had a clearer understanding of Beerus' strength after entering the God state. Clearly, Vegeta had underestimated that attack. What appeared to be a mere purple energy blast concealed an unfathomable destructive for Seiya, pure embodiment of annihilation. Tianlang, how did you withstand that destructive power? Even in my God state, I might not have effortlessly neutralized that attack. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Super Saiyan God, Kogoro, having observed him from the sidelines. He could hardly fathom that Kogoro held such a high regard for the being known as Goku Tianlang. Kogoro, could it be that you're not his match? Is he also a god of destruction? After a moment of contemplation, Goku Tianlang resolved to divulge a portion of his strength. Not exactly, I am also a scion, but my family departed from planet Rasa long ago, which is why you are unaware of our existence. Vegeta scoffed, promptly dismissing his assertion. Impossible. The only surviving scions in this world are myself and Kakarot. All others perished at the hands of Frieza. Except for me, I encountered another scion during my travels across planets. I am unsure of his current whereabouts, but I am confident he will arrive on Earth in due time. The scion Goku Tianlang, referred to as Broly, who, according to the timeline, would likely make his appearance in 3 to 5 years within the normal narrative. Goku regarded Goku Tianlang and, after a few seconds of contemplation, burst into carefree laughter. Although I don't understand why you didn't come to assist us, I have faith in you. Such was Goku's nature after spending so much time together. He was convinced that Goku Tianlang was a good person and that there was a reason behind his concealed strength. Vegeta inquired, "Where is this scion?" Feigning a moment of reflection, Goku Tianlang replied, "I have forgotten the location of his planet, but he will arrive before long. He is the legendary Super Saiyan, a born warrior and a formidable opponent." As he uttered these words, his tone was serious, for Broly was indeed a savage force of destruction. Vegeta maintained his usual air of arrogance. Clearly unimpressed by the scion Goku Tianlang mentioned. After all, he had long since surpassed the limits of a Super Saiyan. What did it matter if he was a natural-born Super Saiyan? The proud prince of the Scions would not be outdone by him. You merely believe him to be strong. I have long transcended the realm of Super Saiyans. Goku, however, believed his words wholeheartedly. Even after his recent skirmish with Beerus, he felt a lingering itch to test his mettle. Is that so? I truly wish to engage him in combat, the legendary Super Saiyan. As they exchanged a few more casual remarks, just when Goku thought the matter would conclude, Vegeta's gaze suddenly fixed intently on him. "Let us battle. I wish to ascertain the true extent of your power, and if you are indeed as formidable as Kogoro claims." Without awaiting Goku Tianlang's response, he flashed before him, unleashing a rapid flurry of punches. Goku Tianlang remained unperturbed, deftly evading Vegeta's strikes only at the last moment before they could make contact. A smile remained etched on his face as Vegeta unleashed his full arsenal, yet could not land a single blow on Goku Tianlang. Stunned beyond measure, Vegeta had initially believed that, even if Goku Tianlang was concealing some strength, he could not possibly rival him. This outcome was entirely unexpected. Beside them, Goku yearned to engage Goku Tianlang as well, knowing that his power level was generally on par with Vegeta's. If he could effortlessly dodge all of Vegeta's attacks, it stood to reason that he would achieve similar results in his own combat. Yet, the more formidable the opponent, the more it ignited Goku's desire to fight. Such was the nature of the Saiyan warrior. "Unleash your full power, Vegeta." Goku Tianlang confidently beckoned Vegeta, urging him to reveal his true strength. For the proud Saiyan prince, only a true warrior could earn his genuine respect. Vegeta was already somewhat irked. Kakarot had once again surpassed him by transforming into the Super Saiyan God state, eclipsing his power yet again. Now, Goku Tianlang's strength seemed similarly unfathomable. In a sudden display, he amassed energy, his entire being undergoing a wondrous transformation. A golden aura surged skyward, blue lightning crackled incessantly, and he manifested the form of Super Saiyan 2, his power far exceeding that of past Super Saiyan 2 stages. Even Goku's Super Saiyan 3 might not possess such energy, especially considering that Goku had successfully absorbed the strength of the Super Saiyan God during battle. With Vegeta's innate talent, he too could draw upon the strength he had unleashed during his furious state, channeling it into his own being. "Transform into a Super Saiyan, or you shall not stand a chance against me." Vegeta's eyes blazed with fierce intent, astonished to discover that Goku Tianlang, whom he had known for years, was also a Saiyan and possessed such incredible power. "I will not transform into a Super Saiyan. Let us engage in battle as we are." Goku Tianlang's tone was earnest and calm. In fact, he believed he could match the full power of Super Saiyan Blue even in his base form. This was merely his lowest estimation, as he felt a dissimilarity between himself and the normal Vegito, yet could not pinpoint the difference. Having not yet clashed with a true powerhouse, he could only make a rough assessment. Whether Vegeta transformed or remained his base form mattered little to him. Both were of a caliber he could easily dispatch. I shall show no mercy, do not regret this. Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that he was unable to transform. This surely indicated that his opponent was not on his level. The Super Saiyan 2 form was capable of amplifying his base power by 100-fold. The disparity in strength was immense. Even if his base form were to surpass his own, it was evident that he would still not be a match for him. Determined to unleash his utmost power to overcome this adversary, Vegeta's figure instantaneously vanished from sight, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye as he launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Goku's face. The force behind this strike was overwhelming, rendering it nearly impossible to track, even drawing the attention of Goku, who was spectating nearby. He was astounded by Vegeta's sheer strength derived solely from his own abilities. However, Goku was swift to respond, and before Vegeta could react, he landed a heavy blow to Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of bile. The fierce energy that surged from him dissipated in an instant, and as a result of this devastating impact, Vegeta reverted to his base form. In the fleeting moment of their clash, Goku adeptly evaded Vegeta's assault and retaliated with a punch that struck Vegeta squarely. Yet, his speed was so remarkable that even Goku, who was watching closely, could not fully comprehend it. It's impossible. How can he defeat Vegeta in his base form? Goku mused. Goku's strength was perfectly calibrated, delivering a blow that incapacitated Vegeta without rendering him unconscious. Vegeta's expression darkened, his confidence shattered by this sudden defeat, leaving him feeling humiliated. Nevertheless, he was not one to shy away from acknowledging his losses. As much as I hate to admit it, I have indeed lost. The gap between them was insurmountable, one that could be bridged by a single blow. Goku's own fighting spirit waned significantly. While he relished in combat, he had no desire to seek out unnecessary suffering. Perhaps it would be best to train for a while longer before confronting Goku again. Just how strong are you? Goku could not help but voice the question that intrigued him the most, a query that resonated in Vegeta's mind as well. I believe I am just a tad stronger than you, Goku replied ambiguously. They exchanged a glance, choosing not to elaborate further. Goku extended an invitation for him to join Bulma's gathering. Over the years, Goku had developed a cordial relationship with the Z-Fighters, in part due to Goku's modest demeanor. Although Bulma had invited him to her birthday celebration, Goku had declined, aware of the unfolding narrative. Now, however, Goku felt at ease and readily accepted the invitation. Arriving at the banquet table to indulge in a feast, after enjoying a hearty meal and engaging in light conversation, the atmosphere shifted. Vegeta, seated at the table, wore a grim expression, feeling deeply unsettled as Kogoro had once again surpassed him, and Goku's strength loomed above his own. Meanwhile, Guqingfeng returned to his lodgings, collapsing onto his bed and drifting into a deep slumber until the dawn of the following day. It was time to add others to the chat group, a designated gathering where participants would be randomly selected. Upon awakening, Goku promptly added the others, indifferent to whether they were strong or weak. After issuing commands to the chat group, he rose alone to freshen up. Chapter 3. Newcomers to the group. The slumbering daughter of Little Five entered the chat. The CAF attendant who adored bunny masks also joined the chat. The slumbering daughter of Little Five. What is this place? Why has this appeared in my mind? The CAF attendant who adored bunny masks. Could this be a new weapon from the CCG? It seems to have silently drawn me into this realm. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to both ladies joining the group. Regarding the chat group, the announcement contains a detailed introduction, and a brief glance will elucidate the functionalities of the dimensional chat group. Be my son. Today, Tony appears markedly different from his usual self. He is suddenly behaving like a gentleman. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3 style. Is it not obvious? It is highly likely that he has spotted a lady. His legs weaken, and he begins to feign sophistication. Minato Namikaze, Edward Newgate, and Tony Stark have been members for a month now. Minato has a fair understanding of Tony. He is undeniably a reserved yet flirtatious individual. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. While our relationship is quite amicable, should you continue to speak in such a manner, I could indeed pursue a defamation case against you. The Spiral Flash Hyper Wheel Dance Roar 3rd style. Do as you wish. We exist in entirely different realms. What grounds do you have to sue me? His words irked Stark to no end, yet he found himself powerless against the Watergate situation. With 5 members satisfied, the task mode was activated, allowing each member to journey to alternate universes, completing missions assigned by the system to earn points as rewards. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. You see, arriving early pales in comparison to fortuitous timing. Now, I can venture into your world, severing connections as if slaying one's own parents. When we meet, I shall undoubtedly unleash my fury upon you. Tony Stark found himself in fits of laughter within the confines of his own towering edifice. Just as he was succumbing to drowsiness, his pillow arrived. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance was recorded as he single-handedly took on 50 elite shinobi. Tony is indeed not the wealthiest, and he has accepted it. Be my son. He is also acknowledged. The atmosphere in the chat group suddenly became desolate. A minute passed in silence. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Brother Watergate, once a brother, always a brother. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. If you bid me go east, I shall not venture west. If you command me to strike a dog, I shall not harm a chicken. Become my son. Your attitude has shifted rather swiftly, just moments ago. You appeared as though you could not coexist with Brother Watergate. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Did you not watch the footage? Did you not see how terrifying he is? There is no way I could possibly compete with him. Tony could hardly fathom the formidable prowess of Mizuki's. Previously, Mizuki's boasted of having taken numerous lives, and Tony presumed it merely referred to the demise of ordinary individuals. Yet, in the recent footage, it was evident that these were no mere mortals. Who among the common folk possesses the strength to shatter mountains with a single blow, let alone wield supernatural abilities? In the video, all 50 displayed that peculiar energy attack, yet were effortlessly vanquished by the instantaneous might of Kakashi. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance. Have you settled down? No more dancing? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. He has been rather honest. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro. It turns out that this chat group is quite extraordinary. Capable of connecting characters from different universes, it is truly a miraculous existence. As an ordinary person, Ranmuri harbors a degree of skepticism towards such supernatural abilities. Yet the mere presence of the chat group in her mind compels her to reconsider her disbelief. The CAF attendant, fond of rabbit masks. Is the announcement of the chat group genuine? Can I truly venture into your world? In contrast to Ranmuri, Kirishima possesses a greater capacity for acceptance, as her own world already encompasses entities beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The administrator, Invincible Goku, enters the chat, prompting all members to warmly welcome the esteemed figure. A resplendent notification box appears at the top of the chat, highlighting the unique status of Kiroden Wolf. Invincible Goku, is everyone engaging in delightful conversations? Naruto Uzumaki has uploaded his battle record. Isn't this the fight that made you renowned in the ninja world? The administrator's unique status grants them daily sign-in points ranging from 50 to 100. This time, 100 points have been awarded for the sign-in. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. It is indeed unjust. I toiled diligently, yet only earn a few points, while the administrator seemingly acquires so many with ease. Undefeated Ryukong. In this world, notions of fairness are but illusions. Just as you may spend extravagantly, there are those in poverty who cannot afford a meal. It is all a matter of perspective. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I find myself at a loss for words. May I inquire if you consider yourself a magnate? The unparalleled Gogeta. Have you ever encountered someone who proclaims themselves to be a magnate? If I were to assert that I am a magnate, would you believe me? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I refuse to believe it. He seems to be psychologically affected by the recent Watergate incident, fearing that he may inadvertently offend someone of great stature. The daughter of the slumbering little detective. May I inquire how to address you? As it appears we are the only 2 girls in this group? The CAF waitress who adores rabbits. I apologize, but I cannot allow our relationship to deepen. I am unlike ordinary humans, and growing too close may bring you harm. Be my son. You are indeed an intriguing young lady. Being different from ordinary humans is of no consequence, as my ship accommodates individuals from various races, so there is no need for excessive caution. The CAF waitress who adores rabbits. Well, I belong to the Ghoul clan, and we survive by consuming that particular substance. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. What shall we eat? Just say it plainly, no need to dawdle. I have ample funds to procure whatever we desire. The unrivaled Gogeta. She consumes human flesh. Can you truly acquire that? Yet, one cannot fault her, for ghouls cannot survive without feasting on humans. Gu Tianlang elaborated on the harsh realities of the ghoul world. Humans and ghouls are in opposition, with ghouls relying on human flesh for sustenance. While humans have organizations specifically designed to combat ghouls, both factions are striving for survival, and neither is in the wrong. The fault lies solely with this world. The CAF attendant who loves rabbits. You must all find me a terrifying creature, yet I assure you, I will not harm anyone in this group. In the stable district, Kaneki took a chuckle bitterly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her face. The unrivaled Gogeta, that is inconsequential. Aside from myriad, you cannot overpower anyone else in this group. And you are not the type of ghoul who revels in slaughter. The slumbering son of Kogoro, I believe you are not a malevolent being. The spiral flash super wheel dance howl style. There is no need to dwell on it. One's identity is not a choice. I kindly request the administrator to initiate a live broadcast within 5 hours to demonstrate personal strength, and based on the showcased prowess, the chat group shall allocate points accordingly. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I never anticipated that the first task in the chat group would unfold in this manner. It seems I shall have the opportunity to witness the administrator's prowess. Tony felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction within himself. The group members earned a mere 5 to 10 points for daily check-ins, while the administrator amassed points at a staggering rate, receiving 10 times what everyone else did. If it weren't for his apprehension of Gu Tianlang's formidable status, he would have vented his frustrations long ago. Gu Tianlang rubbed his forehead, pondering where he might find a worthy opponent. Those of comparable strength had all perished. If this continued, he would have no choice but to resort to streaming from the depths of hell. Unrivaled Gogeta declared, I shall seek out a formidable adversary and return to broadcast for everyone. With that, he logged off. A few members of the group offered kind words of comfort to Dong Xiang, particularly the amiable and compassionate myriad. Upon learning of Dong Xiang's tragic fate, she took it upon herself to console her for an extended period, allowing Dong Xiang to once again experience the warmth of caring companionship. The slumbering daughter of Mori Kogoro remarked, speaking of the administrator's profile picture, I must say it is quite handsome. Watergate's appearance is also gentle and charming. The rabbit-loving CAF attendant responded, indeed, he must surely be quite popular with the ladies in real life. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. In my youth, I was quite handsome, you know? Who hasn't been young before? Have they aged? Complimenting others while neglecting oneself has left Tony feeling quite hurt. The spiral flash super wheel dance roar technique. Well, to be precise, I am actually 40 years old. Considering the years I have lost, I am indeed older than Tony. After leaving the chat group, Lang flew directly to Bulma's home, eager to see if Vegeta or Goku were still around, as they would be the most fitting opponents. Upon learning his intentions, Bulma shook her head and complained, that guy Vegeta has been quite stimulated. When Whis came by this morning to fetch food, he ran off to train with him, and Goku followed suit. I see, then I shall seek assistance elsewhere, Lang remarked before preparing to depart. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned back to Bulma with a teasing smile. Yesterday, Vegeta was quite dashing, though he was clearly terrified of the god of destruction. He charged into fight when he saw you being attacked. He is indeed an exceptional husband. Bulma's cheeks flushed instantly. She was aware of the incident. But hearing another praise her husband for risking his life for her made her unable to suppress her blush. Noticing her expression, he chuckled softly and refrained from further teasing. After taking the dragon radar from Bulma, he soared into the sky and departed. Chapter 4. The first live stream. With both Goku and Vegeta absent, Lang pondered and concluded that Vegeta was currently the more suitable opponent for him. In a short span, he gathered the Dragon Balls and then flew from Earth to a distant planet. At that moment, a notification pinged in the chat group, indicating someone had mentioned him. Upon checking, he discovered it was Mao Lilan, the slumbering Kogoro's daughter. Invincible Gogeta, I must head to school soon. Has the esteemed administrator not yet found an opponent? Several hours passed, and both Mao Lilan and Kirishima Tuka watched the footage of Minato, both taken aback by the display. If ordinary members are so formidable, the administrator must be even more powerful, though they could not fathom that Lang's administrator status was randomly assigned, unrelated to his strength. Invincible Gogeta, just 5 more minutes. That guy is in hell, and extracting him takes a little time. It will be ready shortly. Tony is not the wealthiest. What is this? Hell? Am I mistaken? Or did he truly claim to retrieve souls from the underworld? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, no matter how formidable one may be, resurrecting the deceased from hell is utterly preposterous. Spiral Radiance Super Wheel Dance H-Sen style. In my realm, the only one capable of bringing the dead from the Pure Land is the Sage of Six Paths from a millennium ago, a being akin to a deity. Be my son, my intrigue in this battle grows ever stronger. Ha ha ha. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I wager he is merely boasting. I refuse to believe it, even if it costs me my life. Gu Tianlang gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, summoning the Eternal Dragon. After ascending to divinity, the Dragon Balls can now grant 2 wishes simultaneously. The first wish is to resurrect Cell, and the second is to transport him to the planet where he resides. O Eternal Dragon, revive the deceased Cell and send him to this planet. As the winds howled and the clouds swirled, a verdant dragon materialized in the sky. Upon hearing Gu Tianlang's request, a glimmer ignited in its eyes. Your wish shall be fulfilled. He will appear shortly. Farewell. And as the Eternal Dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, dispersing across the earth, a green humanoid being emerged, gazing in astonishment at its surroundings. I never anticipated being resurrected. Goku, await my return. Realizing his revival, Cell erupted into a maniacal laugh, completely disregarding Gu Tianlang, intent on engaging Goku in battle once more. You shall meet your demise here today. Do not entertain any other thoughts. Gu Tianlang spoke with nonchalance, showing no concern for Cell. As if facing not the formidable adversary who had once defeated Goku and Vegeta, but merely an inconsequential lackey. Cell's laughter abruptly ceased. He felt underestimated. The invincible administrator, Vegeta, initiated a live broadcast. Come, be my son, he invited into the live stream. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, Roar 3 Styles, he declared, entering the live stream. The chat group members surged into the broadcast, eager to witness the individual resurrected from the underworld by the administrator. The CAF attendant fond of rabbits exclaimed, "This fellow looks rather peculiar. He gives off an insect-like vibe, and his body is green." The slumbering daughter of Kogoro questioned, "Is this a monster? I have never encountered such an odd creature. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. He does not appear particularly formidable. Yet they went to great lengths to extract him from the depths of hell for such a trivial matter. I maintain that the administrator is merely boasting." Undefeated Gogeta remarked. "Indeed, he lacks strength, but in the short term, finding a suitable opponent is challenging. Let us make do with him for now." Upon hearing Gu Tianlang's admission that the opponent was weak, the others in the group also lost interest. "Although I am uncertain why you chose to resurrect me, I have no desire to know. You might as well perish." Cell raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy, striking Gu Tianlang squarely in the chest, sending dust billowing into the air and obscuring Gu Tianlang's figure. The ground around Gu Tianlang erupted in chaos, as the energy wave created a bottomless chasm. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar, with its casual destruction, rivaled that of the tailed beast bomb. This seemingly unremarkable individual possesses strength beyond imagination. The slumbering daughter of Little Five exclaimed, "How can such an entity exist? I thought Minato's battles were terrifying. Are all the beings from the administrator's world so fearsome? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. This fellow is extraordinarily powerful. I couldn't even withstand that last blow." The CAF server who adores rabbits remarked, "It seems you are misdirecting your attention. I can no longer see the administrator. Surely he hasn't been slain?" The group gazed into the abyss for quite some time, failing to catch sight of Gu Tianlang's body, beginning to suspect he might have been obliterated in a single strike. Look at the spot where he originally stood. This individual possesses considerable strength. Unlike the astonishment of others, Whitebeard was not overly surprised by the devastation caused by Cell's previous attack, as he, too, could achieve similar destruction with the powers of the Tremor Fruit. There stood Gu Tianlang, unwavering, even as the ground beneath him vanished entirely. "Are you merely scratching my back? Could you not take this more seriously? You are truly inadequate," he said, arms crossed, dismissing the earlier attack entirely. Cell's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld someone capable of withstanding his assault with mere physical prowess. "You fiend." Cell accelerated, moving at such speed that countless afterimages surrounded him, leaving the group bewildered and unable to discern his true form. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 Styles. Even I, who once held the title of Hokage, cannot fathom his velocity. Can the human body truly endure such rapid movement? In the group chat, only Namikaze Minato could barely perceive Cell's silhouette, thanks to his Sage Mode, which granted him enhanced vision, albeit only vaguely. I fear even Kizuru would struggle to match his speed. The administrator is in peril. Whitebeard believed that not even he could keep pace with Cell's velocity, let alone defend against his attack. "Is there any way we can assist him? We cannot simply stand by and watch him perish," inquired the daughter of the slumbering Kogoro. As Cell approached Gu Tianlang, he struck a peculiar pose. For Symbol's fist, 3 clones of Cell materialized from thin air, converging from 4 directions to assault him. Gu Tianlang executed a spinning kick, striking all 4 clones at an astonishing angle, severing them in half. 3 clones exploded, while one oozed dark green blood, collapsing to the ground, its lower half writhing. The group was left in shock. How could the lower half still move when the upper half was obliterated? Is he still alive? What kind of monster has the administrator chosen as his adversary? The CAF server who adores rabbits exclaimed. Even a typical ghoul would surely perish from such wounds. Could he possibly still be alive? In mere seconds, the half-bodied cell reformed his upper half, gasping for breath. Fortunately, he possessed the enhanced cells of Piccolo, or he would have surely met his demise, though this exertion drained much of his stamina. Throughout this, Gogeta remained stationary, refraining from pursuing the advantage, curious to see if Cell had made any significant progress in strength during his years in this hellish realm. With a cold smirk, Cell maximized his energy, causing the very planet to tremble as he shaped his hands into a flower bud aimed at Gogeta. Kamehameha. Just as he was about to unleash it, he abruptly redirected the attack towards the ground. A colossal blue wave of energy ravaged the Earth, fracturing the very surface of the planet. The overwhelming force penetrated the globe, erupting countless subterranean volcanoes, transforming the world into a dazzling display akin to fireworks, ultimately reducing it to cosmic dust. Aha! Now, with Frisia's cells coursing through me, I can survive even in the vacuum of space. How could a mere human ever hope to contend with me? Suspended in space, Cell erupted into manic laughter, having realized through their skirmish that he was not Gu Tianlong's equal. Thus, he feigned an attack to obliterate the very planet instead. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. If I am not mistaken, that planet has just been obliterated, has it not? The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. Indeed, you are correct. The planet has been utterly annihilated. Be my son. Even at my peak, such destructive power was simply beyond my capabilities. Our strengths do not reside on the same plane. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. With such devastation, the administrator cannot truly be dead, can he? It seems I am slightly more formidable than you. A mere finger is sufficient to deal with you. A cold voice emanated from behind Sharu. Gu Tianlang had somehow positioned himself in the void behind him, his index finger radiating a brilliant blue light. The power emanating from it sent chills down Sharu's spine. A blue energy sphere shot forth, imbued with unparalleled might, striking Sharu's form. He did not even have time to utter a cry of despair before his entire being was obliterated, and the several planets behind him were likewise reduced to cosmic dust. Tony is truly not the wealthiest, my esteemed friend. How fascinating. By the way, may I inquire if such robust thighs necessitate an accessory? The CAF attendant fond of rabbits. I echo the sentiments above, and I must jest that Tony just claimed the esteemed individual was boasting. His turnaround is rather swift. The slumbering daughter of the Little Five, my esteemed friend. How splendid you are. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar Style 3. My esteemed friend. How remarkable. I would designate this technique as light escape. The Rapid Blue Arrow Starburst Technique. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. I find myself powerless in the face of this harsh reality, which continually undermines my noble character. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style. And could you possibly cease your overly dramatic antics? Tony Stark must feel quite perplexed. He yearns for the strength to remain unyielding and the wealth to remain untarnished. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he realizes that he has not yet fully embraced life. What if, in an unfortunate turn of events, he inadvertently offends a powerful figure, leading to the annihilation of Earth? Have we not witnessed instances where individuals, in pursuit of fame, resurrect the deceased only to slay them once more? Such actions could hardly be attributed to benevolence. Chapter 5. The Tasks in the Pirate World. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. Indeed, the formidable figure did not speak falsely. To him, I am but a feeble adversary. Be my son. Yet, for us, such an enemy is utterly insurmountable. Even the man hailed as the strongest in the world, who, in his youth, frequently clashed with the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, has now come to understand that there are greater powers beyond his own. The slumbering daughter of Little Goro. How can such a dashing face as Watergate's be accompanied by such an eccentric personality? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. One simply gets accustomed to it, as he has always been somewhat endearingly naive. Congratulations to the administrator for accomplishing the task. This live stream has garnered a reward of 500,000 points. The invincible administrator Gogeta has ended the live broadcast. Gu Tianlang is quite satisfied with the amount of reward points, as the chat group provides insights into the relationship between live stream rewards and the strength of opponents. The greater the opponent's strength, the more points one can earn from the live stream. In terms of the power scale from Dragon Ball Super, Cell's abilities are, to put it plainly, rather modest. During his years in the underworld, although he has made some progress, he has merely reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. Receiving 500,000 points is indeed considerable. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Acquiring 500,000 is quite effortless. If I possessed 500,000 points, I could exchange them for a nano armor crafted from vibranium, as well as redeem the new plasma cannon from the group. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. Can you possibly contend with that green fellow? Tony is truly not the richest. Well, I can't compete. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. Why do you even mention that? The CAF attendant who adores bunnies, the chat group is quite amusing. Why does Brother Watergate always confront Tony? Matoy Donka, currently serving as a waitress in the Anti-I district, couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the conversation in the group. Tony is perpetually at odds with Watergate. Not only can he not match Watergate's verbal assaults, but he also finds himself unable to prevail in physical confrontations. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. My patience has its limits. Watergate, do not overstep your bounds. Under normal circumstances, Tony might have endured. But now that Xiao Dongxiang is watching, he has no desire to lose face in front of a woman. If it comes to it, he is prepared to confront Watergate. Knowing that they would not resort to taking his life, at worst, he would merely endure a beating. He is ready to go all out. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 style seals the nine tails. Tony is indeed not the wealthiest individual, as has been acknowledged. The barista who adores rabbits has also accepted this fact. Spiral Radiance Hyperspin Dance Technique. Tony, what are your thoughts? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. As I sit and observe, please disregard my previous statement. My patience exceeds your imagination. At this moment, Tony feels an overwhelming urge to weep. With a swift gesture, he seals away this colossal creature. Contemplating whether he should employ the same technique on the Watergate. If he does, he will have quite the advantage. He is unafraid of being beaten. But enduring decades of confinement is a trial he cannot withstand. Tony silently vowed to himself, I shall endure. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. One day, I will surpass Watergate, and I will deliver him 3 beatings in a single day. Gutenlang swiftly returned to Earth, finding himself with little to do. He contemplated exiting the chat group, considering whether he might be able to dine at Bulma's home. The group detected that members were facing a life-and-death crisis, and the group mission was initiated. The task required the safe rescue of Fire Fist Ace from Marineford, with a deadline set for 1 day hence. There were no restrictions on the number of participants for this inaugural task. The reward for the task was 10,000 points. The difficulty of this mission was rated at level 9, categorized as a nightmarish challenge. Different worlds had varying difficulty classifications, with the maximum level being a hellish 10. Ding. In accordance with the principle of mutual assistance, all members could accept the inaugural task. Successful completion would yield bounty points, and the chat group would rate the task completion, providing additional rewards based on the assessment. Unrivaled Gogeta, has Port Asti Ace been captured? My time in the group has been brief, and I am uncertain where everyone stands in the timeline. The pirates have arrived at this pivotal plot point. Be my son. Yes, the Navy has captured my son. To dare lay hands on him, they must be prepared to face my wrath. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro. Excuse me, not long ago you were explaining about Dongxiang's world. Yet this time you simply referred to Ace. How do you know his full name? Unrivaled Gogeta, it's not particularly difficult. I am aware of parts of your future. And naturally, that includes knowledge of your family. It's a perk of being a seasoned anime fan, as long as you are a character in the anime. Gutenlang has a semblance of understanding. The CAF waitress who loves rabbits. May I ask, will I die at the hands of CCG in the future? Unrivaled Gogeta. No. You will not die, at least not in the timeline before you join this chat group. Until the end, you will survive unscathed. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar. Whitebeard. With such significant events transpiring, why did you not inform me? Watergate's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction through their interactions in the group. Despite Whitebeard's boisterous and cheerful demeanor differing from his own, they had developed a respectable camaraderie. Be my son. No worries, I shall rescue my foolish son by myself. There's no need for your assistance this time, as the enemy is formidable. The CAF waitress who loves rabbits. I can lend a hand as well. I am an S-class ghoul, the slumbering daughter of Kogoro. I am but an ordinary person, yet I have practiced some martial arts. Handling a few regular foes should pose no problem for me. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. May I inquire about the concept behind this difficulty level categorized into 9 tiers? Invincible Gogeta. This difficulty should be classified according to global combat capabilities. Perhaps the adversaries in this instance possess a strength rated as level 9 within the pirate world. Yet in my realm, it might only equate to a level 2 task difficulty, although both parties are merely ordinary individuals. The scale of Whitebeard's war has seen troop numbers exceeding 100,000 on both sides. It is not that the ancient celestial wolf seeks to dampen their spirits. As for Tokisaki Kurumi, she may be capable of self-preservation unless she encounters a formidable opponent. However, for Ranmuri to charge into battle is akin to courting death. Without the intervention of high-ranking naval officers, even the long spears wielded by ordinary soldiers would be beyond her endurance. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I was once hailed as the king of war. In the face of my iron armor, the number of foes holds no significance. Behold how I have vanquished my enemies in the past. Surely, not every formidable figure in this world is akin to Watergate's monstrosities. A mere ordinary individual is of little concern, regardless of their numbers. His iron suit possesses the ability to soar, complemented by weapons of mass destruction. He fears not the multitude. Unrivaled, Gogeta. Courage is commendable. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Thank you, esteemed one, for your compliment. Would you become my son? Do you intend to confront the 3 great generals alone? Weren't you unable to defeat the Watergate? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Is there any contradiction in my ability to contend with Watergate? If I cannot surpass Watergate, can I not overcome others? Surely. You wouldn't suggest that my adversaries possess strength equivalent to Watergate's. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. If my enemies are of Watergate's caliber, my own strength is utterly inadequate. Be my son. The 3 great generals are indeed remarkable individuals. Each of them possesses prowess that scarcely pales in comparison to Watergate. With a single strike capable of vanquishing hundreds or even thousands of ordinary people. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, does this not equate to a war weapon? Possessing the power to single-handedly alter the course of battle? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Unmatched in prowess, I hold you in such admiration, dear master. How could you possibly bully someone as honest as I? Comparable to a monstrous entity with a single strike capable of annihilating hundreds. Yet you refer to me as an ordinary individual? Although Tony's words invoke pity. The only thought crossing the mind of the reclining Gutianlang in the hotel room is to scoff. If Marvel's renowned playboy can be deemed an honest man, then the majority of Marvel's characters must be considered mere opportunists. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar technique. They are indeed ordinary people, Tony. How can you fail to comprehend that? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Are you implying that you too are just an ordinary person? Then what am I? A superhero who cannot even surpass an ordinary individual? Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 styles. If that is the case, I suppose I am indeed an ordinary person. Do you think that with my abilities, there exists any distinction between me and an ordinary person in the presence of a mogul? Tony is indeed not the wealthiest. Well, your perspective is valid. I had been rather one-sided. Become my son. I can only manage one ordinary person like you. I am growing old. And the title of the world's strongest must ultimately be passed on to the youth. The old man with a white beard sat upon his pirate ship, his expression tinged with melancholy. His reluctance to disclose matters to Minato Namikaze stemmed from his own apprehensions. Become my son. There is no need for you all to accompany me to death. The invincible Goku accepts the mission. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar technique accepts the mission. The CAF server who adores rabbits accepts the mission. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest individual accepting this task. Chapter 6. Battling Son Gohan. Be my son. If the administrator is coming, the Navy will pose no threat, compared to a man like you. Anyone else would seem rather insignificant. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 styles. Wait, why can I also accept tasks? Invincible Gogeta. Is there a problem with that? Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 styles. Well, actually, I have long since perished and have been residing in the belly of the Grim Reaper. I just impulsively accepted the task a moment ago. The video that Minato sent earlier deliberately omitted the outcome of sealing the Nine Tails and his subsequent demise. So everyone remains oblivious to the fact that Minato died after sealing the beast. In the group, everyone harbors a singular question. How can a deceased individual undertake a task? During the task period, the chat group actively provides peak physical forms to assist special members in executing their missions. Fortunately, the chat group is quite responsible and promptly alleviated everyone's doubts. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 styles. If that's the case, it would be best if you could briefly introduce the enemy's abilities, specific numbers, and combat methods. Compared to others, Minato Namikaze possesses the highest battle intelligence. Considering matters more thoroughly, it is essential to understand the enemy's situation in advance to avoid unnecessary losses. Be my son, the other sailors are manageable, but their physical abilities must far exceed that of ordinary individuals. However, the three admirals present a more formidable challenge. One wields magma, another ice, and the last possesses light-based natural abilities. According to Whitebeard, natural-type users lack a physical form, their bodies composed of natural elements. To harm them, one must rely on haki to strike their true bodies. Upon hearing Whitebeard's explanation, the group fell into a profound silence. These three admirals are truly invincible. Only Whitebeard possesses haki in the entire group. Even Minato does not possess haki. If one cannot even hit the opponent, how could victory be possible? After much deliberation, the group could not reach a conclusion. However, Gurren, indifferent to the discussion, chose not to participate. A knock sounded at the door, and he quietly exited the chat, only to find Gohan standing at the entrance. A smile graced Gurren's face as he cheerfully inquired, "Gohan, what brings you here? Yesterday, you battled Uncle Vegeta. My father mentioned you are also a scion, and I have a question for you," Gohan replied, his gaze filled with determination. Gurren felt a flicker of confusion. Gohan has always been amiable, maintaining a good relationship with him since their acquaintance. However, now that Gohan is an accomplished scholar with a respectable salary, what could he possibly need to ask? "What is it? Please, go ahead." Gohan, appearing both inquisitive and certain, stated, "Your father, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan God, should not be your match, correct?" Having revealed his strength yesterday, Gurren decided against further concealment. "Well, I am slightly stronger than Goku. Please, engage with me. I wish to witness your power." Gohan's eyes shimmered with fervor, his entire demeanor shifting to one of fierce intensity, radiating an unmistakable aura. Although Gurren was uncertain why Gohan sought to battle him, he recognized that Gohan had become significantly weaker, comparing him to his past form. It raised questions whether he could even defeat his younger self in Super Saiyan 2 form. "Gohan, your strength has diminished considerably. You are not my opponent, and even battling would be futile. Do not underestimate Gohan. He and I entered the hyperbolic time chamber yesterday. Gohan has long surpassed his former self and has regained his warrior spirit." Piccolo's voice emerged, confident in Gohan's abilities. Following their intensive training in the time chamber, Gohan's strength underwent a dramatic transformation, making it impossible to compare him to his previous self. This piqued Gurren's interest. Upon seeing Gohan, he noticed significant changes in him. However, Gurren remained unconcerned. Gohan had never been particularly passionate about combat, and he did not hold high expectations for Gohan's strength. The hyperbolic time chamber, a product of the sacred world of the Kais, allows 1 year inside to equate to a single day outside. Given Gohan's potential, if he truly committed to rigorous training, his strength could become unfathomably formidable. "All right, let us find a suitable place to engage in a proper match." Piccolo promptly offered to lead the two to a training ground. "I know a vast wilderness that would be perfect for you both. I will take you there." The group departed the city, flying towards the location indicated by Piccolo. Along the way, Gurren could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Gohan, while I can understand your desire for intense training, what prompted you to seek a spar with me?" Gohan, currently utilizing the flight technique, bashfully scratched his head and awkwardly replied, "Well, after the special training, both my father and Uncle Vegeta were unavailable. And I thought of you, so I came to find you." So, after all this time, he views himself as a sparring partner. Upon arriving in the desolate wilderness, Piccolo discreetly stepped back several hundred meters. With a distance of over 10 meters between them, Gohan assumed a combat stance while Gurren clenched his left fist, his right hand crossing over his chest. "Come." As Gurren's words fell, Gohan swiftly closed the gap, launching a lightning-fast punch aimed at Gurren's abdomen. Anticipating the move, Gurren extended his left hand to intercept Gohan's powerful blow. Gurren retaliated with a straight punch, which Gohan effortlessly blocked. Neither party yielded an inch as they began to contest their strength, the ground trembling under the immense force they exerted. In that moment, neither could claim superiority. Gohan shouted, his power surging once more, enveloped in a white aura. Gohan's strength had likely surpassed that of Super Saiyan Red Goku. This child's potential was truly astonishing. Piccolo, observing from the sidelines, turned pale with shock. Despite his own training sessions with Gohan, witnessing Gohan's power left him utterly astounded. Were he in Gurren's position, he would likely be torn apart by the overwhelming force. Yet, Gurren appeared completely at ease, showing no signs of exertion. Even his breathing remained remarkably steady. Realizing he could not gain the upper hand, Gohan executed a side kick, forcing Giran to retreat several steps to evade. This is my full strength. Gohan abandoned the Super Saiyan form, unleashing all his energy, creating a tempest that compelled Giran to step back. Giran marveled at Gohan's treatment as a standard protagonist. Consider how Goku had toiled for years to merely achieve the Super Saiyan Red form. Yet, here was Gohan, the strongest in his youth, having squandered years, only to be reawakened by old Kaioshin's intervention, once more becoming the strongest. After the battle with Bu, he again wasted years, and yet, after 1 year of special training, his power now hinted at surpassing Goku. Such formidable energy, it seems you have indeed surpassed Goku. Is this what they once hailed as the warrior with the greatest potential? Gohan's speed was so swift that it blurred, as the two engaged in a relentless aerial dance, exchanging blows in rapid succession within a mere minute. In close combat, Gohan skillfully combined his physical prowess with intermittent energy waves, momentarily overwhelming Goten. Gradually, Gohan began to showcase his unique style, expressing his true self. Although the enhancement in his abilities was modest, Goten was assured of Gohan's growing strength throughout the battle. Piccolo, filled with exhilaration, proclaimed that Goten was destined for defeat. Gohan's performance was overwhelmingly dominant, surpassing even the strength he exhibited in the hyperbolic time chamber. Now, Gohan, unleash your full potential. There's no rush. Goten is in no hurry to defeat you, primarily focusing on defense and only occasionally countering Gohan's strikes. Just as Piccolo believed the outcome was certain and victory was imminent for Gohan, he suddenly ceased his attacks. Please, use your full strength to defeat me without reservation. Gohan calmly regarded Goten, who effortlessly evaded his assaults, seizing multiple opportunities to inflict serious damage, yet choosing to hold back at critical moments. Gohan's energy surged rapidly, a mysterious white aura cascading like moonlight upon the earth, its force pressing down on Goten. Upon hearing Gohan's request, Piccolo stood frozen, acutely aware that his own strength paled in comparison to Gohan's, rendering him incapable of discerning Goten's deliberate restraint. Goten raised his hand and unleashed a protective barrier enveloping the entire planet, ensuring that his escalating power would not radiate across the cosmos. In a show of respect for the once prominent young genius, Goten bellowed, and an endless stream of golden light erupted from within him. His hair oscillated between black and gold, his formidable aura resonating throughout the world, causing the earth to tremble as energy converged into a singular point, igniting an indomitable fighting spirit within him. As Goten's raven hair transformed entirely into golden locks, he radiated brilliance akin to the sun, flooding the earth with his golden glow. His gaze shifted from the previous demeanor of humble restraint to one of haughty superiority, exuding an innate dominance that made Gohan tremble, acutely sensing the insurmountable gap between them. Chapter 7. Mission accomplished. Gazing upon this formidable old friend, Gohan marveled before the confrontation. Is this your true strength? Remarkable. After all this time, I had no idea you possessed such power. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. Exercising caution, Gohan gathered energy with both hands, unleashing waves of light like a torrential downpour. Goten, undeterred, swiftly countered each energy wave with rapid hand movements. Suddenly, Gohan appeared behind him, delivering a punch directly to Goten's face, followed swiftly by a kick to his chest. Goten remained motionless, unaffected by Gohan's strikes, observing from the ground. Piccolo transitioned from shock to utter disbelief, recognizing that Gohan's attacks lacked full force. Were he to be struck directly, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. Yet Goten absorbed Gohan's blows as if they were inconsequential. Gohan distanced himself, striving to elevate his energy once more. However, after a series of intense exchanges, he encountered a minor plateau, finding it challenging to augment his strength further. Goten's golden aura danced in the wind, and in an instant, he elegantly closed the distance, executing a swift two-hit combination, a punch to Gohan's abdomen followed by a kick that sent him plummeting to the ground. Gohan, descending rapidly from the sky, crashed through a towering mountain before finally halting his fall. Although he was severely injured, he summoned the will to remain standing, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Piccolo rushed to support Gohan, producing a senzu bean he had prepared beforehand and feeding it to him. Today's battle was a whirlwind of fluctuating momentum, with Gohan continuously surpassing his limits, while simultaneously acknowledging that Goten had not yet unleashed his full potential. Gohan ignited all his latent abilities, transcending his previous boundaries, and his strength surged significantly. Yet, Goten revealed his Super Saiyan form, his energy and speed beyond comparison, effortlessly overpowering Gohan with just 2 moves. Originally brimming with confidence in Gohan's capabilities, Piccolo had intended to offer the sins of Bean to Goten in case of unexpected circumstances, never anticipating such a turn of events. I concede defeat. I understand you have yet to reveal your full strength, and I will strive to catch up to you, Gohan spoke with an unwavering calmness, as though he had not been vanquished, but rather had discovered a new path to pursue. In response to Gohan's inquiry, Goten neither confirmed nor denied, but merely smiled at him. He reverted from his Super Saiyan state and retracted the protective barrier around the Earth, maintaining his own shield to prevent any energy from leaking into the cosmos. He praised Gohan, reflecting on the young hero's potential. Had Gohan not squandered so much time, he might have truly had the chance to battle a Super Saiyan version of himself. As thoughts of wasted time surfaced, Gohan recalled his mother, Chi-Chi, who only had his best interests at heart, and he bore her no resentment. Gohan's potential far exceeded expectations, surpassing even Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo sought to extract from Goten the secrets behind his training, but was met with evasiveness. With no other option, Piccolo accompanied Gohan as they departed, while Goten resumed his previous routine, watching television, dining, and training to maintain his physical fitness, patiently awaiting the arrival of the following day. Time passed swiftly, and soon they found themselves at the designated hour for the chat group mission. Goten harbored a sense of anticipation for the upcoming Marineford War, as it was one of the anime series that had accompanied him throughout his childhood, and he had yet to explore the world of pirates. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Come on, everyone, let the Navy witness our prowess. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar style 3. I shall entangle one of the Navy admirals. This is the clash between ninjas and the Navy. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits remarked, "Where is the boss? Why has T logged in yet? By the way, Ran, aren't you going?" Fog Island Donko was taken aback to discover that Mori Ran had not accepted the mission, leaving her quite perplexed. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, I think I shall refrain from going. My combat ability is far too low, and I wouldn't be of any assistance. Mori Ran genuinely wished to join. Who wouldn't want to traverse to another universe? However, given her capabilities, she would merely be a burden and might even hinder everyone else. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Well, your statement leaves me at a loss for a rebuttal. Tony Stark found himself in an awkward predicament, compelled to deal with mere underlings of the Navy, knowing full well that when faced with true experts, he would likely stand no chance. However, he reasoned that since the formidable Gu Tianlang would also be present, the seasoned veteran could easily handle 3 admirals without issue, allowing him to maintain a safe distance from the stronger adversaries. The waitress at the CAF, who had a fondness for rabbits, chimed in, "Very well. Let us reconvene next time." Donko from Fog Island had little to add, much like Tony, as her capabilities were limited, relying heavily on the strengths of the formidable allies in Watergate, who would wish to bring a deadweight into battle. If their powerful ally were to become displeased and abandon them in their hour of need, it would spell disaster for Ran Mori. The invincible Gogeta reassured them, "Fear not. Let us all gather and enjoy this adventure together. As this is our first collective mission, it shall be much more lively with everyone present. I shall also make it my duty to protect you." Gu Tianlang, understanding their thoughts, felt a certain affinity for the kind-hearted Ran Mori and thus extended an invitation to her. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ally. I shall dutifully seek a safe place to hide, ensuring I do not become a burden." Accepting the mission, Ran Mori's spirits lifted, and she eagerly took on the task. As the time for the mission arrived, a brilliant flash of white light swept across the various universes, causing several members within the group to vanish without a trace. In the world of One Piece, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the true maritime overlord, the Navy, led by the Admiral and his 3 strongest generals, was engaged in a fierce battle with the formidable Whitebeard pirates. Both sides suffered severe casualties. A man clad in a navy cloak and a deep crimson suit removed his hat, brushing off the dust that had settled upon it. Given the captain's disposition, it is hardly surprising that the crew exhibits such cowardice. Compared to your father, the pirate King Joel D. Roger, Whitebeard is merely a failure. Does he even possess the courage to battle Roger to the death? Bare-chested and adorned with a string of red beads, Ace, upon hearing the insults directed at his revered father, was consumed by rage, flames igniting across his entire being. "Silence. I will not allow you to tarnish the name of my savior." Akaina cast a disdainful glance his way, dripping with contempt. "Why should I be silent? After all these years since Roger's demise, you have yet to truly reign over the seas, to be a legitimate king. It is a life steeped in emptiness. Ace, unable to contain himself any longer, transformed his right arm into a scorching flame, forming a colossal fist of fire measuring 10 meters. In response, Akainu formed a massive fist of magma, and the two titanic attacks collided, igniting a clash of power. Despite being merely 20 years of age, Ace was at a disadvantage in terms of raw strength compared to the battle-hardened Akainu. Gradually, Ace felt his strength waning, and Whitebeard, watching anxiously, felt a mix of pride and concern for Ace's reckless bravery, fearing it could lead to his demise. A triumphant smile spread across Akainu's face. He was determined to eliminate Ace, believing all pirates deserved to perish. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A deep, cold voice resonated from behind Ace, as a massive fire dragon crashed into the magma fist, catching Akainu off guard. The combined force of the fire fist and the great dragon fire forced him back several steps before he regained his footing. Stepping forward was a man with golden hair and blue eyes, draped in a white cloak emblazoned with the symbol of the fourth Hokage. His gentle and friendly demeanor giving the impression of a kind soul upon first meeting. Following him were Tony Stark in his red and gold armored suit, Donko from Fog Island unleashing her powers, and Ran Mori, dressed casually as if on a leisurely trip. The four stood in formation, and Gu Tianling emerged, exuding an air of quiet confidence as he surveyed the surroundings with a proud smile. There was no aura of arrogance nor an air of invincibility, merely a serene presence amidst the chaos. Yet, the minds of both the Navy and pirates echoed a singular thought. Before them stood an invincible force. With the mission complete, 5 group members had participated, each earning 2,000 points. The task was accomplished in the span of a single second, receiving an SSS rating, while the administrator, Gogeta, was awarded an additional 100,000 points. A group member, Spiral Flash, intervened to thwart Akainu, earning an extra 1,000 points for his efforts. Ran Mori, puzzled, inquired, "Didn't we just arrive? How is it that the mission is already complete?" Donko glanced at Gu Tianlang, uncertain, and replied, perhaps the esteemed ally was also involved, leading the chat group to determine that Ace could safely leave the battlefield. Tony Stark was also pondering this. Is this what it feels like to win effortlessly? It is exhilarating beyond measure. One word encapsulates it: delightful. Naruto Uzumaki retorted earnestly, that's actually 2 words. Tony, can you not distinguish between 1 and 2? How did you become the richest man? Tony Stark felt an intense conflict with Watergate, particularly since Watergate was rebutting him with utmost seriousness and not jesting. Regarding their speculations, Gu Tianlang provided no elaborate explanations. Upon arriving in the pirate world, he swiftly moved to bring Ace to his side, ensuring Ace's safety in his presence. His speed was such that no one had time to react, and they were utterly oblivious to Ace's sudden disappearance. Seated atop the execution platform, Sengoku sensed that the day's events were spiraling beyond his control and promptly issued a new command. Ace, the notorious Port Asti, Ace, must be executed immediately. He could not be allowed to leave alive. With that, he diverted his gaze from the battlefield, focusing instead on Ace, who, after a prolonged and intense skirmish and a taxing encounter with Akainu, was visibly exhausted. What? Where's Fire Fist Ace gone? Ace, who had just moments ago been gasping for breath and crouching on the ground, had vanished, leaving behind a bewildered contingent of Navy soldiers. The soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, utterly clueless as to how Ace had managed to escape, surrounded as they were by their own forces. Not only were they puzzled, but Ace himself wore an expression of utter confusion, surveying his surroundings in a daze. Just a second ago, he had been 100 meters away, and without any forewarning, he found himself amidst a few individuals on the battlefield. Who are you? Why have you come to rescue me? Gu Tianlang merely observed the 3 admirals in silence, offering no response to Ace's inquiry. Tony Stark patted Ace on the shoulder, casually explaining, "We are friends of Whitebeard, and we have been invited to rescue you. Rest assured." Standing here, not even the Navy, nor the sky itself collapsing, could bring you harm. Ace's immediate reaction was skepticism. How could someone dressed in metal claim that nothing could harm him, as though he could fly off the planet? Although he was uncertain about who had come to his rescue, he figured it must be one of these individuals. In the presence of his saviors, Ace simply smiled and chose not to elaborate further. Butenwolf, however, was eager to witness the clash between ninjas and the Navy. Minato, since you're idle, why not join in the fray? Minato Namikaze smiled, having not engaged in battle for quite some time. As a user of a natural-type devil fruit, He was keen to test his mettle. Chapter 8. Pirates versus Ninjas. Just as Ace seemed on the brink of death, Minato's sudden intervention disrupted the plan, causing Akainu's eyes to nearly burst with fury. Anyone who obstructed him was deemed an enemy. Are you pirates too? If so, prepare to meet your end. Minato's jutsu momentarily silenced the battlefield, all eyes fixated on the unfolding drama. Sengoku felt a foreboding sense, recognizing the formidable strength of Gyuden Wolf, whose presence radiated an undeniable aura of power, even without overt displays. Akainu, however, was undeterred. Channeling his haki into his fists, he launched a powerful strike at Minato, who was equally eager to gauge his opponent's strength. Minato fortified himself with chakra, absorbing Akainu's blow directly, though he was still pushed back by the sheer force. Analyzing their strengths, Minato assessed that he was slightly outmatched in raw power, but possessed a myriad of jutsu, offering him potential opportunities through ranged attacks. Soaring high into the air, he unleashed a compressed wind sphere, generating a high-pressure air blast capable of piercing through trees. Wind release, pressure damage. In response, Akainu, undeterred, clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating punch, simulating a volcanic eruption, launching a magma-infused strike. Great eruption. The two attacks collided, and in an instant, the wind release was obliterated, allowing the great eruption to advance unimpeded towards Minato. Wind release, vacuum wave. With a whispered incantation, Minato transformed the shattered wind ball into countless razor-sharp blades of wind, slicing towards Akainu like swords. Caught off guard by the follow-up attack, Akainu reacted swiftly, erecting a wall of magma before him to deflect the wind blades entirely. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Minato swiftly threw several shurikens, causing them to ricochet off one another in a spectacular display, altering their trajectory at impossible angles. The blades zipped past Akainu's arm, leaving a thin cut across his skin. Unfazed, Akainu wiped the blood away, though internally he was shaken. The weapon had not been imbued with haki, and yet it had managed to wound a natural-type user like himself. This lapse had occurred because he had not anticipated an attack devoid of haki, failing to elementalize in time. A smirk crept onto Minato's face as his eyes sharpened. He had contemplated the nature of the natural-type powers Whitebeard had spoken of. Minato mused that haki and chakra, both forms of energy, should yield similar effects. To confirm his hypothesis, he infused his shuriken with chakra, discovering, much to his satisfaction, that energy from different universes proved to be compatible. The sudden appearance of these individuals garnered significant attention. Witnessing Minato injure Akainu, even if it was a mere scratch, left the Navy astonished, sparking hushed conversations among them. How could a seemingly inconsequential character wound a vice admiral, the Navy's pinnacle of strength? Did you not see that Admiral Sakazuki was utterly unfazed by such a trivial injury? He will soon unveil his true power, remarked one officer. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, locked in combat with Akiji, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ace unharmed, allowing him to fully engage his opponent. Amidst the battle, he took a moment to converse with Minato. Minato, you truly are remarkable. If circumstances permitted, I would gladly invite you aboard my ship. As events spiraled beyond his control, Sengoku's previously composed demeanor faltered, and he commanded his soldiers to launch a collective assault. Everyone, attack together. We cannot allow Fire Fist Ace to escape alive. Upon hearing Sengoku's orders, Mao Lilan instinctively drew closer to Gyuden Wolf, mirroring the actions of the self-proclaimed formidable Tokisaki Kurumi. When Ace was rescued, Tony was tightly pressed against Gyuden Lang, almost adhering to him. This left Ace bewildered. The behavior of these individuals was utterly opaque to him. Those who dared to enter such a battlefield surely possessed greater courage. Surrounding Gyuden Lang were layers upon layers of Navy personnel, preventing any pirate from offering support, as other Navy officers valiantly blocked their attempts. The Straw Hat, Luffy, exerted all his might but could not breach the naval encirclement, helplessly watching as the Navy besieged Ace. Although the attacking Navy lacked any vice admiral-level officers, the sheer number of them rushing forward forced Ace to brace himself, intent on engaging the Navy in a decisive battle. However, before he could act, Gyuden Lang's gaze sharpened, and an invisible wave of energy surged outward, enveloping an area of 50 meters around him. The torrent of approaching Navy personnel was instantly repelled, collectively injured and rendered unconscious. Within that 50-meter radius, aside from Mao Lilan and a few others, no one could stand. This scene compelled both factions, still embroiled in a bloody struggle, to halt simultaneously. Their gazes filled with fear as they beheld Gyuden Lang. Even those who were already aware of his might found their understanding of him profoundly altered. Maoli Lan covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is it possible? He didn't even move, yet achieved such an effect." Tony Stark removed his Iron Man mask, revealing eyes filled with undeniable terror. Is this the true power of a formidable figure, existing in a completely different realm from us? Donato Jukiyama couldn't help but recall the strongest investigator, Kiyoshi Arima, also known as the mightiest man. Could he withstand even a mere glance from such a titan? In the distance, the Navy, initially intent on providing support to attack Ace and his companions, stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes, as if trapped in a dream. They dared not advance towards Gogeta, their expressions filled with despair. How could we possibly defeat such an enemy? It is futile. We have no chance this time. The entire battlefield came to a standstill due to Gogeta's presence. Akiji found himself unable to disengage, and Whitebeard's attacks were overwhelmingly ferocious. To avoid confrontation with him would only result in greater devastation for the Navy, as they watched Gogeta decimate countless Navy soldiers, like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. The morale of the Navy plummeted. No one dared to approach Gogeta and his companions. Kazara felt slightly less pressure. Marco's strength might rival that of an admiral. But it was merely due to his unique abilities that he could contend for a brief period, proving insufficient to pose a significant threat to Kazara. However, being inherently lazy, Marco had no desire to provoke the enigmatic Gogeta. On the platform, Sengoku's face was ashen, and gritting his teeth, he issued the command, "Let them go. Consider this matter resolved and do not engage in further combat." All three admirals were entangled, and with the display of power just witnessed, Sengoku concluded that Gogeta surpassed Minato. With the sudden entry of two admiral strength, their own high-level forces were severely compromised. He had to command the battlefield without taking direct action, relying on another top-tier combatant. His old friend and strongest ally, Garp. Chapter 9. The death of an admiral faced with his own grandson. Garp could suppress the urge to intervene. As the weight of justice overpowered familial ties, he dared not hope for Garp to engage in battle, a near impossibility. To kill the child he had raised since childhood, let alone two at once, would have driven any other person to betray the Navy long ago. Not long ago, he received news that one of the four emperors, the red-haired pirates, was also en route to assist Whitebeard, marking a loss in this battle. The most alarming realization struck him. He could not confirm his suspicions but dared not gamble, for a miscalculation could lead to an unbearable blow for the Navy. The Navy halted their assault on the Whitebeard pirates, unwilling to engage in mutual destruction, both sides tacitly looking to their respective leaders. Only Akainu disregarded the ongoing battle with Minato, completely ignoring Admiral Sengoku's command, and elementalized his body towards Gogeta. Sengoku's anger flared. A leader whose subordinates disobeyed him was destined for failure. "This is an order. Akainu, return." Akainu remained deaf to the command, advancing towards Gogeta while proclaiming his self-righteous beliefs. Pirates should be executed without mercy. How could evil be allowed to escape? Minato's eyes glimmered with intent, prepared to engage Akainu, but Gogeta gestured for him to refrain. Gogeta faced Akainu, neither adopting a combat stance nor making any move, not even casting a glance in his direction. Standing nonchalantly, he appeared to the Navy captain as a man brimming with vulnerabilities, easily conquerable with a single strike. Yet, upon closer inspection, this seemingly defenseless Gogeta radiated an innate aura of both offense and defense, devoid of any weaknesses. Akainu halted a mere 10 meters from Gogeta. Aware of the man's formidable strength, yet his rigid sense of justice forbade him from allowing their escape. Enveloped in powerful haki, he unleashed a devastating punch, the searing magma heating the very air around them. Akainu had struck, and the three admirals were indeed the strongest, capable of thwarting this man. Naturally, Akainu had been referred to as a monster by the Navy in his youth. The Navy watched with hopeful eyes, all focused on Akainu. If he chose to let Whitebeard depart unscathed, it would be a significant blow to their pride. Ran Muri and Donato were equally taken aback. Gogeta was undeniably powerful. Yet this red-clad figure appeared no less formidable. They certainly could not contend with the Titan, and even the residual force from their clash would likely overwhelm them. Regardless of the thoughts of others, Gogeta remained indifferent, lazily swatting his right hand as if shooing away a fly. This deceptively simple action transformed into a spectacle in his hands. Despite Akainu being several meters away, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the thick Navy walls with tremendous force. After sending Akainu flying, Gogeta didn't spare him a second glance. Instead, turning to the distance where the straw hat boy, Luffy, stood inquiringly. Are you the straw hat boy, the future pirate king, Monkey D, Luffy? Luffy, momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he anticipated that this man would recognize him, a pure smile spreading across his face. You're a good person. I like you. Thank you for saving Ace. I'm Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. Despite recognizing Gogetaro's immense power, Luffy's eyes shone with unwavering confidence as he declared his ambition. Gogeta shrugged and jested, I hope that when we meet again, you will have become a man capable of standing on your own rather than a child unable to protect his loved ones. Luffy never expected to be lectured. But upon reflection, he realized the truth in Gogetaro's words. He truly felt powerless against an admiral. Weak to the point of being unable to protect those most important to him. Gogeta signaled to Whitebeard, who commanded his crew to retreat and cease all conflict with the Navy. Let us go. The pirates and the Navy exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before each began to flee. Gogeta, along with his companions, gradually departed, turning back to bestow a slight smile upon the Navy, brazenly exposing his back to them, unafraid of a potential ambush. You truly cannot defeat me. Do not attempt to strike again, or I shall end your life. Berserk, Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, emitting a series of sharp sounds as he endeavored to suppress the fury within, refraining from instigating further conflict. Akainu, unable to withstand even a single blow, would have faced the same fate as any other individual. Observing the Marines sent flying by Gu Tianlang, a sense of foreboding crept into Sengoku's heart. This level of power, achievable even with the Conqueror's haki, was evident, yet the Marines, despite their varying strengths, all succumbed to grievous injuries and unconsciousness. None perished. This indicated that the man's mastery over power had reached an inconceivable level, one Sengoku had never witnessed before. The tenacious Akainu, undeterred by his near demise, had stealthily infiltrated underground, launching a surprise attack on Gu Tianlang from below. At such close quarters, evasion was futile against his lethal strike. Akainu harbored great confidence in this assault. However, a sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed as a blood hole suddenly appeared in his chest. Without glancing back, Gu Tianlang conjured a golden energy sphere that pierced through Akainu's torso, subsequently erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, reducing him to mere ashes. Akainu was dead, slain by Gu Tianlang in a single move. No one comprehended how the energy sphere had materialized or struck Akainu. By the time they realized it, Akainu had been annihilated. Beyond the realm of existence, the demise of Akainu caused Sengoku's tightly clenched fists to falter helplessly. He recognized that today's scheme had culminated in utter defeat due to this man's intervention. Words of caution proved futile against those courting death. Gu Tianlang shook his head as the Whitebeard pirate swaggered away, while the members of the chat group utilized their means to traverse dimensions back to their own world. As for the potential upheaval among the Marines and the world government, Gu Tianlang remained indifferent. With Akainu's death and the Whitebeard pirate's safe retreat, news of the Marines' significant casualties swiftly spread across the seas. Whether among pirates or underground factions, all marveled at the might of the Whitebeard pirates, capable of departing unscathed from the Marine headquarters. In the eyes of the common folk, Gu Tianlang was branded with the moniker of a demon. Upon returning to his territory, Whitebeard opened the chat group. Be my son. I must express my gratitude to everyone. Without your assistance, rescuing my foolish son would have proven arduous. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar. We hardly contributed much. The true heroics lay with the Great One who turned the tide and intimidated the Marines. Be my son. Indeed. It is a rare sight to witness Sengoku in such a state of terror. The Great One's power has left him in despair. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I merely wish to express that winning effortlessly is utterly delightful. Receiving 2,000 points without lifting a finger is a sheer pleasure. The task points, evenly distributed among us, have left Tony quite content, considering they have done nothing, and consequently, additional reward points shall certainly not be bestowed upon them. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro. As for these 2,000 points, I remain uncertain what to exchange them for. I initially thought it was merely a pastime. Yet I unexpectedly reaped the rewards alongside the esteemed ones. The CAF attendant fond of rabbits, I discovered in the chat group a remedy that could enhance my constitution. After consuming it, I shall no longer need to resort to cannibalism and can dine like a normal person. These points are ample for my redemption. If one were to gauge who is the most exhilarated in the group, it would undoubtedly be Tokisaki Kurumi, as a ghoul who can only consume human flesh. Her suffering has been immense, but now, all her troubles have been alleviated. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, unrivaled Gogeta, esteemed one. May I inquire if you could assist me in locating Shinichi? He has been evading me for quite some time, and I have not seen him in ages. At that moment, the ancient wolf was caught in a torrential downpour. Under his heightened senses, the raindrops fell at an ever-slowing pace. Gradually, he closed his eyes, moving aimlessly through the rain. The biting cold wind tousled his raven locks, yet in his swift motion, not a single raindrop touched him. As the droplets descended towards him, minuscule air currents would materialize around his form, deftly deflecting the rain. It is not solely the magnitude of energy that determines victory. The mastery of that energy is equally pivotal. In conditions of equivalent energy, the victor is merely the one who expends less. Hearing someone in the group mention him, the ancient wolf finally concluded his training. Unrivaled Gogeta. Regarding this matter, you may inquire with your little brother, Idagawa Konan. He is privy to the entire truth. The ancient wolf was at a loss as to how to elaborate. Konan has been serialized for far too long, so let them resolve it themselves. In any case, with the points acquired, Ran Muri's capabilities would significantly enhance, diminishing the threat posed by the Black Organization. Ran's boyfriend, Shinichi Kudo, inadvertently stumbled upon an underground organization-esque transaction and was compelled to ingest poison. To his astonishment, he not only survived but also regained his youthful form. Adopting the alias Idagawa Konan and residing with Ran Muri, fearing that his girlfriend might uncover the truth and be victimized by the underground organization, he has concealed everything. Chapter 10. Frieza vs. Gohan, the slumbering daughter of Kogoro. Indeed, Konan is he. Why has he concealed this from me? Thank you for your revelation, which has confirmed my suspicions. Their inexplicable exchange left the other group members utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend their discourse. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, they refrained from interjecting. Unrivaled Gogeta. Utilize the points to enhance your strength. Only the powerful can safeguard those who matter to them. This was a benevolent admonition from the ancient wolf. With a mere acknowledgement, Ran logged off, presumably to seek Konan and ponder life as enigmas. Subsequently, the ancient wolf resumed his routine of eat, sleep, and train, occasionally engaging in conversation within the group. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped by unnoticed. A month passed quietly, devoid of any tasks or formidable foes on Earth. Until one serene morning, tranquility was shattered. 6 hours later, the chat group randomly welcomed newcomers. The ancient wolf felt a jolt of realization. It appeared that the timing for recruiting newcomers was not fixed, as it had taken so long for the prompt to arise. Tony is truly not the wealthiest, at last. New members are about to join, for I have been utterly bored, and the chat group has ceased to assign tasks. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3 style. Can you compare your idleness to mine? I am utterly spent and sealed, on the verge of losing my mind from sheer boredom. The words of Wave Wind Watergate resonate deeply within. After much effort, I obtained a significant number of points. Yet they served no purpose whatsoever. He had long awaited the unsealing to reunite with his son, not merely out of loneliness. However, upon joining the chat group and engaging in a task, he glimpsed a flicker of hope, only to find that a month had slipped by. He yearns to accumulate more points to procure revival items from the chat group's marketplace. The daughter of the slumbering little five laying. I wonder if any girls will join. Currently, it's just me and Dong Xiang, with all the others being boys. Be my son. Perhaps some interesting newcomers will arrive. I shall inquire if he wishes to be my son. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3 style, my friend. Were you not allowed to choose your fellow group members last time? This time, the chat group selects randomly. Did they not provide a list? Invincible Gogeta. No. It was likely because there were fewer than 5 members at that time. In the future, the chat group will randomly recruit individuals. Be my son. Speaking of which, I have yet to properly express my gratitude to you. Ace has long wished to thank you for saving his life. Invincible Gogeta. There is no need for excessive courtesy. You have a traitor aboard named Blackbeard. Did you capture him? The great filial son piqued the curiosity of Gu Tianlang. After all, Whitebeard did not perish in the Marineford War. How would Blackbeard respond? Be my son. He escaped and has organized his own pirate crew in the New World. Though he is intentionally avoiding me, and there is no immediate opportunity to capture him. Invincible Gogeta. I see. Carry on with your discussion. I have matters to attend to. Gu Tianlang stretched lazily, gazing into the distant sky as a colossal spaceship hurtled toward Earth at incredible speed. Without needing to look closely, one could discern that only the resurrected Frieza could arrive at such a time, though this timeline seems rather premature. As the timeline of Dragon Ball Super unfolds, there is no longer a need to constantly evade Beerus, Goku, and Vegeta having successfully garnered Whis' favor through their previous encounter, have been training under him. Even if he were to appear now, it would not disrupt the natural progression of events. Let him witness the true strength of Golden Frieza. I wonder if he can indeed triumph over Gohan, who has awakened the warrior's heart, based on their last encounter. He speculates that Gohan's strength likely surpasses that of Super Saiyan God, approaching Super Saiyan Blue levels. However, he has yet to witness the full might of a typical Super Saiyan Blue, so his judgment on strength may be slightly flawed. Leaping from the 10th floor window, he soared toward the landing site of the spaceship, arriving just as the Z-fighters convened. Krillin greeted him warmly. "Ah, Tianlang, you've come to lend a hand." Gu Tianlang nodded with a smile, acknowledging the group. Countless aliens descended from the spaceship, while Frieza remained seated in his small flying device, looking down upon the group with disdain. Upon seeing Frieza, Piccolo's face turned pale, astonished by the immense power Frieza had gained. Realizing that Frieza had far surpassed him, he glanced at Gohan, relieved that he had regained his former strength. Otherwise, dealing with Frieza would have been quite the challenge. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha also bore expressions of grave concern, as Frieza exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. "Destroy the earth for me," Frieza commanded with a wave of his hand, sending a legion of minions rushing toward them. Without uttering a single word of superfluous dialogue, their hands meeting with lethal intent. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Master Roshi maneuvered through the encirclement, evading concentrated attacks. Piccolo transformed into a beast, ruthlessly claiming lives, dispatching each foe with a single strike. Yet, it was Gohan who shone most brightly amidst the chaos, charging left and right, defeating multiple enemies every second, often before they even realized what had befallen them. His reluctance to slaughter further amplified the challenge, as he could have easily obliterated these minions single-handedly. When Bulma arrived, she hardly regarded Frieza as a threat, in her eyes. A Super Saiyan could easily defeat him. Gohan had long surpassed that level, rendering Frieza a mere triviality. "I didn't expect you to come. Let's sit back and watch the show together. Gohan alone can vanquish Frieza. These foes are hardly sufficient for him to hone his skills." Gu Tianlang replied with a smirk. "Is that truly the case?" Bulma nodded confidently, recounting how Goku had previously transformed into a Super Saiyan and obliterated Frieza. Gu Tianlang gazed at the two battling factions, his mind drifting to the figures of Goku and Vegeta. He wondered how their training had fared and whether his own time-traveling had induced any unforeseen changes. Nevertheless, he had consciously avoided intervening at critical moments, so logically, it should not affect them. "Bulma, Frieza is incredibly strong, beyond description. I can only assert that none of us stand a chance against him." In the brief time they conversed, the minions had been dispatched. Gohan's combat power had soared to unprecedented heights compared to the original storyline, swiftly eliminating the weaker foes. Krillin's words resonated with Bulma, who hurriedly called out to Whis, urging Goku and Vegeta to return, lest Earth face dire consequences. Piccolo did not deter her. He too could not discern who was stronger between Gohan and Frieza, though he felt that Gohan might hold a slight edge. "You are that little brat, Goku's son. I shall begin with you." Frieza, having recognized Gohan's superior strength, wasted no time in launching toward him with a ghostly swiftness. Their figures vanished from sight, leaving only the sounds of their fists colliding. As they engaged in close combat for several seconds, both were astonished by the rapid escalation of the other's power, creating distance to unleash their true might. Originally intended for Goku, they would now test their mettle against one another. Frieza, invigorating his muscles, let out a fierce roar as he prepared to assume his final form. Dark yellow flames erupted around him, the intense energy waves shattering the mountaintop beneath his feet. The Golden Frieza officially made his entrance, while Gohan gathered his energy, his aura surging wildly, enveloping the arena in an endless white glow. The overwhelming might of both warriors forced the Z-fighters to retreat, leaving Krillin and the others astonished at the sheer strength of Gohan. As the two combatants took their stances, they unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, with Gohan focusing his energy into his hands. Frieza, undeterred, retaliated with death energy, both sides intensifying their attacks in hopes of achieving a decisive victory. However, their powers were evenly matched, resulting in a mutual annihilation of their energies. Engaging in close combat, they exchanged blows, creating a stalemate. Yet, Gohan momentarily underestimated Frieza, who took advantage of his tail to strike Gohan down to the ground. Realizing that he could not defeat Gohan quickly, Frieza dove towards Bulma. Just as his hands neared her neck, he suddenly felt an emptiness within, vomiting a bitter liquid and staggering back, clutching his abdomen. Chapter 11. The arrival of Super Blue Goku. From Bulma's side emerged the imposing figure of Gulen, standing protectively before her, his gaze coldly fixed on Frieza. It was then that Frieza noticed this man, and upon witnessing Gulen's readiness to engage, Gohan too retracted his energy. Frieza, consumed by anger and thwarted in his quest for vengeance on Earth, felt his fury clouding his judgment. He unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts, but Gulen effortlessly deflected them with sweeping motions of his hands. Confronted by Gulen's murderous intent, Frieza was gripped by an unfamiliar fear. The immense energy drain of his golden form left him utterly fatigued, gasping for breath. Desperate, he pressed his palms against the ground, intending to engage in a last-ditch effort. Yet before he could gather his energy, Gulen seized his hands, delivering an uppercut that propelled Frieza into the air, followed by a devastating energy blast that echoed with a cataclysmic roar, silencing Frieza's cries and restoring calm. Frieza's figure vanished, leaving Bulma in shock and Krillin and the others in disbelief as they stared at Gulen. Had Frieza, who had just been evenly matched with Gohan, truly been defeated so easily? It was Krillin, with his more extroverted nature, who finally voiced the group's confusion. Gulen, how could your power be so immense? He recalled that during their years of acquaintance, Gulen had only exhibited a battle power of around several hundred. Now, he seemed like an entirely different being. Gulen, composed and unruffled, replied casually, I merely concealed a fraction of my strength. There's no need for alarm. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. A fraction? You just obliterated Frieza, who was on par with Gohan. You must be hiding a colossal amount of power. Bulma felt as though she were dreaming. The usually cheerful and friendly Gulen was astonishingly powerful. Suddenly, the space around them rippled as Goku and Vegeta returned from their training on the God of Destruction's planet. Surveying the heavily damaged ground, Goku's eyes glimmered with confusion. Frieza's energy has vanished. Did Gohan defeat him, or was it Gulen? Gohan approached, sheepishly scratching his nose. It was Gulen. I didn't manage to finish my fight with Frieza. Vegeta scoffed, his battle spirit igniting. Gohan, how have you increased your power so swiftly? Even from the God of Destruction's realm, I sensed your escalating aura. Not only Goku, who had utilized instant transmission, but Vegeta too distinctly felt Gohan's energy, which had transformed him beyond recognition. Even Vegeta himself could not claim absolute victory over Gohan now. After our last encounter with Lord Beerus, I realized I needed to bolster my strength to better protect my family, so I had Uncle Piccolo give me special training. Gohan gestured towards Piccolo, admiration shining in his eyes. Though Piccolo might not possess overwhelming strength, his intellect was remarkable, particularly in training his son. Goku's heart swelled with joy at Gohan's desire to train again. He still believed that as long as Gohan applied himself diligently, he would be the mightiest scion. Goku and Vegeta then shifted their focus to Gulen, understanding the unspoken challenge between them. In contrast to Gohan, Vegeta's pride had been wounded after being defeated by Gulen, and he sought to reclaim his honor with his newly enhanced form. However, Goku leapt into the air, confronting Gulen first. Come on, Goku shouted, radiating blue energy as it surged at an astonishing rate, far surpassing anything from a month prior. His black hair gradually transformed into blue, heralding the birth of the Super Saiyan God form of Super Saiyan. Krillin and the others had never witnessed this state before, and the energy fluctuation seemed even greater than Gohan's earlier display, prompting them to inquire. Goku, this form seems different from your Super Saiyan God. Is it stronger than Super Saiyan Red? Goku beamed at Gulen, eager to explain his new form. This is the Super Saiyan form of Super Saiyan God, significantly more potent than the Super Saiyan God itself, and Vegeta accomplished it all on his own. Goku brimmed with confidence, yet Gulen maintained his calm demeanor, a self-assured smile gracing his lips, his eyes betraying no tumult. You have progressed more rapidly than I anticipated. You truly are Son Goku. Vegeta, upon hearing this, let out a scoff, initially intending to step in but finding himself preempted by Kogoro. Humph. Goku vanished from sight, reappearing at an astonishing speed. The two danced through the air, Goku's aura imposing, his strikes increasingly fierce and invigorating. Yet, to Gulen, these efforts were but a fleeting spectacle, as Goku's rapid assaults bore little significance, as if Gulen had anticipated each move. Goku adeptly alternated between close combat and energy blasts, denying Gulen any opportunity for retaliation. Piccolo, observing their duel, voiced his uncertainty. Is Goku suppressing Gulen? He must be overwhelmed by Goku's attacks, right? Though he couldn't be certain, it appeared so. However, The disparity in their strengths was vast, too great for him to discern whether either had truly unleashed their full potential. Tien, watching the two fighters, found himself at a loss, even with his third eye open, unable to discern their movements. Gohan sighed, exasperated and clarified. Gulen hasn't even begun to tap into his true strength. He is not taking this seriously. My father is not his match. As Gohan, who has battled the ancient wolf, possesses significant insight into his strength, he acknowledges that while his father's power surpasses his own to a degree, it is not excessively greater. Aware of the formidable capabilities of the Super Saiyan Blue form, Vegeta squints slightly upon hearing Gohan's remarks, silently observing the conflict. Krillin and the others struggle to comprehend how the usually feeble ancient wolf could suddenly transform into a being capable of vanquishing Goku. The abruptness of these events is overwhelming. Even though the ancient wolf has just dispatched Frieza, the reality is difficult for everyone to accept. If he were to be defeated in an instant, it is likely that his father would suffer as well. The relentless onslaught of Goku comes in waves, but suddenly he halts his attacks. Will you not retaliate? This is rather dull. Allow me to witness the extent of your strength. The smile on the ancient wolf's face fades, and without any observable change in his aura, he transcends the speed of light, appearing before Goku in an instant. He delivers a swift kick, prompting Goku to instinctively retreat, a reflex honed through countless battles. The kick misses, yet the fierce wind generated tears a massive, bottomless chasm into the ground, extending for hundreds of meters. What is happening? My body is moving on its own, Goku exclaims in disbelief, realizing that he had not consciously evaded the ancient wolf's assault. Rather, his body had acted instinctively. The ancient wolf, with a cryptic smile, initially thought this might be a manifestation of the Ultra Instinct technique, but after reflection, he dismissed this notion as improbable. Goku had only recently attained the Super Saiyan Blue form and had not yet fully unlocked its potential. This instinctive evasion appeared to be a battle reflex. How astonishing. I can barely perceive his movements, Vegeta muses, veins bulging on his forehead. This is the first time he has encountered such a formidable opponent. Since achieving the Super Saiyan God transformation, this is the first man to evoke a sense of helplessness within him. With a flash, the ancient wolf reappears. His arm poised like a blade mere centimeters from Goku's forehead, capable of piercing his brain with a slight advance. Impressive, while I suspected I was no match for you. I did not anticipate such a vast disparity in our strengths. Nevertheless, Goku's character remains magnanimous. Defeat is simply defeat, and he refuses to seek alternate explanations. He relishes the thrill of battling a superior foe, for it provides him with a purpose to strive toward. You have entered this divine realm too recently. You have not yet fully harnessed your power. Otherwise, I would not be able to defeat you so easily. Goku, still acclimating to the Super Saiyan Blue state, operates at full capacity, revealing a considerable gap in their abilities. However, as Goku continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become one of his most formidable rivals. Chapter 12. Hinata and the God of Love. Everyone, having driven back the enemy, would you care to join me for a meal at my house? Today, there are many dishes not typically available. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Whis and Beerus appear beside them, and upon hearing of the delectable food, Beerus's eyes narrow with excitement. Lord Beerus, they all greet in unison, and Beerus, feigning an air of profundity, nods to maintain his image as a destroyer god. Though the thought of exquisite cuisine causes his mouth to widen uncontrollably, the ancient wolf's gaze meets Whis's, and Whis responds with a mysterious smile, imbued with complex significance. During the meal, Beerus frequently glances at Gohan, clearly impressed by his innate talent to achieve such strength independently. The last time they met, Gohan's power was pitifully weak. Yet in just a month, he has experienced such remarkable growth, a talent Beerus has rarely encountered in his long existence. Gohan provides a brief explanation of his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, and upon hearing this, Beerus finally comprehends the situation. Beerus refrains from mentioning the ancient wolf's victory over Goku. Vegeta and the others, having trained diligently, experience a surge in power and maintain a good mood as they devour an extraordinary amount of food. Despite not being their first encounter with the ancient wolf, they are still perplexed. Do Saiyans possess insatiable appetites? Can one truly consume so much without being overwhelmed? As a fellow Saiyan, Vegeta himself consumes only the equivalent of 6 or 7 people's meals, which still seems modest in comparison to Vegeta and his companions. Once everything is settled and they return to their lodgings, it is already past 3 in the afternoon. Initially, he considered purchasing a hotel, given his long-term stay, but ultimately decided against it. The occasional reminder to pay rent helps maintain a connection with the outside world. Uncertain of who has been added to the group chat, he decides to check on the newcomers. Hinata Hyuga has joined the group chat. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, has joined the group chat. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, has been randomly selected as an administrator. 3 prompts appear at the top of the chat, indicating that familiar characters have joined. Hinata, the love-struck daughter of the Hyuga clan, is the eldest daughter of the strongest blonde in the ninja world. Aphrodite, the goddess from the Valkyrie of the End, had proposed the annihilation of humanity. At this moment, several individuals in the chat are embroiled in a heated debate, each unwilling to concede. Aphrodite, I am merely an administrator. How can mere humans presume to share my status? Coffee shop waitress who likes bunnies. Newcomer, do not be so arrogant. Administrators are chosen at random, and it has nothing to do with your strength. Sleeping Kogoro's daughter, the big shot is quite kind and cares for everyone in the group. We are all friends now, so let us not quarrel among ourselves. With her inherently kind disposition, Ran, having learned the truth about her boyfriend Shinichi from the ancient wolf, finds herself unable to tolerate the newcomer's brashness. Aphrodite, compared to that monstrous being, I find your kind of humanity even more repulsive, a weak and pitiful species that should not exist in this world. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. On what grounds do humans lack the right to exist? Just because of their frailty, do they not deserve a place in this world? Initially, I found your appearance quite appealing, yet I was taken aback by your venomous nature. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, even the chat group is attempting to curry favor with me, a divine being. Upon my entrance, I was immediately appointed as the administrator. How dare you, insignificant ones, show me any disrespect. Let us warmly welcome the unparalleled administrator, Gogeta, into the group chat. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Long live the esteemed leader. Long live. Long live. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. Long live the esteemed leader. Long live. Long live. The spiral flash super wheel dance roar style 3. Long live the esteemed leader. Long live. Long live. Be my son. Long live the esteemed leader as he joins the group. The slumbering daughter of little 5. Long live the esteemed leader as she joins the group. A deluge of sycophantic adulation washes over, leaving Gu Tianlang to ponder whether he has entered the wrong circle, while others may be excused. He cannot fathom how the somewhat juvenile Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage, would stoop to such behavior. The spiral flash super will dance roar style 3. It is irrefutable that Tony is a sycophant. I hold him in disdain. The slumbering daughter of little 5. I concur with the previous sentiment. Be my son. I concur with the previous sentiment. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. I concur with the previous sentiment. Tony Stark found himself perplexed within the confines of his own skyscraper, pondering why Naruto Uzumaki felt the need to confront him. What troubled him even more was the unsettling realization that the group appeared to be in unanimous agreement regarding this matter. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Do you have no shame? It's not just me who has said this. Why do you persist in targeting me? In Watergate, have I somehow offended you? Spiral flash super wheel dance roar 3. When shall I venture into your world to undertake a task, so that I may also share thoughts on life with you? Be my son. Perhaps Tony still lacks a clear understanding of our capabilities. The CAF attendant fond of rabbits. After accumulating some points, I can finally refrain from indulging in flesh. My admiration for the esteemed is sincere, unlike the mere flattery you exhibit. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, Mr. Tony, I share the same sentiments as Dongxiang. Tony Stark felt a wave of discomfort in his chest. He found himself reluctant to confront the 2 women, and he was unable to overpower the man. The indomitable Tony Stark, the world's wealthiest Iron Man, wondered why he was being coerced rather than enticed by figures like Watergate and Whitebeard. Alas, he could not best any of them. He refused to believe their intentions were merely to engage in casual conversation about life, as inviting them into his world without dire consequences seemed implausible. His Iron Man suit boasted formidable defenses capable of withstanding conventional weaponry. Yet, it was powerless against the assaults from Watergate and his companion. His laser cannons could effortlessly pierce steel, making him a rare adversary in the Marvel Universe. However, he could not land a blow on Watergate. Nor could he breach Whitebeard's formidable haki. No matter how he contemplated the situation, Tony Stark could not perceive any prospect of victory. While he harbored no fear of Mao Lilan and Dongxiang, it was hardly appropriate to engage in a dispute with 2 women. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I was merely jesting, so please do not take it to heart. Spiral flash super wheel dance roar technique. Hinata. Are you from the Hyuga clan of Konoha? Hinata Hyuga, I am the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan in Konoha, Hinata Hyuga. Are you Lord Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage? Initially, Hinata was quite astonished by the sudden appearance of this chat group in her mind, but after Tony's introduction and reviewing the group announcement, she comprehended its purpose. The avatar of Minato Namikaze depicted him in his Hokage attire, and upon his first utterance, Hinata instantly recognized him. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Technique. How is my son Naruto doing? I believe you should be around his age, correct? Minato expressed his excitement. Having remained in a state of death, he was unaware of his son's well-being, and now, a new member from his world had joined the chat. Hinata Hyuga, I have not heard the name Naruto Namikaze, but I am acquainted with Naruto Uzumaki. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar Technique. Do you know my son Naruto? How is he faring now? Does he ever think of me in Kushina? Hinata Hyuga, is Naruto the son of the fourth Hokage? Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Technique. What do you mean? Are you unaware that he is my son? Minato was perplexed. Logically, even in death, he was a well-respected Hokage, and there should be no reason for his son to be so overlooked. Goddess Aphrodite, you all dare to disregard a deity. You better hope the next task does not arrive too swiftly, or when I reach your world, I shall obliterate you insignificant creatures. Aphrodite was infuriated. Several mortals had the audacity to ignore her divine presence, displaying excessive arrogance. Moreover, that so-called administrator, how could a mere human claim to be invincible? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Aphrodite had been muted by the administrator for a day. Chapter 13. The Golden-Haired Overlord, Invincible Gogeta, your son has been concealed by the village. The entire world knows he is the Jinchuriki, yet none are aware he is your son, hence the villagers of Konoha harbor disdain towards him. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Technique. Why is this so? How could my son endure such unjust treatment? I sacrificed my life for Konoha, and Naruto is met with such a fate. Hinata Hyuga, Naruto-kun is faring much better now than in his childhood, though his master, Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, has died, and he has been sent away for special training. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Technique. Jiraiya-sensei is dead? Who was responsible for his demise? Despite his calm demeanor, the others in the group could sense the boundless fury suppressed within Minato. Jiraiya held immense significance for him. He was more than a mentor, akin to a father, which is why he entrusted Jiraiya with naming his son. Invincible Gogeta, Jiraiya, while a remarkable ninja, is often quoted. The wandering dragon returns to the sea. The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. The ancient wolf recounted how Minato sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails for the sake of the village and his wife. Jiraiya, too, dedicated his life to Konoha, tirelessly searching for the prophesied child, repeatedly saving Konoha from peril. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar Technique. I see. Minato's mood darkened further. The anger within him simmered like an impending eruption of a volcano. His son was treated so poorly by the village, and his mentor, a father figure, had met a tragic end, and yet he felt utterly powerless. The god Pain leads the Akatsuki to attack Konoha at noon tomorrow. The village faces imminent disaster, and Naruto's fate remains uncertain. A group task is initiated, enabling Minato or Naruto to defeat Pain with the cooperation of group members. The reward is 15,000 points, and the task difficulty is rated at 7. The member limit is 3. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. The difficulty level is indeed not high. But could you elaborate on just how formidable this Pain truly is? Tony Stark remains unperturbed, although he often engages in banter with Minato. He holds a certain respect for him and would never refuse assistance if needed. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Hell style, I am uncertain. But it should be comparable to the 3 legendary ninjas, perhaps on par with my own capabilities. Minato, having never encountered Nagato, can only speculate about his strength. The sleeping Kogoro's daughter, Minato, I apologize, but I shall not attend. I am truly unable to be of any help. If you seek vengeance, my presence would only hinder your efforts. Even though she has acquired 2,000 points, Ranmuri has indeed used them to exchange for a substance to enhance her physique. However, her strength still pales in comparison to Tony Stark, let alone being on par with Minato. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl style accepts the mission. The Invincible Gogeta accepts the mission. The Goddess of Love Aphrodite accepts the mission. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl style, no worries. I shall personally avenge my teacher and seek justice for Naruto in the village. Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Will Naruto truly encounter danger? However, Lady Tsunade is still in the village. The enemy should be reluctant to launch a direct attack on it. newly joined to the chat group. Hinata expresses skepticism regarding the authenticity of the mission. Even if the enemy is formidable, the idea of attacking Konoha, the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, seems implausible. The sleeping Kogoro's daughter. I sense a hint of ambiguity. Does Miss Hinata harbor feelings for Minato's son? Similarly, the youthful Ranmuri exhibits an acute intuition, detecting the subtlety in Hinata's words. Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. I do have feelings for Naruto. Hinata does not shy away from her affection for Naruto, though she becomes easily flustered in his presence. The spiral flash super wheel dance howl style. You have feelings for my Naruto? Does this imply that you are his girlfriend? Upon hearing about Naruto's circumstances, Minato has scarcely entertained the notion that Naruto might have a girlfriend. How could anyone wish to be with someone so disliked in the village? Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Not exactly. Naruto has someone he likes. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Astonishing indeed. Who would have thought that your son would be so audacious? Coming from an illustrious lineage, yet he remains indifferent even to such a beautiful young lady. It can be said that in youth, he is unaware of the allure of affluent women, mistakenly squandering his prime years. The spiral flash super wheel dance roar technique. I am uncertain. I have been gone for many years. In an instant, Watergate felt a wave of melancholy. Any discerning observer could see that Hinata, with her gentle and magnanimous nature and striking beauty, would undoubtedly be adored by any young man. The unrivaled Goku. Miss Hyuga, would you like to glimpse into your future? Miss Hyuga, can the esteemed group leader truly foresee my future? I am indeed curious about what lies ahead for me. Hinata is among the select few characters that Girin appreciates, devoted, infatuated, gentle, and kind, possessing nearly all the virtues that define a good woman. He does not mind extending a helping hand to her. It is merely a trivial matter for him. In the future, you shall become the strongest woman in the ninja world, living the life you desire. Be my son, the strongest in the ninja world? Does that mean she is even more formidable than Watergate? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, yet it appears her future life is quite splendid. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, muses whether the life she desires is one spent with Naruto. She pays no heed to the title of the strongest, rather. Her focus lies on the notion of a life shared with Naruto. Indeed, you are together with Naruto, comes the response from the invincible Gogeta. Though after marrying, Naruto, now the Hokage, often finds himself preoccupied and absent from home, your married life is harmonious. My son is destined to become Hokage, or the most formidable ninja in the shinobi world, expresses Minato, a father with aspirations for his child. Hearing Kurenai's words brings him considerable joy. Congratulations, Minato, exclaims the daughter of the slumbering Kogoro. Your son is bound to be an extraordinary individual. Be my son, declares the swiftest of men, who attracts the most alluring women, fathers the most remarkable children, and aspires to be the most illustrious Hokage. Minato is acclaimed as the fastest in the shinobi world, wielding the flying thunder god technique with unparalleled prowess, to the extent that even Whitebeard admires his swiftness. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, as the youngest actor. Receiving accolades swiftly, he certainly embodies the essence of the yellow flash. His speed is unparalleled. The invincible Uchiha Sasuke, often referred to as the uncrowned king, is the only one in the ninja world capable of challenging him, albeit for just 3 exchanges. In the later stages, Naruto emerges as the true champion, with Sasuke, who has lost an arm, being somewhat inferior to him. Hinata, she is destined to be my future daughter-in-law, isn't she? Minato, unfazed by Tony's incessant chatter, acknowledges that while the guy's tongue is troublesome, he is not a bad person at heart. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Hold on. If the Great One has foretold the future, will it alter the course of history as it was meant to unfold? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, indeed. Hinata's entrance into the chat group seems fortuitous. It is bound to have repercussions in the future. The unrivaled Goku, I am not oblivious to others. But Hinata would not wait. In this expeditious world, who besides Hinata would wait 15 years for you? The CAF attendant enamored with rabbits. What? With Hinata's beauty. She pursued a man for 15 years before finally succeeding? Don't you think this shatters my worldview? Is there truly such a devoted girl in this world? Spiral Flash Ultra will dance Roar 3. What is Naruto doing? How can he act in such a manner? As a father, Minato too is perplexed in his youth. With a mere moonlit charm, he won Kushina's heart. What is happening with Naruto? The unrivaled Goku. What if I told you that, throughout these 15 years, Naruto has harbored affection for another girl, willing to forsake his own life for her? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro. The nature of affection is elusive. There is no right or wrong, as everyone has the right to love. The CAF attendant enamored with rabbits. Let us prioritize our mission. The final spot has been claimed by that goddess of love. Will she not turn traitor at the last moment? Be my son, great one. Do you possess knowledge of this deity? What is her strength? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I firmly believe she would be unable to compete with the mogul. And this is a matter beyond doubt. Tony Stark harbors immense confidence in Gu Tianlang. The last time, his ability to obliterate a planet with a mere gesture left Tony utterly enamored. The invincible Gogeta, a mere mortal, though proclaimed a deity, pales in comparison to humanity and possesses only modest strength. Chapter 14, The War of Konoha. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Here we go again. You said the same about the 3 major generals last time. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, my esteemed one, please use us as examples. To you, everyone is merely an ordinary person. How does this goddess of love compare to Minato? Undefeated Gogeta. Well, I haven't really paid attention to such trivial matters. It seems rather weak. I'm not sure if she can match up to Minato, but there's no doubt she cannot defeat the peak of Naruto Uzumaki. The later stages of Naruto can indeed explode stars. Although they may be mere asteroids, it's still an explosion. And easily defeating this so-called goddess of love is not an issue. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, sat in her seat, continuously twirling her light yellow hair. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, daring to silence herself, a dignified goddess. A horde of inferior beings must be eradicated in this mission. They cannot be allowed to survive in this world. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Style. My esteemed one, please refrain from intervening this time. I wish to avenge my master myself. Undefeated Gogeta. Very well, I shall leave it to you. Vengeance for the master is not something Gu Tianlang can refuse. Especially since the mission's requirement is for Minato to defeat Pain or for Naruto to defeat Pain. The atmosphere in the group was harmonious. Several requested a grand battle tomorrow. And Gu Tianlang agreed to livestream it while others cheered them on. He had no objections. After all, he had nothing else to do. Earning points to exchange for the ultimate technique while also alleviating his boredom. The night passed without incident. By noon the next day, as the time arrived, Gu Tianlang immediately utilized the chat group's teleportation function, arriving in the world of Naruto. At this moment, the once prosperous Konoha village, spanning dozens of miles, lay in ruins. Surrounded by devastation, with a massive pit in its center, littered with the bodies of fallen Konoha ninjas. Let the world feel pain, let them experience suffering. I am the god of order and norms. Only you, I can never forgive. Draped in a dark red robe, Naruto entered Sage Mode. Battling against 5 Pains in a fierce clash, relying on his formidable taijutsu to barely maintain an edge. Fukasaku, alone against the 3 summoners, wielded short blades in a flurry, yet found himself gradually overwhelmed. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the center of the battlefield, wielding a swirling chakra sphere that struck the summoned beast directly. Despairing villagers of Konoha, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Minato Namikaze, were on the brink of collapse but quickly rallied their spirits. It is the 4th Hokage, our esteemed leader. Oh my, the deceased Hokage has come to save us. We are saved. The 4th Hokage is renowned as the Yellow Flash, the fastest man in the ninja world, and with him, we shall never succumb to our enemies. Minato Namikaze? Jiraiya-sensei's disciple? I never expected you to still be alive. Allow me to send you off on your final journey. Pain raised his hand, and Kakazu and Haiden leapt from the forest, while Konan soared high above. Gazing down at Minato. This man is formidable, even Pain dared not disregard him. Setting aside the battle with the Nine Tails, Minato's life bore no defeats. Even when faced with the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki together, he did not falter against this man. Now, with a Sage Mode Naruto also present, the difficulty of achieving victory is evident. Fortunately, Kakuzu and Haiden were arranged in advance to provide support. Hyuga Hinata stood beside. A flash of white light appearing as the goddess Aphrodite materialized beside her. Hinata was taken aback by the unexpected presence of the goddess of love. Hello, sister goddess. You lowly human, how dare you call me sister? Aphrodite glared fiercely, delivering a swift kick to Hinata's abdomen, sending her sprawling over 10 meters away. Since you were closest to me, I shall deal with you first. Once you are eliminated, I will account for the others. She regarded the task with disdain. Daring to insult the dignity of a goddess, she must eradicate these beings or risk becoming a laughingstock among the divine. As she approached Hinata, intent on crushing her head beneath her foot, a man suddenly appeared before Hinata, gazing coldly at Aphrodite. Are you the administrator worshipped by those inferior beings? If you wish to die first, then I shall grant your wish. Begone. With that single word, a terrifying aura erupted from Gu Tianlang, causing the surrounding air pressure to plummet. Hinata, who had just regained her footing, nearly fell again as a storm-like force washed past her. The first to bear the brunt of this was Aphrodite, who was sent flying, crashing heavily against the trees. Coughing up blood, she felt as though her very being was on the verge of disintegration. Gu Tianlang gazed impassively at the disheveled goddess. Had she not retained some usefulness, he would have already ended her. The might of the strong is not to be trifled with. Even characters from anime whom he admired could not behave so insolently, let alone a goddess he held no affection for. Aphrodite wiped the blood from her lips, incredulous as she looked at Gu Tianlang. Even her father, Zeus, the king of the gods, could not easily send her flying. Staggering to her feet, her eyes tinged with blood, she prepared to fight Gu Tianlang with all her might. Gu Tianlang's deep gaze glimmered with a chilling light, exuding an almost imperceptible killing intent. Aphrodite felt as though she was staring into the depths of hell, or rather, a scene far more terrifying than hell itself. She had never encountered such an overwhelming presence, and a singular thought consumed her: escape. If she did not flee, this man would surely kill her. She was no match for him. Yet her body felt utterly unresponsive, unable even to twitch a finger. Remain silent and return to your world when the task concludes. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness. Gu Tianlang's eyes held no trace of mercy. Despite Aphrodite's exquisite beauty, particularly with her assets ample enough to obscure her face, he felt no attraction. This was his final warning. Should she harbor any further intentions, he would not hesitate to erase her from existence. Upon his words, Aphrodite sensed her control returning, her previous disdain replaced by an expression of intrigue. In her mind, humanity deserved to perish simply for their weakness, as they failed to pique her interest. She favored powerful men. Even among humans, strength could ignite her curiosity. Without a doubt, Gu Tianlang was the most formidable individual she had ever encountered, and her heart brimmed with curiosity about him. Resolutely, she vowed to bring Gu Qifeng to his knees before her. On the battlefield, Kakuzu and Haiden stood before Naruto, with Haiden licking his scythe, grinning wickedly. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Killing you will surely please the Dark God. Yet within Kakuzu's thoughts lingered the question of how much Naruto's corpse would fetch on the black market. Now that he had learned sage techniques akin to those of Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, bearing the name of Jiraiya-sensei, I shall never concede defeat. Naruto Uzumaki, in his sage mode, unleashed a declaration of victory, yet he did not mention the plight of the villagers. He had come to learn of his son's struggles over the years, being underfed, poorly clothed, and often bullied by children, as well as scorned by adults. Even the gentle heart of Minato Namikaze underwent a transformation. Get out of the way, do not hinder me. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto conjured 3 shadow clones, aiming to swiftly eliminate the 2 adversaries, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the 4th Hokage. He was determined to avenge the lecherous sage's grievances with his own hands. This marked Naruto's first realization of his willingness to kill his opponents. His strikes were lethal, and he had no intention of wasting time. Deara, wary and cautious, summoned 2 clay creatures, unleashing ninjutsu of wind and fire attributes in tandem. Fire style, head explosion. Wind style, pressure damage. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Deidara's body sprouted 8 robust, sharp black wires, ensnaring and entangling. In contrast, Haiden's method of attack was far simpler. He wielded his blood-soaked scythe with reckless abandon, prepared to exchange life for life with Naruto. With no defense and only offense, the 2 coordinated their attacks, making it challenging for Naruto to evade Deidara's strikes while simultaneously countering Haiden's relentless onslaught. In that moment, none could gain the upper hand. Naruto demonstrated a remarkable sense of poise and agility, deftly maneuvering amidst Deidara's diverse ninjutsu assaults. Only Haiden appeared somewhat beleaguered, relentlessly attacking without defense, allowing Naruto to exploit openings and land several hits. Yet Haiden rose each time as if unfazed. Chapter 15. The emergence of Gyurin. Are those 2 members of the Akatsuki as well? Such a formidable organization, with members capable of matching Naruto in strength. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having exhausted her chakra, lay weakly on the ground, watching the fierce battle unfold. Beside her, Shizen voiced the collective concern. It is well known that Minato Namikaze has perished. How could he suddenly return? Tsunade-sama, is that truly the 4th Hokage? Tsunade struggled to lift her heavy eyelids and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is Minato. It seems that Konoha's fate is not yet sealed. After uttering these words, she succumbed to slumber, having summoned a slug to protect the villagers, expending all her strength in the process. Upon seeing Minato, she felt a profound sense of relief, confident in his abilities. No one understood Minato better than she did. Aside from Jiraiya, he was gentle, powerful, and reliable. With him in the village, peace was assured. Naruto, aware that his sage mode was fleeting, sought to avoid prolonging the engagement. He seized an opportunity and leaped past the two adversaries, reuniting with Minato, who was immediately pursued by Deidara and Haiden. This path is blocked. Suddenly, Gurren appeared before them, scrutinizing Haiden with curiosity. He had long wondered what manner of being Haiden was, and what this evil god entailed. It was perplexing that these two, who should have perished long ago in this timeline, were still alive. He intended to observe them closely. After assessing Gurren's appearance, Deidara deduced that he was not a bounty hunter from the black market, and despite his imposing presence, Deidara had little interest in wasting time, simultaneously unleashing 5 elemental ninjutsu. Attacks of various attributes surged from all directions, enveloping Gurren in a cloud of dust, the terrifying force creating a deep crater in the ground. Sakura Haruno, hiding at the periphery, gazed in bewilderment at Gurren, questioning if such a figure existed in Konoha. The other members of Team 7 were either injured or exhausted, unable to assist Gurren as they watched helplessly while the reinforcements were struck by Deidara's assault. Truly, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Gurren's voice emerged from the cloud of dust as several beams of light transcended the speed of light, piercing through Deidara's chest in an instant. Deidara, reeling in disbelief, stared at the multiple wounds appearing on his chest, his hands falling limply to the ground, devoid of life. Haiden, having partnered with Deidara for some time, initially believed his comrade was feigning death and halted his advance, kicking Deidara's lifeless body. Hey, didn't you always claim to have multiple lives? How could you fall so easily from such an attack? Konoha had suffered grievously under Pain Shinra Tensei, with many villagers perishing and only a few survivors left with any combat capability. At that moment, all eyes were on Naruto's battle, unaware that the 4th Hokage had returned. With 2 more Akatsuki members appearing to impede Naruto's progress, the situation shifted dramatically, leaving the villagers uncertain of their fates. To their astonishment, one of the formidable foes, who had not been at a disadvantage against Naruto's sage mode, had just fallen. There were no grandiose attacks or earth-shattering ninjutsu, merely a few flashes of light. The weaker individuals could not even perceive Gurren's assault, while only those of Jounin rank or above could barely discern the waves of light. Haiden flipped Deidara's body over, confirming his death after several attempts. Licking the blood from the ground, he grinned with a sinister and terrifying demeanor. How exhilarating! You make for an excellent sacrifice. I shall offer you to Lord Evil God. With a leap into the air, wielding his scythe, Haiden executed a powerful strike. Gurren, however, did not flinch, extending his fingers. He caught the blade effortlessly. No matter how Haiden exerted himself, Gurren held the scythe steadfastly. With a resounding crack, one of the scythe's blades snapped, forcing Haiden to retreat. In his peripheral vision, Haiden caught sight of Deidara, who was now alive and well, sprinting away from the scene. Deidara, why are you running? You faced the 1st Hokage. Why flee from this nameless wretch? Deidara accelerated his escape, muttering, what the hell? I fought with the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, just to scare you off. Casting a shuriken from 800 miles away hardly constituted a confrontation. Gurren's attack had nearly claimed his life, though he possessed many lives. He could not afford to be reckless. Having survived this long was not due to his strength, but rather his cautious nature, when faced with an uncertain opponent. He chose to flee rather than engage recklessly. As Haiden's words echoed, the members of Team 7 exchanged astonished glances at Deidara's hasty retreat, simultaneously pondering the same thought. This guy was undoubtedly exaggerating. If he had truly fought against the 1st Hokage and lived to tell the tale, how could he possess such meager prowess? Witnessing Deidara's frantic escape, Haiden bellowed in frustration, don't run. I can't handle him alone. Jiaodu remained silent, hastily accelerating in an attempt to escape the attacking range of Gu Tianlang. His feigned death was merely a ruse to distract Fei Duan, buying himself precious moments to flee. Gu Tianlang smirked, pondering the numerous lives Jiao Du possessed, casually dispatching him multiple times. Despite shattering all his hearts, Jiao Du surprisingly retained 1 life. A revelation that took Gu Tianlang aback. With a swift motion, Gu Tianlang gripped the blade, slicing Fei Duan in half, and continued to cleave his body into 8 pieces, reducing him to dust with a subsequent wave of energy. I wonder if you can survive this, he mused. In his final moments, Fei Duan's thoughts lingered on the fact that while Gu Tianlang stood still, it was another who had delivered his demise. Alas, he would never learn the truth, dying with bitterness and resentment. The onlookers were oblivious to the truth, save for the Hyuga clan leader, who, with his Byakugan, discerned that the Gu Tianlang standing on the ground was but an afterimage, a remnant of his superspeed movement. The true body that vanquished Fei Duan was concealed, and he realized that had he faced Gu Tianlang, he might have met a similar fate. Mere sight did not guarantee swift action. The common villagers of Konoha erupted in fervor. It was clear to all but the foolish that this man was there to aid them. He was a reinforcement sent by the 4th Hokage. The once formidable duo of Jiao Du and Fei Duan was now reduced to one fleeing and one lifeless, leaving only Pain and his companions. What are you doing? Hurry and kill that escaping fool. Don't just stand there. Chapter 16. Chaos of battle. Quickly slay him. You've killed his comrade. He will surely retaliate against Konoha. The villagers, witnessing Jiao Du's retreat and Gu Tianlong's stillness as he observed Naruto Uzumaki, voiced their concerns aloud. Gu Tianlang was indifferent, merely watching the conflict between the brothers in arms unfold. Weren't you here to assist us? Why let the enemy escape? The villagers of Konoha, having endured the destruction of their home, stood on the brink of despair, but the arrival of the 4th Hokage rekindled their hope. The stark fluctuations in their emotions rendered them fervently agitated. Should I then take it upon myself to eliminate you? Perhaps finding them overly vocal, Gu Tianlang surveyed the crowd, his murderous intent radiating. If these individuals persisted in their ignorance, he would not hesitate to send them to their demise. He had long harbored disdain for these repugnant villagers of Konoha, who had targeted Naruto during his childhood, only to now await his sacrifice for their salvation. The clamorous crowd fell silent, with a few brave souls attempting to voice their defiance, only to be hushed by those around them. At the heart of the battlefield, Pain and Minato engaged in fierce combat. With multiple clones representing the realms of Hell and Azura, Pain was a formidable adversary. Despite the odds, Minato unleashed a barrage of shurikens, skillfully employing the Flying Thunder God technique. His movements resembled teleportation. Even with Pain's 360-degree vision, he could not keep pace with Minato's speed, a style of combat he had never encountered before. In a moment of carelessness, the realm of Hell was struck squarely by Minato's Rasengan, the overwhelming force driving it into the ground, rendering it utterly incapacitated. Prior to the confrontation, Gu Tianlang had cautioned Minato about Pain's ability to resurrect his allies, suggesting that to secure victory, he should eliminate that threat first. Not long into the skirmish, Minato identified the capabilities of the realm of Hell and sought an opportunity to act. Naruto soon joined Minato's side. Upon seeing his enemy, his heart surged with rage, and he charged toward the Deva path, Rasengan in hand. The group leader, the invincible Gogeta, commenced a live broadcast. Tony is truly not the wealthiest, my goodness. Has this place been struck by a nuclear bomb? How can it be in such a state? Tony was once again taken aback. Was everyone in the group so exhilarated? In which world do battles possess such devastating power, capable of inflicting destruction across several kilometers? Be my son. It seemed this young boy had endured considerable strife. Was he not the son of the 4th Hokage, bearing the very Rasengan of Minato in his grasp? The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. He must be younger than I. So how can his combat prowess be so formidable? Observing Naruto, who appeared almost prophetic in his movements, and whose agility was extraordinary, Dongxiang found herself comparing her own abilities and recognized that she was unlikely to rival Naruto. As Naruto and Minato launched their assault, the remaining 4 Pain members were forced into a hasty retreat, utterly powerless to counterattack. The most formidable of them, Nagato, remained in the rear, still experiencing a cooldown period for his abilities, rendering him unable to unleash any skills, which further exacerbated the difficulties faced by the other Pains against the duo. The audience in the live stream erupted in exclamations of admiration, celebrating the synergy between brothers in arms and the familial bond of a father and son on the battlefield. Though they had never fought alongside one another, the coordination between the two could hardly be deemed instinctual. Yet, it was precisely Naruto's unpredictable onslaught that left Pain floundering. With chaotic strikes that defied conventional tactics, Naruto eschewed the expected playbook. After several minutes of delay, with the Hell Realm incapacitated, the remaining Pains were swiftly eliminated. 2 of them met their demise at the hands of Minato's Rasengan, while the other 2 were obliterated by Naruto's giant Rasengan and wind release. raisin shuriken, reduced to mere fragments. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Why did Watergate's son only utilize the spiraling sphere technique twice? And why did he choose to strike the body instead of targeting the head? Tony observed Naruto's techniques. Aside from the Rasengan, all others differed from Minato's combat style. Minato relied on absolute speed, while Naruto exhibited a more forceful approach. Well, that is one of Minato's signature moves, while for Naruto, it merely constitutes a basic attack, remarked the invincible Gogeta. The ninjutsu in their world is somewhat akin to the mana in games, isn't it? I noticed that Minato doesn't always employ the Rasengan. Why does his son seem perpetually engaged in forming a sphere? Is he not concerned about running out of energy to unleash a powerful technique? Inquired the slumbering Kojiro's daughter. That's an astute question. Others' energy is measured in grams, known as chakra. However, Minato's son operates on a different scale, namely tons. Referred to as katanra. Do you think he would ever run low on energy? Replied Gogeta. Gyutenwolf was intrigued by how Pain would navigate this dilemma while facing two opponents. After listening to Gyutenwolf's explanation, Ranmori glanced at the Rasengan, which Minato could grasp in one hand, then at Naruto's enormous Rasengan, several meters in size, nodding thoughtfully. Perhaps this is the advantage of a player with cheats. Even as his clones were destroyed, Pain maintained his aloof demeanor, further dismissing Jiraiya's will of fire during the battle. This infuriated Naruto, who prepared to unleash a powerful attack in a bid to vanquish Pain. Let us end this. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Pain, having recovered from the cooldown period of his abilities, charged at Naruto. Minato activated the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, his form flickering around the two. Shinra Tensei, Pain shouted, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force that hurled Minato and his son away, sending Naruto crashing to the side. The Raisin Shuriken in his hand struck the mountaintop, causing the peak to explode in a tumult of debris and rocks raining down upon the ground. Minato executed a graceful turn mid-air and landed, creating distance between the three. Naruto, enraged by the devastation of his hometown, vocally confronted Pain. Behold the ruins of Konoha. Is this what you call peace and mercy? Pain regarded Naruto with an expression devoid of pity for life. The 5 great ninja villages have instigated wars, and the lives lost far exceed those at my hands. Feel pain, experience suffering, embrace anguish, and understand what it means to endure. Those who do not know pain cannot comprehend peace. Enough with your mockery. You, who have reduced my teacher, my comrades, and my village to this state, what right do you have to utter such words? Naruto clenched his fists. Memories of Jiraiya's kind smile and Kakashi's laid-back demeanor flashing through his mind, causing his fury to spiral uncontrollably. An ominous red chakra enveloped his body, and his pupils began to morph into those of a fox. Just as Naruto was on the verge of succumbing to his rage, a warm hand rested on his shoulder. Minato's gentle smile appeared before him. Although they had never met, Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. Naruto, relax. Do not allow vengeance to cloud your judgment. Chapter 17. Father and son reunited. Crisis. The malevolent aura surrounding Naruto gradually receded as he gazed in bewilderment at Minato. Fourth Hokage, how do you know my name? Because I am your father, and you are my son. Minato smiled warmly at Naruto, surprised to see his son grown, his power rivaling his own from years past. If Kushina were here, she would undoubtedly be proud. Naruto, upon hearing these words, paused in disbelief. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, the child of a hero. Yet, he found it hard to accept. How could he possibly be Minato's son? How could a hero's child be treated so poorly? He had always been reviled by the villagers, despised for his identity as the Nine Tails. It cannot be. I harbor the Nine Tails. And no one has ever mentioned that my father is the Hokage. Minato's expression grew slightly awkward as he explained, the Nine Tails was sealed within you by me. I believe my son can master the Nine Tails' power and harness it to become the strongest ninja, capable of confronting the impending calamity foretold by Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto could scarcely fathom that the source of his childhood torment was his father, whom he had never met. Die together. Shinra Tensei. Pain concentrated his chakra into a black sphere, which floated into the air, drawing in everything around it. The force of the pull was so intense that even Minato and his son could not resist, being swiftly drawn into the sphere, along with surrounding rocks that encased them within. Minato had an opportunity to escape, but, upon witnessing his son being pulled in, chose to forego his escape plan with the Flying Thunder God technique. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Boss, are they both sealed? Shouldn't you lend them a hand? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro remarked, is this ninjutsu? Its size is comparable to that of a small meteorite. Are the denizens of Watergate's world truly this formidable? Keep your eyes peeled, responded Gu Tianlang indifferently, gazing skyward. Watergate will not be easily defeated. Before them, a sphere formed by the Earth explosion star erupted with countless golden lights from within, followed by 1, 2, 3, ultimately 9 tails that tore through the sphere. A colossal dark golden 9-tailed fox, exceeding several dozen feet in size, emerged, with Minato Namikaze standing upon its forehead. One of the fox's claws shielded Naruto, leaving the villagers of Konohagakure in a state of profound shock. The very same 9-tailed beast that once ravaged their village was now subdued by the 4th Hokage and willingly aiding Minato. Pain was equally astonished. Wasn't the 9-tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki? How could another 9-tails exist within Minato? Both Minato's resurrection and the sudden appearance of an additional 9-tails exceeded Pain's plans entirely. Moreover, due to Nagato's prolonged overexertion, his physical condition had deteriorated to its lowest state. After unleashing this powerful attack, he would once again enter an extended cooldown period. Even his trump card was rendered ineffective. At present, Pain held no hope of defeating either Minato or Naruto. The individuals in the live broadcast were left dumbfounded. How could a battle between humans suddenly introduce a 9-tailed fox? The CAF attendant, fond of rabbits, quipped, compared to this fox, even the tailed beast pales in comparison. But isn't Minato just an ordinary person? How does he possess the ability to transform into an animal? Stark sat in his office, straining to recall the introduction to ninjas he had once encountered in literature. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. No wonder it is often said that women with long hair possess limited insight, such as the nature of illusionary techniques. Capable of conjuring numerous phantoms, and humans can transform into various small creatures. Be my son, if this 9-tailed fox is merely an illusion, then did you not cause that massive meteorite to be destroyed? I genuinely question how Tony, with such intellect, managed to amass his fortune. The CAF attendant fond of rabbits. Indeed, you still have the audacity to criticize me. How shameless. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, Uncle Tony. Perhaps it would be wise for you to speak less. Everyone seems to enjoy confronting you. Ran Muri's words come from the heart. Even she feels a tinge of pity for Tony. Tony felt that life was shrouded in darkness. After all, it was merely a slip of the tongue. As a man, he expected some support, yet the white-bearded fellow chose to assist a woman instead. Retreat. Pain swiftly fled into the dense forest, attempting to evade the gaze of the two. Without hesitation, Minato, transformed into the 9-tails mode, unleashed a tailed beast bomb. Despite Pain's quick evasion, he was still struck by the tailed beast bomb, causing him to crash into the ground, propelled by a terrifying shockwave that sent him tumbling for dozens of meters before he finally came to a halt. Just as Minato and Naruto were about to seize him alive, a tall woman with long indigo hair, adorned with a paper flower atop her head and clad in the Akatsuki robe, stood before them. You shall not lay a hand on Yahiko. It was Konan, who had been lurking in the shadows, resolutely placing herself in front of the battered Pain. With a swift motion, she performed the paper jutsu, causing the ground to collapse over a vast expanse, transforming into an innumerable array of explosive tags. The explosion erupted violently, a preemptive measure Konan had prepared against Konoha, the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, fearing for Yahiko's safety. Minato and Naruto, mere steps away, remained entirely oblivious. Even Naruto, in sage mode, whose sensory abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, failed to perceive the unfolding events. The palpable aura of death washed over Minato, rendering his countenance pale. He was confident he could escape with only minor injuries. However, Naruto, positioned at a distance and lacking the ability to utilize Flying Thunder God, was undoubtedly doomed against such an assault. Just as the explosive tags detonated, a layer of blue light illuminated the ground, materializing before Naruto, shielding him from the ensuing chaos of the explosions. This protective barrier enveloped the entire destructive radius, compressing the relentless barrage of explosive tags until they were confined within a 1 square meter shield. As the tags continued to detonate within the shield for over 10 minutes, the surrounding space rippled, revealing the sheer magnitude of this technique's power. Cold sweat trickled down Naruto's brow. Without this barrier, he would have surely perished amidst the simultaneous explosions. Utterly defenseless. What? The sudden turn of events left Konan aghast. Who could possibly thwart her attack? It was unfathomable that anyone could have anticipated her ambush. Chapter 18. Danzo appears regardless of Konan's tumultuous emotions. Minato's actions remained resolute. He withdrew from 9-tails mode and pressed a dagger against Conan's throat. Ignoring Minato, she fixed her gaze intently on the ancient Tengu. Who are you? How could you possibly have foreseen my ambush? Even the Sharingan would not have detected it. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro remarked, Indeed, I am also curious. Did the master discover it in advance? I believe there was a considerable distance separating him from Minato and the others. The CAF waitress, fond of rabbits, concurred, Absolutely, the master must have noticed beforehand. It would have been impossible to reach them in time, let alone save Minato's son. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, added, Had I not seen the master beside Naruto, I would have been completely unaware of his disappearance. Among those in the group, none was as anxious as Hinata. Upon witnessing the explosive tags, she feared Naruto was doomed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ancient Tengu, who had just been by her side, appeared beside Naruto, compressing the explosive tags within the protective barrier. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I have a bold idea. I believe you should consider becoming my son. You ought to speak less, Tony, lest you become a target once more. Gu Tianlang smiled faintly and posed a question that avid fans had long yearned to ask. Your explosive talisman, you didn't acquire it with money earned from Kukzu, did you? For reasons unknown, Xiaonan suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to curse. What kind of peculiar thought process leads one to pose such an absurd question? Observing Xiaonan's silence, Gu Tianlang shrugged, dismissing the lack of response. He would wait for the next time he encountered Kukzu to inquire how it felt to have all his hard-earned money squandered by Xiaonan. In such a vast organization, only Kukzu, a financial prodigy, knew how to amass wealth. The others merely dabbled in their artistic pursuits. The unmatched Gogeta remarked, I have not noticed anything. I did not even check for ambushes. In any case, it matters little to me. Just before the explosion, I rushed over to deploy a protective shield. Nothing significant, really. So there is no need for alarm. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. The tycoon is impressive indeed. By the way, I was just thinking that. But you all didn't allow me to speak. Tony had the same suspicion, though he had yet to voice it. At last, he had guessed correctly. For they surely could not confront him again. The CAF attendant, who adored rabbits, remarked, Boss, that's impressive. Tony always plays the role of the afterthought. Another chimed in. Count me in. I share the same sentiment. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark lost his balance and fell from his executive chair. This was beyond tolerable. Even if his uncle could endure it, his aunt certainly could not. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I wish to express my thoughts, yet you thwart me. Should I guess correctly, you refuse to acknowledge it. Is there no law within this group? The slumbering daughter of Little Five, Uncle Tony. Who told you to insult Dongxiang? The eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Well, I, too, believe you ought not to speak ill of women. For the first time, the women in the group stand united, and Tony realizes he cannot provoke them. After all, Hinata is destined to be the daughter-in-law of Minato. The esteemed elders proclaim that her partner will surpass Minato in strength, and with his own meager physique, he cannot withstand their antics. Naruto seizes this opportunity to capture Pain from the Akatsuki, tracing Pain's chakra to discover Nagato's location. With the mission accomplished, the group leader, the invincible Gogeta, receives 5,000 points. The member Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 is awarded 5,000 points. The goddess of love, Aphrodite, also gains 5,000 points. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Another day of effortless victory, yet I was merely a step behind and missed the opportunity. The waitress at the CAF, who adores rabbits, envy +1. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, envy +1. Miss Hinata from the Hyuga family, as long as Naruto-kun is safe. That is the best outcome. Be my son, little Hinata. It seems I genuinely fancy that golden-haired imp. The chat group has reached a month of activation, satisfying the requirements for an upgrade, and is currently undergoing the process. Upon completion of the upgrade, once the group members fulfill their tasks, the activity time in this task world will be extended to 3 hours. The universe traversal function has been activated. Group members can spend 1,000 points to venture into the alternate worlds of different members, restricted to a time limit of 3 hours, and cannot consecutively traverse the same world within 3 days. Namake's Minato was momentarily taken aback, a flash of inspiration igniting in his mind, leading to a bold idea. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 style. If that is the case, can I not spend 1,000 points to visit Hinata's world? Would that not mean I could return to Konoha for 3 hours every 3 days? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. You are here, reminiscent of a chat group encountering a glitch, traversing from the realm of the deceased back to your own world. Can this truly be considered crossing into a different universe? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, however, Hinata undeniably originates from Minato's world, and she is also a member of our group. So it stands to reason that it should not be impossible, right? The discussions within the group grew fervent, and just as Minato had managed to stabilize the situation, an unexpected guest arrived. Danzo, with his head and right arm swathed in bandages, emerged with a righteous demeanor, declaring, "Hand over those two. How dare they attack Konoha? I, Shimura Danzo, shall not let them go unpunished." The villagers of Konoha felt a wave of relief wash over them. The fourth Hokage had once again come to their rescue. And with Danzo's appearance, they felt secure. "It is Lord Danzo, the clandestine protector of Konoha." Naruto, quickly hand that man over to Lord Danzo. With unwavering determination. Naruto refused Danzo's demand. No. Enraged, Danzo seethed. For years in Konoha, he had occupied a position just beneath the Hokage, and no one had dared to defy his commands until now, especially not Naruto, whom he had long regarded as a mere tool of war, a pawn. "You, a demon fox, dare to disobey my orders? Danzo, show some respect. I am still alive. If you dare to insult my son as a demon fox again, I will not hesitate to end your life." The usually gentle Minato's expression turned icy, shedding his customary respect for Danzo, revealing a chilling murderous intent that one only exhibits when facing a mortal enemy. A village that he and Kushina had sworn to protect was being mistreated in such a manner. How could Danzo dare to speak of Naruto in that way? Minato could hardly fathom what Naruto had endured during his absence. Such a tragic childhood, yet Naruto remained optimistic and resolute in his desire to protect the village. His maturity tugged at Minato's heartstrings. Danzo instinctively took a step back, while his root subordinates positioned themselves defensively in front of him. Danzo found himself in a precarious situation. To back down would mean losing all face, shattering the image he had spent a lifetime building. Yet, adopting a hardline stance. He knew he could not contend with Minato and could only resort to using the village as leverage. "Minato, regardless of how you survived, you are no longer the Hokage. To lay a hand on me would mean bearing the title of a rogue ninja from Konoha, subject to endless pursuit. Are you truly prepared for that?" Chapter 19. Let us use it once. Pursuit? Do you genuinely believe that with your meager strength, you stand a chance against me? Jiraiya-sensei is dead. The third Hokage has passed, and Lady Tsunade lies in a coma. If I were to eliminate you now, do you think the village would choose you over me? Minato, with a deft motion, utilized the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan on Konan, temporarily suppressing her chakra and rendering her immobile. Observing this father, whom he had never met before, standing resolutely before him, prepared to confront Danzo, Naruto's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Throughout his life, no one had ever stood up for him in such a manner. Despite his optimism and strength, he was still just a child, yearning to stand behind his parents and be shielded by his family. "Hokage-sama, I implore you to cease. Regardless of the circumstances, Danzo is still a member of the village, and he fights to protect it. I beseech you, do not succumb to anger." Shikamaru, having regained some strength, hurriedly approached, softly urging Minato to reconsider. Yet as he spoke, Shikamaru's expression was peculiar. He was bewildered that Danzo had not emerged during the conflict. Now that it had concluded, Danzo was attempting to play the hero. And Shikamaru found himself at a loss for words. One after another, numerous ninjas from Konoha arrived. Uncertain whom to assist, they all stood at a distance, hesitant to intervene. "Become my son, please, Minato, will you not act? In such a situation, can you truly endure any longer?" The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, while I do not entirely endorse taking a life, Minato, you indeed ought to teach him a lesson. Even the kind-hearted Ranmori could not overlook Danzo's actions. "Tony is indeed not the wealthiest. Go for it. Watergate, we all support you. Do not worry about being outmatched. For the great ones are here as well." The encouragement from the group warmed Watergate's heart. He held no fear of Danzo, not merely the few Roots present. Even if all members of Roots were assembled, they could not contend with his yellow flash. During the Third Shinobi World War, he single-handedly faced 50 elite shinobi from other nations, decisively vanquishing them with overwhelming prowess. Yet, he pondered the fact that this was the village for which Jiraiya sacrificed his life. Moreover, Danzo's hostility, though severe, did not warrant death. He too had been blinded by rage. Observing the shift in Watergate's demeanor, Danzo secretly exhaled in relief. He genuinely feared Watergate might recklessly seek his demise. The legendary yellow flash, juxtaposed with his own frail existence, left no doubt in the minds of the Leaf Village's inhabitants regarding whom they should support. How many times can you utilize this Anaji? Gu Tianlong's calm voice reached the ears of those present as he gripped Danzo's neck with one hand. No one anticipated Gu Tianlong's sudden action, nor did they comprehend how he had bypassed the roots to subdue Danzo so swiftly. Let us use it once. With a sudden force, Gu Tianlang twisted Danzo's neck, snapping it with brutal efficiency, and discarded him like refuse onto the ground. Fortunately, Danzo had preemptively activated his Anaji. In mere seconds, a surreal phenomenon unfolded as he stood unscathed, thus preserving his life. The Sharingan can capture the state of the user at the moment of activation, allowing them to restore any inflicted damage, even death, back to the recorded state within the technique's effective duration, which varies for each individual. At the cost of the eye used for Izanaji losing its light permanently, the tardy villagers of the Leaf, witnessing the unfolding scene, erupted in fury. You scoundrel! Are you not in league with those who attacked the village? Lord Danzo is the protector of the Leaf. How dare you strike him? Watergate remained silent. He refrained from attacking Danzo, for that was the extent of his capabilities. He would not concern himself with the actions of others. Proceed with it. Danzo, still bewildered, suddenly saw a fist approaching, growing larger within his line of sight. Danzo met his end. This time, Gu Tianlong's punch obliterated his head, blood splattering across the ground. The villagers of the Leaf fell silent, their anger directed at Gu Tianlang. The arriving ninjas encircled him, yet they hesitated to act, deterred by Watergate's mocking gaze. Moments later, Danzo resurrected again, roaring for his subordinates to attack. In such a brief span, he had expended 2 Sharingan. Kill him for me. If he dares to strike me, he will eventually turn against the Leaf as well. What are you waiting for? As his loyal roots heard Danzo's command, they charged at Gu Tianlang, unleashing a barrage of diverse ninjutsu, including relentless insect techniques and toxins. Aware of Gu Tianlong's formidable strength, several elite shinobi launched lethal attacks, showing no intention of holding back. Tony is indeed not the richest. How audacious to challenge the powerful. It is akin to an old sage consuming poison, as if he desires to prolong his existence. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro, I share the same sentiment. Do you think the powerful will show mercy for the sake of the Watergate? The CAF attendant who adores rabbits, I highly doubt it. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, surely the powerful will not truly resort to killing them. They are the defense force of Konoha after all. With a fierce gaze, the ancient wolf unleashed a surge of energy from within, dark clouds suddenly engulfing the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Several root elite ninjas were violently hurled away, their bodies fractured in multiple places, lying lifelessly across the ground. The Konoha ninjas nearby breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had refrained from intervening. Why must I face death when I bear no grievance against you? Danzo was engulfed in despair. To be able to vanquish elite ninjas merely through sheer presence, even altering the weather, was a feat he had only heard of in tales of the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju. He could never hope to match this man before him, unless he resorted to that forbidden jutsu. Just as Danzo prepared to invoke it, he was struck with excruciating pain. His right Sharingan was brutally ripped from its socket. Naruto was a child I watched grow. You should have perished long ago. Another lightning-fast punch sent Danzo's head reeling, his body collapsing helplessly to the ground. I am departing now, Watergate. Thank you, esteemed one. Without your intervention, Naruto may have perished. Watergate expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the ancient wolf, his gentle smile returning. The ancient wolf waved dismissively, indicating no need for thanks, deciding to impart a few insights to Watergate. Pain was originally Jiraiya's disciple, but due to Danzo's sinister schemes, he was driven to seek vengeance against Konoha, while Naruto, training in sage arts at Myaboka Mountain, received no timely news. Why did Danzo emerge only after the village had suffered such devastation? This was enough. Watergate's keen mind would surely discern the anomaly, and the rest was for him to investigate. Not wishing to linger further, he cast a meaningful glance at the distant goddess Aphrodite, disappearing in a flash back to the Dragon Ball universe. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. Well done. That old man exuded a villainous air, brimming with cunning. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro. Yet, it seems the villagers hold him in high regard. He is quite popular in the village. Chapter 20. The arrival of newcomers. The invincible son of Goku, abandoned in darkness, survives alone, while hypocritical justice is foolishly perceived as light by the masses. Danzo deliberately sabotaged communications with Myaboka Mountain, seeking to pit Konoha and Pain against one another. hoping to emerge as a hero by collecting their heads and enhancing his own reputation. Ideally, Tsunade would perish in this conflict, paving his path to the Hokage position. When this entire scheme is unveiled, it will mark Danzo's disgrace. Just as the ancient wolf vanished, Danzo appeared unscathed, his eyes brimming with hatred. Lord Danzo, you are still alive? The other Konoha villagers were taken aback. How many Sharingan did Danzo possess to revive himself so many times? Just as Danzo was about to speak, a blue energy orb erupted from the ground, obliterating his entire right arm, followed swiftly by his body. Danzo had no time to scream before he met his demise again. In previous encounters, the ancient wolf's prior warnings had allowed Danzo a moment to utilize Izanagi. This time, however, no one was there to offer him a heads up. This self-proclaimed guardian of Konoha had officially exited the stage of the ninja world. Thank you, esteemed one, Watergate murmured, aware that the ancient wolf had left this contingency for him. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball universe, the ancient wolf exchanged a few casual words in the group chat before retiring for the night. Upon awakening the next morning, he found over 99 messages in the chat. Watergate had utilized his downtime from missions to gather all of Danzo's dark secrets. Tsunade lay in a state of unconsciousness, Danzo was dead, and Watergate and Naruto had become the backbone of the village. The infant experiments conducted on plundered villages, the deliberate tarnishing of the Uchiha clan's reputation, and the previous assassination attempt on the third Hokage were all unveiled. Enraged, Watergate lamented not having dealt with Danzo himself. The village's public opinion shifted overwhelmingly in favor of Watergate and his son. Naruto managed to persuade Nagato using his words, and at the cost of his own life. Nagato performed the Rinne rebirth, resurrecting those who had perished in Konoha. He entrusted his hope for peace to Naruto. When questioned by the village about how he achieved such a resurrection, Watergate offered vague reassurances. Tsunade wished to relinquish the Hokage position for Watergate to resume, but he politely declined, noting he could only return to the village for 3 hours every 3 days. He simply wished to spend quality time with his son. The goddess Aphrodite remarked, "As a human, Watergate's strength is passable, yet it pales in comparison to that of the divine." Having been warned by the ancient wolf, Aphrodite maintained her haughty demeanor towards others. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits retorted, "In our group, we do not judge based on strength. Entering the group signifies friendship. If you believe you are superior to us, feel free to leave the chat." Dongxiang's temper would not tolerate her arrogance, even if she could not defeat her. Dongxiang remained unperturbed. Aphrodite scoffed, "I surmise that if even the likes of Hinata Hyuga can join this group, the strength of you few women is all too evident." The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro protested, "What do you mean? Have you laid hands on Hinata?" Ranmori grew angry, compared to the disdainful Aphrodite. The gentle Hinata was clearly more beloved by the group. Aphrodite huffed, "Were it not for the ancient wolf's intervention, Hinata would have perished long ago." Her character could never accept the notion of coexisting on equal footing with humans. Yet, the ancient wolf's gaze as he departed had been a warning. Should she dare to attack anyone in the group, she would not escape unscathed. Aphrodite declared, "Humans are but base creatures, unworthy of comparison with the divine." The time-eating fairy has joined the chat. The world destroyer has joined the chat. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Welcome to the newcomers. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar style. Why has the influx of new members been so frequent lately? Could it be due to the upgrade of the chat group? Goddess Aphrodite, another feeble human, is it impossible for you to join the divine? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, why do you insult everyone you meet? Do you truly believe that only deities deserve to converse with you? The destroyer of worlds, so that is how it is. I now comprehend the purpose of this chat group, which appears to share similarities with my own. The time-devouring sprite. What is this place? Administrator Invincible Gogeta has entered the chat. Please extend a warm welcome to all members. Tony is certainly not the richest. Have you seen the goddess of love, Aphrodite? This is the treatment afforded to the elite. In comparison to them, what are you? Unrivaled Gogeta. Newcomers may refer to the group announcement, which can help you understand the purpose of this chat group. The 2 recent additions include one who is a time-devouring sprite, quite prominent, though I am uncertain of the anime character they embody. As for the second, it must be the renowned Tsukasa Kadoya, the Kamen Rider Decade, known as the Destroyer of Worlds, capable of transforming into all Kamen Riders. Goddess Aphrodite, I am the administrator of this group, and also a deity. You humble mortals who have joined this chat must hold me in sufficient reverence. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. On what grounds do you claim to be an administrator? The esteemed individuals earn points daily at tenfold the rate we do. How do you compare? Goddess Aphrodite. Even in the absence of check-in privileges, I too am an administrator. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3. Observe the commotion caused by the esteemed individuals entering the group, and then reflect on your own presence. Does the chat group extend any special consideration towards you? Upon learning that she had harmed Hinata, Watergate was inclined to confront Aphrodite, questioning where one could find such a splendid daughter-in-law, and his demeanor towards her turned rather unfriendly. Goddess Aphrodite, my selection as an administrator is, in itself, a testament to divine favor. You are merely group members. CAF attendant who adores rabbits. Lacking any privileges, how dare you still refer to yourself as an administrator? The disparity among administrators is so vast that at times, the difference between individuals can exceed that between humans and pigs. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. It was my first time hearing that an administrator could silence another administrator. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, inquired if the newcomer could introduce themselves, as everyone was still unaware of their name. Hinata was also aware of the group's disdain for the goddess of love, Aphrodite, which stemmed not only from her haughty demeanor but also from the injury she had caused. Seeking to divert the conversation, she gracefully shifted the topic. The time-devouring fairy introduced herself. I am Kurumi Tokisaki, and I humbly request your guidance. Her profile picture transformed into a photo of herself, showcasing her long black hair styled into two braids cascading over her shoulders, with bangs obscuring the left half of her face. The other side revealed a wine-red right eye and delicately tender lips, exuding a devilish allure capable of ensnaring men with a mere exchange of glances. Chapter 21. The Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing her name, Gu Tianling finally recognized her identity. It was she, the supporting character from Day Day Live, who possessed the ability to devour others' time. In pursuit of more time to return to the past, she sought to defeat the Origin Fairy and save her deceased friend. The goddess of love, Aphrodite, had incited discontent among all group members, prompting the administrator to prepare to expel her from the chat. What? I am a deity. How dare you remove me from this group? Aphrodite's face contorted with rage. It was a disgrace for a goddess to be cast out. The most critical aspect was that within the group's exchange marketplace, she had discovered countless treasures. With sufficient points, and leveraging the power of the chat group, surpassing her father to become the next ruler of the gods would not be a daunting task. How could she possibly accept being expelled in such a manner? It was a tremendous humiliation. Administrator Aphrodite has been removed from the group chat. The sudden turn of events left the others dumbfounded. It seemed even the prominent figures could be cast out. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Oh my, what a big shot. Does the administrator still possess such authority? The CAF attendant, who has a fondness for rabbits, remarked, well done. I have long found her unbearable, always acting so high and mighty. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance roared. I intended to let her experience my flying thunder god technique. Such a pity. Gu Tianlang did not respond to their inquiries. He had always retained the right to expel individuals, albeit with only 3 opportunities. Earlier, a task had been sent to him privately in the group, unbeknownst to the others. In 3 months, the realm of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, would witness a battle between humans and deities, with the administrator free to choose sides. Victors would earn additional points. Gu Tianlang harbored a deep-seated disdain for this woman, devoid of any rational justification. Had it not been for his intention to leverage her presence to traverse the Valkyrie's world, he would have already eliminated her. Now that a group task permitted him to venture forth, there was no need to tolerate her incessant quarreling within the group. When the time came, whether it was Sun Wukong, Vegeta, or Gohan summoned, chaos would ensue. There exists an abundance of invincible beings from various anime, such as Saitama or Ultraman, either of whom could easily vanquish the gods of the Valkyrie. He was eager to witness the expressions of the defeated deities 3 months hence. Having traversed into the anime realm and acquired such formidable power, he was determined to rectify the regrets of his past life concerning the anime world. To look down upon the weak humans, believing only the divine are noble, he would soon demonstrate to the gods who the truly feeble ones are. The unrivaled Gogeta commented, "This kind of woman serves no purpose in the group. It is better to expel her." The destroyer of worlds observed, "It seems you are the ruler of this group." The time-devouring sprite exclaimed, "Ah, a chat group that connects myriad realms. Being the master of this group, your power must be formidable." The slumbering daughter of Kogoro warned, "Do not even think about challenging the big shot. Such thoughts are futile. You would never stand a chance against him." The CAF attendant, who adores rabbits, added, "So far, I have yet to discover anyone capable of withstanding 3 strikes from the big shot. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Even that woman who claims to be the goddess of love has not managed to engage with the formidable individual, not even with a single glance. Kiritang really feels they are merely indulging in frivolity. How could anyone be so powerful? Either the individuals in the group are exceedingly weak, or they are deluding themselves. If even the gods cannot withstand a single strike from this man, one can only ponder the immense strength of this administrator. Kiritang refrained from participating in the discussions, as Weiss stood outside, and he was uncertain of his purpose for coming. Upon opening the door, Kiritang allowed Weiss to enter, and they sat across from each other, silently observing one another, neither willing to break the silence first. Ultimately, it was Weiss who spoke first, inquiring if Kiritang would be interested in succeeding Lord Beerus as the next god of destruction after his demise. Kiritang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Weiss's intent. Observing Weiss's expression revealed no hint of jest. Beerus was likely to live for many more years as a mere earthling. His lifespan could not possibly surpass that of the god. Weiss smiled mysteriously, a grin gracing his lips as he assured, "Isn't there the Dragon Balls? A wish for eternal life would suffice. Don't you scions revel in battle? You should be no exception." How did Weiss come to know? Kiritang had never disclosed his scion heritage. During his earlier sparring with Gohan, he had even erected a protective barrier, leaving no reason for Weiss to discover his secret. "So you've figured it out. Truly, you are the mightiest angel. However, I am not interested in the position of god of destruction. Let us discuss it another time." Weiss did not exhibit any sign of disappointment. After all, there were many years before Beerus would relinquish his title, and he was not in a rush. "Very well. I look forward to our next meeting." Weiss did not press the matter further, lightly tapping his staff to activate his powers, and departed from Earth. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed without any new missions being issued in the chat group. The tranquility was shattered by the impending tournament for the ownership of Earth, as the martial arts competition between Universe 6 and Universe 7 was about to commence. Goku proactively approached Kiritang, hoping he would represent Universe 7 in the battle. The chat group announced a mission. The administrator Kiritang was tasked with achieving victory in the Universe Martial Arts Competition, earning a task score of 100,000 points. The difficulty level was rated as 7, categorized as challenging. Kiritang readily accepted, having not received a mission in quite some time. Accumulating points seemed an arduous task, especially if he wished to exchange them for the Ultra Instinct technique. With such a rare mission presented, he was not inclined to let it slip away easily. Accompanying him was Vegeta, whose demeanor remained as aloof as ever, sneering slightly as he declared, "Humph, there is no need for him. I can defeat all opponents single-handedly." After confirming Kiritang's participation, Goku and Vegeta took their leave. The members of the chat group, upon witnessing the announcement of the new mission, felt a mixture of excitement and disappointment. They were thrilled to see Kiritang in action once more, yet the mission was not applicable to them, signifying their inability to earn points for enhancing their own abilities. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. We can once again witness the prowess of the elite. The slumbering daughter of Little Five expresses her uncertainty about the identity of their adversary, lamenting her misfortune at having to contend with such a formidable opponent. The time-devouring sprite remarks that her ears are nearly calloused from hearing incessant praises of his might, and she finally anticipates witnessing it firsthand. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar, on the other hand, yearns for the opportunity to complete tasks and accumulate points, driven by the desire to resurrect his wife, lamenting that his current points are woefully insufficient. In Chapter 22, titled Instant Kill, Watergate finds himself in a state of frustration. His points are steadily increasing, bringing him closer to resurrecting Kushina, only for the chat group to cease issuing tasks at this critical juncture. The World Destroyer expresses his eagerness to encounter the man who has vanquished gods. The combatants chosen are Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the formidable Gotenks. The emergence of Gotenks exerts considerable pressure on Goku and the others, as their strength exceeds that of their original timeline selves, coupled with Gohan's surpassing of his own limits. The sixth universe appears to have little chance of victory, save for the presence of Hit, who remains a formidable contender. The following day, the illustrious group from the seventh universe, riding on Whiss's coattails, arrives at a desolate planet. The nameless star looms large, encircled by colossal Dragon Balls, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Kampa and the sixth universe warriors have long awaited their arrival, and upon meeting, the brothers Beerus and Kampa immediately resume their bickering. Fortunately, Whis and his sibling intervene just in time to prevent their quarrel from escalating into a conflict between deities of destruction. Unrivaled Goku, declares Vegeta. The circumstances here are rather unique. You shall simply observe the live broadcast. Those with points should refrain from coming to spectate. In truth, no one intended to encroach upon the scene, as the experience of watching live is scarcely different from that of viewing it through a screen. With points being scarce, Gotenks' cautionary remark serves merely as a precaution against any anomalies that might attract the attention of Whis and his sibling, given their proximity to omniscience within this universe. As the 7th universe arrives, the participants from the 6th universe silently regard their opponents. The proud and confident Vegeta, the battle-ready Goku, the composed Gohan, and the green-clad Piccolo all capture the attention of their adversaries. The first match commences. A towering bear from the 6th universe, exceeding 3 meters in height, steps into the arena. While the 7th universe deliberates on their initial contender, Gotenks strides directly to the stands. Goku, eyeing the fluffy behemoth, feels an overwhelming urge to take the stage himself. The audience from both universes is wholly engrossed, attentively observing the competitors. The first match concludes almost instantaneously. Before the host can introduce the contestants, the bear from the 6th universe is unceremoniously sent tumbling off the stage by an invisible shockwave. Gotenks retracts his raised hand, gesturing for Frost from the 6th universe to take the stage. The onlookers, lacking sufficient power, remain oblivious to what has transpired in that fleeting moment. At the instant the host announces the beginning, Gotenks unleashes a punch, unleashing an unending wave of invisible energy, despite the bear's remarkable defenses. It ultimately succumbs to the overwhelming force of the punch. The notion of ignoring an attack is merely relative. When one's strength is sufficiently formidable, all defenses crumble before it. While a few in attendance may have glimpsed the events unfolding, those in the chat group witnessed nothing at all. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. My goodness. What just transpired? I merely blinked, and how did the opponent fall from the stage? The Spiral Flash Hyperwheel Dance. Style 3. It had scarcely begun before it came to an abrupt conclusion. I shall dub this move the Invisible Light Wave Rapid Impact Arrow. The slumbering daughter of Little Five. I was attentively observing, yet all I witnessed was the administrator raising a hand, and then the opponent tumbled down. Be my son, it must be an attack akin to the wind of a punch, imperceptible to the ordinary eye. As the undisputed strongest man in the pirate world, having encountered innumerable devil fruits, Whitebeard discerned some clues. However, it remained merely his personal conjecture, as he had seen nothing concrete. The time-consuming sprite, oh my. If this is indeed true, he is quite a formidable man. Kurumi genuinely found it hard to believe her eyes. Who would go so far as to select a planet solely for a fighting stage? Regardless, this was utterly exaggerated. Whoever it may be, upon first sight, it would be impossible to believe. Kurumi even suspected that someone had cast an illusion upon her, maintaining a half-believing, half-doubting stance as she continued to watch. Frost's expression was quite grim. He too had not seen Goku's attack. However, recalling his hidden weapons, he kindly smiled at Goku. Frost leapt down from the aerial platform, taking his place upon the stage. The second duel commenced. Greetings to my friends from Universe 7. I am from Universe 6. Just as Frost was about to exchange words with Goku, he was abruptly hurled backward, crashing into the ground with tremendous force. Goku waved once more at the steel robot from Universe 6, prompting Kappa to lose his composure. Hey, at least let him finish his words. Do you possess no sense of courtesy? Kappa shouted in exasperation, contrasting starkly with Beerus's calm demeanor. Beerus, observing Goku's performance, found it entirely within his expectations. A man capable of withstanding his destructive energy naturally possessed such strength. I have no desire to converse with him, Goku replied coldly. He had no fear of Kappa. His abilities were somewhat unique, and an ordinary god of destruction might not be his match. Kappa fell silent. If the other party chose not to speak, it was, strictly speaking, not objectionable. However, should he lose the battle, he would be unable to obtain Earth. And his desire for delectable cuisine would compel him to mooch meals from Beerus, a fate he could not tolerate. Vados whispered soothing words to the distressed Kappa. Lord Kappa, you have witnessed the candidate's defensive capabilities. Ordinary individuals cannot contend with him, let alone with hit on our side. There is no need for undue anxiety. Kappa's expression shifted from grim to cheerful as he burst into laughter, commanding the third contestant to take the stage and teach Goku a lesson. Before entering the fray, the robot from Universe 6 consumed an energy drink, unleashing its full power, with steam billowing forth, significantly enhancing its speed and strength. Its massive weight even tilted the arena as it raised an arm to strike at Goku. The third match commenced. The third match concluded swiftly. The robot was vanquished even faster, having barely stepped onto the stage before Goku delivered a swift kick, sending it crashing down. Tony is not fickle. Is this it? Is this all? After such a commotion, he was defeated in a single strike. The slumbering daughter of Little Five. I had expected this opponent to at least be capable of contending with the master to withstand several rounds without issue. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. What intrigues me more is whether the master intends to continue this relentless annihilation. The most ferocious sprite. His speed is astonishing. As a sprite, I am unable to perceive his movements. Is he truly that formidable? Kurumi feels she may have genuinely encountered a master. All her doubts regarding Gu Tianlong's strength dissipated with the swiftness of his attack. Chapter 23. Total Annihilation. Gu Qingfeng moved, his unparalleled strength and speed far exceeding Kurumi's comprehension. The world's destroyer, the administrator indeed possesses formidable power, existing in a realm distinct from others. Gu Tianling nodded at Gabe, indicating he could take the stage. Gabe inhaled deeply, his heart racing at the sight of Gu Tianlong's overwhelming prowess. He leaped from the stands of the sixth universe to the arena. The fourth match commenced. The fourth match concluded. The host's tone grew weary. After much anticipation to preside over a martial arts tournament between the universes, he found himself merely a cold, unfeeling counting machine, wishing for Gu Tianling to step down. With others from the seventh universe not appearing, he alone would have to face the entirety of the sixth universe. On the stands, a man clad in a blue battle suit, the prince of our universe's science, would make an excellent mentor. Upon his entrance, Gu Tianling spoke for the first time to his opponent, expressing his admiration for Gabe, who is kind, brave, and compassionate. It would be a commendable choice for Vegeta to take him as a disciple. Offering guidance would be beneficial. Finally, the sixth universe's ace, the undefeated Hit, made his appearance. His purple form clad in a long coat, leisurely walking towards the arena with hands in pockets. Tony's steadfastness. This individual appears remarkably formidable. And those around him subtly regard him as a leader. He must indeed be the most powerful entity in the universe. The spiral flash super wheel dance roar. I sense an aura of lethality emanating from him. How many lives has he taken to exude such a potent killing intent so effortlessly? The coffee shop attendant who adores rabbits. My greater concern lies in whether he possesses the confidence to vanquish the formidable adversary while maintaining his hands casually in his pockets. The destroyer of worlds. It seems the others have substantial faith in this individual, suggesting he is no ordinary opponent, regardless of the discussions within the group. Hit's mind raced with strategies to overcome his foe. The preliminary 4 battles of the Ancient Wolf provided him with little in the way of useful intelligence. Upon observing the Ancient Wolf, if I were to describe Gu Qingfeng, it would be swift, exceedingly swift, remarkably swift. His strength is immense, exceptionally so. Hit harbors doubts about whether his time skip ability can indeed surpass the Ancient Wolf. As the 5th match commenced, the moment Hit stepped onto the stage, the referee declared the battle underway. Hit proactively activated his time skip technique, aiming to predict the Ancient Wolf's assault. However, at the instant he employed the time skip, a fist enveloped in a golden aura emerged, shattering the spatial domain Hit had crafted through his technique. With a single blow, he was propelled from the arena. The speed of the Ancient Wolf once again defied Hit's expectations. Against overwhelming power, any flamboyant maneuvers proved futile. His time skip ability was effective only against those weaker than himself. When facing an opponent of comparable energy, its efficacy diminished significantly. Against an adversary whose energy far surpassed his own, it would be rendered utterly ineffective. The Ancient Wolf's energy evidently eclipsed his. Xiang Pa stood in astonishment, having witnessed the defeat of the sixth universe's ace assassin. The administrator, the invincible Gogeta, completed his task, earning a reward of 100,000 points. The task duration was 4.1 seconds, earning an SSS rating, along with an additional 30 million points. The Ancient Wolf exhaled deeply. The awarded points were satisfactory, bringing him one step closer to mastering the ultimate technique. The other 4 adversaries were instantaneously defeated. From the start of the match to their elimination, he had spent merely 1 second. Due to his time skip ability, Hit compressed the time frame by 0.1 seconds. The strongest among them was ironically the one to be vanquished the quickest. His usual state rivaled full-power Super Blue, yet without having encountered Sun Wukong. Hit remained at his initial level, making his swift defeat entirely unsurprising. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, 30 million, indeed. A full 30 million. If I were to possess such a fortune, just imagine the splendid treasures I could acquire. Tony Stark was struck by the staggering figure of 30 million, converted into renminbi. It barely sufficed for a single component of his armor. However, 30 million points represented an entirely different realm, and excluding the formidable ancient celestial wolf. This bounty would undoubtedly elevate him to the pinnacle of power within the group. The slumbering daughter of Little Five exclaimed, "Even if you are permitted to go, do you truly possess the strength to contend against those individuals? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. How would I know? I am completely oblivious to how they falter. And I have no insight into their capabilities." The CAF attendant who adores rabbits remarked, "I believe you would struggle to prevail." The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance inquired, "Why not consult the expert for clarity?" The unrivaled Goku then questioned, "Are these foes particularly formidable?" To which the unrivaled Goku replied, "They aren't exceptionally strong. I haven't scrutinized their strengths in detail. In any case, they cannot surpass me, though obliterating a planet poses no significant challenge. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. His strength is lacking. While I comprehend the individual phrases regarding the destruction of a planet, uttering them together strikes my ears as rather awkward. The most fearsome elf, that man wielded the power of time, yet was still defeated in an instant. Is the administrator truly that formidable? Kurumi grew increasingly perplexed. She vaguely sensed that Hit manipulated time, yet the specifics of their encounter eluded her understanding. Goku and Vegeta had long anticipated these developments, recognizing that neither of them could contend with him. It seemed improbable that anyone from Universe 6 could triumph over Goku Black. However, witnessing the complete annihilation still astonished them, for Hit's strength was unfathomable, even to them. They had expected to at least match Goku Black, only to find themselves swiftly vanquished. "Ha ha ha, you have lost, Kampa. According to our agreement, your Super Dragon Balls are now mine." Beerus expressed his excitement, unabashedly mocking Kampa. Being able to best his brother brought him immense joy. Although their battles often ended in a draw, Beerus had consistently concealed his true power. If he were to fight seriously, he could easily defeat Kampa with one hand. Their quarrels were merely playful banter, as both harbored concern for one another. Beerus viewed this as mere sibling mischief and never allowed himself to become genuinely angry. Kampa, with a smirk, attempted to evade the situation. But Beerus would not easily let him off the hook, and soon, the two were at odds once more. "I shall take my leave." Goku Black bid farewell to Goku and the others, informing Whis of his intent to return. Whis gestured for him to proceed. The invincible administrator, Gogeta, ended the live broadcast. Following the standard narrative, the Grand Minister and Zeno should soon arrive, but Goku Black wished to delay their encounter to avoid any unforeseen complications. It would be best for Goku to meet Zeno first. Upon achieving his points, he would withdraw immediately, propelling himself toward Earth. Ultra Instinct could be utilized in space, and with his current strength, returning to Earth from a distance was no challenge. Chapter 24. The Anomalous Emperor, Night upon returning to Earth. Goku Black leaned against the window of his hotel room, gazing skyward, with no one privy to his thoughts. It wasn't long before the others returned. And after Whis had delivered everyone, he gracefully departed without lingering. Only Goku and Vegeta were absent, presumably whisked away by Whis and Beerus for intensive training. A task was announced within the chat group. The ability of the world's destroyers had been seized, and within 1 hour, they must defeat the anomalous Emperor Knight, offering a reward of 30,000 points. The difficulty level was marked as 9, categorized as a nightmare challenge, restricting participation to 3 members. Invincible Gogeta accepted the task. The Time-Devouring Elf accepted the task. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3 accepted the task. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Wang Xiaoming, has your transformation ability been seized? Why did you not inform us? The World Destroyer. What sort of question is that? I had already retained half of my power elsewhere. Even if it were taken from me, I could still manage. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar Style 3. That's excellent. I was worried about insufficient points. Your task has come at just the right moment. The World Destroyer. While your reasoning is sound, there is something oddly unsettling about it. At this moment, facing an endless horde of monsters, Kamen Rider Deno found himself at a loss for words. His card sword slashed repeatedly, and countless phantom sword lights swept across, obliterating several monsters in an instant. How infuriating! With so many enemies, victory seems impossible. However, if the administrator intervened, there might still be a chance to fight back. Draped in resplendent armor, predominantly crimson with deep green compound eyes and a head resembling a barcode, this is Kamen Rider Decade in his base form. Bestowed with the powers of all Heisei riders, he is known as the World Destroyer, an entity capable of annihilating everything. Now, in the final chapter of Heisei, Decade encounters his most formidable opponent within the timeline of Zio, the Time Thief, Schwartz, who ambushed him and seized half of his transformation abilities, acquiring the power to transform into the aberrant Decade. Utilizing Decade's strength, he summoned countless villainous monsters from different timelines, and as Kamen Rider Den-O surveyed the battlefield, he saw no end to his adversaries. Initially, he had intended to escape and find a way to eliminate Schwartz, but upon seeing the chat group issue a task, he felt a resurgence of hope. Den-O, are you not going to flee? You cannot possibly defeat such a multitude of foes. Seeing Den-O standing there in a daze, the little demon king, still unable to awaken his sealing power, while fending off the approaching monsters, loudly reminded him, how could I possibly flee? The people of this world are still waiting for my salvation. Even if I were to perish here, I will not retreat an inch. This impassioned declaration set Den-O's blood ablaze, making him feel as though he were a true savior. If it were not for the chat group, he might have fled. But now, the outcome remains uncertain. The aberrant Decade stood in the center of a vast plaza, observing the desperate struggle of several Kamen Riders, and could not help but scoff. You stand no chance of victory. As another Decade, Den-O, you cannot hope to triumph over me. The black dragon roared in the sky, occasionally spewing fireballs that ravaged the structures below, while countless minion monsters scurried about. Among the dozens of Kamen Riders, the villainous figures had also been summoned from other timelines. In the face of such formidable foes, what could merely 4 Kamen Riders achieve? Suddenly, Schwartz sensed a disturbance in the nearby space and, with a powerful strike aimed at the source of the ripples, a cold and aloof figure stood his ground, unfazed by the weight of Schwartz's punch, which carried several tons of force. His blow barely grazed the newcomer. Die. The newcomer was none other than the ancient wolf, with the soul punisher manifesting in his hand, striking Schwartz at close range. Ignoring his formidable defensive armor, the multicolored energy orb penetrated his body without hindrance, erupting within him. What is this? Impossible, Schwartz bellowed, having gained Decade's powers along with his inherent time abilities. In this universe, it is inconceivable for anyone to defeat him. Who is this man? Alas, he would never learn the answer, as the purifying power swiftly obliterated all of his abilities, erasing even his very existence. This exemplifies the might of the Soul Punisher and is one of Gogeta's signature techniques, possessing overwhelming restraint against evil forces. The administrator, the invincible Gogeta, completed the task and received a reward of 10,000 points. Spiral Flash Ultra Will Dance Roar Style 3 also earned 10,000 points. The Time-Devouring Spirit received 10,000 points as well. The task was completed in 1 second, earning an SSS Tier Super God rating. The administrator, the invincible Gogeta, received an additional reward of 10 million points. Just arriving in this world, Minato and Kurumi were still astounded by the overwhelming horde of monsters when they heard the notification echoing in their minds. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I am consumed by envy, madly regretting the missed opportunity for such an effortless victory. The slumbering daughter of Shinichi, Watergate, weren't you planning to resurrect your wife? This opportunity is just perfect for you. The CAF attendant fond of rabbits remarked. However, obtaining merely 10,000 points is still insufficient. I recall the least expensive resurrection item in our group requires at least 200,000 points. Dong Xiang had also examined the exchange list for resurrection items, noting that the required items varied depending on the strength of the deceased and the time of their passing. The time elapsed since her family's demise was so extensive that the points needed for resurrection were overwhelming, leaving Dong Xiang breathless. As for Watergate's wife, Kushina, although she had passed away many years ago, she still retained a flicker of her soul and consciousness within their son, Naruto. Thus, she could not be considered entirely deceased, implying that the points required for her resurrection were relatively modest. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, commented, resurrecting Naruto's mother? Unfortunately, my abilities are far too weak to be of any assistance. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar remarked, acquiring 10,000 points so effortlessly is still quite commendable. Watergate did not take it to heart, for even the ancient wolf required points. This was inherently a matter of first come, first served. A task loophole was detected. As the enemies summoned by the task target, still existed, prompting a reissuance of the mission. The objective was to eliminate all enemies, with a reward of 200,000 points. Points would be awarded based on the number of enemies defeated and their strength. The ancient wolf was not particularly interested in the mere 200,000 points. For his ultimate goal, the Ziziji Gong, this paltry sum was inconsequential. The ancient wolf stood in the void, refraining from engaging the villainous knights and monsters. Watergate recognized this as a deliberate opportunity left for him, launching dozens of kunai in all directions. Chapter 25. Watergate's Power. With red eyeshadow manifesting, he instantly activated Sage Mode, no longer requiring kunai for attack. Instead, he concentrated the Rasengan, his figure flashing about, each strike claiming the life of an enemy without fail. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I recall you mentioning, Watergate, that you are not particularly adept at Sage Mode, correct? Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Third Style. Indeed, my speed in gathering chakra is rather slow, and I have never been very proficient in Sage Mode. The coffee shop waitress who adores rabbits. Is that not considered proficient? What more do you desire? Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, fourth Hokage, you activated it in an instant. Does that not count as proficiency? Hinata could no longer bear it. To claim that instantaneous activation is not proficiency, any ordinary ninja would require hand seals even for a D-rank ninjutsu. This is sage art. To activate it in a heartbeat and still claim to lack proficiency, one can only imagine the response of other ninjas upon hearing such a statement. On the earth of Kamen Rider Zio, watching the peculiar Emperor die so effortlessly, Tsukuyami even wondered if he was hallucinating. There was no grandiose attack, no intense close-quarters combat, just a nonchalant strike that left both himself and the combined forces of Zio utterly beleaguered. He perished silently, his time-stopping ability. The power of the Emperor Dai's transformation, capable of momentarily freezing time. How could he have died so easily? Yet he could feel the loss within him returning. And he had no choice but to accept this reality. Initially, he believed that Gutsen was formidable. Throughout the Universe Martial Arts Tournament, Gutsen overwhelmed his opponents without effort, and he could not discern just how strong he truly was. However, based on his estimates, he presumed he was only marginally stronger than himself. Now it seems he has underestimated this man. Their strengths do not reside in the same dimension. The trio of Zio remained in a daze until they were struck by a nearby monster, jolting them back to awareness. Tsukuyami, is this your ally? Are they also riders? Zio transformed into his emperor form, continuously summoning riders to combat the foes. The resurrected Gates also unleashed his wind style, sweeping away the minions, while Tsukuyami, refusing to be outdone, initiated a rider kick. However, the enemies were overwhelming. The city had been entirely claimed by monsters. And even in the absence of the peculiar Emperor Dai, their odds were grim. At that moment, a man clad in Hokage robes appeared, holding a spherical object that radiated a terrifying energy wave. As if teleporting, he swiftly maneuvered through multiple positions, obliterating the heads of several monsters. It was Minato Namikaze. In his quest to resurrect his wife, he abandoned his typically calm and composed combat style, unreservedly employing Sage Mode, relentlessly executing Flying Thunder God technique, and utilizing Sage Art Chakra to strive for a decisive blow. Arriving in this world, Kurumi observed the fierce battle unfolding and suddenly felt she perhaps should not have come. She sensed that aside from the seemingly lowly monsters, the other combatants possessed considerable strength. Yet, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to gain points, she summoned her spirit gear and joined the fray, albeit prioritizing her own safety over offense. The black dragon in the sky took notice of the slaughtering Minato, diving down and unleashing several fireballs towards him. Such a massive creature clearly warranted substantial points, and as Minato contemplated how to approach for a fatal strike, the black dragon charged down, aligning perfectly with Minato's intent. In an instant, it vanished from its position, reappearing several meters to the left, evading the fireballs. The dragon's claws lunged towards Minato, and with immense force, they smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. It seemed he had not evaded this strike. Surely, this creature would not perish so easily. Gates found himself locked in a fierce battle with the G4 armor, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the conflict involving Minato. Although he was taken aback by Minato's formidable prowess, he realized that without the transformation into Kamen Rider, relying solely on physical strength would be futile against such a strike. Meanwhile, Tsukasa, who possessed the dimensional barrier and continuously traversed through spatial power, detected an anomaly. Ordinarily, at such a close range, even with super acceleration, evading the attack would be improbable. However, if one were to employ a similar spatial transfer, the outcome could differ. Sure enough, atop the black dragon, a golden-haired man stood, the wind seemingly dancing around him, as he unleashed two spiraling spheres upon the same point on the dragon's head. The black dragon roared in fury, prompting Minato to swiftly relocate. Yet this time, the once unfailing spiraling spheres faltered. Acknowledging the Black Dragon's might, Minato unleashed 2 spiraling spheres, only to find that they failed to inflict any damage. Upon touching down, Minato was immediately engulfed by numerous minions, who rushed at him en masse. Kurumi blinked, leveling her spear at Minato's position, ready to assist. However, from Minato's location, an enormous dark golden fox claw sent minions flying. As Minato's eyes transformed into the vertical slit of a fox, he entered the nine-tailed mode, granting him complete control over its powers. Abandoning the highly perceptive sage mode, he opted for the more potent and destructive nine-tailed mode. His speed and strength surged dramatically, transforming him into a streak of lightning, darting through the battlefield, augmented by both the flying thunder god technique and his own swift pace. Like a dragon emerging from the sea or a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep, the tide of battle shifted as he confronted the summoned beast of Kamen Rider Ryuga, the Black Dragon, vanishing from sight. He unleashed a kick to the head of an approaching minion, using the rebound to leap into the air. As the Black Dragon exhaled a fireball, Minato vanished once more, having previously marked the dragon's head with the Flying Thunder God technique during the last strike. The twofold nine-tailed ferocious spiraling sphere, exceeding a meter in diameter, struck the Black Dragon's head again, forcefully driving it to the ground. Even the dragon's formidable defenses could not withstand such overwhelming force, rendering it motionless. This battle endured for over half an hour, the intensity of the conflict leaving the 4 riders utterly exhausted. Minato felt particularly drained in his pursuit of more points. He had fought with an almost unstoppable ferocity. Regardless of his opponent's strength, he initiated with spiraling spheres, resorting to the nine-tailed spiraling sphere when necessary, as the chakra of the 9 tails was not significantly depleting. Yet, Minato's stamina was nearing its limit, having individually defeated more monsters than the combined efforts of the 4 riders. Meanwhile, Kurumi, who had been conserving her energy, effortlessly maneuvered through the hordes of monsters. In Chapter 26, titled Clearing the Field, Kamen Rider Kuga's boss, Zero, along with several other ultimate foes from different rider worlds, stood at a distance, observing without any intent to engage. With hundreds of monsters and countless minions present, their intervention was unnecessary. They were, in fact, grateful to the anomalous rider for summoning them. And as they watched the fatigue visibly mounting in the others, Zero exchanged glances with his companions. With a commanding gesture, Zero unleashed elemental energies of wind, water, earth, and fire, causing numerous spikes to erupt from the ground towards the beleaguered fighters. Mysterious flames appeared in the air, enveloping the city in a whirlwind, while underground springs gushed forth. The onslaught of different elemental energy attacks left the fighters in disarray, desperately evading the oncoming chaos. Kurumi, caught off guard, found herself surrounded by several bursts of flame. Sensing the unimaginable heat radiating from the flames, she felt death encroaching upon her. The inherently kind-hearted Minato wished to assist, but the sheer number of monsters attacking him made it impossible, especially with the added threat from Zero. In desperation, he prepared to transform into the complete QB mode to rescue Kurumi. A cold scoff echoed, and the raging winds turned to nothingness, the trembling earth regaining its tranquility as the supernatural flames vanished without a trace. The expression on the face of the ancient Fenrir was as frigid as ice, his gaze imbued with an air of superiority as he turned slightly towards Zero and his companions. They too regarded Fenrir, the man who had effortlessly slain the anomalous rider, recognizing him as their true adversary. Enough, withdraw, Fenrir commanded. Sensing that Minato's points were sufficient for now, it was time to clear the field. A golden aura enveloped him, electricity crackling around him as he materialized before Zero and his companions, effortlessly delivering a decisive strike that obliterated the game deity. Casting a glance at the remaining 4, he gathered energy in one hand, unleashing a rapid blue energy sphere. The 4 had no means of evasion, resorting to their ultimate techniques in a futile attempt to withstand Fenrir's unrestrained assault, only to be utterly annihilated in the ocean of energy. With a disdainful glance towards the minions below, Fenrir released his aura, eradicating countless monsters throughout the city with mere presence. Minato and his allies felt the terrifying pressure radiate outward, and even though Fenrir intentionally avoided them, the overwhelming force rendered them nearly unable to stand. For the first time, fear flickered in Kurumi's eyes. Despite her earlier brush with death, she had never felt such trepidation. She possessed countless clones, and even if her main body perished, her consciousness could inhabit another, thus she had never feared death. Yet, Facing this formidable man, her heart trembled. I once walked among mortals, and now I stand proudly above them, unmatched by any, Fenrir murmured, as if recounting his tale for all to hear, yet also for himself. The system announced, Administrator Gogeta has completed the task, earning 170,000 points. The member Devouring Time Spirit received 30,000 points. The member Spiral Flash Super Will Dance obtained 270,000 points. The little demon king of the Time King, observing Fenrir in the sky, couldn't help but compare him to the old demon king from his memories. If he were to face this man, even the Time King would likely not stand a chance. Without excessive words, the enigmatic figure known as Goten had vanished into thin air. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball universe, Minato and Kurumi exchanged a few words before Minato hastily departed, having accumulated 200,000 points. He was eager to resurrect his beloved wife and had no time to linger. Ultimately, he expended 250,000 points to facilitate her revival, successfully restoring Kushina to her corporeal form. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Kushina touched her face, bewildered by the inexplicable circumstances that had brought her back to Konoha, where she had long been presumed dead. The sight of the renowned Hokage's wife sparked a considerable uproar within the village. Fortunately, Tsunade swiftly quelled the rumors, preventing the news of Kushina's resurrection from spreading, known only to a select few. Had it become public knowledge that the fourth Hokage and Kushina had both returned from the dead, the ninja world would have been thrown into chaos. Minato then spent 2,000 points to return to Konoha, where he provided Kushina with a vague explanation. Due to the restrictions of their chat group, which could not be divulged to outsiders, he resorted to a clumsy excuse. Thankfully, the intuitively understanding Kushina did not press further. She simply embraced him gently, assuring Minato that she would take good care of Naruto. Back in the Dragon Ball universe, Goten once again found himself lost in thought, gazing at the sky. His favorite pastime, as it offered a brief solace to his empty soul. Goku floated over from the distance, landing beside him. Goten, you returned too early. I couldn't meet Zeno, but I made a new friend. Goten smiled faintly, refraining from elaborating, as he certainly could not disclose to Goku that he was deliberately avoiding Zeno. Would you like to join us at Lord Beerus's place for training? With Whis' guidance, you could grow stronger. Goku extended another invitation, hoping Goten would accompany him, as both he and Vegeta found themselves quite bored. I think not. I have little interest in combat. My desires are simple, to eat, sleep, and live peacefully. Goten resolutely declined. The prospect of rigorous training was out of the question. Such endeavors were impossible in this lifetime. He could only complete tasks to accumulate points, eventually exchanging them for the Ultra Instinct technique to maintain a semblance of existence. The thought of exhausting himself through relentless training would leave him no time for tasks. Goku, understanding Goten's stance, did not press the issue. As days passed swiftly, no new members joined the chat group, nor were any new tasks announced. The few individuals left within the group could only engage in casual conversation, sharing updates about changes in their respective worlds. Suddenly, a spatial disturbance emanated from Bulma's home, and Goten sensed a familiar aura rushing towards her residence. Inside, Bulma was leisurely enjoying her afternoon tea when a flash of white light caught her attention, and a familiar machine plummeted from the sky. The time machine. How could Trunks arrive now? Bulma exclaimed joyfully, having not seen her son in quite some time. She stood from her recliner and approached the time machine, but after waiting for an extended period, she grew anxious at Trunks' failure to emerge. Could something have happened to him? Hastily, she fetched a ladder and climbed atop the time machine, only to be met with a shocking sight. Chapter 27. Trunks seeks help indeed. The newcomer was Trunks, who lay unresponsive in the seat, his clothes tattered and caked with dirt, his body bearing numerous wounds. He was in a profound state of unconsciousness, clutching his sword tightly, his expression one of pain, clearly having endured substantial torment. Piccolo, hurry and bring some senza beans to my house. Trunks is gravely injured. Bulma knew not the cause of his condition, with Goku and Vegeta absent from Earth. She could only contact Piccolo, requesting him to bring some senza beans. Piccolo, in the midst of training, was taken aback by Bulma's call, learning that Trunks had returned to the present and was gravely wounded. Wasting no time, he flew to Korin Tower to gather some senza beans before rushing to Bulma's home. Goten arrived before Piccolo, lifting Trunks from the time machine. As he gazed upon Trunks' unconscious form, he fell into deep contemplation. Logically, Trunks should not have arrived so soon. At least 2 or 3 more years were expected before he would reach the timeline of Black Goku and Zamasu. What could have led to Trunks being severely injured during this earlier arrival? Could it be that Goten's own time traveling had caused a butterfly effect, altering the timeline? Goten speculated that Goku and Vegeta's rigorous 3-year training had been condensed into a much shorter period. Thus, it would not be unusual for significant events to have occurred prematurely. Goten pondered the reasons behind Trunks' injuries. Piccolo soon arrived, having not had the chance to inquire about the situation during their phone conversation. "I don't know." Trunks fainted as soon as he arrived here, Bulma lamented, nearly in tears. This child carried the weight of saving the future alone, and now. His return in such a state suggested he had encountered an insurmountable foe. With neither Goku nor Vegeta present, the safety of Earth rested entirely on Trunks' shoulders. Piccolo extracted a senzu bean and placed it in Trunks' mouth, exerting considerable effort to ensure he swallowed it. Bulma had previously contacted Whis, but due to the vast distance, Goku could not sense Earth's location. They had to wait for Piccolo to unleash his energy to help Goku determine Earth's whereabouts. Observing the ample supply of senzu beans in Piccolo's possession, Goten understood why they had become scarce in the later timeline. After years of hard work accumulating them, it was excessive for Piccolo to bring so many at once. You Scions consume so much. Even if senzu beans are limited, I doubt even soybeans would suffice. What happened to Trunks? He had defeated Cell and the androids, so who could have brought him to this state? Upon their return, Goku and Vegeta were equally alarmed by Trunks' condition, noting his battered state. "Ah, am I back?" Trunks slowly regained consciousness, his vision settling on Bulma, whose eyes were red with tears. He froze momentarily before embracing her tightly. "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Even the resilient Trunks found himself overcome with emotion at the sight of Bulma, tears streaming down his face as he wept uncontrollably. Bulma, taken aback by his reaction, surmised that her son had endured great hardships, gently patting his back without uttering a word. What transpired in the future, Trunks? Understanding a child better than anyone else, Vegeta sensed an ominous premonition. This was not merely a reaction to encountering a formidable enemy. Trunks finally lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of Goku and Vegeta, gripping his sword tightly, prepared to strike. Yet, he hesitated, lowering his weapon, though his eyes remained filled with complex emotions as he looked at Goku. "Why do you gaze at me in such a manner?" Trunks, seasoned by countless battles, sensed the murderous intent emanating from his counterpart. Even though it was but a fleeting moment, the flames of hatred engulfed Trunks' being. Had he not seen his father by his side, he might have acted upon it. It was only upon noticing Vegeta that he regained his composure, realizing this was not his own timeline. An enemy had emerged from the future, and this foe was none other than Uncle Goku. Goku, perplexed, could hardly fathom how he could inflict harm upon Trunks. "What? Me?" Trunks nodded earnestly, his voice thick with resentment and fury. The individual bore a striking resemblance to Uncle Goku, yet he was a scion whose power surged at an alarming rate, rendering Trunks helpless against him. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Kogoro, arms crossed defiantly over his chest. "Your power has increased so rapidly, are you not a scion? How could you suffer such a disgraceful defeat?" In their initial encounter, Trunks felt he could hold his own, but by the second clash, it was as if his opponent had transformed entirely, exhibiting a drastic boost in strength. By the third encounter, he had been vanquished in merely 3 moves. With the intent of exterminating all humanity, Trunks appeared to contemplate something dreadful, his pupils reflecting hatred, disgust, and fear. "Kogoro, what on earth are you doing? The version of you from another timeline is such a disgrace." Witnessing his son in such a state, Vegeta unleashed a furious roar at Kogoro. "I don't know, and besides, wasn't it you who arrived on Earth in a similar manner? How dare you criticize me?" Goku retorted, referencing past events, leaving Vegeta momentarily speechless, as he had indeed behaved similarly. Bulma intervened, chiding the 2 bickering warriors to cease their quarrel, for a physical confrontation was not out of the question. At that moment, Goku's ally, Goku Black, stepped forward to elucidate the origin of Black Goku. That is merely Goku's body. The soul inhabiting it belongs to Zamasu, the trainee Supreme Kai of Universe 10. He utilized the Super Dragon Balls to obtain Goku's body and has allied with his alternate self to annihilate all humanity. Trunks, still grappling with Zamasu's identity, felt his mind clouded by confusion as he listened to Goku's companion's explanation. He had encountered a Supreme Kai before. The events involving Majin Buu had transpired in his timeline as well, though he had thwarted Buu's resurrection. After all, he was the only scion who acted decisively and efficiently in battle. The Supreme Kai exuded a sense of justice, a powerful and benevolent being. How could he possibly wish for humanity's extinction? Trunks remarked, "I have met the Supreme Kai. He is a kind-hearted deity, and his name is not Zamasu." Vegeta scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with his son's defeat. There are 12 universes. We are merely the 7th. He could be referring to the Supreme Kai of another universe. Chapter 28. Anomaly. In the future, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 believed humanity to be excessively violent and had long harbored grievances toward them. Upon encountering Goku, he was astonished by Goku's strength, awakening his darker impulses, which ignited the entire incident. Goku's allies' words dispelled the doubts lingering in their minds. However, Goku himself could not recall meeting the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Have I met him? How do you know? Goku inquired. His friend offered a mere smile, providing no further explanation. You certainly keep your secrets well hidden. If you choose not to speak, so be it. It matters not to me. Alas, it seems I must assist you in dealing with him, Vegeta declared, though displeased with his son's performance. Goku, intrigued, regarded Vegeta with a playful smile. Oh, are you feeling quite confident, Vegeta? If I can defeat the real you, why would I fear a counterfeit? Vegeta asserted, brimming with self-assurance, which he had always possessed. Trunks hastily interjected, cautioning both warriors. He had faced Black Goku and knew his opponent's rapid progress and formidable strength. Uncle Goku, father, that Black Goku is truly powerful. He is not of the same caliber as the previous androids or Cell. Though Trunks did not voice it outright, both men discerned his lack of faith in their abilities. Fearing they would be unable to contend with Black Goku. The more formidable the opponent, the more exhilarating the challenge, is it not? Goku chuckled nonchalantly, relishing the prospect of battling a strong adversary, for weak foes did not pique his interest. Watching Goku and Vegeta, Trunks couldn't help but reminisce about his own universe. If they still lived, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. If Uncle Goku and Dad were still alive, Mother wouldn't he have? Trunks could not complete the thought, a wave of sorrow and rage enveloping him. His hair stood on end, transforming into a Super Saiyan, fists clenched tightly, tears streaming down his face once more. Vegeta felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that Bulma from that world? Trunks, what has become of Bulma? Surely she hasn't been harmed by the enemy? Observing Trunks, who remained silent and weeping, Vegeta's foreboding feelings intensified. Trunks lowered his gaze, unable to meet Vegeta's eyes. His voice thick with sorrow. Mother was killed by that monster. To save me and return to the present, she was brutally slaughtered. Upon hearing of Bulma's murder, Vegeta's gaze momentarily lost focus, only to be consumed by an overwhelming fury. You stood idly by as Bulma was slaughtered, like a coward abandoning his family to escape. As he uttered these words, Vegeta's tone became eerily devoid of emotion, his eyes hollow as they bore into Trunks. Before Trunks could respond, a fierce punch struck his abdomen, causing him to retch violently. His body crashed through the stone pavilion, hurtling several meters away before he finally halted. Vegeta, he has endured so much. In a future devoid of Goku and you, he is utterly alone. Is it not natural for a mother to sacrifice herself to protect her child? Bulma rushed to assist Trunks, voicing her grievances toward Vegeta. Vegeta cast a silent glance at Trunks, refraining from further aggression, as he struggled to contain his simmering rage, his voice ominously low. Once the time machine is operational, I shall personally venture into the future. This waste shall not return. He turned away, not sparing a glance for Trunks, his disappointment in his son palpable. Even upon learning of his demise at the hands of the androids, Vegeta felt no excessive anger. As a Saiyan, he accepted that death in battle was part of their nature. While he was discontented with his future self's defeat, he could come to terms with it. However, Bulma was different. As his partner and Trunks' mother, how could he abandon her? Vegeta was genuinely furious, yet there was little he could do. By the way, Trunks, how far have you progressed in your training? Sun Wukong did not intervene to stop Vegeta. He understood that Vegeta needed a moment of calm. Vegeta's punch had been delivered without restraint, leaving Trunks nearly unable to rise, taking some time to catch his breath. I'm not sure, but Uncle Wukong. Perhaps you could take a look, Trunks suggested, gathering energy and radiating sparks of electricity, his demeanor transforming into one of pride. Wukong nodded, admiring Trunks' power. Super Saiyan 2. Huh? I never imagined you could cultivate to such a level on your own. You've truly surprised me. However, even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Trunks felt that Uncle Wukong remained unfathomable. You can transform into this state too, right? To what extent has your power reached? Wukong chuckled, beckoning Trunks to come at him with all his strength. Trunks unsheathed his sword and struck with all his might, but Wukong raised a single hand and effortlessly caught Trunks' blow, countering with a punch that halted just shy of Trunks' neck. As Trunks looked up, he noticed Wukong's hair had turned red. and he could not sense Wukong's energy at all, though they were nearly face-to-face if he closed his eyes. He would be unable to detect Wukong's presence. What should have been a straightforward strike felt unavoidable to Trunks. No matter his actions, he could not evade it. Uncle Wukong, you are stronger than Black Goku. Trunks internally compared the two, certain that with Wukong's presence, Black Goku would be defeated. Curious about Black Goku's strength, Wukong asked Trunks how he perceived the two of them. In comparison to him, who do you think is stronger? While Trunks believed Wukong to be superior, Black Goku's rapid growth made him hesitant to assert that Wukong would definitively prevail. From the level he had fought Wukong last time, he felt Wukong was stronger. But whether he had grown even more powerful was uncertain. Imagining an enraged Vegeta confronting this enemy who shared his own body felt peculiar to Wukong. Oh, I see. In that case, he's doomed. An enraged Vegeta would surely kill him. Wukong's words left Trunks momentarily stunned, pondering if his father could also transform into this form. Chapter 29. A new mission. Deep down, Trunks had always perceived Vegeta's strength as inferior to that of Son Wukong. Observing from the sidelines, the ancient wolf, Gogeta, did not watch the clash between the two but instead gazed at the sky, sensing that with Trunks' arrival, Black Goku would soon follow. Upon his appearance, Gogeta intended to eliminate him swiftly, thus avoiding further complications. Yet, the situation warranted caution, as the Dragon Ball universe seemed amiss. Not only was the timeline misaligned, but some individuals adhered to the power levels established in the anime, while others followed those from the manga. If judged by the manga, Wukong and the others in their Super Blue forms would easily overwhelm the two Zamasus, and Black Goku's power would hardly surpass that of Super Saiyan 3. However, in the anime, Black Goku could directly challenge Super Blue Wukong without losing ground and, when fused, even matched Vegeta, regardless of his strength, should he dare to appear here. Gogeta vowed to eliminate him. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as a rift in space manifested, from which a figure emerged. Long have I heard of your name. Son Wukong, came the voice of the man who was Zamasu possessing Wukong's body, clad in a black martial arts uniform, exuding an aura of malevolence. Gogeta vanished from the ground without hesitation, launching a full-force Kamehameha, intent on obliterating Black Goku in a single blow. A group mission was announced. The administrator, Invincible Gogeta, was to seek a formidable adversary and engage in a decisive battle, which would be recorded in the group announcements for new members to acknowledge the formidable prowess of the group leader. There was no limit to this mission. The stronger the enemy, the greater the display of power by the administrator, and the more generous the rewards and points from the chat group. Was there a more suitable opponent than Zamasu? Gogeta retracted his gathered Kamehameha, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to accumulate points. Killing Black Goku now would leave Zamasu as the sole source of points. Black Goku noticed Gogeta's sudden movement. In an instant, Gogeta had attacked so swiftly that even Black Goku had not reacted. Though clearly aimed at him, for reasons unknown, this man suddenly halted. Yet Black Goku still viewed Gogeta with disdain. His sole adversary was Son Wukong, the mortal who surpassed the gods. Uncle Wukong, he is Black Goku. My mother perished at his hands. Son Wukong's pupils contracted upon hearing of his dear friend Bulma's demise, no longer wishing to test his opponent. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, a roar erupted from the nearby forest, as trees covering hundreds of square meters were violently uprooted by a fierce wave of energy. You scoundrel! Vegeta appeared before Black Goku with lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Black Goku smirked, his gaze filled with contempt. You are merely an appetizer. He caught Vegeta's heavy blow with his left hand. But Vegeta pressed on, landing a second punch against Black Goku's face despite the barrier of his palm. Black Goku was sent flying for thousands of meters from the tremendous impact. Vegeta roared, enveloped in divine energy. The powerful and resilient aura radiated towards Trunks on the ground, who felt his father was now beyond imagination. As Vegeta prepared to strike Black Goku decisively, a powerful suction emanated from the rift, drawing Black Goku's form into it. And then the rift vanished. I await you in the future, Son Wukong, echoed Black Goku's laughter through the air. Vegeta's expression hardened. His lips pressed tightly together as he watched the spot where Black Goku had disappeared. If you do not wish to be defeated, you may train in the hyperbolic time chamber. This enemy's strength is greater than you can imagine. Ancient Tianshan offered a kind reminder, prompting Vegeta to cast a sideways glance, his gaze retaining an air of arrogance. The time machine would require at least 2 days to recharge before it could return to the future. Seizing this opportunity, Goku resolved to harness Whis' power to journey to Universe 10 in search of Zamasu from this realm. Although Vegeta initially wished to accompany him, he ultimately decided to venture alone into the hyperbolic time chamber, recalling Tianshan's caution. His target was the future Zamasu, not the current version who had yet to commit any misdeeds. Bulma intended for Trunks to rest for a few days, confident that Goku would handle the enemy. However, Trunks gazed at Vegeta's soaring figure, consumed by guilt over his mother's tragic demise while striving to save him. He lamented his lack of strength. Had he been as formidable as Uncle Goku, he would not have been reduced to a desperate escape back to the present, seeking assistance from his father and Uncle Goku. He acknowledged his own weakness. Yet, the furious Vegeta paid no heed to Trunks' request to train together, dismissing him with ease. Goku, too, had his own matters to attend to and required a capable mentor to grow stronger. Observing the despondent and frustrated Trunks, Tianshan contemplated offering some guidance. Tomorrow, Vegeta will complete his training. You may ask Gohan to take you to the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps he is the most suitable mentor for you. Trunks paused, recalling Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2 during their battle against Cell. In the future, Gohan was both his brother and teacher, guiding him through life. Watching Tianshan depart, Trunks pondered. During his previous visit to this timeline amidst the android crisis, he had not encountered ancient Qingfeng. Yet, the familiarity in Tianshan's tone suggested a close bond with his father. Perhaps they had become acquainted after his departure. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Trunks recognized the urgency. He must find brother Gohan first. Though Bulma was reluctant to see her son leave yet again, she had no grounds to stop him and could only watch as he soared into the distance. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Trunks made his way to Goku's home, where Gohan was currently with Videl, awaiting the imminent birth of their daughter. Trunks, what brings you here? Gohan exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by Trunks' arrival and warmly ushering him inside. Observing Gohan's scholarly demeanor, Trunks found himself questioning whether this was truly the Gohan he remembered. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and explained the dire situation of the future world and its tragedies. Seeing the desperation in Trunks' eyes and glancing at Videl, Gohan clenched his jaw, uncertain of how to proceed. Videl reassured him, stating that she was fine, attributing Gohan's tension to his first-time fatherhood. She emphasized that a brief absence posed no issue. At that moment, Piccolo entered from outside and provided clarity amidst Gohan's indecision. Gohan, I will be here. You can trust in my presence. Go ahead and train him. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan resolved to guide Trunks in his training. However, Trunks sensed no formidable energy emanating from Gohan at this moment. Gohan seemed weaker than his younger self during the Cell Saga. Brother Gohan, have you achieved your dream of becoming a distinguished scholar? Trunks inquired. Indeed, after defeating Cell, I dedicated several years to becoming a scholar, Gohan replied, adjusting his glasses. He then placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder, inviting him to follow. Before commencing their rigorous training, Gohan wished to assess Trunks' current strength. They ascended to the sacred grounds of the Supreme Kai's temple, where Gohan changed into his martial arts attire. Give it your all and attack me, Trunks. As Gohan donned his fighting garb, his demeanor transformed, exuding an aura of intensity. Trunks felt an unsettling realization that he might not match Gohan in combat, prompting an internal acknowledgement of Gohan's enduring strength despite the years that had passed. With no reservations, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and teleported before Gohan, launching a close-range assault. Gohan deftly blocked the strike, and Trunks seized the opportunity to counterattack, only for Gohan to anticipate his move. In a swift motion, Gohan redirected Trunks' momentum, sending him soaring upward. Trunks fought to halt his ascent while keeping a keen eye on Gohan's movements, only to discover Gohan positioned directly beneath him. With a concentrated energy wave poised at Trunks' abdomen, Gohan could end the battle with a mere touch. Incredible! Truly remarkable, brother Gohan! Trunks exclaimed, astonished by Gohan's overwhelming power. He had assumed that their disparity would be minimal, but it now appeared to be a chasm as vast as the heavens. There's nothing extraordinary about it. You two can become stronger. I have great faith in you, Trunks, Gohan reassured, patting him on the shoulder. He refrained from rushing into training, as they had ample time in the time chamber. Initially, he aimed to soothe Trunks' emotional turmoil. Gohan held high hopes for him, recognizing that Trunks was unlike the others. Perhaps due to his solitary existence in the future, Trunks' battles were decisive and unambiguous, swiftly concluding once his power surpassed that of his foes. This was a quality Gohan admired in Trunks, distinguishing him from Vegeta and others. Although Trunks should have felt elated to receive training from his once heroic brother, The haunting memories of Bulma's tragic fate in the future cast a shadow over his joy. Fortunately, Gohan's kind and sunny disposition gradually lifted Trunks' spirits as they conversed for an extended period. Eventually, Vegeta emerged from the time chamber, having undergone a year of training that brought him a newfound calmness. Observing his unyielding son, he refrained from voicing his disappointment but cast a knowing glance at Gohan. Gohan responded with a nod and a smile, understanding Vegeta's unspoken encouragement to train Trunks without reservation. Meanwhile, Goku, utilizing Whis' abilities, successfully arrived in Universe 10, encountering Zamasu before he had fully succumbed to darkness. In a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, just as Zamasu prepared to strike against the Supreme Kai, Beerus intervened to thwart his destructive intentions. Upon returning home, Ancient Chi Feng opened a chat group, declaring, "In a couple of days, I will engage in combat. I shall live-stream the event for you all. Do you intend to fight, Administrator? That is indeed something to look forward to. I have yet to witness you unleash your full power. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Last time, an asteroid was unleashed, and this time, it is likely that something on the scale of the Earth will be detonated. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3 style. At last, we may witness the true prowess of the Master. I wonder if there will be any new techniques." Upon seeing Namikaze Minato, the ancient wolf, Gu Tianlang, hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, and with his eccentric personality, one can only imagine what peculiar name he might concoct. Unrivaled Gogeta. Well, when it comes to naming, I would prefer to abstain, as I tend to be rather low-key. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3 style. Oh, very well. CAF waitress who adores rabbits, primarily, Minato. Your name is rather peculiar, and this cannot be blamed on the Master. Just the thought of Minato conjures a myriad of bizarre and difficult names for Dongxiang, leaving her quite overwhelmed. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I must say, the name you chose is rather lacking in decency, wouldn't you agree? It seems even the great ones do not wish to bear such a name. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Technique 3. Tony, can you truly compete with me? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. You can't defeat me, can you? What does that even mean? Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar. Third style. Guess? Gu Tianlang was left speechless. How does Tony always manage to find himself at the wrong end of a gun? What exactly is he thinking? The day after tomorrow arrived swiftly, and Gu Qingfeng had already come to Bulma's residence to await the arrival of Trunks, along with Vegeta and Son Goku. It was not until noon that Trunks returned from the Sacred Realm, his previously despondent demeanor replaced by an air of determination. The extent of his newfound strength remained uncertain. However, his gaze was filled with resolve, and every movement radiated immense confidence, an affirmation of his abilities and a testament to his courage in the face of adversity. Chapter 31. The arrival of the future. It appeared that Gohan had trained him well. Unlike Vegeta's icy exterior coupled with a warm heart, Goku viewed Trunks' transformation with newfound respect. He's still far from perfect. Bulma enveloped Trunks in a heartfelt embrace, conveying everything without uttering a word. Without further delay, the four of them boarded the time machine. Though Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction with Gu Tianlang's inclusion. "What business do you have here? I could handle them alone." With a flash of white light, the time machine vanished from sight. Bulma looked skyward in prayer, her heart aching for her son. "You must succeed, Trunks." Zamasu, clad in the attire of the Kaioshin and with green skin, hovered above, gazing down upon the humans destined for obliteration. Humans are truly a violent and insignificant existence. Allowing them to persist is the greatest affront to the divine. Beside him, Black Goku, dressed in black martial attire, wore a sinister grin, his eyes brimming with scorn and derision for humanity. However, it is their foolishness and frailty that accentuate the strength and perfection of the divine. Having played enough, Zamasu decided it was time to conclude the proceedings. A purple energy sphere materialized in his hand, hurtling toward the panicked crowd below. "You shall not prevail." A golden light surged from a distance, intercepting the energy sphere before it could strike the ground, sending it soaring into the air. The immense energy fluctuation stirred the skies, whipping the winds into a frenzy as the energy radiated outward. "Oh, Trunks, where is Son Goku? Do you wish to meet your demise alone?" Upon witnessing Zamasu's attack thwarted, Black Goku responded with a mocking laugh, taunting Trunks relentlessly. "Your opponent is me, you fool." In a familiar encounter, Black Goku was once again struck squarely in the face by Vegeta, the force of the blow sending him crashing into a dilapidated building. Vegeta and Goku positioned themselves on either side of Trunks, each locking onto their respective adversary. Although Black Goku's strength clearly surpassed Zamasu's, Goku held back, unwilling to contend with Vegeta, especially considering the fact that Bulma from this world had been slain. Unbeknownst to him, Black Goku had ruthlessly targeted Chi-Chi and Goten after seizing control of his body. An appetizer. You dare to be so arrogant? Emerging from the rubble, Black Goku regarded Vegeta with disdain, convinced that the lowly scion could never be his match. Vegeta had no desire for idle chatter. The moment enemies meet, the tension escalates. He unleashed his power, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Simultaneously, Black Goku radiated a pink aura, his overwhelming energy pulsating outward as his hair shifted to a vibrant pink. The two dashed toward one another like meteors, a collision of crimson and azure light that resulted in a fierce confrontation. After a brief stalemate, Black Goku ultimately fell short against Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. The invincible Gogeta commenced a live broadcast. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest as he enters the live stream. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Technique 3 makes its entrance into the live stream. Come, be my son, as you join the live stream. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Is it merely my illusion, or do I increasingly find that these two individuals bear a resemblance to the Tycoon? Be my son. I too perceive some similarities, though the Tycoon's appearance seems to exude a greater air of aloofness. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar. Third style. Indeed. One cannot help but admire the prowess of those hailing from the world of the Tycoon. Their casual strikes possess a destructive force that nearly rivals that of the tailed beast Jade. Tony is indeed not the wealthiest. Indeed. Witnessing the velocity and force of their exchanges leaves me utterly mesmerized. One would scarcely dare to depict such scenes in a film. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro. Can everyone perceive the unfolding battle? The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. I cannot see them. At least, I cannot. The time-devouring sprite. I too am unable to witness it. I can merely discern the fleeting shadows clashing, though I can perceive the tremors in the air. The Spiral Luminous Super Wheel Dance Roar Style 3. I cannot see it either. Be my son. An additional affirmation from above. The harbinger of destruction. I can only perceive the afterimages. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. It seems that the one with pink hair is on the verge of defeat. Is the outcome to be determined so swiftly? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro. How remarkable. Hinata can actually see it. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. It is simply inconceivable. If even Watergate cannot be perceived, how could Hinata possibly see it? Little Hinata should strive for honesty in her endeavors. The Spiral Flash Ultra Dance Roar, a technique that Hinata possesses, grants her the Byakugan, endowing her with vision that transcends the ordinary, rendering it plausible for her to perceive such things. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, she observes. It is not that. It is merely that the locations of the two combatants are now enveloped in blue light, while the pink radiance is on the verge of vanishing. Her statement leaves everyone momentarily stunned, prompting them to chase after the residual shadows and gaze towards the positions of Vegeta and the others. The blue light grows increasingly formidable, its aura intensifying rather than waning. In contrast, the pink glow resembles a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, vulnerable to being submerged by the overwhelming sea of blue energy. It is evident to any discerning observer that Vegeta wields an absolute advantage in this battle. Among those engaged in close combat, Goku utterly dominates Zamasu, delivering a crushing blow. Zamasu, bolstered by the power of the Super Dragon, has attained immortality. Yet his strength has not seen significant enhancement. He flits precariously on the edge of life and death, managing to elevate his power to that of Super Saiyan 3. But against Goku in his Ultra Instinct form, he cannot withstand even a fraction of Goku's might. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta similarly displays overwhelming strength, leaving Black Goku in a state of disarray, prompting admiration for the renowned warrior race. Not long ago, Vegeta was not this formidable, yet in a mere day, his power has undergone a remarkable transformation. Throughout the encounter, he relentlessly pounds Black Goku, while Zamasu attempts to intervene, only to be thwarted by Goku, who refuses to allow him to interfere in their struggle. Enraged, Black Goku, a deity being struck by mortals, seethes with fury, his eyes igniting with flames. He clasps his hands, summoning a scythe of judgment, and unleashes two waves of cutting energy towards Vegeta. Vegeta deftly evades this assault. Yet the ensuing strike descends upon the observing Goten. Goten, unfazed, extends a hand, shattering the energy blades with ease. Your attack seems rather unimpressive, Vegeta taunts Black Goku, who, in silence, gazes beyond Vegeta's shoulder, a grin spreading across his face. What? Vegeta turns to see Black Goku's strike has rent the heavens, creating a rift in time and space. This is the essence of divine power. In the 32nd chapter, Defeat of the Dark Duo, A punch lands squarely on Black Goku's face, sending him plummeting from the sky and crashing into the ground. But this is not the end. In a fit of rage, Vegeta employs his royal combat style, unleashing a barrage of energy waves that rain down upon Black Goku's form. Dust fills the air, and debris scatters as Vegeta denies Black Goku even a moment's respite, his aura surging yet again as he dives downward. With a full-force strike, he connects with Black Goku's abdomen, a radiant explosion illuminating the earth. Under the weight of such terrifying power, Black Goku descends, buried hundreds of meters beneath the surface. Left with no alternative, he resorts to instant transmission, reappearing in the air, emanating a pink aura as he fractures space, ultimately coalescing into multiple Black Gokus. Despite Vegeta's relentless attacks, they cannot be entirely obliterated. The scattered energy forms quickly regain their original state and even multiply. Do you know what your wife said before she died? She begged me to spare Trunks. What a pitiful woman, Black Goku boasts, believing himself invincible. Goten on the ground shakes his head, knowing that villains often meet their demise through their own words. This remark will undoubtedly ignite Vegeta's fury. As expected, upon hearing this, Vegeta's rage erupts, igniting the Saiyan warrior's blood, unleashing a torrent of energy. Black Goku revels in Vegeta's newfound strength, sensing that it may lead to his own enhancement. Vegeta radiates an energy that far surpasses that of a typical Super Saiyan Blue, disregarding the surrounding energy clones of Black Goku. In the next moment, he charges directly at Black Goku, his hatred unlocking his full potential, transforming the battle into a one-sided affair. Despite the clones' relentless assaults, they are rendered meaningless before Vegeta's full-powered Super Saiyan Blue form. Black Goku finds himself utterly defenseless, his body becoming a mere flicker of light as he pursues the battered remnants of his form. Begone! Black Goku attempts a surprise attack, but Vegeta, without turning back, delivers a punch that obliterates the clone. The sequence of attacks flows seamlessly. Zamasu watches, anxiety mounting. Should Black Goku perish, even with his immortality, he could never hope to contend with both Goku and Vegeta. Absorbing Goku's energy wave directly, enduring the piercing pain, Zamasu uses instant transmission. Meanwhile, Trunks and Mai, astonished by Vegeta's might, are taken aback when Zamasu suddenly appears behind Mai. Goku, intent on providing aid, arrives too late. Astonished by Zamasu's audacity to claim divinity while engaging in such despicable acts, he reaches out, grasping for Mai's neck, knowing she is the weakest amongst them, allowing him to threaten the others. The imagined scenario is beautiful, yet reality is unforgiving. An enormous hand appears from nowhere, delivering a punch that shatters Zamasu's head into pieces. The assailant is none other than Goten, whose fierce strike proves devastating. Zamasu's headless body collapses, and Trunks expresses gratitude to Goten for his timely assistance, averting a dire outcome. "Thank you, Mr. Goten," Trunks acknowledges, to which Goten nods slightly. It was but a trifling effort. Not at all. Zamasu rises once more, keeping his distance from Goten. Acutely aware of the disparity between them, yet his expression remains smug. "I am immortal. No matter how strong you are, you cannot erase me." Mere mortals before he can finish, Trunks lunges forward, delivering a punch that finds its mark in Zamasu's gut. "You killed my mother and have repeatedly targeted I will never forgive you." With a thunderous roar, Trunks unleashed the tempest of fury that had been simmering within him, accompanied by a cacophony of howls. Countless arcs of electricity entwined around his form. His hair transformed into a resplendent golden hue, and the power within him surged relentlessly, seemingly without limit. Trunks' hair underwent a subtle yet striking change, evolving into a pure gold, lengthening dramatically. The overwhelming aura radiating from him was earth-shattering, despite the late hour. The sky shimmered with the brilliance of a miniature sun. The emergence of the Super Saiyan third stage was a visual spectacle that eclipsed even that of the Super Saiyan God, the latter being a divine transformation capable of restraining its energy, resulting in a relatively subdued presence. In contrast, the third stage was an unadulterated Saiyan transformation, incomparable in its sheer intensity. Trunks surged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Zamasu, who found himself struggling under the onslaught. It was astonishing that merely 2 days had passed, and Trunks had experienced such a monumental leap in strength. Was this truly the same individual? This was a far cry from their previous encounter. Within mere exchanges, Zamasu suffered grievous injuries, his body marred and bloodied. Goku descended to the ground, standing beside Goten, observing the magnificent display of power from Trunks without intervening. This was Trunks' battle of vengeance. He ought to resolve it himself. Goten was taken aback by Vegeta's explosive growth. astonished to witness his dear friend reaching a level of prowess that even he had yet to attain. It appeared that Vegeta had achieved full power in his super blue form, truly impressive. Goten, too, had not anticipated such rapid advancement from Vegeta. It is only natural, he mused. Having trained under Whis and then learning of his wife's brutal demise, his spirit was significantly galvanized, awakening his potential in a novel manner. His strength likely surpasses yours now. This was partly due to the fact that prior to training with Whis, Vegeta had been aware of Goten's surpassing strength over both himself and Goku. Consequently, during his training on Beerus planet, Vegeta had pushed himself even harder than in the original narrative. Black Goku found himself under relentless assault from Vegeta, while Zamasu struggled against the full force of Trunks. Both foes realized they had underestimated the Saiyans. Curse it, we have clearly underestimated humanity, Zamasu conceded. Let us resort to that technique. As Black Goku was battered by Vegeta, his energy spiraled into chaos, compelling him to summon his evil energy doppelgangers for a simultaneous attack on Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity, he instantaneously transported himself to Zamasu's location, removing the patera earrings and adorning the opposite ear. Inevitably, the two clashed, light enveloping the world as they merged into a singular entity, revealing the resplendent God Zamasu. Taking a deep breath, God Zamasu summoned a torrent of energy akin to an unending river, an archangelic halo materializing behind him. With boundless power and an immortal form, he stood as the most formidable adversary that Goku and his companions had ever encountered. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Is it true that one can grow stronger merely by shouting? It seems that every time they yell, their power appears to amplify. Chapter 33. The battle against Bo, unrivaled in the world. Goku, perhaps not entirely, as Saiyans simply enjoy this manner. It adds an air of grandeur to their combat. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance. Roar of Three. Have they merged? What a dazzling technique. Perhaps we should name it the Dual Unity Super Flash Warriors. The coffee shop waitress who admires bunnies. Oh dear, here we go again with another peculiar name. Why not simply call it the Merged Warriors? The Destroyer of Worlds. This guy, Watergate, is genuinely intriguing. Despite his handsome appearance, he possesses a rather airhead personality. The time-devouring fairy. I am even more curious about just how formidable this enemy becomes after merging. This question also piqued the interest of Gutenlang. The power boost from merging with earrings varies for each individual. Few possess an amplification as significant as that of Vegeto. Vegeto and Goku are both rivals and close friends, and only under such dual enhancements can they achieve such overwhelming results. As for the so-called multiplication theory, to him, it is merely a metaphor indicating Vegeta's strength. It is unrealistic to calculate in such a manner. If we were to do so, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto would possess a power 100 billion times that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku, which would likely allow him to overpower Beerus. Just how powerful is God Zamasu? Gutenlang is not in haste to intervene, allowing Goku and the others to engage him first. God Zamasu conjures a cataclysmic purple energy sphere, hurling it towards the group on the ground. The trio, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, unites to unleash their most potent technique, combining the hues of yellow and blue to release boundless energy, confronting the destructive sphere head-on. The two attacks, capable of annihilating the Earth, collide with tremendous force. As God Zamasu applies pressure with one hand, the destructive energy sphere relentlessly bearing down. Vegeta and Trunks simultaneously unleash their voices, channeling their powers to their utmost limits, intensifying their energy output. Aware of their disadvantage, Goku employs his newly mastered technique, executing the tenfold Kaioken in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Goku gathers energy. His aura is surging wildly, enveloped in blue flames accented by a layer of red. His power continues to escalate. 3 times, 7 times, 10 times the Kaioken, his explosive aura causing the ground to shatter inch by inch, an overwhelming force palpable in the air. Ultimately, under the combined might of the three, they shatter the energy sphere, an intense wave of energy radiating outward, striking God Zamasu. As the dust settles, Zamasu remains unscathed, and Goku and Vegeta exchange glances, preparing to launch their assault. The divine halo behind Zamasu suddenly releases countless beams of lethal energy, shaking the very ground beneath them, causing it to crumble. The refugees hiding underground fear for their lives, trembling in terror, while Zamasu remains unfazed despite the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta restrains Zamasu's right hand, and Goku kicks towards him at the opportune moment. However, Zamasu reacts swiftly, grasping Goku's leg, dark energy emanating from his palms, causing Goku and Vegeta to cry out in agony. They struggle to resist the corrupting influence of the malevolent energy, and Goku delivers a perfect spinning kick, striking Zamasu in the head. Vegeta follows up with a powerful punch, sending Zamasu crashing to the ground. The impact shatters Zamasu's halo, stripping away his previously arrogant demeanor. And in a fit of rage, he bellows loudly. A spectrum of energy shoots skyward as his arms contort grotesquely, demanding energy from the heavens. Pink storm clouds gather, and countless lightning strikes converge upon his form, his right arm becoming immensely thick and powerful. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta have exhausted all their strength and cannot maintain the already depleting Super Saiyan Blue form. Vegeta breaks through to full power in Super Saiyan Blue first. But it is a precarious breakthrough, his stability compromised, leaving him in a state of full-body spasms and weakness. Trunks, though not significantly weakened, faces a stark disparity against God Zamasu in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Observers in the chat group, witnessing Goku and his companions in dire straits, eagerly anticipate the administrator's next move. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. May I inquire whether the assault unleashed by Zamas can genuinely obliterate the Earth? The time-devouring sprite, it seems implausible, even if immensely powerful, to devastate the Earth would require an utmost effort, wouldn't it? It is hardly conceivable that a mere single-handed strike could achieve such destruction. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, I suspect it would be quite formidable. However, the concept of shattering an asteroid is vastly different from that of annihilating the Earth. Many asteroids possess a volume merely 1/100th or even 1,000th that of the Earth. The unrivaled Goku. Should we heed the truth or the falsehood? The destroyer of worlds. Perhaps we should first entertain the falsehood. The unrivaled Goku. If it cannot be shattered, how could anyone genuinely possess the capability to destroy the Earth? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I find myself averse to hearing the truth. Yet I still yearn to listen. Unmatched Goku. Even if 10 Earths were aligned in a straight line, this strike could pierce them all. The sleeping daughter of Kogoro, however. I perceive that the destructive power is not particularly strong. It seems less visually stunning than Whitebeard's might. Be my son, ha ha ha. I believe they are condensing energy into a single point, which results in greater destructive power at the cost of a significantly reduced area of effect. The rabbit-loving CAF attendant. Such a formidable foe, can the boss truly triumph? If not, it would be prudent to flee swiftly. Dongxiang's perspective diverges from others. She considers that even such a powerful enemy may not be a match for the boss, the destroyer of worlds. Indeed, if we cannot win, we should retreat and seek another opportunity to obliterate him. Upon hearing Goku's words, the consensus in the group is to urge him to escape, avoiding a direct confrontation with such an entity. Unmatched Goku. Nonetheless, he is no match for me. There is no need for concern. As for whether Goku spoke falsehoods, no one doubted. The group held a deep-seated trust in Gucci Phone. A robust right arm descended heavily toward the ground, the force creating a tempest capable of tearing everything apart, akin to an air cannon directed at them. Despite knowing he would be overpowered, Trunks charged forward without hesitation, extending a protective barrier around Vegeta, Goku, and Xiao behind him. Humanity, unwilling to flee, dares to confront divine power. Such a foolish and insignificant existence. God Zamasu looked disdainfully upon Trunks' actions, and just then, the barrier expanded once more, encompassing even the humans in the shelter. I cannot allow you to succeed. I am Trunks, son of Prince Vegeta, destined to save the future. Trunks maximized his energy, preparing to turn the tide single-handedly. Chapter 34, Taking Action. Goku merely observed silently from the sidelines, showing no intent to intervene. This was Trunks' inner demon, a perilous brush with death he required to emerge from his past shadows. The clash of fists against the energy shield created a terrifying impact that distorted and warped the barrier, clearly unable to withstand such dreadful force. Yet, Trunks persisted until the very last moment, astonishingly breaking through his limits and achieving full power Super Saiyan 3. At the brink of the barrier shattering, a surge of brilliance erupted, counteracting the shockwave of the punch. This incited Zamasu, now fused, to erupt in fury. How could a mere Trunks withstand his assault? He unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, intent on obliterating the Earth in one fell swoop. However, as half of the energy blasts were released, they exploded midair, and a figure emerged from the dense fog, gazing impassively at the monstrous Zamasu. The members of the chat group felt that Goku, in that moment, resembled a deity descending from the heavens, evoking a sense of inferiority with just a glance. The destroyer of worlds, as I traverse through the mist, others feel diminished by my presence. Truly, a mysterious and powerful being. The once world-destroying Morsh, observing the man on screen, could not help but express his admiration. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar. This opponent is formidable, likely to be a fierce adversary for the administrator. Alas, we are fated not to witness the battle. Minato expressed regret, for a live broadcast pales in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. Only in close proximity can one truly appreciate the strength of both combatants. The sleeping daughter of Kogoro, I dare not approach. It is far too perilous. Even the residual shockwaves could likely annihilate me. On the contrary, Myriad found this situation satisfactory. Were she to witness it up close, she would feel frightened. Time-devouring fairy, the battle is about to commence. Let us carefully observe just how powerful the administrator truly is. Goku hovered in the air, his expression suddenly shifting to one of bewilderment. He sensed he might have misjudged his own strength. His usual state might not merely be full-power Super Saiyan Blue, lacking a point of reference in the past. He was uncertain of his true capabilities, but witnessing Vegeta's earlier performance, even in full-power Super Saiyan Blue, felt inadequate. You. How dare you show such disrespect toward the divine? Zamasu's face, already grotesquely contorted, twisted further in rage, rendering it even more repulsive. Boom. A figure abruptly crashed into the ground, the tremendous impact creating a deep crater, causing Zamasu in the sky to vanish. My apologies, you were simply too hideous. I could not restrain myself. Goku chuckled helplessly, yet Zamasu on the ground perceived that smile as infuriatingly smug. Trunks, taken aback, was astonished by Goku's speed. Even he could not follow the action. A powerful right hand struck the earth, radiating blinding light, as Zamasu transformed into a dazzling being, instantaneously moving from the ground to unleash a punch at Goku. Goku, long weary of Zamasu's self-proclaimed superiority, retaliated without reservation. Their fists collided, fracturing the earth and toppling dilapidated skyscrapers. The two engaged in a battle of strength, with neither gaining the upper hand for a moment. As Goku's smile grew increasingly pronounced, Zamasu felt his own power gradually diminish, as if his fingers were about to shatter under the strain of Goku's overwhelming force. No longer could Zamasu afford to underestimate his opponent. His aura surged, and he unleashed an energy blast to push Goku back, while his left hand coalesced into a blade of light for another assault. Yet, Goku's prowess evidently surpassed that of both Goku and Vegeta, gradually gaining the upper hand. He blocked Zamasu's assault with grace, utilizing the opponent's force against him to deliver a flawless side kick. The movements flowed seamlessly, directing an accumulation of energy toward Zamasu, unleashing a torrent of blue light that enveloped the ground, ensnaring him with no escape. Zamasu was left in a wretched state after the blow, left with no choice. Zamasu activated his protective shield, his anger fueling a barrage of energy blades. Goku maintained a serene smile, as though everything was well within his grasp. The two figures flickered through the air, searching for each other's vulnerabilities. Zamasu ascended into the clouds, his aura erupting, coalescing into a sphere of destructive energy brimming with malevolence. Zamasu erupted into maniacal laughter, for this energy sphere represented his most potent attack. Surely, no one could withstand it. You dare to evade? The earth will perish. If you choose not to evade, facing this attack will ensure your demise. So what will your choice be? Trunks' eyes glowed red. He sensed the destructive potential of this strike and yearned to rush forward to aid Goku, willing to sacrifice himself to prevent the annihilation of the future. Goku and Vegeta, whose strength eclipsed Trunks, stumbled to their feet, eager to lend Goku their support. Such an attack could not be borne by a single individual. Who told you that I intend to protect the Earth? However, I shall indulge your wish. Such an attack does not warrant my evasion. Wolf halted the movements of the three, gesturing for Zamasu to advance swiftly. The formidable power of Zamasu, several times greater than that of the fully charged Ultra Blue, instilled in him no sense of threat whatsoever. Energy orbs whistled through the air, descending violently towards the grounded Wolf. He braced himself against the energy blasts, the immense pressure forcing his legs to sink into the earth. Die, mortal, Zamasu declared from above, exerting all his strength in a bid to annihilate Wolf and obliterate the planet itself in one decisive blow. The energy orb gradually penetrated the ground, and with it, Wolf's form vanished from sight, engulfed by the terrifying waves of destruction. The earth was scarred by a colossal crater, several hundred meters in diameter, which deepened as the energy orb continued its descent. Trunks could scarcely detect any trace of his presence. It seemed all was lost. At this moment, even the slightest encounter with the energy blast would trigger an explosive reaction. The Earth was beyond salvation. Such a cataclysmic force would surely reduce the planet to mere cosmic dust. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. One wonders if the boss is on the verge of collapse, as he has seemingly vanished from sight. The slumbering daughter of Little Five? Surely not, for did the boss not declare that his opponent was no match for him? The CAF attendant who adores rabbits, yet the opponent's assault has indeed forced the boss into hiding. It is the first time I have witnessed him in such a predicament. Chapter 35, The Super Saiyan Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar. Style 3, let us continue to watch closely. If he were uncertain, the boss would not have dared to endure such an attack. Watergate holds a degree of confidence in ancient Heavenly Wolf, believing he will not succumb to this onslaught. The destroyer of worlds, that is true. One would not easily meet their demise under such circumstances. Having witnessed ancient Heavenly Wolf annihilate thousands of monsters solely through his aura, Minyashur has also developed considerable faith in his strength. Young Lady Hinata, my Byakugan cannot penetrate their attacks. They are overwhelmingly powerful, rendering me helpless. However, several women in the group evidently harbor differing sentiments, expressing concern for ancient Heavenly Wolf. At that moment, the situation underwent a shocking reversal. The descending energy orb suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, releasing an indescribable, overwhelming aura. The energy orb began to ascend uncontrollably, resisting Zamasu's attempts to regain control. Emerging from the depths, ancient Heavenly Wolf raised a hand to the energy, casting a disdainful glance at Zamasu. The power of the divine is disappointingly feeble. The color of ancient Heavenly Wolf's hair and eyes transformed to a brilliant gold, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Golden sparks flickered around him, his aura exuding an air of haughty supremacy, as if regarding the divine as mere insects. The mere aura radiating from him caused Zamasu to retreat several paces in fear. Impossible! How could you withstand this attack? I should have already claimed your life. Even Super Blue was no match for him. A mere Super Saiyan, though momentarily surprising, was not worthy of his concern. Yet he had sensed no trace of ancient Heavenly Wolf's aura until now. Why was he still alive? As ancient Heavenly Wolf leaned back, he mimicked a punching motion, treating the energy orb as a basketball, launching it fiercely toward the airborne Zamasu. Zamasu scoffed, convinced that such an attack could never strike him, effortlessly evading it. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is nothing remarkable. Your speed has barely increased. Trunks widened his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding above. He could hardly fathom that someone could achieve such feats. This is divine. This individual is truly formidable, existing in a realm far beyond our own. As the dark aura enveloping Earth dissipated, the outer shadows vanished, purified by the energy orb, allowing sunlight to flood in once more. Zamasu, perplexed by the anomaly above, pondered how ancient Heavenly Wolf accomplished this. You utilized my energy to breach my dark aura. How did you manage that? In truth, when ancient Heavenly Wolf launched the energy orb, he had already purified it with his own energy, rendering it akin to a spirit bomb. A flash of golden light revealed ancient Heavenly Wolf standing before Zamasu, pressing a palm against his head and forcefully rubbing it against the building. With a swift kick, he sent Zamasu crashing into the ruins, where Zamasu fought back fiercely, but the vast disparity in strength rendered his efforts futile. He could not land a single blow on ancient Heavenly Wolf. Do you possess any means to grow stronger? If this is your utmost limit, you lack the worth to continue living. Remaining calm and collected, ancient Heavenly Wolf dodged while inquiring, his expression grave. The stronger Zamasu became, the more points he could earn. Otherwise, even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, if the enemy's strength was insufficient, he could not unleash his full potential. And the points from the chat group would be meager. The more ancient Heavenly Wolf taunted him, the more Zamasu's fury escalated. The very human he deemed inferior dared to mock him, igniting his rage to the point of losing his sanity. His attacks became erratic, causing ancient Heavenly Wolf to lose interest, as he mercilessly battered Zamasu, the once mighty deity now retreating step by step. None in the group could have anticipated that ancient Heavenly Wolf harbored such power. Young Lady Hinata, I thought the boss was doomed. It terrified me. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar, Style 3. I anticipated a fierce battle, yet I never imagined the boss's true strength to be so terrifying. It was entirely a one-sided thrashing. Tony is indeed not the wealthiest. Has he merely changed his hairstyle? How has his strength surged so dramatically? What was once a fierce competition has now turned into an overwhelming dominance. The CAF attendant, who adores rabbits, remarked, however, since the Great One transformed with golden hair, he emanates an aura of cold arrogance. The everyday Gudianglang, though recognized as the strongest in the group, typically exudes a friendly demeanor, lacking the aloofness characteristic of other formidable beings. Yet now, he has undergone a transformation. Even his expressionless face cannot conceal the pride that radiates from his brow. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro noted, "Indeed, he appears to possess a more oppressive presence than before, but it seems the enemy cannot perish." The world's destroyer stated, "As long as one possesses sufficient power, immortality does not equate to invincibility. There will always be a means to annihilate." Observing the frenzied Zamasu, Gogeta felt a profound sense of boredom. It appeared that Zamasu's strength had reached its limits, and he had lost all interest in continuing the engagement. The battle concluded as a resplendent orb of multicolored light materialized in his hand, within which sparkled a myriad of rainbow hues. With lightning speed, he thrust the orb into Zamasu's being. "I am immortal," he began, yet his words were cut short as Zamasu's body began to unravel. First, his limbs disintegrated, followed by his torso, erasing all traces of his existence. Both his malevolent aura and his immortality were rendered ineffective, completely obliterated by this pure energy of purification. The Soul Enforcer, possessing the ability to cleanse evil, was perfectly suited to confront the Zamasu consumed by darkness. As Zamasu remained in a state of disarray, unable to restore his form, Vegeta found it hard to fathom that this immortal being had perished. Zamasu has truly fallen? What was that technique? Goku stumbled to his feet, gravely gazing at the spot where Zamasu once stood. The wolf truly possesses formidable strength. Merely as a Super Saiyan, he wields such power. Trunks was left speechless. How could there exist someone on Earth stronger than his father and Uncle Goku? He could not recall such a figure ever existing on their planet. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Zamasu had not managed to withstand even a single attack. And the disparity between him and Gogeta was as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Is this truly the end for Tony, the supposed tycoon? Has the battle concluded so swiftly? Tony felt it was essential to ingratiate himself with the powerful figures in his future. If they were to protect him, no villain, not even Thanos, would stand a chance against such formidable allies. The daughter of the dormant Kogoro remarked, "This boss is extraordinarily strong. The seriousness of such a figure is truly terrifying." Chapter 36. Be my son. Even the yellow monkey could not possibly achieve such speed. How could a human move so swiftly? Whitebeard could hardly perceive the clash between the two combatants, only witnessing the air ripple incessantly, as their speed surpassed the limits of human sight. Suddenly, the sky was cloaked in immense, dark green clouds as Zamasu manifested ominously, with a dark aura spreading from Earth to the far reaches of the universe. "Do you think this is the end? I shall eradicate humanity. How dare such wretched beings defy the divine?" Countless colossal faces of Zamasu appeared in the sky, their gaping mouths gathering malevolent energy, unleashing indiscriminate energy blasts upon the ground. Ancient Wolf did not even glance up. With a mere flick of his hand, all the energy blasts erupted in midair. He muttered, "Weak deity, behold the true power." His gaze turned serious, golden flames erupting around him, dispelling the shadows in the sky, as a tremendous energy wave sent ripples throughout the universe. As Ancient Wolf's aura intensified, the earth trembled violently, the very fabric of reality shifting as energy surged forth from within him. With each hand, he conjured a soul judicator, forcefully compressing them together into a more potent purifying technique aimed directly at the consciousness of Zamasu in the sky. Zamasu, despite his colossal form, found no defense against this strike. He was annihilated before he could utter a single cry. Administrator Unrivaled Goku Vegeta has defeated the evil Kaioshin Zamasu, earning 60 million reward points. The administrator then ended the live stream. The rapid turn of events left them in shock. They had marveled at Zamasu's indomitable will, surviving even in such a battered state, only to witness his swift demise once more. It was as if he had fallen victim to the age-old adage, "If you do not punish me today, you shall not escape." The barista who favored rabbits remarked, "Such a grand spectacle, all this commotion for a thunderous display that yielded little rain." He was revived and perished within 3 seconds. Dong Xiang had initially been frightened. After all, the battle between Gucci Feng and Zamasu, though devastating in power, lacked a striking visual impact. She could not gauge the true strength of the energy involved. Yet Zamasu's revival had enveloped the Earth and even the nearby star systems, showing signs of being gradually consumed. Dong Xiang had never encountered such a colossal beast. While size does not always equate to strength, the thought of defeating a creature larger than the planet itself left her at a loss. Even nuclear weapons might prove insufficient. And once again, she found herself falling to the same technique from the powerful figure, barely having the chance to utter a second line. The destroyer of worlds mused, "Perhaps my previous demise lacked flair? Shall I perish once more in a different manner? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. How absurd." What does it matter if one is handsome in death? You're quite the joker. Do your family members know of your antics? Destroyer of worlds, Tony. Do you comprehend the significance of my name? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I can comprehend. What of it? You are an armored being, and so am I. Encased in my iron armor, thus I harbor no fear of you. Dicky has introduced himself in the group, merely stating that he can transform into an armored form. He is but an unremarkable Kamen Rider, with no further elaboration provided. Tony instinctively believed that the strength of Wataru Kisaragi was on par with his own. After all, he was the world's wealthiest individual and a genius in scientific research. There was no reason for him to be outmatched in the realm of technology. The Spiral Flash Super Ride Dance Roar Third Form. This refers to the nightly transformation of Wataru, which possesses a myriad of abilities, including the capacity to surpass the speed of sound and the striking power of his fists and feet, reaching up to 10 tons. Regardless, Minato had fought alongside Wataru and had some understanding of the power of Decade. Thus, he took the initiative to explain. Tony Stark, comfortably seated in his executive chair and humming a tune, nearly toppled to the ground upon hearing that someone's armor could move at the speed of sound. Who on earth are you? He inquired incredulously. Just as Tony posed this question, an unfamiliar melody resonated within his mind, though he could not comprehend the tune. It evoked a feeling akin to a requiem. Just a passing Kamen Rider, remember that, Wataru said, drawing out his card case sword and wiping it clean. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, realizing he had become too immersed in the moment. He had merely intended to startle Tony and had nearly transformed without realizing it. Be my son. Kids, stop your antics and refrain from frightening Tony. Whitebeard interjected, keen on bringing an end to the farce, as his primary concern was the points the administrator had accrued this time. Given that it was a personal mission, the rewards would not be displayed, meaning only Goodo could see them, while others in the group remained oblivious. Hinata's eldest daughter remarked, I suspect it won't be less than 10 million. The previous task awarded the boss 10 million. Kojiro's slumbering daughter added, I too believe it will not be below 10 million. This adversary seems even stronger than those faced in the martial arts tournament. The time-devouring fairy chimed in, oh, I think so too. Spiral Flash Super Ride Dance Roar urged. Tony is not fickle. When the boss comes online, you should inquire with him. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Why must I be the one to inquire? Why do you not go instead? When it comes to good fortune, I am overlooked. Yet, in times of misfortune, I am the first to be remembered. Tony felt utterly speechless. Why would someone of such stature inquire about their own points? It seemed absurd for him to even ask, regardless of how good-natured the elder was. Spiraling Flash Super Wheel Dance, Third Form. How is it that your intellect has suddenly come alive? I had thought you relished the sensation of courting disaster. In the Dragon Ball universe of the future, Trunks stared wide-eyed at the sky, momentarily lost in thought, until Goku Black patted him on the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. I am truly grateful to you. Without your presence, Earth would have lost all hope. Trunks bowed deeply to Goku Black, his expression grave and his tone sincere in his gratitude. Goku Black did not shy away, accepting the thanks with grace, and then teasingly inquired about Goku and Vegeta, who were struggling to stand upright. What is the matter? Do you need my assistance to get up? You both seem rather fatigued. Goku chuckled heartily, ignoring his words, while Vegeta merely snorted, firmly bracing himself on his knees to stand steady. Due to the absence of Senzu beans, it was ultimately Trunks who assisted the two into the time machine, and the four of them returned to the present together. During the journey back, Goku Black found the mission perplexing. While a score of 60 million was somewhat understandable given Zamasu's abilities, it was clear he could never match Vegito or Gogeta. Despite possessing immortality, the chat group valued strength over special abilities. After all, his immortality was granted by the Eternal Dragon, and he had prepared himself to transform into Super Saiyan God. Yet, it was only in Super Saiyan form that he had been swiftly dispatched, and the more he fought, the more he felt his own strength burgeoning. Bulma, upon seeing the disheveled trio, assumed they had collectively failed and hurried to assist Vegeta out of the time machine. Chapter 37. Newcomers joined. Vegeta was decidedly displeased. Even after reaching full power in Super Saiyan Blue, the gap between him and Goku Black was still substantial. Humph. The enemy has been vanquished, but it was he who did it. Upon hearing that the threat had been neutralized, Bulma felt a weight lift from her heart and turned to gaze at Goku Black in astonishment. Since Vegeta referred to Goku as Kogoro, it was evident that the enemy was defeated by Goku Black, not Goku himself. Last time, it was also he who dealt with Frieza. Just how much power has this individual concealed? Observing Bulma's curious expression, Goku Black felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him and hastened to excuse himself, claiming he had matters to attend to. Upon returning to his residence, Goku Black meditated for the entire afternoon, reflecting on the battle with Zamasu, replaying the encounters in his mind. Based on his estimates, Zamasu after fusion was slightly stronger than full power in Super Saiyan Blue. Yet Goku and Vegeta together managed to break through his attacks, indicating that the disparity was not excessively vast. In his normal state, he felt no pressure fighting him. Had it not been for the need to convert the energy blasts into positive energy, he wouldn't have needed to transform into a Super Saiyan at all. How strong am I truly? Why does it feel as though I surpassed Gogeta from the time of Super Broly? I remember that Gogeta in his normal state was merely at full power in Super Saiyan Blue, and yet I seem to be even more powerful than him. Which era of Goku and Vegeta did my body originate from? Just then, the chat group in his mind buzzed. To join the chat group for beating up an ex-girlfriend for the sake of the current girlfriend. The female leader of the chat group has joined. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. The disparity between these two new members is rather pronounced. Aren't names in a chat group typically reflective of one's personality and experiences? What on earth is the group leader thinking? The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro. Perhaps the aspiration of the new member is to become the leader of the chat group. Moreover, I wonder if the first member might be a cad. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. The issue lies in the futility of mere thoughts. The magnate stands as an insurmountable mountain. His prowess is merely managerial. Who could ever aspire to be the leader of such a group? The destroyer of worlds. Is it truly permissible to play this way? To have one's gender explicitly stated in their name? The CAF attendant who admires rabbits. The first new member's name is utterly infuriating. Even the typically indifferent Dong Xiang feels an urge to retaliate upon seeing the newcomer's name. After all, she is a woman too, regardless of circumstances. A breakup is just that. It is excessively harsh to confront an ex-girlfriend on behalf of a current partner. Miss Hinata. Perhaps his ex-girlfriend was indeed unreasonable. Otherwise, a man would not resort to violence against his former partner. The destroyer of worlds. Have we digressed? Weren't we just discussing how the newcomer became the leader of the group upon entering? Spiral Flash Super will dance roar third style. One cannot fathom the thoughts of a woman. Even attempts at guessing will lead to failure. At this moment, in an unknown parallel universe on a blue planet, within a modest dwelling in the wilderness, a sweet and charming girl gazes in bewilderment at the members of the group. Tony Stark is no longer worth mentioning. The regulars of the chat group, such as the venerable Whitebeard and the ever-popular Watergate, are to be expected. As for the likes of Kamen Rider Deno and Ran Muri, she can comprehend their presence. Even before her transmigration, she had occasionally encountered them in novels. However, what on earth is that avatar of Goku? She has indeed watched Dragon Ball. There is simply no way to join a chat group with such a blatant bug existing. Regardless of the era, Goku undeniably ranks among the pinnacle of power in the realm of anime. Moreover, he possesses knowledge of Donkin's world, which imbues her with a sense of being a transmigrator. Lin Ran first invoked her privileges as the group owner to remove the gender from her name before she dared to speak in the group. Chat group owner. Greetings, everyone. My name is Lin Ran, and I look forward to your continued support. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro Muri. Hello, miss. My name is Ran Muri, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Greetings, esteemed group leader. I am Tony Stark. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to message me at any time. Group leader. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, do you happen to have a bespectacled little boy named Conan in your household? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest individual. Have you completed the creation of your Iron Man suit? The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro, are you aware of Conan's existence? Are you from our world? This revelation has indeed startled her, as it stands to reason that, aside from the esteemed individuals in the group, no one should be privy to such knowledge about her. Group administrator, that is not the case. I am not in the same universe as you, let alone in the same world. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Surely, he isn't just another big shot. I was merely jesting earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Upon entering the group, one could boast about their iron armor, and Tony felt he may have spoken too freely. Had he known, he would have refrained from teasing the new members. Group leader, no worries. I have not taken it to heart. I am not a big shot either. Just someone who can glimpse a tiny fragment of the future. Lin Ran decided to take the initiative, drawing from the narratives he had encountered, to offer the group a hint while also testing this Wakita. Administrator Invincible Wakita has joined the group chat. Please warmly welcome him. Invincible Wakita, another newcomer has joined. Group leader, is it the valiant Zhang Ida? who cherishes his comrades, or the humble Guan Yu? Upon seeing this name and realizing the new leader was indeed the group leader, Gu Tianlang was certain that this new addition, like himself, was also a traveler from another realm, and thus boldly inquired. Lin Ran was taken aback by the directness. Did travelers in novels not engage in a battle of wits before revealing their identities? Group leader, timid as a mouse, Zhao Zilong, courteous as a gentleman, Mamichi. Are you not going to conceal your identity? Gu Tianlang glanced at his reflection in the mirror, shaking his head in resignation, and countered Lin Ran's question. Invincible Wakita, you seem to know who I am. Do you believe I have a need to hide? Lin Ran was momentarily at a loss for words. With such overwhelming prowess, the one who could obliterate planets at will had no need to conceal their strength. Suddenly, she recalled a novel from her past life, where the protagonist, having reached level 1000, was astounded that the highest cultivator outside was merely at level 10, pleading for the protagonist to descend from the mountain. This was clearly a case of a pay-to-win scenario, an overpowered character frolicking in the novice village. What need was there for subtlety? Group leader, indeed. A big shot is a big shot. Their thoughts are undeniably unique. Initially, she considered herself fortunate to have crossed into this safe world, devoid of peril, with her own martial skills being quite commendable. However, upon witnessing Gu Tianlang, she suddenly felt the disparity between individuals. She had arrived in a place of comfort and security, while he was poised to conquer the universe. That man, whose visage radiated invincibility, would bring chaos to any universe he entered. Fortunately, she harbored no lofty ambitions. Having become the leader of the chat group, she felt a twinge of envy towards Gu Tianlang's luck, yet she bore no resentment. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I can tell that even the group leader holds great respect for the esteemed figure. Miss Hinata, it seems that the administrator is acquainted with the newly inducted group leader. Could it be that they share a world akin to mine with the fourth Hokage? Although the others in the group could not comprehend the meaning behind their words, it was evident that the two were likely old friends or had some other connection. Invincible Wakita, even if they are familiar with each other, beating up an ex-girlfriend for the sake of a current girlfriend is quite something. Newcomer, why not introduce yourself? Chapter 38, The Emergence of Giants. This name was unfamiliar to Gu Tianlang. He racked his brain but could not fathom who this individual might be. In his past life, he had read numerous novels about chat groups, yet none featured a popular character by this name. For the sake of a current girlfriend. Beating up an ex-girlfriend. My name is Daegu, a member of the Victory Team, part of the Earth Defense Force. Daegu expressed his bewilderment. Although he learned about the purpose of the chat group through the announcement, he was perplexed by this name. After all, he was still a virgin. Without a girlfriend to speak of, how could he possibly have an ex? Surely, this name was not meant to mock him. Invincible Wakita Daegu? Group leader Daegu? The two transmigrators were equally baffled. They would never have guessed that this individual was the embodiment of what many boys admired in their youth. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Daegu indeed had beaten up his ex-girlfriend, Camila, all for the sake of Lena, and not just beaten her but had killed her in the process. Invincible Wakita, did you just join the Victory Team and encounter the pyramid? Gu Tianlang was curious about which era Daegu belonged to. Surely he wasn't referring to the later version of Daegu. For the sake of a current girlfriend, beating up an ex-girlfriend, what pyramid? I am unaware. I just joined the Victory Team and am out patrolling the deep mountains today. Group leader, well, that's all right. You will soon encounter the pyramid. Do not be afraid of what you find inside. The sleeping little Kogoro's daughter. The pyramid, is it the one I am thinking of? But why is that? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I too envisioned a pyramid. Yet what is there to fear about such a structure? Is it not merely a resting place for numerous mummies? In the worldview of Tony and Morlin, there exists a nation that also boasts pyramids. However, they have yet to hear any peculiar tales surrounding them. Why do the prominent figures speak of them with such mystique? In the context of one's current girlfriend confronting a former flame, what secrets lie within? How could they possibly be aware of our world's affairs? Initially, Daegu dismissed their chatter as mere nonsense, yet, unexpectedly, a colossal pyramid emerged during their flight. The chat group, capable of connecting myriad realms, comprises individuals not from their own world. How could they fathom the existence of a pyramid? Lin Ren glanced at his slender arms and legs, feeling somewhat perplexed. Typically, group leaders ascend to their status through knowledge of the narrative, often employing cunning and deception. How could he possibly become a leader? Not only did he join the group later, but there was also another traveler whose identity was remarkably formidable. This chat group was indeed unique. It did not permit the sending of exclusive red envelopes. For instance, if Gu Tianlang were to send himself a red envelope containing 10,000 battle power, he would irrevocably forfeit that strength. Thus, one must complete tasks to exchange for abilities. Fortunately, he currently faced no significant troubles and could afford to gradually cultivate his strength. The group leader proclaimed, "I possess the ability to glimpse a portion of your futures. Otherwise, how could I have been chosen as leader?" He uploaded the worldview of Daegu, fearing disbelief among the group. Lin Ran compiled the background and military divisions of Dagu's world into a group document and placed it in the announcements. In the context of one's current girlfriend confronting a former flame, he inquired, "What lies within the pyramid? Why do you speak of it so mysteriously?" Tianxia Wudi Wujida replied, "It's nothing extraordinary, merely 3 giants, each several dozen meters tall, possessing the strength capable of ruling the earth." In the context of one's current girlfriend confronting a former flame, he pondered, "Did I misinterpret? I can understand each of your 3 statements individually, yet together they seem peculiar." The other members of the group also found it strange. Giants of such stature, capable of dominion over the earth, are deemed insignificant? Yet, they could not refute the assertion, for in Gu Tianlong's eyes, such a phenomenon truly held little significance. In the context of one's current girlfriend confronting a former flame, he exclaimed, "Monsters have appeared in the sky and on the ground, breaching the pyramid's outer protective shield. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Monsters? Aren't you piloting a fighter jet? Why not use your weapons against them?" In a fit of rage for his current girlfriend, he violently confronted his ex. Faced with colossal creatures towering several dozen meters, he pondered how the armaments of his patrol aircraft could possibly affect them. Glancing at the most formidable weaponry aboard, the twin large-caliber laser cannons, he then beheld a monster whose foot was larger than the very patrol aircraft he was maneuvering. Without a moment's hesitation, Daegu decided to veer away, opting to evade any direct confrontation with these behemoths. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Why not host a live stream for everyone to witness? If it proves too challenging, we can lend a hand. After all, it merely involves size. My battle armor is equipped with an array of missiles. No matter how colossal it may be, it can surely be obliterated. At last, Tony has discovered an opportunity to flaunt his prowess. Size holds no significance. He lacks many things, yet he is never deficient in large-scale weaponry such as missiles. Group chat leader, as expected of you, but I doubt you can prevail against the monster. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I am Iron Man. As long as I am well prepared, a mere creature poses no challenge. Tony is evidently brimming with confidence in his own abilities. Even though the monster is of considerable size, it is still comprised of flesh and blood. Should I launch 10 missiles at it, no matter how massive it may be, it would surely meet its end. The invincible Gogeta inquires, "Tony, do you possess an atomic bomb?" Tony is truly not the wealthiest. No, if there were atomic bombs, he would likely have been apprehended long ago. Such matters are not permitted for private development. Are you suggesting, dear sir, that one would resort to atomic weaponry to eliminate them? Tony suddenly experienced an ominous premonition. Could it be that the monsters of the ancient world were vastly different from his imagination? Group leader, your missiles may reduce the monsters to ashes, but they are unlikely to eliminate them. Group member Daegu initiated a live broadcast. In an act of vengeance against his ex-girlfriend for the sake of his current girlfriend, he declared, "The monsters are heading towards the 3 colossal statues of the pyramid. This is infuriating. I shall give it my all." Summoning his courage, Daegu maneuvered his aircraft to launch an assault on the 2 monsters. However, facing Melba and Golzon, his attacks were scarcely more than mere tickles. They paid him no heed, continuing their relentless march towards the statues. As the distance between them dwindled, Daegu's persistent onslaught elicited a shriek from Melba, who turned to charge at him. Chapter 39. The method of awakening the giants. Daegu piloted his aircraft, effortlessly evading Melba's strikes, deftly twisting and turning in the air to dodge her onslaught. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro remarked, "Just now, the laser cannon from the aircraft created a massive crater in the ground. Such power, when directed at the monster, merely sparked a fleeting flame. It seems Uncle Tony's missiles are unlikely to make a significant impact either." Tony was utterly speechless. Being impervious to blades and bullets was already excessive. How could there be a monster that even a laser cannon could not harm? He could hardly fathom the grotesque nature of the creatures inhabiting the ancient world. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. It must be said that Daegu's piloting skills are quite commendable. It appears that for the foreseeable future, the risk of crashing is minimal. In a fit of rage for his current girlfriend, he declares, "I pilot with exceptional steadiness. Crashing is an impossibility, a certainty for my entire life. I am renowned for my speed in flying. Unmatched Gogeta interjects. But can one crash swiftly? Observing the ominous flag of mortality that Daegu has unwittingly raised, Glan shakes his head with a wry smile. According to a certain anonymous netizen statistics, more than half of the crashes in the Digga storyline are linked to Daegu. Thus, he has earned the moniker of the Prince of Crashes. Suddenly, Daegu's expression brightens in the live stream as he witnesses Gorzen, who is engaged in the destruction of a statue, being struck by 2 energy blasts. The Victory Flying Swallow approaches at great speed, with none other than Shin at the helm. Shin is here. He is our ace pilot. With him, we can certainly restrain the other monster and protect the undamaged statue. He exclaims. The group chat leader ponders, shall I speak or shall you? Glan understands that Lin Ran is inquiring about him, as the synergy between Daegu and Shin is notoriously well known among all who have witnessed it. Unmatched Gogeta encourages, you go ahead. I genuinely do not wish to dampen his spirits. The group chat leader responds, let me share a revelation. If you encounter a monster alone, the likelihood of crashing is 98%. However, if you are with Shin, the probability escalates to 100%. Dreams are beautiful, yet reality is harsh. Despite Daegu's charm, Lin Ran refrains from revealing this grim truth to him, knowing he will inevitably come to understand it. That cannot be true. Shin has never crashed even once. There is no reason for this to happen, Daegu retorts. Upon hearing this, Daegu jolts, nearly evading Melba's attack, as her laser narrowly grazes his aircraft. Unmatched Gogeta remarks, Daegu equals a decent pilot, Shin equals a decent pilot, but together, you become the crash duo. Daegu is skeptical of this statement. Yet Glan and Lin evidently possess a keen awareness of their world, suggesting that their words may indeed hold truth. For the sake of his own safety, perhaps it would be wise to intentionally avoid teaming up with Shin in the future. The heiress of the Hinata family inquires, so, Daegu, has there ever been a time when you did not crash? Do you truly crash every time you encounter a monster? The group chat leader admits, I must confess. I had forgotten about that. I was not particularly attentive to such matters back then. Unmatched Gogeta adds, yes. There have been 1 or 2 occasions where he did not crash, but rather made a safe landing. The curiosity of the group is piqued, and they eagerly await Glan's response. After a moment's contemplation, Glan realizes that the only commonality in Daegu's crash-free instances lies with one specific partner. A question he has long pondered, ultimately attributing it to mere coincidence. Unmatched Gogeta speculates, perhaps it is due to teaming up with Lena, when paired with his future wife. He undoubtedly pilots with exceptional steadiness. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance roars, is this the power of love? Tony is not fickle. Why does Daegu give me the impression of valuing romantic interest over friendships? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro. I noticed in the documents posted by the group leader that Daegu is introduced as a bread delivery truck driver. How did he end up joining such a prestigious national defense team? To defend his current girlfriend by confronting his ex, he simply took the backdoor route. That's how he became part of the victory team. Tony Stark initially believed that Daegu had joined the victory team through his own diligence and perseverance. Having successfully navigated through numerous selections, he genuinely admired Daegu, never anticipating the manner in which he had actually joined. It was astonishing that Daegu could brazenly speak of it. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I thought I was shameless enough, but it appears you surpass even my audacity, speaking of taking shortcuts with such nonchalance. To violently confront an ex-girlfriend for the sake of my current partner. When I first arrived, I couldn't locate the main entrance and inadvertently entered through the back door. What is shameless about that? The destroyer of worlds. What an intriguing character indeed. Group chat leader, truly taking the back door. I suspect Daegu intentionally phrased it that way to create misunderstanding. Rabbit-loving CAF attendant. Agreed, +1. Hinata family eldest daughter. Agreed, +1. Come be my son. Agreed. +1. Others may utter such words, but who would have thought that Gu Tianlang would also engage in this manner, proving once again that human nature resembles that of a parrot. At that moment, in the live stream, the distant Victory Fiend was struck by Golzen's energy blast, plunging honorably to the ground. To violently confront an ex-girlfriend for the sake of my current partner, it's over. Golzen is heading towards the final statue. Does the boss have any solutions? For reasons unknown, Daegu gazed at that statue, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, an involuntary urge to protect it stirring within. Invincible Gogeta. There's nothing difficult about it. Simply let Golzen give you a slap. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. One might perish from a mere slap from such a creature. When Gu Tianlang finally spoke, it was astonishing. His words left everyone momentarily stunned, as though he were beckoning Daegu to court death. The CAF attendant, fond of rabbits, remarked, "It does seem rather feasible." The eldest daughter of the Hinata family concurred, "Indeed, it is not overwhelmingly difficult, though it may be rather perilous. It must be said that this request is quite simple. Any individual can seek death, after all." In a fervent attempt to protect his current girlfriend from his ex, the formidable figure quipped, "Do not jest, my friend. The situation is dire." Unfazed, Gogeta proclaimed, "I am not joking. Your life is in jeopardy, which will awaken the ancient powers within you, transforming you into a fusion of light and giant." Resolute, the individual determined to risk everything for his current love, acknowledging that inaction would lead to the immediate destruction of the giant statue. Steering his aircraft with unwavering resolve towards Golzon, he was swiftly sent flying with a single strike. As the plane plummeted, Dagu transformed into a myriad of radiant points of light, merging into the giant statue. Chapter 40. The Incredible Digga. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. After Dagu merges with the statue, can he defeat these two monstrous beings? The chat group leader asserts confidently, "No problem. Dagu in his transformed form as Digga should be able to triumph." The destroyer of worlds expresses curiosity. Let us witness the prowess of the being hailed as the world's hero, the legendary invincible giant of light. Miniature, known as the destroyer of worlds, embodies the essence of annihilation, whereas Dagu is revered as a global hero. He is intrigued by Daigu's strength, as is Whitebeard, recognizing that even he would find it challenging to confront an adversary whose size far exceeds that of an adult giant, not to mention the formidable nature of their physicality. How could Dagu possibly overcome such an entity? As Golzon prepares to obliterate the last statue with a single kick, the long immobilized Digga suddenly raises his arms, toppling Golzon to the ground. His immense form instantaneously shifts to a striking blend of red, purple, and white hues, perfectly balanced in both strength and speed, neither overly massive nor appearing frail. Upon witnessing Golzon falter, Melba dives from the sky, her claws aimed at Digga's chest. In a swift maneuver, Digga leaps and delivers a kick, knocking Melba down before she can strike. Just as Digga lands, Golzon charges in, leaving Digga no time to evade and forcing him to brace himself against the impact with both hands. The chat group leader remarks, "Dagu is in trouble. In this form, he cannot match Golzon's strength and is at a disadvantage in direct confrontations. In Linrant's memory, only Dagu in his joyful form, or powerful state, could overpower opponents. The composite form lacks remarkable strength." The CAF attendant, who adores rabbits, comments, "This giant is rather pleasing to the eye. Yet it appears he is not adept at handling sheer strength." The consensus among the group reflects this sentiment, despite being of similar height to his opponent. His build clearly suggests a disparity in tiers. The indomitable Gogeta interjects, "Not necessarily, just watch closely." In the live broadcast, an astonishing spectacle unfolds. Faced with the overwhelming force of Golzon's charge, Digga, seemingly incapable of handling strength due to his physique, effortlessly grasps Golzon's head with both hands. Golzon feels as if he has collided with an immense mountain, unable to advance another step, only to then experience a tremendous blow that sends him hurtling sideways. Digga maintains his left hook posture. With just a single punch, he elucidates to the members of the chat group the vast difference in strength between Golzon and himself. The chat group leader exclaims, "How can this be? It seems improbable." Although Golzon is yet to be enhanced and is merely a basic creature, Digga's strength should not be so disproportionately extraordinary. The composite form of Digga possesses a grip strength of merely 50,000 tons and a wrist strength of 70,000 tons. To exert such overwhelming advantage, a grip strength of at least 70,000 tons would be requisite. This scene completely surpasses Linrant's expectations, having been acquainted with Digga's specifications. She initially presumed that Dagu would struggle in a direct confrontation. Tony is truly not the wealthiest, possessing a mere 50,000 tons of grip strength. The term merely is rather artfully employed here. One prominent figure can make a grand statement, and now another has emerged. Are they aware that such remarks can be quite hurtful? Tony Stark felt an overwhelming fatigue, subconsciously acknowledging Linrant's remarkable prowess, as he effortlessly spoke of 50,000 tons as if it were trivial. He couldn't even begin to fathom the enormity of such a concept. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro remarked, "Must we have a powerful woman in our group?" Group leader, strive to one day surpass the big shot. The CAF waitress, fond of rabbits, chimed in, "I second that." The eldest daughter of the Hinata family added, "Though it may be inappropriate to say, I too wish for our leader to succeed." Currently, the group was predominantly male-dominated, with only a few women present, aside from Kurumi. The others were hardly formidable. They yearned for a woman who could hold her own, not necessarily to rival the greats, but at the very least to be somewhat competitive in strength. Lin Ran sat in the small room, momentarily lost in thought, realizing that he had inadvertently postured himself as quite the figure of grandeur. The group leader queried, "Do you harbor any misconceptions about the strength of the big shot? It's one thing to boast among peers, but to compare with the likes of ancient Skywolf is another matter entirely." Lin Ran even doubted whether exchanging the group's resources would grant him victory over ancient Skywolf. Even with the utmost mastery of the ultimate freedom technique, he might not triumph. Enhancements vary from person to person. After all, Sun Wukong's normal state boasts combat power exceeding 100 million, with amplifications reaching thousands or even tens of thousands. In contrast, Lin Ran's own combat power, even with the ultimate freedom technique, might not surpass Wukong's base level, let alone contend with ancient Skywolf. Invincible Gogeta stated, "I am merely an ordinary scion." Spiral Flash Ultra Will Dance Roar 3 style remarked, "That fellow named Zamas." The big shot said he could obliterate planets. "I reckon taking out 10 Earths at once would be a piece of cake." Watergate recalled that during ancient Skywolf's battle with Zamas, the latter's energy blasts were estimated to possess the capacity to destroy 10 planets with a single hit. Yet ancient Skywolf had effortlessly defended against them, suggesting a significant level of destructive capability. The group leader interjected, "Ordinary Gogeta, ordinary citizen ancient Skywolf." Lin Ran was increasingly reluctant to elaborate further. With Zamas now mentioned, it was highly likely they were referring to the Gogeta of the Dragon Ball Super era. If memory served correctly, the Super Saiyan God could obliterate an entire universe with just 3 strikes at full power. However, since ancient Skywolf hadn't openly acknowledged his strength, Lin Ran chose to remain discreet, preferring not to draw attention to himself unnecessarily. If obliterating planets with a casual strike could be deemed discreet, then what was he to think? In a live broadcast, Melba witnessed Golzen's misfortune, unleashing a laser imbued with orange flames that struck Digga's back, igniting sparks. Digga, displaying a remarkably human-like demeanor, patted his back with his right hand, seemingly indifferent to Melba's attack, while effortlessly lifting Golzen, who had just suffered a significant blow and was still dazed. At 68,000 tons, Golzen posed no resistance against Digga, who treated him like a mere punching bag, tossing him aside with ease. The group members were left in awe, initially expecting a fierce battle, only to witness a one-sided thrashing. The group leader exclaimed, "This is utterly absurd. Invincible Gogeta, what on earth is happening? Is this truly the Digga I know? His power is terrifying. If this is his composite form, I shudder to think what a transformation into a stronger form would entail." Invincible Gogeta replied, "This might not be the Digga you're familiar with, or perhaps it is, but his strength is not what you know. This is a reinforced version." Chapter 41. Ancient Skywolf takes action. This explanation would prove complex, and even if articulated, Lin Ran might not grasp it. Digga's power levels are notoriously ambiguous, with 3 different riders contributing to 3 distinct power sets. By the time Lin Ran had crossed over, one editor's depiction rendered Digga's power utterly terrifying. The robust form of Digga could rival the Supreme Gaia, boasting a grip strength exceeding 10 tons, a power level that could be considered peak normality. Digga's character had been continuously enhanced. It was likely that the Digga joining the chat was the one with the most formidable abilities. The group leader observed, "With such display, Digga is annihilating everything in sight. The monsters he encounters are no match for him." Invincible Gogeta cautioned, "Not necessarily. Keep your eyes peeled." Regardless, ancient Skywolf did not anticipate such smooth sailing. The emergence of unexpected adversaries in the chat was entirely plausible, just as ancient Skywolf concluded his thought. A myriad of black mist coalesced around the area where Digga was battling the monsters, enveloping their surroundings in an instant. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. What does this mean? Why has the screen suddenly turned black? This overwhelming darkness envelopes me, instilling a sense of foreboding. Miss Hinata, this must be shrouding an area of at least 10 miles. Could it be that another colossal monster is about to emerge? Be my son. Such a peculiar ability, reminiscent of the dark fruit. I wonder how the newcomers are faring now. The live stream in the chat group cannot pierce through the veil of darkness. No one knows how Gu within the black mist is faring at this moment. The darkness persisted for half a minute, until a radiant light flashed from within, illuminating the area as the timer emitted a brilliant glow, dispersing the extensive black fog. Once the mist cleared, Tiga stood with his hands crossed, a dazzling light emanating from the colorful timer on his chest. Melba and Gorzum stood opposite Tiga, undergoing subtle changes. The previously fierce and bloodthirsty look in their enormous eyes was replaced by an unfathomable darkness. Tiga staggered, nearly losing his footing, as two monsters charged at him once more, with an outcome starkly contrasting the previous encounter. Tiga, having altered his demeanor, was caught off guard and was flung away, with Gorzum atop him, delivering furious blows. During this struggle, Tiga attempted multiple times to shake off Gorzum, but Melba persistently fired beams of light to disrupt him, while a pair of gigantic claws relentlessly targeted Tiga's head, plunging him into a dire predicament. The reversal was astonishingly swift, as if a different individual had taken his place. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. What has caused this sudden decline? Is it merely a passing shadow? The Spiral Flash Super will dance for technique after the shadow dissipated. Observing the movements of this giant reveals a significant transformation. Initially, he exuded a warrior's aura when he struck. Yet now he resembles a petty thug engaging in a fray with reckless abandon. To defend his current girlfriend, he fiercely confronts his esteemed colleagues. Can we refrain from trivial chatter? Please come to my aid. I am on the brink of being overwhelmed by these two. Chat group leader. Although I am unaware of the circumstances, you have adopted a powerful form. Surely a change in demeanor would enable you to triumph. The composite power is immune to Melba's attacks. Surely, a powerful form could easily subdue them. To defend his current girlfriend, he fiercely confronts his powerful form? What on earth is that? I cannot transform. You must hurry to my side. The timer embedded in Digga's chest shifted from sky blue to crimson, pulsating incessantly. Group member Daegu issued a quest to defeat the airborne monster Melba and the subterranean creature Golzon, offering a reward of 3 points. The task is rated at level 6. Participation is restricted to 3 individuals. The invincible Gogeta accepts the mission. The chat group leader accepts the mission. Miss Hinata from the Hinata family accepts the mission. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Little Hinata, too, has succumbed to temptation, realizing the advantage of following the big shots to accumulate points. But alas, she was just a moment too slow, and it pains the heart. When the task was announced, Tony Stark scrutinized it thoroughly, yet within mere seconds. The task was snatched away. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance roar. Where did my daughter-in-law learn to stray? Despite our close acquaintance. Your words compel me to seek an explanation. Do you presume that the Bofone family cannot master the art of making dumplings? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, Uncle Tony. Perhaps it's best if you remain silent. After all, this task only holds 3 points, and Hinata can barely scrape together 1. Even Ranmori is at a loss for words. At present, Hinata is viewed as a precious gem in Minato's eyes, equally adept in the parlor and the kitchen, with an unwavering love for his son. It is likely that if Naruto were to reject Hinata, Minato would insist on imparting the essence of paternal love to him. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Haha, watching the live stream. With such a large figure, I wonder how many minutes it will take the big shot to resolve him. The CAF server who adores rabbits, I would blindly guess within 3 minutes, or perhaps just around 1 minute. The time-devouring sprite, I'd say 10 seconds. Or maybe 20 seconds would suffice. However, Kwang-san believes it wouldn't even take a minute. She has never witnessed Gu Tianling in earnest, as he always approaches battle with a playful demeanor. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. At this moment, Digga, besieged by several monstrous creatures, caught sight of a fleeting shadow. In stark contrast to the towering beasts, a diminutive figure, enveloped in blinding light, fearlessly charged towards Golzon. This seemingly futile act remarkably pierced through 2 of the monsters, creating gaping holes in their chests. Without a backward glance, the man unleashed 2 blue energy orbs that struck true, hitting the bodies of the monsters. What appeared to be trivial energy orbs unleashed a terrifying force upon impact with Golzon and myriad, utterly devastating their forms. Digga was bewildered by the sudden turn of events as Golzon and myriad's bodies erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, rendering them irrevocably dead. In a casual sports outfit, Lin Ran stood amidst the forest floor, gazing at the ancient celestial wolf in the sky, indifferent to the explosions occurring behind him. This is what it means to be a true man, never looking back at the explosion. The group administrator, Invincible Gogeta, accomplished his task, earning 1 reward point, while group member Hinata's eldest daughter also received a point, and the group leader acquired another. The task was completed in a mere second, rated SSS, with an additional reward of 200,000 points for the administrator, Invincible Gogeta. The chat group boasted more than 10 participants, activating the mutual assistance feature. Given that the group administrator, Invincible Gogeta, attained a super god rating, An additional reward of 10,000 points was granted to group member Hinata's eldest daughter and another 10,000 to the group leader. Chapter 42. The Bewildered Digga Note. Whenever a group task or an actively initiated task by a member is completed by an individual with an SSS rating, to prevent weaker members from being left without any additional points, thus widening the gap in strength within the group, all other participants in the task will receive varying amounts of points. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I find myself quite envious. With 10,000 points, I could upgrade several components of my battle armor or perhaps acquire a miniature energy conversion device. Tony Stark felt an undeniable sense of frustration, after all. This was a staggering 10,000 points, not simply a mere $10,000. The CAF attendant who adored rabbits remarked, "I envy you so much, Hinata. Your luck is truly remarkable. On your first mission, you encountered a chat group that altered the reward system." The Spiral Flash Superwool Dance shouted, "Don't forget who your daughter-in-law is. As the saying goes, a girl who smiles often has good fortune." The Destroyer of Worlds interjected, "Well, Hinata's good fortune is her own. It has nothing to do with you." Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, admitted, "I had intended to come and take a look, but I didn't expect to stumble upon a reward reform." Standing beside Linran, Hinata felt a bit dazed, as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Despite the exorbitant price of the ultimate freedom technique, she understood that those 10,000 points could greatly aid her current abilities. They could be exchanged for a somewhat weaker devil fruit, granting her an additional power. And the fruits available in the chat group's marketplace were immune to the sea's constraints. Alternatively, she could amplify her chakra, which was sufficient, though it varied from person to person. For someone like Naruto, a chakra enhancement would certainly require more than 10,000 points. But amplifying her own chakra posed no issue at all. Linran approached and embraced her, nearly leaving Hinata breathless. "Congratulations, little Hinata." Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at the group leader she was meeting for the first time. The intimate contact made her feel somewhat bashful. Digga and Ogu slowly made their way over from a distance. Ogu, sensing that Shin was nearby, deliberately set up a large protective barrier to avoid inadvertently interrupting the others. Ogu surveyed the surroundings, releasing an aura that disturbed the spatial fabric around their location, wishing to remain undetected. The pyramid ruins lay hidden deep within the mountains, devoid of surveillance equipment, and no living soul was near. After disturbing the space, satellites could no longer observe this area. Linran flicked her long hair back, her large eyes blinking curiously at Ogu and Digga. Why did it start off so well, only to be brutally defeated by two monsters later? Ogu scratched the back of his head, his tone tinged with exasperation. "It wasn't me fighting at first, that giant was battling on its own. But after the black mist enveloped us, a dark and malevolent aura suddenly emerged, and then a light appeared within Digga. The clash of those two auras was when I began to fight." Ogu rambled on, and Linran struggled to comprehend most of it. Yet one thing was clear. After he took control of Digga, he had been on the receiving end of the blows. Being a girl, even if she admired Digga, she had not delved deeply into understanding him. Ogu, having listened to Ogu's account, quickly grasped the situation. It was likely Digga's residual consciousness that was battling, which explained the overwhelming power. The black mist was probably Gitangia discovering Digga and seeking to eliminate him upon his revival. Linran understood now that it was indeed the final boss, Gitangia, who was behind this chaos. Digga had used his timer flash to repel Gitangia's dark power, but it had exhausted his strength, leaving his body to Ogu. Ogu, having just transformed into a giant for the first time, lacked the determination for world saving that he would later possess, and he lamented Digga's irresponsibility. The group leader just mentioned a powerful form. Can this giant assume other forms? Digga should have at least passed something on to me before leaving. That's truly negligent. If Digga had heard this, he would likely have been infuriated, as he too wished to teach, but his true self had long departed, leaving only a remnant of consciousness behind. After repelling Gitangia, there was no energy left to transform. Moreover, the composite form of Digga could easily dominate those two monsters. Even if they were enhanced by the dark aura, they would still be no match. Unless the summoned ally was utterly inept and possessed no combat experience, even a hint of fighting prowess would suffice. However, it turned out that Ogu truly had never fought before. He had just joined the victory team and had not undergone any combat training. Meanwhile, Hinata pondered the legendary Sage of Six Paths, questioning whether his true power could rival that of the great beings. Indeed, the great ones were formidable, able to annihilate such colossal monsters in an instant. It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. Ogu waved his hand dismissively, not taking the incident to heart. Yet a hint of a smile graced his lips at the praise. Ogu bowed to Ogu, grateful that the Great One had arrived in time. Otherwise, he might have perished at Gorin's hands. Just as Ogu prepared to depart, Ogu suddenly lowered his head, contemplating the godlight stick in his hand. Filled with doubt about his future, will I truly become a hero who saves the world? I am not prepared at all. Hinata, Lin ran. And the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated Ogu to voice such thoughts. In the war-torn ninja world and the perpetually battling Marvel universe, the desire for power was profound. Had it been Hinata, Tony, or others who gained the power to transform into Digga, they would not have easily succumbed to uncertainty. For the members of the group had largely emerged from the blood-soaked chaos. The group contained only Mao Lilan and Ogu, who had never endured brutal warfare, previously ordinary individuals. They found it challenging to rapidly adapt to their newfound invincible powers. Ogu smiled at Ogu and posed a question in return. Setting aside Digga's powers, from your perspective, do you wish to save the world and assist humanity? Ogu looked up at Ogu, hesitating for a moment before resolutely nodding. As a human, he certainly wanted to protect everyone. However, with so many battles ahead, he wondered if he could truly accomplish this. Could he really defeat an enemy capable of plunging the world into darkness? All one experiences serves merely as a guiding path, not a definition of one's life. If you genuinely lack the confidence to achieve it all, you may relinquish the identity of Digga and return to being yourself. However, there are matters that, regardless of certainty, must be pursued with utmost effort. At least if you try, you will not leave yourself with regrets. Ogu's words resonated profoundly, igniting an unwavering conviction in Ogu's eyes. He had always aspired to protect mankind on Earth. How could he so easily abandon that aspiration out of fear of his opponent's strength and doubt in his own abilities? Chapter 43. Unfortunate Ogu and self-destructive Tony. Perhaps my strength cannot be compared to that of the Great Ones, yet I will learn from you and strive to protect humanity. Ogu found himself perplexed. How had the conversation shifted to himself so inexplicably? I never stated that I wished to protect humanity. I merely wished to be myself. As for being a hero, whoever wishes to be one can do so. Ogu could hardly believe his words. But did you not come to save me? If it were not to rescue me, why would you even come? I came solely for points, and to a lesser extent, because I admire you. This passage delves into the inner thoughts of the character Gutenlang, who harbors no interest in saving the world. Even with immense power at his disposal, he has not nurtured any lofty ideals. His priority lies solely in safeguarding those dear to him, leaving the task of world-saving to others. In conversations within the group, he finds it easy to engage as he is surrounded by familiar faces. However, had he encountered figures like Danzo or Akainu, he would merely wish to avoid their wrath rather than extend any assistance. Daigyu struggles to comprehend Gutenlang's perspective, holding the belief that the strong ought to fight for the weak. Nevertheless, he recognizes that everyone possesses their own beliefs and refrains from further commentary. Let us depart. It would be unwise to linger and risk detection. I have matters to attend to as well. Observing Daigu's expression, Gutenlang chooses to remain silent, understanding that some topics are best left unspoken. Given Daigu's earnest nature, he is unlikely to abandon his aspiration of becoming Digga. His recent acquisition of power has merely left him in a state of confusion. Daigyu embodies the quintessential protagonist of a tokusatsu series, characterized by a willingness to sacrifice himself for humanity. Remember, light and darkness reside within a single thought. Before taking his leave, Gutenlang adds one final remark. By the way, I must say, you are quite beautiful. In a flash of white light, Gutenlang returns to the Dragon Ball universe, where mealtime approaches. As a true scion, he recognizes that nothing is more significant than a meal. After a moment's hesitation, he resolves to visit Bulma's home for a meal, not due to a lack of funds, but rather because the culinary delights at the residence of the world's richest family are simply irresistible. Unbeknownst to him, his single remark has sparked a lively discussion within the group. Tony is indeed not the wealthiest. Remarkable, according to your reasoning. Does this imply that the villainous boss of the ancient world has awakened prematurely? Every adversary that the ancient must confront could potentially be enhanced by the encroaching darkness. Group leader of the chat. Well, that seems plausible. Although it is unlikely that Gitanjia would resurrect this early, given that action has already been taken against Melba Golzon. It is quite possible that other monsters will also be empowered to eliminate the ancient. Lin Ran is uncertain about this matter, as Gitanjia did not appear in this timeline of the original narrative. However, where there is one occurrence, there tends to be another, and it seems that the future days of the ancient may indeed be fraught with challenges. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, Does this imply that without novice creatures for Daegu to gain experience from, he is thrust directly into a high difficulty mode? Let us mourn for Daegu for 3 minutes. When Daegu first encountered the new city, he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Even in gaming, there exists a novice protection period, yet his plight is so unfortunate. The coffee shop attendant, who adores rabbits, remarked, "Well, it's sufficient to console Daegu. Must you smile so exuberantly? Wipe your drool, your laughter has left traces behind." Dongxiang did not need to ponder. She could easily surmise how gleefully Tony was grinning at that moment. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. How do you know I am smiling? Tony instinctively touched his lips, only to realize he had been deceived. In a fit of jealousy for his current girlfriend, he had violently confronted his ex Tony. Initially, I thought Tony was a decent person, but discovering his hidden schadenfreude stirred a strong impulse within Daegu to punch him twice in the face. Despite not having witnessed a smile from Tony, Tony is indeed not the wealthiest. I do not desire it either, but your luck is exceedingly poor with such adversaries. Isn't it inevitable that Daegu would be constantly subjected to defeat? Group leader of the chat. Alas, the transient nature of chat groups. Yet the steadfast presence of Tony Stark remains. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3 style. What does this mean? Group leader of the chat. It's nothing. Merely a moment of reflection. Observing Tony's series of actions, Lin Ran has come to a realization. He is indeed not the Iron Man from Marvel. At least not in terms of character. She has also perused the chat group. Generally, whenever there exists a multi-Earth chat group narrative, Tony is invariably part of it. Perpetually embodying that comical and reckless persona, Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. One must wonder, does the mobile harbor feelings for the group leader? It is quite the rarity to witness him extolling another's beauty. As for the group leader, she muses, surely not. I believe he merely expresses himself without deeper intentions. I cannot fathom that he would take a liking to me. Unbeknownst to others, Lin Ran observes with great scrutiny. After all, few are hailed as the pinnacle of combat prowess in the realm of the two-dimensional. The opportunity to behold Goku and Vegeta was indeed exhilarating. When Gu Tianlang praises her beauty, his gaze is filled solely with genuine admiration, devoid of any ulterior motives. Tony is indeed not the wealthiest. Speaking of which, the group owner appears to be quite young. Do you have a boyfriend? Group owner, what do you think? Tony is indeed not the richest. Allow me to pose a question to you. 3 women purchase 3 bananas, savoring them by licking, biting, and one of them sucking on it. Can you guess which of these 3 women is married? Group leader, surely it must be the one who is sucking on it. Lin Ran has remained single since birth, and, having graduated from university without the opportunity to find a boyfriend, she unexpectedly traversed into this world. Nevertheless, she has not been remiss in indulging in certain colorful literature. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Rather, it is the one adorned with a couple's ring. Nevertheless, I appreciate your perspective. The destroyer of worlds. Tony, my dear brother, truly impressive. Matoy Sure has discerned that Tony genuinely enjoys courting danger. Spiral Flash Super will dance. Style 3. Tony, my dear brother, truly impressive. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. What is wrong with me? Why am I suddenly muted by the group owner for a day? The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. Tony, do you genuinely enjoy courting disaster? Are you pleased now? The slumbering daughter of the little detective. How can one pose such questions to a girl? To protect his current girlfriend. He fiercely confronts his ex. It is either courting disaster or treading the path of demise, even in the absence of opportunities for self-destruction. One must create chances to embrace calamity. Tony longed to counter their remarks, but he found himself silenced. Rendered powerless as he could only watch a few members in the group mock him. Be my son, he mused. Surprised to discover that Daegu possessed such a formidable lineage within him. This revelation brought clarity to his name. In Chapter 44, Future Warrior, Lin Ran shared a group document that not only encompassed Daegu's worldview, but also introduced Camilla, the girlfriend of the original Tiga from 30 million years ago. The eldest daughter of the Hinata family remarked, in this context, it appears that Camilla is indeed unrelated to Daegu. As she hardly qualifies as his ex-girlfriend, she is more accurately a former partner of his ancestor. The group soon grasped the origin of Daegu's name, possessing Tiga's genes. Daegu ultimately took the life of Camilla, Tiga's former girlfriend, for the sake of his fiancée, Lena, and the world. Yet, Daegu himself was oblivious to the future of his own romantic endeavors, having transitioned from an ordinary individual to an Ultraman, a disparity too vast to comprehend. In the midst of contemplating a vigorous confrontation with his predecessor's ex, the indomitable Gogeta was asked about his aspirations. What is your dream, Gogeta? Who possesses the power to rule the entire universe? Seated at the dining table, Cutie Angling noticed a mention of himself in the group chat. Upon entering, he was confronted by Dagu's inquiry, simple yet piercing. It struck at the core of his desires. Before his transition, he was an orphan with little attachment to his homeland. And now, after spending considerable time in the Dragon Ball universe, he feared the day when the Omni King might erase Universe 7 at a whim. Thus, he sought to master Ultra Instinct, hoping to evade such annihilation, yet he realized he had no grand aspirations. Perhaps he wished to amend the regrettable endings of his favorite anime, ensuring they did not culminate in tragedy. Ultimately, he yearned to find a partner to share a life of intimacy, yet after many years in the Dragon Ball realm, he had yet to encounter a woman who matched his ideal. Indomitable Gogeta mused, to be precise, I seek a worthy opponent, one of equal strength. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro chimed in, indeed, one cannot apply normal reasoning to the esteemed. While we ponder how to grow stronger, he frets over the absence of rivals. Such invincibility can also breed solitude. Beauty Angling preferred to leave this topic behind, exiting the chat to continue his meal. It was clear he sought a rival of similar prowess. The likes of the Grand Priest were far too formidable, and he certainly believed himself incapable of matching such strength. After enjoying his meal, and under Vegeta's watchful gaze, Beauty Angling departed, aware that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Thus, 5 tranquil days passed until, at noon on the 6th day, the chat group announced a new mission. The group task commenced, to rescue a future warrior on the verge of being slain by androids, to aid in enhancing their strength, and to personally defeat the androids. This task bore no restrictions. The shorter the duration, the greater the future warrior's strength would be, and the more points the administrator would accrue. Beauty Angling was taken aback. How could there still be androids during Trunks' saga with Zamasu? Could this be another parallel timeline? Nevertheless, with his current capabilities, he felt little concern for any androids. Teleportation activated, and he vanished from his location. In the desolate future landscape, a blond man stood in confrontation with a boy and a girl. The boy, strikingly handsome, regarded the blonde with a mix of mockery, disdain, and contempt. Today marks your demise. Once we eliminate you, no one will stand in our way on Earth. Why waste words with him? Let us finish him off. And Earth will belong to us. The remaining lowly humans will be easily dealt with, without anyone to obstruct us. The girl, tall with blonde hair and blue eyes, exuded an aura of chilling beauty. Even if I perish, my consciousness will endure through others, ready to vanquish you merciless fiends. The blond man, gritting his teeth, harbored a deep-seated hatred for the pair, unleashing a furious yell as his golden aura surged, launching an attack against them. He dashed forward, unleashing a wave of energy. But the boy and girl remained motionless, a protective shield materializing around them to absorb his strike. You shall not lay a hand on him, the girl commanded, instructing the boy to refrain from intervening as she faced the man alone. With a swift kick, the blond man raised his arm to block the attack, but without hesitation. He retaliated with a punch aimed at the girl's face, showing no mercy. They engaged in a fierce melee, their speeds evenly matched, as they commenced a contest of strength. Neither was willing to yield an inch. The blond man's rage transformed into power, momentarily overpowering the girl. He delivered a kick directly to her chest, sending her soaring backward. He quickly pursued her, landing a powerful punch to her face, followed by a wave of energy that sent her crashing to the ground in a seamless flurry of attacks. The boy observing from above showed no intention of joining the fray, silently floating in the air while watching the duel unfold. The blond man, undeterred, landed beside the crater created by the girl's fall, knowing full well that such attacks would not be enough to vanquish her. Impressive. You've managed to put me in such a predicament. How do you intend to suffer before your end? The girl emerged from the rubble, tearing her tattered sleeves, her eyes ablaze with hatred, and lunged toward the blond man once more. A new round of combat commenced. The blond man executed sharp moves enveloped in golden energy, each strike imbued with overwhelming intent to kill, relentlessly pressuring the girl. However, as time passed, the blond man's energy began to wane. Unlike the endless stamina of the androids, as a scion, his strength diminished with the intensity of battle. He could not maintain his peak performance indefinitely, tipping the scales of victory toward the girl. Minutes elapsed, and the blond man found himself on the defensive, the girl seizing control of the engagement. He could only withstand her assaults, unable to counterattack. As she punched toward his abdomen, he attempted to evade, but fatigue hindered his reaction, resulting in a solid hit. The searing pain in his gut forced him to bend over, and the girl seized this opportunity, launching an energy blast that propelled him away. With a powerful leap, she pursued him, driving her foot into his face and following up by stepping on his right arm. A sharp crack echoed as the bones in his arm shattered beneath her weight. The girl concentrated energy at her fingertips, unleashing it upon his left leg, creating a gaping wound. The excruciating agony coursed through him, yet he gritted his teeth, stifling any cries of pain. Chapter 45. The Blonde Man in Despair. The girl maintained her grip on the blonde man's arm, relentlessly applying pressure as she stomped down upon him. The thought of being injured by a scion ignited her fury. Despite being an android, sustaining injuries was trivial, yet it only fueled her disdain for him. "I shall not allow you to die so easily." In a fit of rage, she delivered a fierce kick to the man's face, then leapt into the air for a knee strike, incapacitating his other arm. A sphere of energy formed in her hand, aimed directly at the golden-haired man, intent on creating a gaping wound in his abdomen. The man, now bereft of any capacity to resist, had caused her to lower her guard. At that moment, as she prepared to unleash her attack, the seemingly defeated man let out a mocking smile. His injuries healed in an instant. With a swift motion, he executed a powerful leap, sending the girl flying. His aura surged, catching up to the airborne girl, arms poised like flower petals. The Kamehameha wave struck the girl head-on, catching her completely off guard. She could hardly fathom how the man, whom she believed to have been rendered helpless, was now seemingly unscathed. His seamless combination of attacks overwhelmed her, leaving her no time to activate her protective shield. The full force of the Kamehameha collided with her, raising clouds of dust and smoke around them. The golden-haired man sighed with relief. He was undeniably stronger than either of them, but the gap in their power was insufficient for him to take on both. If he could eliminate one, the other would undoubtedly fall. Prior to the confrontation, he had brought along the last 2 sins of beans, one of which he had already consumed. Willing to risk himself to wait for the girl to reveal a flaw, it proved to be a wise decision. The boy alone would not suffice as a challenge. As the smoke began to clear, the boy activated his protective shield, surprisingly encasing the girl within it. However, both of their garments were torn, indicating they had sustained considerable injuries. The golden-haired man could hardly believe it. He had intentionally distanced himself, fearing the boy's intervention, yet he had been one step too slow, allowing the boy to save the girl. It was inconceivable at such a distance he should not have been able to reach her in time. Frustration welled within him. The opportunity he had painstakingly created was slipping away. Fear filled the girl's eyes as the specter of death loomed over her. She never envisioned being cornered by a mere scion to such an extent. Had the boy not arrived in time, she would have likely met her end. Anger surged within her, signaling the boy to join her in vanquishing this foe. Yet the boy hesitated. He had indeed come to the girl's aid upon sensing her danger. But the distance had been too great. He had not expected to save her. Just then, an unexpected surge of energy coursed through him, dramatically enhancing his speed and enabling him to rescue the girl in the nick of time. With his plan thwarted, the golden-haired man ceased to conceal his power, willing to engage in a life-or-death struggle, believing that even if he could not defeat both, taking one down would be a contribution to future battles. Concealed in the shadows, Gu Tianlang observed the golden-haired man with a sigh. If the girl were to perish, the boy would remain alone, capable of overcoming the man without his intervention. This would thwart his own mission. Therefore, he discreetly assisted the boy in saving the girl. Although it felt somewhat underhanded, he justified it for the sake of his own points. Once his mission was complete, he would allow the boy to return and confront them, knowing that without enhancing the boy's strength, even a victory against the androids would leave him ill-prepared for the impending threats of the Bu era. The three resumed their fierce battle, with the golden-haired man holding his ground against 2 opponents. His close combat techniques were merciless, momentarily suppressing both adversaries. Unfortunately, the android's seemingly limitless energy meant they were unburdened by concerns of stamina depletion, relentlessly firing energy blasts to wear him down. Maintaining distance denied him the opportunity to engage closely. And as time progressed, his energy began to wane, while the boy and girl attacked with reckless abandon. Cornered and desperate, the golden-haired man found himself in a perilous cycle, dodging energy blasts at high speed, which drained his stamina. However, taking hits would deplete his energy even further. Glancing into the distance, he spotted his last family member, and a plan for self-destruction formed in his mind. As he deflected another incoming energy blast, the girl closed in on him, and he used her momentum against her, pushing her away just as the boy arrived, fists poised to strike. Raising his arm, the golden-haired man absorbed the girl's punch with a single palm, but her legs followed in quick succession, forcing him to retreat. Outmatched by their combined strength, particularly after an extended battle, his stamina waned and his speed and reflexes diminished. Eventually, the girl seized an opportunity, delivering a kick that was followed by a ki blast, which struck the mountainside. Simultaneously, both the boy and girl unleashed charged energy blasts. Preparing to finish off the golden-haired man, he roared in defiance, channeling his strength into the Kamehameha, pushing back against their assault. With the combined energy of their attacks, he staggered towards the boy, battered and bloodied, clearly at his limit. Deflecting their blows, he embraced the boy, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Intent on detonating himself and taking the boy along in a final act of desperation. "Father, if you were still alive, surely you could save the earth." "I'm sorry I couldn't protect Mother and the planet." The girl, taken aback by the golden-haired man's reckless intent, hastily distanced herself. Once provoked, he was poised to explode upon receiving any further attack. The boy, too, felt panic rise within him. At such close range, even his protective shield would be ineffective. Despite all his struggles, he could not shake off the man clinging to him. Just as the golden-haired man's energy expanded ominously, it seemed the plan was about to fail. "Your plan has faltered, but do not be so despondent. If you perish, there will be no one left to protect the earth." A warm hand suddenly rested on the golden-haired man's back, dissipating the energy that threatened to erupt. The boy seized the moment to break free from his grasp. The golden-haired man stared at the unexpected figure of Gu Qingfeng, confusion flickering in his eyes. The resemblance was uncanny, yet upon closer inspection, he was not his father. "It is my father." "No, you are not my father." Gu Tianlang awkwardly rubbed his nose, surprised that the man had mistaken him. He raised his hand, unleashing two energy blasts that enveloped both the boy and girl. The pair regarded the sudden arrival of Gu Tianlang with suspicion, but they could not anticipate the speed of his attack. Before they realized it, they were ensnared. What is this? Break free. Chapter 46. Special Training. Trapped within the energy barrier, the two summoned their internal energy, attempting to breach the protective shield from within. Unfortunately, the disparity in power was too great. No matter how they struggled, their efforts were in vain. Gu Qingfeng turned to the golden-haired man, speaking with a calm demeanor. "I come from another dimension, sent here to save you. This energy barrier can contain them for a considerable time. I possess a method to rapidly enhance your strength." Skepticism clouded the golden-haired man's thoughts. While Gu Tianlang had assisted him, it seemed he had no intention of killing the androids. Gu Tianlang noticed his doubt and smiled reassuringly. "I am not from your dimension, and thus cannot interfere directly. Once we are in my realm, you will understand. Apologies, but it seems I am the only one left in this world. Naturally, I must exercise caution." Gazing into the sincere eyes of Gu Tianlang, the golden-haired man realized he might have misjudged him. Regardless, if he did not take action, his demise was inevitable. Gu Tianlang clasped his shoulder and activated the chat group teleportation function, transporting them from the future timeline to the luxurious abode of Bulma in the Dragon Ball Super universe. Taken aback by the familiar yet grandiose setting, the golden-haired man observed Goku and Vegeta, who were indulging in their meal, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Gu Tianlang and himself. Gohan? No. This was not the Gohan he recognized. Goku scrutinized the golden-haired man and shook his head, confirming he was not the Gohan he knew. The true Gohan had long abandoned the Super Saiyan transformation, and their essences were entirely different. This Gohan exuded a profound sense of melancholy. Vegeta sensed the situation but was perplexed by Gu Tianglang's intentions. Could this be a Gohan from another timeline? Gu Tianglang revealed his purpose without hesitation. He was the Gohan from the timeline of the future, and he sought their assistance in training him, thereby enabling him to save his own timeline. The golden-haired man was indeed the future Gohan, the last warrior standing against the malevolent androids, and upon seeing his deceased father once more, his heart swelled with emotion. This was a father from another timeline. He never expected you to have triumphed over illness. Goku took the initiative to explain the circumstances surrounding future Trunks, detailing how he survived in the existence of the future timeline. Gohan felt a sense of relief. Indeed, leaving Trunks behind instead of perishing together was the right decision, and he had successfully salvaged the future. Goku proposed to train Gohan, and Vegeta expressed no objections, as he had always disliked training with others and had little inclination to mentor anyone. Goku was curious why Gu Tianlang, after saving Gohan, specifically wanted him to guide Gohan as training. Gu Tianlang replied that while he was capable of fighting, he was not particularly skilled in teaching. With that, Goku and future Gohan soared towards the sacred world of the Kais, intending to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber to vastly enhance Gohan's strength. Unlike Goku, Vegeta was not easily deceived, and he noted that Gogeta had no time machine. How did he arrive in the future then? Despite numerous inquiries, Gogeta remained tight-lipped about his method of reaching the future, leaving Vegeta to abandon that line of questioning. However, Gogeta was not entirely satisfied with Goku's training arrangement. He believed Gohan possessed greater potential. He envisioned a rather dubious figure in his mind and, sensing that individual S-energy, utilized instant transmission to depart from Bulma's residence. Vegeta scoffed and entered the newly constructed gravity training room. Wealth truly allowed one to indulge. Marrying a wealthy woman was such a delight. While Goku was laboriously supporting his family, Vegeta had long since been free from worries, enjoying lavish meals and well-equipped training facilities. In the distant realm of the King Kai, the old Kai was secretly perusing some rather colorful books when he suddenly sensed a spatial disturbance behind him. Startled, he hastily concealed the books and pretended to cough nonchalantly. "Hello, old Kai. I require your assistance with something," Gogeta said, comfortably taking a seat opposite him. Who better to awaken potential than the old Kai? The old Kai, disturbed from his leisure, was not pleased with Gogetan's arrival, but felt it inappropriate to show his displeasure. "Ah, Gogeta, what do you need help with?" Gogeta got straight to the point. "I have someone who needs your help in awakening his potential." The old Kai immediately shook his head, rejecting the request. "This is quite troublesome and exhausting. Awakening potential is a taxing endeavor, and I won't assist you with that. You should find someone else." With a confident smile, Gogeta replied, "I can offer some compensation. There is no need to decline so hastily." The old Kai cast a skeptical glance at Gogeta, thinking to himself that Gogeta had neither a wife nor a girlfriend. What could he possibly offer? It's out of the question. I, the old Kai, cannot simply acquiesce to your every request. That would be akin to asking a god of destruction to till your fields. It's an affront to my divine status. Very well. Shall I take my leave then? Gogeta said, cutting off further discussion. Turning to depart, he accidentally dropped a storage capsule, which opened upon hitting the ground, scattering dozens of exquisite books across the grass. The old Kai's eyes widened as he beheld the array of perfect covers and enticing contents, igniting his curiosity. He had not anticipated Gogeta to possess such treasures. As Gogeta bent down to collect the books, the old Kai quickly intervened, donning a congenial smile. Awakening potential is not entirely off the table. After all, I do enjoy being helpful. While it may be physically taxing, given our familiarity, discussing compensation feels unnecessary. We should assist each other. Gogeta had long been aware of the old Kai's nature and was prepared to gather the books. Is that so? That would be splendid. I intended to gift these to you, but since you've expressed it, I wouldn't want to impose. I'll just take them back. The old Kai picked up one book, glanced at the illustrations, and was immediately struck by a nosebleed. No need. Carrying them back and forth is a hassle. Just leave them with me. I'll keep an eye on them, purely for the sake of enjoyment. Gogeta ceased his teasing, handing the books over. Not intending to peruse them himself, he informed the old Kai that Gohan would emerge from the chamber tomorrow and that he would return to find him. Before departing the King Kai's realm, back in the Dragon Ball universe, Gogeta awaited the Moro's arrival with quiet anticipation. Before the old Kai awakened Gohan's potential, he wanted Gohan to meet someone. Chapter 47. Sparring time flew by, and soon a day had passed. Gohan, Chi-Chi, and the others learned of future Gohan's existence and hurried to Bulma's residence. After a brief wait, two figures descended from the sky, Goku and future Gohan. Chi-Chi rushed forward to embrace future Gohan. Though he was not her son from this universe, he was still her flesh and blood. She had heard from Trunks about the future's grim circumstances, where Gohan fought alone, bearing the weight of the world on his shoulders. Gohan, are you all right? Let me see you. The long-awaited embrace caused Gohan's eyes to brim with tears. In the future timeline, his father had succumbed to heart disease, Uncle Piccolo had been annihilated, and the Dragon Balls of Earth were no more. Uncle Vegeta had insisted on fighting alone and was ultimately slain by the two androids. Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi fell one after another, and even his mother could not escape the clutches of the androids. Seeing his mother again stirred a tempest of emotions within him, and tears streamed down his cheeks. After exchanging pleasantries, future Gohan noticed Gohan and Videl. He nodded slightly toward them. Have I become a scholar in this world? Is that your wife? Gohan smiled kindly, gazing at this man who was both himself and yet not. A sense of admiration welled up within him. Indeed, I fulfilled my wish of becoming a scholar, but recently I have resumed training, reverting to my martial artist identity. In the future, Gohan finally relinquished the obsessions that weighed heavily upon his heart. No matter how one viewed it, this could be considered a different form of fulfilling his dreams. It is well. I am certain I can defeat those two adversaries now, thanks to the fruitful training imparted by my father. Goten gazed at this unfamiliar brother with a hint of confusion. After all, at this age, his brother should have been capable of defeating Bu effortlessly and vanquishing Android 18 in an instant. Why, then, was this Gohan unable to triumph over her? Goten, still quite young, believed that the disparity in Gohan's strength should not be so significant and could not fathom why he struggled against Android 18. Vegeta scoffed derisively, unwilling to waste his breath explaining such Navi inquiries. However, Piccolo interjected to clarify. Gohan indeed possessed immense potential. Yet he lacked the acumen for training and was unaware of how to cultivate his abilities to their fullest extent. Piccolo's words struck to the heart of the matter, highlighting the greatest disparity between Gohan and the trio of Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta. They understood the most effective methods of training. For instance, during the Z era, Goku would engage in rigorous training alongside Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber, maintaining their Super Saiyan forms continuously. The results of their intensive training over just 1 year could easily surpass the accomplishments of others over 3 or even 5 years. Gohan, on his own, would likely never conceive of such an approach to training. They would discover the most suitable path through their own explorations, while Gohan resembled an exquisite jade requiring meticulous refinement. Goten nodded, somewhat comprehending Piccolo's explanation, albeit still in a daze. Now that the reminiscing was over, it was time to attend to business. Goku approached the elder Kaishin, bringing him to Gohan's side. Having met the present-day Gohan and Chi-Chi, the future Gohan could finally set aside his inner turmoil, allowing the elder Kaishin to unlock his latent potential. Are we returning now? I am prepared. Gohan mistakenly believed this meant he would be taken back to the future. No. This is the Kaishin. He can awaken the potential within you, enabling you to surpass your limits. After Goku's explanation, Gohan settled into a meditative position on the ground, awaiting the elder Kaishin's incantation. The elder Kaishin, a discerning individual, approached Gohan and began performing various peculiar gestures. However, within 10 minutes, he could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Goodness, he is so powerful, and you want me to awaken his potential? Are you trying to kill me?" The limits of his potential awakening magic were constrained by his own strength, for instance. It would have no effect on Vegeta at full power in his Super Saiyan Blue form. The greater the strength of the individual, the more energy he expended. Hearing the elder Kaishin's words, Goku chuckled heartily, pleasantly surprised by Gohan's remarkable resilience. Even though he anticipated Gohan's extraordinary potential, the year of training had still left him astounded by Gohan's progress. The elder Kaishin felt overwhelmed. Awakening Gohan's potential proved to be tenfold more challenging than when he had done so for Gohan in the past. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. After enduring for a grueling 24 hours, he finally completed the incantation for Gohan, collapsing onto the ground, unable to maintain his footing. Nonetheless, the elder Kaishin did not forget to murmur complaints to Goku. "I must add more magic. It nearly cost me my life." Goku recalled an ancient saying, "A man remains a boy until death." The elder Kaishin had lived for at least 1 billion years, and despite his age, he remained devoted, having a fondness for only Android 18, a formidable character indeed. How about a spar? The 2 androids from your world are woefully inadequate and cannot provide you with an accurate gauge of your current strength, Goku proposed, glancing at the future Gohan, who had clenched his fists tightly. Gohan slowly ascended into the air, unleashing a powerful roar as his energy surged, enveloped in crackling blue lightning. Super Saiyan Grade 2. Vegeta, anticipating Goku's move, soared into the sky, transforming into Super Saiyan Grade 2 to match him. The two exchanged blows, and to everyone's astonishment, Gohan found himself at a disadvantage, barely managing to defend against Vegeta's onslaught. It is worth noting that even when both were Super Saiyan Grade 2, the disparity in their strengths was immense. The Super Saiyan Grade 2 Vegeta from the Z era would likely have easily overwhelmed the present Vegeta within mere exchanges. The stronger one was in their base form. The more formidable they became in transformation. Gohan's advancements over the past year were nothing short of remarkable. Realizing that this stalemate could not continue, Gohan clenched his fists and let out a low growl, channeling all his energy. His formidable aura radiated outward, even catching the attention of Beerus, who was far away in the God of Destruction realm. His hair gradually elongated to his waist, and the lightning surrounding him intensified, resembling a miniature sun illuminating the earth. Vegeta's expression shifted as he realized that, thanks to the year of special training combined with the Elder Kaioshin's awakening of his potential, Gohan's power had surged to Super Saiyan Grade 3. The tide of battle turned instantly. Vegeta, who had previously held the upper hand, now found himself on the defensive as Gohan began to take control and counterattack. Vegeta's demeanor became serious, enveloped in a red aura that pushed Gohan back. The Super Saiyan God transformation emerged, with red hair and eyes, leaving Gohan unable to sense Vegeta's aura, completely bewildered by the situation. However, it was not Gohan's first encounter with a Super Saiyan God. He had witnessed such power when Goku trained him in the hyperbolic time chamber. Drawing a deep breath, Gohan reverted from Super Saiyan Grade 3, calming himself and closing his eyes. A pure white aura surrounded him, radiating with overwhelming energy that surpassed even the might of Super Saiyan Grade 3. The brilliant white light enveloped the earth, and the future Gohan, astonished, realized that the Elder Kaioshin had awakened such formidable energy within him, far exceeding that of his previous self. Piccolo, observing from the sidelines, was left aghast, unable to believe that the future Gohan possessed such immense power. The two resumed their fierce engagement, with Vegeta's attacks growing increasingly ferocious, each punch faster than the last. Gohan struggled to keep up, clearly unable to endure for much longer. However, despite the overwhelming challenge, he garnered admiration from those watching. The Gohan of the Z era had never exhibited such extraordinary strength during his transformation into a mysterious state. This was also a result of the future Gohan's inherent strength reaching Super Saiyan Grade 3, with his awakened potential granting him power far beyond that of the Gohan of old. Vegeta recognized that this was Gohan's full strength and resolved not to hold back any longer, unleashing the dazzling Super Saiyan Blue transformation, distinct from the godly Super Saiyan form. The energy of Super Saiyan Blue was palpable, and Gohan could sense the unimaginable power emanating from it. Gathering energy in his right hand, Vegeta prepared to unleash his strongest strike. The full-powered Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was immensely powerful, and he retaliated with his own strike, resulting in a collision that generated a shockwave, sending gusts of wind across the ground, causing Chi-Chi and Bulma to struggle to maintain their footing. As the blue energy clashed with the white light, future Gohan plummeted from the sky, while Vegeta returned to his base form, landing on the ground. Uncle Vegeta remains as formidable as ever. Had you not rushed to confront the androids alone back then but rather trained for a while, they would have stood no chance against you. In the future, Gohan holds great respect for Vegeta. After Goku's demise in the future timeline, Vegeta, in a fit of rage, bravely challenged two androids alone, inflicting severe injuries upon them before his death. It was precisely due to Vegeta's intervention that the androids required several years to recuperate. Otherwise, Gohan would not have lived to see adulthood and would have been easily dispatched by them. As for why Vegeta would choose to self-destruct to repel the androids, the future Gohan was initially unaware. However, witnessing the contented family life of the current Vegeta, he perhaps began to grasp the motivations behind the actions of that malevolent scion. After some idle chatter, Gohan grew increasingly anxious about the dire circumstances awaiting them in the future, feeling an urgent need to return. After all, Bulma and Trunks were still there, and if the androids breached their defenses, their fates would be dire. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of the capabilities of Goten, who offered no explanations, Gohan activated the spatial transporter and returned to the future. In that timeline, androids 17 and 18 remained trapped within their barrier. Despite their attempts over 2 days to escape, they found themselves at an impasse and ultimately abandoned their efforts. With a mere wave of his hand, Goten dispelled the barrier, and the moment it vanished, android 17 charged at him, enraged at the humiliation he had suffered. Goten merely smiled, standing his ground as 17's fury intensified, perceiving the lack of defense as a grave insult. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced 17's chest. Looking down, he saw Gohan's hand, shaped like a blade, having pierced through him. The ki blast erupted, reducing 17 to mere fragments. The unexpected turn of events left android 18 in shock. How could Gohan's strength have surged to such heights in just 2 days? Even accounting for 17's carelessness, the ability to dispatch him in a single blow underscored the vast disparity in their powers. Without a second glance, 18 fled, having no intention of engaging. The androids from this timeline were vastly different from their counterparts in the original world. The latter merely sought to eliminate Goku, harboring no malice towards others. In contrast, the future androids took pleasure in the slaughter of humanity, driven by a twisted psyche and a relentless thirst for bloodshed. Even the death of her own brother held little significance for 18, who had no desire for vengeance. Regrettably for her, Gohan had undergone a profound transformation. Becoming a shooting star that streaked across the sky, he swiftly closed the distance, delivering a decisive kick that severed 18 in two, disregarding her pleas for mercy. As he unleashed a beam of light from his fingertips to end her life. You did well. Goodbye, Gohan. When Gohan turned back, Goten, who had been behind him moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Gohan had initially assumed that his father had sent Goten to rescue him, but during his training, Goku had informed him that he had never spoken to Goten. This left Gohan with a lingering mystery, though he had ultimately resolved the crisis. Feeling confident in his ability to protect the Earth, the invincible administrator, Vegito, completed the mission in 2 days, witnessing a 100-fold increase in the target's strength, earning an SSS rating. The reward amounted to 10 million points. Lying on his bed, Goten felt quite pleased as he saw the 10 million points credited to his account. Upon receiving the task completion notification in the chat group, the members erupted in excitement, for the magnitude of this information was truly staggering. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Esteemed leader, I seek your guidance on how to exponentially enhance one's capabilities within a mere 2 days. The destroyer of worlds, you surely haven't resorted to bestowing him with cheats, have you? The unconquerable Gogeta, to be precise, it is a span of 1 year. I possess an artifact that encapsulates 1 year within yet only a single day externally. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Are you cheating, my friend? Might I also be permitted to enter and enhance my physical prowess? Chat group leader, is it the spirit time room? Indeed, this place is quite suitable for training, but it varies from person to person. Invincible Gogeta, spending a year inside equates to a year deducted from your normal lifespan. Are you certain you wish to proceed? For the sake of his current girlfriend, beating his ex-girlfriend, can I enter? Esteemed one? I am still young. A year is a price I can afford. Dega feels that his physical skills are indeed lacking, unable to fully unleash the power of Diga. The stronger the human body, the mightier the Ultraman becomes. To confront the impending monsters, he must swiftly enhance his strength. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. No, are you implying something about me? What do you mean by that remark about my youth? Chapter 49, Power Detection Device, Unrivaled Goku. You may all find it difficult to enter. The environment here is rather inhospitable and not conducive to your training. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar. Third form, the harsh conditions shouldn't affect us significantly, as the strength of everyone in the group is commendable. Group leader, the maximum temperature there reaches 50 degrees, while the minimum plummets to minus 40 degrees. The atmospheric composition is merely a quarter of that on Earth, and the gravity is approximately 10 times that of our planet. Indeed, you will find it quite impossible to enter. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Is this truly a place fit for human habitation? The air is thin, and the gravity is tenfold. Is it conceivable that a creature could endure for an entire year within such conditions? Tony pondered for an extended period. Unable to conceive of anyone capable of entering, it seemed utterly otherworldly. Become my son, he mused. It appeared that, for those acquainted with the realm of administrators, entry was indeed feasible. However, the strength of the target character for this mission remained uncertain, akin to that of an administrator. The daughter of the slumbering little five, I echo this inquiry, esteemed one. With such a remarkable enhancement in power, could you elucidate just how formidable he truly is? Currently, Gohan's prowess, as deduced by Guqin Foam, should be comparable to that of Goku upon his initial foray into Super Saiyan, according to established parameters of this form. When fully unleashed, he could execute 3 attacks capable of obliterating the universe. Invincible Gogeta. Indeed, it's about that level, capable of shattering the universe. His strength is quite commendable. The daughter of the slumbering little five, to obliterate the universe, does that not place him on par with the esteemed one? Invincible Gogeta. It's somewhat comparable. I do not possess much superiority over him. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I often feel that the magnates are deceiving me. How can it be that individuals from his universe either explode stars or annihilate the cosmos? This is truly alarming. The unrivaled Goku. Wait for me. I shall visit your universe in 5 minutes to demonstrate my prowess by effortlessly crushing the sun with my bare hands. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, mighty one. Will you still create a sun? Not at all. Who claimed I could create a sun? I merely mentioned bursting it, never implied I could create another. Group member Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, sends a designated character red envelope. The invincible Wukong claims the red envelope. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I suddenly recall that I possess an extra suit of armor, which can be temporarily sustained by an energy device. Whoever seizes it shall claim it as their own. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar 3. It's not my intention to criticize you, Tony, but this is somewhat excessive. If you intend to give a gift, then let it be a gift, however. Designating the red envelope solely for the elite makes it quite futile for the rest of us to compete. Destroyer of worlds, low emotional intelligence. I offer you the armor. But do not invade my realm. High emotional intelligence, an excess of armor, a random red envelope. Whoever obtains it shall own it. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. Your explanation is indeed quite commendable. You truly live up to your reputation, Brother Xiaoming. Invincible Gogeta. I have a fondness for the armor. It would serve beautifully as a piece of art in my home. Tony Stark finally felt a sense of relief. Although the remark about crushing the sun was likely made in jest, it was an opportune moment to foster a good relationship with the esteemed individual. Through Lin Rant's insights, he became aware of forthcoming events. Once Thanos arrived, the Scions would undoubtedly be intrigued. The mere thought of that detestable purple visage and Tony's elated expression upon witnessing the esteemed figure's bewilderment brought him joy. Chat group leader, esteemed one. I've heard whispers that you have expelled the god of love. Lin Ran was quite eager to witness this spectacle, to encounter the legendary figures from various epics within the Valkyrie of the End. Moreover, she harbored considerable disdain for the deity's lofty demeanor. Invincible Gogeta, indeed. In just over 2 months, we shall have the opportunity to embark on missions in their world. At that time, you may also participate, however. It would be wise to enhance your own strength first. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. The group leader has clarified that we too can venture into that realm. Minato expressed his discontent towards the god of love, particularly regarding her actions against Hinata, which prompted even the typically gentle Minato to reveal his fangs. Invincible Gogeta. Yes. Everyone is welcome, but your current strength leaves much to be desired. It would be prudent to bolster your abilities. Hinata's eldest daughter, group leader. Will you also join the fray when the time comes? Chat group leader. Perhaps, should I encounter an insufferable foe, I may consider intervening. Lin Ran indeed harbored thoughts of testing her mettle. As the group leader, she possessed numerous privileges, even if her personal strength was among the weakest in the group. Utilizing the chat group, she would not shy away from confronting the gods in genuine conflict. As time passed serenely, a month drifted by. Aside from frequenting Bulma's home for meals, Goku Black dedicated his time to training. The group had not issued any tasks. Minato and the others proposed a few individual missions, but the points were too meager and the challenges too simple. Goku Black generously yielded these opportunities to them, as acquiring such trivial points was of little use to him compared to aiding their growth. After a month of the administrator's presence in the chat group, the Combat Power Detector was activated. Combat Power Detector, capable of assessing the strength of designated individuals. Group members are limited to once every 3 days, while the group leader and administrator may assess once daily. Coffee shop waitress who loves bunnies. I checked my own power and found myself at the early stage of the 2nd tier, as the chat group describes, surpassing the pinnacle of ordinary humanity. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. I am at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, as the chat group determines, capable of easily altering the course of large-scale wars. World Destroyer, +1. I share the same tier. Time Devouring Sprite. I too am at the 3rd tier, though my abilities are enhanced by special powers, allowing me to reach early-stage strength in the 3rd tier. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I am currently at the 2nd tier, seemingly only slightly stronger than Dong Xiang. Group leader of the chat. This is quite normal. You are still on the early timeline, and your strength will see significant enhancement in the later stages. Be my son. I did not expect that my strength would also plateau at the 3rd tier. I had anticipated reaching the 4th tier. Miss Hinata of the Hyuga clan. I will refrain from testing for now. Once I meet Naruto, I will assess his strength. Hinata is quite aware of her own capabilities, estimating them to be around the 2nd tier, certainly not reaching the prowess of Minato. Group leader of the chat. Esteemed one. At what tier does your strength reside? Lin Ran is most curious about Gu Tianlang, who was lauded as the invincible Gogeta. At which stage is his strength, the 7th or the 8th? Invincible Gogeta. I have yet to undergo testing. And what about you? At which tier does your strength lie? In truth, Gu Tianlang harbors little hope regarding Lin Ran's prowess, suspecting it may even fall short of Dong Xiang's, as he does not perceive any formidable energy fluctuations emanating from her. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I surmise that the magnate's strength lies within the 7th or perhaps the 8th tier. The Destroyer of Worlds. That seems unlikely. I estimate it could be at the 9th tier, should such a tier exist. The sleeping daughter of Little Five. I am actually more intrigued by the leader's prowess. After all, there is nothing in my world worth assessing. Perhaps I could evaluate the leader's strength. Chapter 50. The True Strength of Ancient Skywolf. Chat Group Leader. That sounds good. I can save my opportunity for another time. Lin Ran is not at all concerned about revealing her true abilities. While she is only slightly stronger than an average person, there are limitations to strength assessments. Only the administrator, Ancient Skywolf, has the capability to evaluate himself. Ordinary members cannot assess their own strength. The sleeping daughter of Little Five. A prompt informs me that I am unable to perform the assessment. Members cannot evaluate the leader. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Then you should assess the magnate and observe his prowess. The slumbering daughter of Little Five. I think I shall keep it for now. The opportunities for evaluation can accumulate. After all, the magnate is already so formidable, whether I assess or not makes little difference. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Xiaolon. Our world currencies are interconnected. I shall offer you $100,000, considering it a favor, to assess the capabilities of the magnate. Tony could hardly wait for the 3 days to pass. His heart was aflame with anticipation, longing to grasp the true extent of the formidable prowess of the esteemed individual. The sudden influx of a substantial sum of money left Xiaolin in a daze, as $100,000 transformed into yen. What a staggering amount. Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt for receiving such a hefty payment merely for assessing someone else's capabilities. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro quipped, "Let us forget the payment. I'll assist you with the evaluation." The barista with a fondness for rabbits inquired, "Have you completed the assessment, Xiaolin?" Not only Tony, but everyone in the group was equally intrigued, wondering why Xiaolin had yet to conclude her evaluation after a minute had elapsed. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro replied, "The assessment is indeed complete. It indicates that the individual's ordinary state possesses a power level of the 9th tier, capable of obliterating multiple universes with mere gestures. However, the remaining readings reveal such a vast disparity in strength that they cannot be measured. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I can't believe there is indeed a 9th tier. This is rather exaggerated. I wonder if there is a 10th tier. World Destroyer, esteemed leader, magnificent and imposing, 666. Hanada family's eldest daughter, esteemed leader, 666. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits, esteemed leader, 666. Chat group owner, truly deserving of the title. You are indeed the chosen one. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ran was convinced that this was undoubtedly Gogeta from Dragon Ball Super. Otherwise, one could not possibly be this powerful. Gu Tianlang, on the other hand, felt no particular reaction. A 9th tier was to be expected, as he had opportunities every day. He decided to test himself and uncover the limits of his own strength. The group management appointed the invincible Gogeta as the designated tester, initiating the assessment. The chat group is currently undergoing testing. Please hold on. The assessment is complete. The administrator, Invincible Gogeta, reveals an ordinary state strength of early peak 9th tier. After reviewing the chat group's determination, Gu Tianlong's previously calm expression finally underwent a change. He had not anticipated his body to possess such power. No wonder he always felt something was amiss. A subtle smile began to grace his lips. World Destroyer, a 9th tier. I wonder if in this lifetime I will have the opportunity to elevate my strength to such a level. Even if I possess only a 4th tier strength, I would be content. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. My dear friend, whenever you have the chance, do come to visit. I have an abundance of lovely ladies here. Whether you are captivated by legs or beauty, your desires shall be fulfilled. If wealth does not sway you, perhaps allure will. At your level of prowess, material riches are likely of little consequence. Yet, throughout history, heroes have often found it challenging to resist the charms of beauty. The past is irrevocable, but the future can be transformed. By closely aligning yourself with a powerful figure, you will undoubtedly rise to confront adversaries like Ultron and Thanos. The CAF attendant, who adores rabbits, remarked, "Do you truly believe that someone of his stature is preoccupied with women, as you are?" The invincible Gogeta interjected, "Well, perhaps it is best to let it be. Matters of the heart should unfold as fate dictates." The ancient wolf dismisses such superficial charms. If he seeks companionship, it must be with someone he genuinely adores. In light of the inaugural activation of the power assessment feature, the frequency of participation has been rather sparse. Thus, a special task question and answer mode has been initiated. For each correct answer, an additional assessment opportunity shall be granted. Notice, all task questions will originate from members' realms, and inquiries will commence in 3 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. This seems rather unjust, as we are all unfamiliar with one another's realms. Only the magnates and group leaders possess such insights. Hinata's eldest daughter. Given the opportunity for additional rewards, let us not be so fastidious, Uncle Tony. As for me, I am rather curious about the inquiries that may arise within the chat group. The first question, in the world of One Piece. Who are the 4 individuals most widely recognized by the vast community of sea enthusiasts as nicknames closely associated with the term 4 emperors? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I am aware of this. The 4 emperors are Kaido, Big Mom, Red-Haired Shanks, and Whitebeard. Linran has provided a brief introduction to the members of our group regarding their respective worldviews, which includes an overview of the 4 emperors in the context of One Piece. An incorrect response results in the forfeiture of this answering opportunity. The destroyers of worlds. That shouldn't be the case. Indeed, the 4 pirate emperors ruling the seas are those 4. Be my son. The notorious era supernovas consist of Kid, Trafalgar Law, the Straw Hat Pirate Luffy, and the bounty hunter Zoro. Whitebeard is uncertain about whom to choose, however. Since it does not pertain to his quartet, it might refer to the future 4 emperors. Thus he presented their names as a trial. An incorrect response results in the forfeiture of this answering opportunity. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Even Grandpa Whitebeard couldn't answer correctly. It seems we must rely on the expertise of the prominent figures and the group leader. Linran stared at the question, feeling utterly perplexed. She sensed something peculiar about it, yet could not pinpoint what was amiss. Group leader, I am at a loss as well. Perhaps you should answer. Gu Tianlang did not anticipate such mischief within the chat group. Such questions are seldom known by female fans of the series. Unrivaled Wakita. The answer is the 4 emperors, Vinsmoke Sanji, Brook, Kinemon, and Momonosuke. The answer is correct, earning 1 detection opportunity. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. For yellow, I seem to have grasped something. Even chat groups engage in homophonic puns. Chat group leader. So it refers to names that are closely related. Indeed. Sanji and the others are referred to as 4 yellow by our people. Second question. Who is the man in Naruto known as Pot Shadow? Chat group leader. Shimura Danzo. Benefits are shared, but the burden must be borne alone. Correct answer. Awarded a chance for verification. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro. Though I am unfamiliar with this fellow. He sounds rather unfortunate. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3, if it weren't for the big shot who killed him. Who knows how many people he would have harmed. Third question. In the world of the group member, the slumbering daughter of Kogoro. Who is the man revered as the god of death? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Isn't it said that Xiaolan's worldview is that of an ordinary person? How then could there be a title such as Death God? Chapter 51, Answering Questions. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro. I am unaware. I have never heard anyone mention that name. Group administrator, Idagawa Conan. Wherever he goes, death follows, earning him the moniker of the Death God elementary student. Correctly answered. Granting 1 opportunity for verification. Muri-ran fell into contemplation, realizing that indeed, wherever Conan goes, death seems to accompany him. Question 4. In the vast realms of One Piece. Who is most universally recognized as deserving of death? Unrivaled Goku. One does not need to be a pirate. Momonosuke must perish. Correctly answered, granting 1 opportunity for verification. For the sake of the current girlfriend, fiercely confronting the ex-girlfriend. Who is this person, and why do others from different worlds also wish for his demise? Unrivaled Goku. He is but a child, yet this child revels in his youth, taking liberties with women and bathing alongside many beautiful women. Most notably, when he exploits these situations, he often wears a smug and lecherous expression. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Alas, I too am incensed. Merely hearing the mogul's words ignites a fierce desire to confront him. The destroyer of worlds. In a sense, he could be deemed an adversary to men. The 5th question. Apart from the Uchiha clan members, who is most fond of uttering the name Uchiha? Group chat owner, Naruto Uzumaki, who incessantly calls out for Sasuke. Incorrect answer, forfeiting this round's opportunity. Group chat owner, it cannot be. It is only right that no one else but Naruto does so. In Linran's memory, Naruto is virtually inseparable from Sasuke. How could anyone possibly mention Uchiha more frequently than he? Invincible Goku. He refers to Sasuke, not Uchiha. The realization dawns on Gu Tianlang. It appears Naruto indeed rarely calls Sasuke by his full name. Invincible Goku. The answer is the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Correct answer, earning 1 detection opportunity. Spiraling Flash Super Rotation Roar. That cannot be. It is rumored that the 2nd Hokage harbored a strong aversion to the Uchiha clan. So how could he possibly mention them the most? Minato recalls that the 2nd Hokage despised the Uchiha. Why would he keep their name on his lips? Invincible Goku. Let me illustrate. If Tobirama, while walking, were to trip over a piece of wood, he would exclaim, "Damn, Uchiha." And if he were to choke on water, he would likewise say, "Damn, Uchiha." Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. This is akin to fabricating charges when one seeks to blame others. All misdeeds are attributed to the Uchiha clan. The Spiral Flash Super Rotation Roar, in its essence, aligns perfectly with the esteemed Lord Tobirama as described by the third Hokage. With the conclusion of this round of inquiries, a new mission shall commence in 1 day's time, aimed at vanquishing extraterrestrial beings from the Marvel Universe. With a reward of 30,000 points. The task is limited to 3 group members, and the difficulty level is classified as Tier 3. The World Destroyer has accepted the mission. The Invincible Goku has accepted the mission. The CAF attendant with a fondness for rabbits has accepted the mission. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Wait, has a villain emerged? I have once again missed an opportunity to win effortlessly. The Spiral Flash Super will dance. Roar 3 style. I was just a moment too slow. What a pity. The Destroyer of Worlds, an invasive species, you say? I am quite eager to engage in a contest. I wonder what kind of existence it will be. The Invincible Gogeta. There are numerous alien species in the Marvel Universe, each a diverse entity. After this, Gu Tianlang exited the group chat. As mealtime approached, if he did not head to Bulma's house soon, they would begin dining without him. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, however, he found only Vegeta and Goku, standing forlornly at the door, with Goku appearing quite dejected. "Why aren't you eating? What are you waiting for at the door?" It would have been better had he remained silent, but as soon as Gu Tianlang spoke, Vegeta's expression soured immediately, and he bellowed at Gu Tianlang. "Can't you manage to eat on your own? Are you incapable of living without coming to my house for meals every day? Those chefs are exhausted and all resting, and Bulma isn't home. I have no idea where to find a cook." The more Vegeta spoke, the angrier he became. Previously, they would come by occasionally, but recently, their visits had escalated to daily occurrences. Do they not realize how large their appetites are? Even if he had a multitude of chefs at home, he could not accommodate daily meals for dozens of people. Goku chuckled, seemingly oblivious to Vegeta's words. "So when can we eat? Why don't you call Bulma and have her send a chef over? Doesn't Chi-Chi cook for you? Why must you come to my house to eat?" Vegeta was left speechless. It was not that Chi-Chi forbade Kogoro from eating. So why was he making a fuss about coming to his house? He pointed at Gu Tianlang, ready to speak, but was interrupted. "Don't point fingers at me. I have no wife, nor do I know how to cook myself." Gu Tianlang's response was rather sharp, leaving Vegeta with no retort. "Why don't we eat out instead? Let us find a restaurant." Goku's eyes lit up with a new idea, and Vegeta, after considering it, nodded in agreement. He too was hungry. Bulma's parents were elderly, and given the Scion's prodigious appetites, they could not possibly cater to their needs. "Fine, I have no objections. Vegeta will treat." Gu Tianlang was indifferent, as he had no intention of paying. "Why should I treat? Don't you two have any money?" Vegeta felt an urge to eliminate them. Ultimately, he was left to cover the meal. "I have no money. Chi-Chi didn't give me any. I have no money either." Their responses were straightforward and clear. Goku had never been concerned with money, especially since he was here to mooch off Bulma, so he certainly hadn't brought any. As for Gu Tianlang, he was equally without funds, having no job, and all his spending money came from the winnings of his matches. He was too lazy to steal or rob, especially with Bulma, the wealthiest heiress, around. Vegeta had even less understanding of money. He was merely displeased that these two came to eat at his house every day. As he prepared to leave with them, a figure swooped down from the sky. Goku looked at the stoic Piccolo with curiosity, wondering what he was up to. "Piccolo, you've come too." Without uttering a word, Piccolo asked the three, "What are you planning to do?" "The chefs at Bulma's house are resting, so Vegeta has invited us out to eat. Would you like to join?" Goku innocently invited Piccolo, who accepted, taking advantage of the situation. Only Goku's character could be so naive. Upon seeing Piccolo, Vegeta and Gu Tianlang instantly understood his purpose. Coming at dinner time, what else could he possibly want but to join in the meal? Thus, the four of them made their way to a large restaurant in the city. As the waiter handed over the menus, Gu Tianlang casually glanced at them and declared, "We are just 4 people, no need to order too much. Let us just eat a little." After saying this, he set the menu back down and looked at the 3 for confirmation. Vegeta and Goku remained silent, while Piccolo, accustomed to his aloof demeanor, had no objections. "Just copy the menu for us. Let us start with this much." The waiter, initially thinking they wouldn't order much, was taken aback as he prepared to note down their order. Sir, the menu features numerous large items, including octopuses several meters long and dinosaur meat weighing dozens of pounds. Are you sure you want to order them all? The waiter felt he must have misheard. They were in the largest restaurant in the city, and to prepare every single item on the menu, even 14 people wouldn't be able to finish it. It's all right, just prepare it all. We're not short on money, Gu Tianlang declared grandly. As the esteemed son-in-law of Dragon Ball, can he possibly be lacking in funds? The very embodiment of living off others, the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. The waiter hurried off to the kitchen, and before long, dishes began to arrive at their table. Each plate more exquisite than the last. The four of them began to devour their meal. Piccolo had slightly better table manners, while Gu Tianlang and the others ate as if they had never seen food before, clearing the dishes in no time. After all, this was not Bulma's home. Those familiar with the Saiyan appetite had long been accustomed to it, but the staff here were astonished by their voraciousness. Can a human stomach really hold so much? Aren't they afraid of bursting? A middle-aged man in his 40s, observing the shocked expressions of the newcomers, remarked casually, "What's so surprising? This is already their second table of food. How much do they intend to eat? Surely they're not planning to tackle a third table? I have no idea. They've been eating for over half an hour. Don't they get bored?" The young men exchanged glances, bewildered by the middle-aged man's peculiarities. Bored? You could watch them for so long? Hearing the comments of others, Piccolo felt embarrassed, his face turning green, being pointed at like this was quite unpleasant. Meanwhile, Goku, in a gleeful frenzy, absent-mindedly devoured a plate of sushi beside him, and by the time Vegeta attempted to intervene, it was too late. Enraged, Vegeta grabbed a handful of food and stuffed it into his mouth, leading to Goku's furious transformation. Vegeta, how could you eat my char-siu? I was saving that for last. Vegeta slammed his hand on the table, glaring fiercely at Kogoro. My sushi was also meant for later, you glutton. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, his fury pressing down on Vegeta. Aren't we friends, Vegeta? Vegeta, not backing down, responded in Super Saiyan 2, countering Goku's pressure. This matter is entirely different. Amidst the swirling crimson light, Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan God, steadfastly engaging in a standoff with Vegeta. Eventually, both ascended to Super Saiyan Blue, unleashing a terrifying aura that trembled the ground for miles around. The buildings radiated a brilliant blue light, resembling two celestial blue moons amidst the night, drawing the attention of onlookers nearby. Enthusiastic spectators brandished their phones, eager to capture this astonishing spectacle, having never witnessed anyone with hair capable of changing color at will. Yet, regardless of whether it was a smartphone or a camera, all devices succumbed to a brief malfunction, rendering them utterly unusable. Gu Tianlang cast a glance at Piccolo, acknowledging the prowess of the Dragon Ball's most formidable think tank. Although their strength was gradually eclipsed by the two superpowered beings, their intellect remained a reassuring constant. Initially, he had intended to intervene, but Piccolo had preemptively disrupted the devices with his energy. Piccolo, exasperated, regarded Gu Tianlang, realizing he was powerless to dissuade the rampaging duo. It seemed that today would not conclude peacefully. A decisive showdown appeared inevitable. Boss, another round of sushi and char-siu, please, Gu Tianlang called out. The proprietor, preoccupied with preparing the order, overheard the request and promptly relayed it to the kitchen, while the two combatants instinctively retracted their imposing auras, each letting out a disdainful huff. The owner wiped the sweat from his brow, urging the kitchen staff to expedite the order. The impending clash had nearly resulted in the destruction of his establishment. After a hearty meal, the four individuals parted ways. Wukong and Vegeta, still harboring lingering animosity, likely sought a secluded spot to settle their differences. Gu Tianlang ventured into a remote valley, finding a clean patch of ground where he reclined, slowly closing his eyes, lost in contemplation. His mind drifted through the memories of his past life. Born an orphan, he grew up on the kindness of strangers, and upon reaching adulthood, he struggled through life, achieving little despite years of toil. Lacking education and skills, he found himself in a precarious position, believing himself to be a gentleman of integrity, yet reality continually humbled him. Even upon arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, he feared disrupting the established narrative, wary of incurring the wrath of deities or the Omni King, which could lead to his untimely demise. Now, with the power to shatter stars with a mere snap of his fingers and extinguish gods with a wave of his hand, he could finally embrace his true self, free from the constraints of existence. In that moment, a subtle transformation occurred within Gu Tianlang. Upon recognizing his genuine strength, he experienced a profound shift in his heart. He awoke the following day around noon, groggily rousing from slumber, just as his mission was set to commence. Feeling rejuvenated and invigorated, as if the weight that had long burdened his heart had finally lifted. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Hey, big shot. Are you coming or not? These monstrous beings have emerged, and they are quite formidable. I stand no chance against them. Black Widow is being relentlessly pushed back. Tony was in a state of distress as the monstrous beings emerged, wreaking havoc and destruction. The streets lay in ruins, while terrified citizens fled in all directions, fearing the gaze of the creatures. Spiral Flash Super will dance for technique. Why don't you send someone to confront them? Surely you are not their match. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Wherever I go to summon people, they are utterly absent. Captain America and Hawkeye have ventured to other regions, and I am yet to make the acquaintance of the Hulk and Thor. Through Lin Rant's revelations, Tony became aware of the Hulk, Banner, and Thor. However, the timeline had yet to reach a point where one had not yet arrived on Earth, and the other had not yet been exposed to gamma radiation. In his quest for allies, he found himself at a loss. The group chat's administrator inquired, "What exactly does this creature look like? Please describe it to me so I can determine if I have any recollection of them." Lin Rand was particularly intrigued, as it seemed that this timeline lacked significant antagonists, leading him to ponder the nature of this sudden emergence of extraterrestrial beings. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, a black liquid life form and a red liquid life form, both originally human, alongside an indestructible Sandman. Chapter 53, The Emperor Rider and the Symbiotes. Upon hearing Tony's words, Lin Rand's mind immediately conjured three figures. The red and black liquid must be the symbiotes Venom and Carnage. These are symbiotic life forms from a peculiar planet. They cannot leave that world on their own and must attach themselves to living beings, be they humans or animals, in order to escape. Contact with a host allows them to possess it, granting the human extraordinary powers far beyond ordinary limits, including superhuman strength, incredible speed, and rapid regeneration, among other abilities. Similarly, they replicate the host's personality and abilities. They are inherently devoid of moral distinction, yet through a series of unforeseen events, a symbiote named Venom attached itself to a malevolent individual, thus inheriting that wicked psyche. These symbiotes reproduce asexually, resulting in Venom and its progeny being entirely malevolent. Carnage, being one of its offspring, possesses abilities that typically surpass those of Venom. The Sandman, once a gang leader, transformed under the influence of nuclear radiation in the desert, taking on a form akin to sand and soil. Much like Crocodile from One Piece, he can manipulate sand at will, and unless completely obliterated, he cannot be killed by any lethal injury. Group Leader, these are Spider-Man's foes, aren't they? How did they end up with you? These three are quite troublesome. The Group Leader uploads the basic abilities of Venom and Carnage. World Destroyer, I have a general understanding now. I'll head over immediately. Don't worry, I'll fend them off for you. Kamen Rider, having reviewed Lin Rand's files, gains insight into the unique abilities of the three. The paramount concern is to avoid contact with the symbiotes. However, transformed into Kamen Rider, they cannot touch his body. Rabbit Enthusiast, the CAF attendant, I seem unable to go just yet. It would be troublesome if I were to become possessed. Group Leader, indeed, the stronger the host, the more formidable they become upon possession. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Come here, the boss has arrived. We are finally safe. Dongxiang activated the teleportation device and arrived in the Marvel Universe. Gu Tianlang awakened, glanced at the chat content in the group, and pressed the teleportation button to rush over, not anticipating that it would be Venom, a rare species. On the street, two towering humanoid beings, each over 2.5 meters tall, relentlessly elongated their arms to seize fleeing humans. Their limbs transformed into either sharp blades or heavy hammers, mercilessly crashing down despite the desperate cries of the people. A woman, exuding the allure of mature femininity with a graceful figure, was none other than Black Widow Natasha. Skillfully engaged in combat with the Sandman, occasionally hurling grenades that left the Sandman's body riddled with wounds, only for it to swiftly regenerate. Dressed in crimson armor, Tony Stark descended from the sky, arriving beside Gu Tianlang, his tone laced with urgency. Boss, you must act quickly and eliminate them. In a flash of white light, two figures emerged, Kamen Rider Decade and Dongxiang. Without a moment's hesitation, Decade transformed into his base form and charged into the fray. Leave that black and red behemoth to me. Dongxiang revealed her wings and rushed to support Black Widow Natasha. I'll handle the Sandman. Gu Tianlang, observing the combatants with indifference, mused that even though they all belonged to an SSS-rated worldview, the differences in difficulty would yield vastly differing scores. What is the rush? Let them have their fun. With a total difficulty of 4 levels, even if the task is completed in a second, the score gained would be minimal. Black Widow, seeing the sudden arrival of the girl, hesitated to discern friend from foe, retreating from her attack range, while Dong Xiang paid her no mind. Wings resembling feathers sprouted from her back, releasing countless projectiles, each powerful enough to pierce through walls. Noticing Tony Stark alongside an unfamiliar man, Black Widow hastened her pace. Tony, what are you waiting for? This area is nearly destroyed by them. Tony waved his hand, signaling her to remain calm, and gestured towards the valiant Sure, who stood resolutely against 2 foes, and Dong Xiang, who was contending fiercely with the Sandman. There's no need for concern. They are my allies, and with their presence, you can rest assured. Gu Tianlang scrutinized the woman before him, and it was evident why she was ranked among the most beautiful in the Marvel Universe. Every movement exuded an enchanting allure, akin to a ripe peach, far surpassing the youthful charm of inexperienced girls. Upon closer inspection, Black Widow was equally astonished. She had previously failed to grasp the phenomenon of a mere presence instilling fear in others, but now she began to comprehend. The man before her radiated an aura that suggested he was no ordinary individual, his strength undoubtedly formidable. Who is this? Tony glanced at Gu Tianlang and, noticing his lack of displeasure, began to explain to Black Widow. Allow me to present this esteemed individual whose strength is beyond your imagination, a veritable omnipotent force. There exists nothing he cannot achieve, only that which you have yet to conceive. Black Widow regarded Tony with a peculiar expression, increasingly perceiving him as akin to a purveyor of a pyramid scheme. If he were indeed as formidable as he claimed, it was improbable that she had never heard of him before. That fellow seemed impervious to defeat. The intensity of the girl's assault was insufficient to overcome him. Dong Xiang's speed surpassed that of the Sandman, yet her offensive methods were rather limited, lacking destructive power. The Sandman merely appeared to be in disarray, as the sand constituting his form continuously fell away without sustaining any real damage. Fear not, the esteemed individual shall take care of it. We are powerless against these 2. We shall simply await his intervention. Observing Tony's unwavering confidence, Black Widow reluctantly chose to trust him for the moment. Against 3 indestructible monsters, she truly had no superior alternatives. Gu Tianlang pointed decisively, unleashing an energy orb that struck Dong Xiang, merging with her form. As she deftly evaded the Sandman's assault, Dong Xiang felt her body become significantly lighter. Tony looked utterly bewildered, unsure of what Gu Tianlang was up to. What on earth are you doing, my friend? He mused. The protective shield spared Dong Xiang from being struck by the Sandman, preventing any grievous injuries that could ensue. Having completed all necessary preparations, Gu Tianlang turned his gaze towards Men Sure, pondering the outcome of the confrontation between Emperor Rider and the symbiote. As Emperor Rider approached with deliberate steps, Venom and Carnage extended their limbs, for tendrils lashing out towards him. Grasping the cardbox sword, Emperor Rider unleashed a brilliant flash of light, severing the incoming tendrils at their roots. In a fight with you, this card is far more advantageous, he declared, producing the 555 card and inserting it into the transformation device with a forceful push. A swirl of light and shadow enveloped him as he transformed into Kamen Rider 555 in acceleration mode. Pressing the acceleration button on his left hand, his figure vanished from sight, leaving Venom and Carnage searching frantically for their elusive adversary. Suddenly, a gaping hole was punctured through Carnage's abdomen, swiftly followed by the loss of a portion of Venom's right hand, yet Emperor Rider remained unseen. Chapter 54. Taking action. Is this what they call the legendary 7-second showboating? Or perhaps a 3-second monster slaying? Gu Tianlang shook his head with a wry smile. At that moment, Emperor Rider was moving at extraordinary speed, effortlessly combining his attacks with a flare of nonchalance. Tony incessantly utilized the suit system to search, yet he could only perceive the presence of the Emperor Rider without being able to trace his location. Boss, I can't see the Emperor Rider. Just how fast is he moving now? Black Widow gazed in astonishment, her lips parted slightly as she fixated on the position of Venom. The 2 symbiotic entities were under relentless assault, clearly being attacked by someone, yet the Emperor Rider was nowhere to be found in the arena. Gu Tianlang clicked his tongue, casually remarking, about 0.0058 seconds for 100 meters, roughly 1,000 times the speed of an average human. Quite impressive, I must say. The competition is about to begin. This statement left Black Widow's mind momentarily baffled. What did it mean to cover 100 meters in 0.0058 seconds? After all, The few Marvel characters renowned for their speed had yet to make an appearance, and the speed of 555 had shattered her previously held perceptions of velocity. 12 conical drill-like phantoms pierced through the two symbiotes as the armored Emperor Rider, 555, delivered a powerful kick that sent them crashing to the ground. The two adult males, stripped of their symbiotic hosts, collapsed helplessly, while the black and red viscous entities writhed, attempting to crawl towards the nearby crowd still unaware of the danger. Oh no, they're going to attach themselves to other humans. We must stop them. Black Widow instinctively glanced at Tony, only to be filled with dread upon realizing that Gu Tianlang, who had been standing beside her moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Tony gestured ahead, prompting her to look forward. It was only then that Black Widow noticed, to her astonishment, that the formidable goblin stood resolutely at the center of the scene, blocking the path of Venom and Carnage. Goblin extended a finger near Venom, and with deliberate ease, Venom effortlessly merged into his form. Tony was utterly perplexed by Gu Tianlong's actions, uncertain of his intentions. Tony, do you wish to bring back the slaughter for study? If you intend to take him with you, find a suitable container to secure him, for he has sustained significant injuries from Dickie's assault. The 555 Knight's kick can lock onto a target and may also be perceived as true damage. Even a symbiote cannot attain complete immunity to such harm. Tony swiftly responded, retrieving a specially designed container he always carried, and placed the listless slaughter within it. Tony had yet to encounter such a creature. If researched properly, it could significantly enhance his combat prowess. With that entity entering his body, would he too fall under its control? Black Widow drew her handgun, warily observing Gu Tianlang. She had witnessed the capabilities of the symbiote, which, once it infiltrated a human host, could dominate the individual's subjective consciousness. Although Tony seemed to admire the strength of this man, Black Widow remained uneasy. Gu Qifeng disregarded her actions. The instant the symbiote attempted to burrow into his fingers, he ensnared it within his thumb. The energy coursing through him was immensely powerful, making the confinement of a symbiote a trivial task. I shall take this back for my own amusement, so you need not worry, he declared. In the distance, a blue light flared. After a prolonged skirmish, Dong Xiang found herself at an impasse against the Sandman. Each time a portion of his body was shattered, he would instantly regenerate. Enraged by the relentless attacks, the Sandman absorbed a nearby sand truck, his form swelling to a towering height of 7 or 8 meters, significantly augmenting his strength. In a moment of carelessness, Dong Xiang was struck by a massive fist from the Sandman faced with a hand larger than her own body. She braced herself, ready to endure the blow. However, as their forms collided, blue light erupted from within her, enveloping her in a protective shield. The Sandman's fist not only failed to harm her, but also caused him to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Dong Xiang retreated from his attack range. Boss, I am at a loss. This creature regenerates far too swiftly for me to contend with, she lamented. Although her speed surpassed that of the Sandman, it was futile. As long as there was sand, he could resurrect. Upon hearing Dong Xiang's admission of defeat, Black Widow found no better course of action. Aside from using water to restrain him and dissolve his form, there were nearly no methods to annihilate him. Even deploying fighter jets to launch small missiles would not ensure his complete destruction. Understood, Gu Qifeng replied, casting an energy orb without a glance, which shot forth like lightning towards the unsuspecting Sandman. Upon impact, it transformed into a protective shield, ensnaring the Sandman within its luminous confines. The immense energy surged within the shield, wreaking havoc. When tranquility returned, the Sandman had vanished without a trace. Black Widow's eyes widened in disbelief as she absorbed the scene before her. She had been contemplating how to eliminate the Sandman, realizing that the best approach would require the deployment of a substantial portion of SHIELD's forces to eradicate all nearby sandy materials, preventing his revival, followed by a deluge of water to ensure his demise. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the troublesome Sandman had been effortlessly vanquished. How had this man accomplished such a feat? Tony was also taken aback. He was aware of the formidable prowess of the master. Yet he was astonished to witness such a decisive resolution against an adversary so close to immortality. How did you manage that, master? Gu Qifeng inquired with keen interest, glancing at his right thumb, casually dismissing the matter. It's quite simple, really. All one needs to do is completely confine him within a space and eliminate everything within that space. I reduced him to molecular form and then obliterated him. He articulated with an air of ease. Tony, listening nearby, was left in astonishment. Perhaps only the master deemed this as uncomplicated. For anyone else, Reducing a person to their molecular state would be nearly impossible, let alone annihilating those molecules as well. All right, I shall take my leave. I need to study this phenomenon. Gu Tianlang waved his hand, preparing to depart. Black Widow interjected, hoping to retain him. If they could recruit such a powerful individual into S-H-I-E-L-D, no one could challenge its authority. Wait a moment, would you be interested in joining S-H-I-E-L-D? I could provide a recommendation. Without a second thought, Gu Tianlang declined. He had no desire to be constrained, nor did he harbor any interest in S-H-I-E-L-D. I prefer my freedom. Black Widow remained undeterred. This man was shrouded in mystery, piquing her curiosity. May I at least exchange contact information? Gu Tianlang ignored her further. A flash of white light signifying his abrupt departure. Dong Xiang and Min Yashir followed suit, leaving Black Widow intrigued by the trio. However, Tony remained tight-lipped about their origins, regardless of her probing. He steadfastly maintained ignorance of their true identities. Bound by the constraints of their chat group, Tony could not divulge any details regarding its affairs. Moreover, his lack of trust in S-H-I-E-L-D prevented him from revealing his trump cards. Chapter 55. The Malevolent Dragon Task Completed. Administrator T. Nexi WDWJ-T received 10,000 points, while group members Coffee Shop Waitress Who Loves Rabbits and World Destroyer each acquired 10,000 points as well. The task took 5 minutes, and an S-level rating earned an additional reward of 1,000 points for each participant. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro remarked, "The extra reward points are rather meager. It totals only 3,000. The chat group leader responded, "This is unavoidable. The difficulty level was too low, so the points are scant. The master would undoubtedly have dispatched the opponent in an instant and wouldn't he have squandered so much time otherwise." Coffee Shop Waitress Who Loves Rabbits added, "I encountered a woman who seems quite curious about the master and desires a deeper conversation with him. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar style 3 quipped. In just 5 minutes, and already there's a little fangirl?" The World Destroyer clarified, "Strictly speaking, she cannot be categorized as a fangirl. She appears to be in her 30s. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Black Widow may have been married, and such a woman possesses the most allure." Group leader of the chat, Black Widow? "This woman has considerable charm. I recall a certain prominent figure openly expressing his willingness to drink her bathwater. Time-devouring sprite. Is that for real? Has it reached such an exaggerated level?" Back in the Dragon Ball universe, the cunning Gokul, busy concocting venom, couldn't help but interject upon seeing the chat content. Invincible Gogeta. He must have some peculiar preferences. Time-devouring sprite. Are there really others with such inclinations? Indeed, the people in Tony's world are quite eccentric. CAF Waitress Who Admires Rabbits. "Tony, don't think I haven't noticed. You're staring intently at that woman, even after being married. You can't let her go?" Having spent only a few minutes in Tony's world, Dong Xiang has already caught Tony gazing at Black Widow multiple times. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. What do you understand? It is the mature women who possess allure. Group leader of the chat, Chow Chow may perish, yet the villainous Chow will forever endure. Tony, how could you covet another's beloved wife? How are you any different from that scoundrel Chow? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. What on earth is this? Who is this Chow thief? The Black Widow has long since been divorced, you know. Tony found himself at a loss for words, merely wishing to ascertain the situation. Was it truly a crime to observe? He had not committed any wrongdoing. The discussions within the group were of little concern to Gu Tianlang at the moment, for his thoughts were consumed with the pressing matter of how to sustain this symbiotic entity known as venom. A trip to the supermarket yielded an abundance of chocolate, which contained phenylethylamine, a substance that could nourish venom to some extent. However, the most optimal sustenance remained human heads or viscera. Gathering energy in his right thumb, he expelled venom from his fingertip, encasing it within a protective energy shield. After several attempts, venom consumed the chocolate. Seafood, lobsters, and smaller creatures were also partaken by the symbiote. Thus, the issue of nutrition was resolved, paving the way for other concerns to be addressed. Inside the energy shield existed a vacuum, allowing venom to thrive for extended periods. This was the reason he could search the universe for a host. A period of tranquility ensued, during which the group members would call for aid if they encountered peril or triggered extraordinary circumstances that necessitated the fulfillment of mission requirements. Gu Tianlang typically refrained from involving himself in their affairs, as the tasks he posted offered fewer reward points compared to those disseminated by the chat group, and lower-tier missions yielded scant points. This stable existence persisted for several weeks until one fateful night, when the peace was shattered by the announcement of a new mission. The GT Time-Space Evil Dragon had made its appearance, and the GT Warriors had been vanquished. The host was requested to select 2 warriors from their current timespace and venture to the GT universe within 5 minutes to defeat the malevolent dragon. The mission was rated at an 8-level difficulty. There were no time constraints for the task, and the entire battle would be broadcast live. The stronger the opponent, the more points could be accrued, and this live broadcast would replace the previously recorded footage of the battle against the deity Zamasu, thereby showcasing the authority of the chat group administrators. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I cannot refrain from making a few remarks here. Typically, isn't it a display of the leader's authority? Yet, the atmosphere in our chat group is rather unconventional. Chat group leader, because even I cannot compare to the big shots. My capabilities pale in insignificance when juxtaposed with theirs. Although Lin Ran possesses certain privileges, even if she were to fully utilize her advantages within the chat group, her prowess remains on a different level altogether compared to Gu Tianlang. As for becoming my prot G, I recall a time when there was a special red envelope designated for administrators, which the manager claimed bestowed an immortal ability. Whitebeard still remembers that Gu Tianlang once mentioned the red envelope as a means to grant one an undying constitution, intended for the group's inaugural administrator. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran felt a wave of despair. She had long been aware of such matters. As it was originally meant for her, the golden opportunity was indeed hers. Yet, Gu Tianlang entered the group before her, and the red envelope was inexplicably bestowed upon him, further enhancing his already formidable strength. Lin Ran remains oblivious to the fact that if there exists anyone capable of defeating the Super Saiyan Gogeta, surely someone could extend a helping hand to her. A mere novice. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Indeed, it nearly made me laugh to death. It is the first time I have witnessed a dedicated red envelope being given to the administrator before the group leader. Tony expressed a sense of schadenfreude, feeling that it was not his turn to face the consequences. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Style. Amazing, Tony. Truly impressive, remarked the eldest daughter of the Hinata family. Uncle Tony, perhaps it would be wise for you to speak less in the future. The time-devouring sprite commented, Tony, you always manage to utter the most unexpected remarks. Observing the chatter in the group, Tony Stark found himself momentarily bewildered. After all, he had merely teased the group leader. One group member, Tony, was not the wealthy tycoon he was believed to be, as he found himself muted by the group leader for a day. The group leader mused. Has he always been this audacious? Does he not realize I am the leader? Lin Ran increasingly understood why Tony often found himself at odds with others. He had a knack for inadvertently stepping into the line of fire. Time was of the essence as Gu Tianlang, sensing urgency, rushed to Bulma's residence, only to learn that Vegeta had gone to the god of destruction S planet. Thus, he hastened to Chi-Chi's home to summon Goku, who was working the fields, and Gohan, who was still studying. Gohan readily agreed, as he had little else to occupy his time. When Gu Tianlang found Goku, he was napping with his eyes closed, his feet on the plowing machine, mindlessly tilling the soil. The field, once orderly, was now a chaotic mess, thanks to Goku's haphazard farming. Sensing the presence of the two, Goku opened his eyes. Let us go. I'll take you somewhere. I can't, he replied, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. If I don't finish plowing, Chi-Chi will surely have my head. This time, Chi-Chi had issued a strict order. The farming must be completed, and if he were to sneak off to train, he would be deprived of food. Gu Tianlang was taken aback that Goku didn't even inquire about their destination before outright declining. 1-2. Are all Saiyans this fearful of their wives? In Chapter 56, Confrontation, Goku glanced at him and retorted. Vegeta mentioned that Saiyans inherently prefer strong women. You're a Saiyan too, aren't you? To Gu Tianlang's surprise, Goku, typically oblivious to matters of emotion, articulated so much this time that Gu Tianlang found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, he was also a Saiyan. We're going to fight. The opponent is exceptionally strong. You may not even stand a chance, yet you are not curious to witness it? With that, he pulled Gohan along, feigning to leave. Goku, upon hearing this, became displeased. He relished battling strong opponents. But if I slip away, Chi-Chi will undoubtedly unleash her wrath. What a headache. Gohan stepped forward, assuring his father that he would explain everything to his mother upon their return, alleviating any concerns about her temper. Once he heard Gohan's words, Goku promptly joined them, having clearly intended to go all along, simply waiting for Gohan to take the initiative in persuading Chi-Chi. Gu Tianlang placed his hands on both their shoulders and pressed the chat group's teleportation button, and in an instant, the three vanished from sight. The administrator, the invincible Vegeta, initiated a live stream. The time-devouring sprite entered the live broadcast room. The group leader also joined. The slumbering daughter of Xiao Wulong entered the live stream. The first thing that caught the attention of several in the group was the devastated city, riddled with destruction, where countless buildings teetered on collapse. And panicked crowds fled through the streets, abandoning vehicles caught in traffic. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar style. This enemy appears to be quite extraordinary, likely another star-busting opponent. The group leader remarked, in the realm of the mighty, gathering 7 Dragon Balls allows one to summon Shinron to fulfill wishes. However, in this timeline, the Dragon Balls have been used excessively, tainted by negative energy, transforming into evil dragons. The 7 Dragon Balls have become 7 adversaries, each with distinct abilities. The slumbering daughter of Xiao Wulong inquired, "Can any wish be granted?" The group leader replied, "Pretty much, for instance, resurrecting the dead, achieving immortality, or restoring long-destroyed planets." This left Tony in a state of anxiety. He longed to engage in the conversation but was muted, unable to voice his thoughts, and could only message Linran, showering him with compliments. Linran, not holding any grudges, recognized Tony's lack of malice, merely his habitual penchant for self-sabotage. The time-devouring sprite asked, "Could one wish to become the strongest in the world?" The group leader responded, "Such a wish is beyond the capabilities of Shinron. Even the god who created him is not the strongest in the realm." Linran clarified the powers of the Dragon Balls to the group, leading to a chorus of awe from the members. Even so, that is still remarkable. However, this transformation into evil dragons presents a significant dilemma. Having arrived in GT, Gu Tianlang, Goku, and Gohan surveyed their surroundings. Goku was particularly puzzled about how Gu Tianlang traversed time without a time machine. Is this a parallel universe? How did you cross over without a time machine? Gu Tianlang explained, "This is your timeline several years into the future, but in this universe, you have not encountered Beerus, leading to different evolutionary paths." Sensing the energies on Earth, Gu Tianlang noted they were on the outskirts of the city, aside from several powerful presences in the city center. There was another energy emanating from the seaside, 50 miles away. Gu Tianlang guided the two towards the shore, where a beautiful young girl with pale green skin and long purple hair stood serenely by the sea, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance. Tony, in the chat group, had expected the evil dragons to be hideous monsters, but was astonished to encounter such a stunning beauty. Tony, unyielding in his affections, remarked upon the alluring appearance of the malevolent dragon, lamenting its demise as a tragic loss. The CAF attendant, enamored with rabbits, countered, "Do not let your imagination run wild. I have assessed her strength, and it reveals that this young girl possesses mid-level 6-tier power capable of obliterating entire star systems. Is it truly so outrageous?" Questioned the Spiral Flash Super will dance's third form. A mere girl with such terrifying abilities? The group chat's administrator interjected in the early stages. The disparity in strength is minimal, but as one progresses, the gap widens significantly. A novice in the 3rd tier may only be 10 times stronger than one in the 2nd. Yet a 9th tier individual could be several hundred times more formidable than an 8th tier counterpart. The Destroyer of Worlds pondered. What fate awaits this delicate young girl at the hands of a formidable entity? The birth of this wicked dragon is equally peculiar. Each evil dragon is born from the negative energy generated when someone makes a wish, and this particular dragon's negative energy originated from an unfortunate wish for women's undergarments. The girl, noticing the trio of Gu Tianlang, extended her hand in a friendly greeting, her face adorned with a benevolent smile. However, Gu Tianlang had no intention of wasting time. He swiftly closed the distance, launching a lethal strike that landed squarely on the girl's chest, obliterating her in an instant. In her final moments, the girl could not comprehend why Gu Tianlang, upon their first encounter, had chosen to strike her down. She believed her disguise was flawless, and she wondered where such formidable power could possibly originate. The girl, felled by a single blow, transformed into a spherical Dragon Ball, marked by 6 black stars. Gu Tianlang collected the Dragon Ball and, accompanied by Goku and another, soared towards the city. Although it was conceivable that Gu Tianlang would show no mercy, none expected him to silence a charming young girl with a single, devastating punch. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. The magnate is indeed different from us. The Spiral Flash Super will dance roar 3. The magnate's approach is to leave it be, letting it cool off. In the chat group, the group leader remarked, "All evil dragons are malevolent, and this one is no exception, merely disguised as a young girl." its true form is rather unsightly. However, Lin Ran did not anticipate that Gu Tianlang could be so ruthless. Ordinarily, even if one recognizes a monster in disguise, it is difficult to act decisively. Not to mention, the girl's disguise is quite adorable. Could it be that the magnate has no interest in women? The trio soared into the city, 3 figures in blue, yellow, and white, standing together in confrontation against several opponents across from them. Leading the other side were Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta, with Gohan and others behind them. Both parties sensed the sudden emergence of 3 powerful auras on Earth, and upon seeing the approaching trio, everyone was taken aback. GT Goku scratched his head, gazing at another version of himself. Are you me? The trio landed beside the GT group, and Goku, maintaining his usual carefree demeanor, looked toward the 3 evil dragons before him. I am you from a parallel universe, here to assist you. Those 3 are the enemies, correct? GT Goku's expression turned serious. The strength of one-star dragon was formidable, and even he was uncertain of victory. Yes, they are exceedingly strong. They are not adversaries to be taken lightly. GT Vegeta, his upper body enveloped in red fur, twitched his red tail. Let us go? Chapter 57. The Great Battle. Goku refrained from rushing into combat, observing GT Goku and Vegeta. Although neither had yet unleashed their full power, Goku could sense the immense potential of Super Saiyan 4. Is this your evolutionary path, awakening the Saiyan's inner strength? GT Vegeta regarded Goku with intense combat fervor. Only Kogoro was his true rival. It seems you have yet to master Super Saiyan 4. Allow me to witness the prowess of another universe, Kogoro. Goku chuckled and waved at the golden-hued 4-star dragon. Perhaps due to the nostalgic connection from his childhood with the 4-star Dragon Ball, Goku subconsciously desired to engage in battle. The 4-star dragon unleashed its energy and charged at Goku, who transformed into Super Saiyan and initiated an attack with the renowned Kamehameha. The 4-star dragon effortlessly blocked with one hand, and the two began a high-speed exchange of blows. Seizing an opportunity, Goku landed a punch on the 4-star dragon's chest, igniting its body in flames, the temperature soaring to a terrifying 6,000 degrees. Goku, in his endeavor to defeat the enemy, suffered injuries himself. Feeling the disparity in their strengths, he reluctantly enveloped himself in a red aura, transforming into Super Saiyan God mode to confront the foe. Flames blazed high into the sky. Yet the GT group was oblivious to Goku's aura. Without encountering Beerus, they found it difficult to comprehend the power of this form. GT Vegeta was astonished by Goku's strength but concluded that it was still insufficient to contend with the evil dragons. Is this Kogoro from another universe? This transformation is unlike that of other Saiyans, but it seems he still cannot match the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon, faster than Goku, evaded his attacks effortlessly, leaving Goku with no chance to strike. Realizing this, it transformed into its most powerful Super Blue form, with blue light soaring into the heavens. Unlike the energy of Super Saiyan God, this form allowed Goku's power to be sensed by others, rapidly escalating in intensity. And it wasn't over yet. The tenfold Kaioken. The blue aura surrounding Goku was enveloped by a layer of red energy, merging the red and blue auras, astonishing everyone from GT. This power is nearly on par with mine. I never imagined his base form to be weak, yet his transformations yield such significant enhancements. GT Goku stood on the street, watching the Super Blue Goku with excitement. During Goku's normal state battle with the 4-star dragon, he had sensed something unusual. The version of himself from another timeline, possibly younger by a few years, had a far weaker base form compared to his own. Gu Tianlang observed GT Goku and GT Vegeta beside him, surprised that the power of Super Saiyan 4 could rival Super Blue. He believed that the enhancement of Super Saiyan 4's base power could not reach the level of Super Blue. Thus, the existence of a GT Goku at full power seemed almost equal to Super Blue's full power must be attributed to the strength of GT Goku's base form. If both Gokus had equal base combat strength, then Super Saiyan 4 would undoubtedly fall short against Super Blue. However, GT Goku was still in his base state. Yet, according to Gu Tianlang's perception, his strength had reached that of Zera Goku in Super Saiyan 3. Under similar enhancement effects, the stronger the base form, the greater the increase in power, leading to the stalemate between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Blue. GT Goku leaped toward the 1-star dragon, adorned with sharp spikes and a white body. Vegeta, leave this one to me. GT Vegeta snorted coldly and charged at the 3-star dragon. Intent on dispatching his foe with utmost speed, the mere sight of this despicable and treacherous creature ignited his fury. The trio unleashed their ultimate powers, with GT Goku and GT Vegeta's red auras surging wildly. embodying the primal ferocity of science with each strike. Super Blue Goku and the 4-star dragon engaged in a fierce test of strength, their energies colliding in a dazzling display as Goku unleashed the prince's fighting style. The 4-star dragon's speed was exceptional, effortlessly evading all attacks. With a powerful punch, it sent Goku flying, followed by a close-range energy wave that struck Goku. While Goku was pressured in terms of speed, his power surpassed that of Super Blue Goku. The intensity of the battle left not only the GT onlookers unable to intervene, but also astonished. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest individual. The formidable figure with vibrant blue hair, resembling Wukong, exhibits a combat power that astonishingly reaches the pinnacle of the early 9th tier, capable of effortlessly obliterating multiple universes. Tony Stark was genuinely taken aback. During his previous viewing of the live broadcast featuring Goku from GT facing off against the godly Zamasu, he had not felt much of an impression, as the disparity in power was overwhelmingly vast, making it difficult for him to fathom the opponent's strength. However, with the introduction of the battle power detector in their group, he gained a clearer understanding of just how formidable these beings truly were. He himself was merely at the 2nd tier, while the titans of the universe were all at the 9th tier, surpassing him by 7 significant levels. Hinata's eldest daughter remarked on Goku's Super Saiyan 4 power, indicating that the detection results placed him at the peak of the early 9th tier. The group leader stated that Vegeta from GT was also detected at the early 9th tier, possibly due to not reaching full power in his Super Saiyan 4 form. Thus his strength was somewhat diminished. A user under the alias for the sake of my current girlfriend. I will beat my ex pointed out that if they were all at the 9th tier, wouldn't that mean they were on par with the Titans? After all, the Titans were also detected at the 9th tier. Ancient remembered that he had previously tested Goku's strength, but due to his role as an administrator, he did not have detailed battle power levels. However, he vaguely recalled it being at the 9th tier. Be my son, suggested another, there should still be a distinction. I remember that when the administrator transformed into a blonde, his power surged dramatically, but I wonder which stage he reached in that state. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro urged, hey, aren't you going to intervene? If the enemy is defeated by them, you will miss out on earning points. This mission was fundamentally to have Goku defeat his opponent. If Goku were to be sidelined while the others handled the situation, the mission would be deemed a failure. What's the rush? Questioned the invincible Gogeta. Have you not checked the level of that white evil dragon? While others remained oblivious, Goku discerned that the strength of the 1-star dragon surpassed that of Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 form at full power, making it impossible for him to be vanquished. The group leader confirmed the battle power detection for the 1-star dragon is at the mid-9th tier, 5 times the strength of the early 9th tier peak, easily capable of defeating any entity at that level. Upon hearing Goku's words, Lin Ran conducted a test on the 1-star dragon, and the results astonished her, revealing that the 1-star dragon was indeed 5 times stronger. Chapter 58. For heroes battle the evil dragon, the strength was not merely a simple sum. Even 5 early 9th tier peaks united would stand no chance against him. Super Saiyan 2 was equivalent to double the power of Super Saiyan 1. However, the full power of the Super Saiyan 1 form S attack against Cell had minimal effect on the young Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form. As time passed on the battlefield, the 3-star dragon began to falter against the increasingly relentless GT Vegeta, whose freezing breath could not touch him. With a powerful strike, GT Vegeta aimed to take down the 3-star dragon. The 3-star dragon crashed to the ground, his form flickering as he attempted to strike at the observing GT group, trying to use Goku's granddaughter, Xiao Fong, as a shield. He had no sense of shame. Victory was all that mattered to him, regardless of the means. The overwhelming power of the GT fighters rendered them incapable of stopping the 3-star dragon's actions. Just as the dragon's hands were about to grasp Xiao Fong's neck, Goku, engaged with the 1-star dragon, momentarily lost focus. At that moment, a hand swiftly emerged from the side, delivering a powerful slap that sent the 3-star dragon flying. Goku had intervened. Compared to your brother, you truly are despicable, he remarked disdainfully, disappearing once more to chase after the retreating 3-star dragon, delivering a swift kick that sent him soaring into the air. With his energy cannon charged, GT Vegeta roared as he unleashed a purple energy blast, striking the 3-star dragon before he could recover from Goku's assault. A thunderous explosion ensued, transforming the 3-star dragon into a cloud of icy mist. Reduced to ashes by a single blow, the Dragon Balls fell to the ground, and upon witnessing the demise of the 3-star dragon, the 1-star dragon chose not to conceal his power any longer. In a flash, he unleashed a punch that caught GT Goku off guard, sending him crashing into a building. The tremendous force created a gaping hole, causing the skyscraper to collapse. Compared to his earlier encounter with GT Goku, the one-star dragon's speed had multiplied several times over, appearing behind Goku in an instant. Unbeknownst to Goku, who was evenly matched against the four-star dragon, the one-star dragon had hidden his true strength. He retaliated with a wave of energy, allowing the attack to strike him without any effect. A swift kick to Goku's abdomen sent him reeling into the air. With an authoritative tone, the one-star dragon commanded the four-star dragon beside him, eliminate him. Yet, the four-star dragon remained unmoved, refusing to take advantage of Goku's vulnerability. Instead, he expressed discontent. This is my duel with him. I intend to defeat him honorably. Do not interfere in my battle. Although the 7 Dragon Balls had been corrupted by negative energy to become evil dragons, perhaps due to the four-star dragon's long-standing companionship with Goku during his childhood, or perhaps due to the negative energy stemming from Piccolo Daimau's wish to regain youth, their battle led to a mutual respect between the two. The four-star dragon was a creature of integrity. He could not bring himself to harm women or children, nor could he accept winning through treacherous means. Is that so? I understand, the one-star dragon replied, astonished that the four-star dragon would reject his command. He patted the four-star dragon's shoulder as a sign of understanding. Then, without warning, he swiftly pierced through the unsuspecting four-star dragon's body, extracting the black star Dragon Ball from him. Then you shall perish. With a great gulp, the four-star dragon was devoured, leaving the four-star dragon bewildered as to why the one-star dragon, also an embodiment of evil, would attack him. A gaping hole now marred his heart, rendering him incapable of resistance. Even the thought of battling the one-star dragon was beyond his reach. The one-star dragon unleashed a luminous projectile, obliterating his body into a cloud of dust, and, with a voracious mouth, drew in the black star Dragon Balls obtained by GT Goku after vanquishing the other evil dragons, each one soaring uncontrollably into his belly. The one-star dragon exuded a terrifying aura, with 6 black star Dragon Balls embedded in his abdomen, casting an ominous shadow over the city, which was instantly reduced to nothingness as Earth succumbed to the suffocating grip of negative energy. The force of the one-star dragon's fury sent GT's Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Goten reeling. Their very presence rendered superfluous in the face of such overwhelming might. They collectively fled into the distance, while the one-star dragon aimed a finger at them, intent on not letting them escape so easily. In a flash, torrents of pink lightning descended from the sky. GT Gohan, Goten, and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans, pooling their strength to create a protective barrier for their loved ones. Yet, the relentless pink bolts soon began to fracture their shield. Ultimately, their Super Saiyan powers proved insufficient to withstand the casual onslaught of the one-star dragon. With the barrier shattered, the pink lightning rained down mercilessly upon them, and the fate of the ordinary Chi-Chi and Bulma was grim. Just then, a figure appeared in mid-air, roaring defiantly as his bangs were blown upwards by the force of his energy. A white aura enveloped the group, absorbing the lightning's assault. Do not lay a hand on my family. It was Gohan, shrouded in mystery, defending them while simultaneously unleashing a rapid-fire Kamehameha that dispersed the gathering storm of lightning. GT Chi-Chi gazed at Gohan, marveling at how he had matured, capable of standing on his own. Young Xiao Fong, however, was bewildered. Having never seen the future version of Gohan, she could not comprehend the existence of parallel timelines. Is this my father? How can you be so powerful? Compared to the Gohan of GT, this version was immeasurably stronger. We must flee at once. This opponent is not to be trifled with, Gohan urged, turning to confront the one-star dragon, aware that this adversary's might was staggering, leaving him at a loss for how to defeat him. Yet, he would not resign to inaction. Meanwhile, Goku, GT Goku, and GT Vegeta charged alongside him toward the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon regarded their combined assault with disdain. Sometimes, quantity cannot yield quality. Even 4 fighters together stood no chance against him. In an instant, with a swift spinning kick, Gohan was sent flying, while simultaneous punches dispatched GT Goku and Vegeta. A blast of energy surged toward Goku, who vanished in an instant, but the one-star dragon anticipated his move, striking to the side where Goku reappeared, sending him staggering backward. The sheer force of the one-star dragon was overwhelming. As Gohan gathered energy for a Kamehameha mid-air, GT Goku and GT Vegeta positioned themselves, unleashing their most powerful attacks from 3 directions. Gohan's blue energy wave, GT Goku's red Kamehameha, and Vegeta's final flash, all wrapped in golden lightning, collided with the one-star dragon. Yet, the one-star dragon's malevolent energy shield proved impenetrable, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed his dark aura, sending the trio crashing to the ground in disarray. It's time to clear the field. As the three lay incapacitated, the one-star dragon prepared to deliver a fatal blow when Super Saiyan Blue Goku intervened with a powerful kick from behind. However, the vast disparity in strength rendered even a successful strike ineffective. The one-star dragon seized Goku's leg, negative energy surging through him. Goku screamed in agony as the one-star dragon sent him crashing down, delivering a devastating blow that created a massive crater, obliterating everything in a 1,000-mile radius. As the smoke cleared, the injured four narrowly avoided further attacks. I shall obliterate the entire universe. Just watch. The one-star dragon bellowed, unleashing a torrent of negative energy that spread across the cosmos. The black aura swelled ominously, causing Earth's gravity to vanish, with mountains, rivers, buildings, and vehicles ascending into the void. The dimensional barriers surrounding the one-star dragon began to shatter inch by inch, enabling him to influence alternate timelines. Suddenly, he retreated, adopting a defensive stance as a figure burst through the thick black mist, swiftly delivering a powerful punch to the one-star dragon's face, halting his expansion of energy and forcing him to stagger back. As the figure vanished and reappeared, a swift kick landed in the one-star dragon's abdomen. The one-star dragon steadied himself, wiping the blood from his mouth, staring incredulously at the figure before him. He had believed himself invincible, only to discover someone even more formidable. Impossible. I possess all the memories of the Earth Dragon. There should be no one like you. In his mind, he recalled that the strongest in the universe was none other than GT Goku, followed closely by GT Vegeta. He could fathom the existence of Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Gohan, having deduced their origins from alternate timelines, but he had no recollection of this new figure. As the clash intensified, the chat group erupted with excitement. Group leader, having absorbed the power of the other 5 Black Star Dragon Balls, the one-star dragon has reached the pinnacle of the mid-9 tier status. With just a slight enhancement, he could ascend to the peak of the mid-9 tier. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Can you guess the odds between the big shot and this fellow? The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar technique suggests a mid-level 9th stage. At most, it would be a 46 to 54 split in favor of the big shot, with the big shot having 6 and he 4. The slumbering daughter of Little 5 exclaimed, I believe it's a maximum of 37 to 63, no more, with the big shot having 7 and he 3. Observing the conversation amongst several individuals in the group, Gu Tianlang executed an utterly unforeseen action, producing a 6-star ball from his bosom and directly tossing it to the 1-star dragon. You should consume it too. You are far too weak. The 1-star dragon accepted the 6-star ball, opened his wide mouth, and devoured it, resulting in yet another Dragon Ball forming in his abdomen, thus transforming him into the mightiest complete form. Clenching his fists and feeling the power surging within him, the 1-star dragon laughed heartily, internally deeming Gu Tianlang quite foolish. Now, I am the strongest in the universe. Do you really think that that's the case? Can't you refrain from boasting for once? Gu Tianlang could not comprehend the source of his confidence. In this parallel universe, adhering to the original GT setting, there are no gods of destruction. However, he sensed the planet of the god of destruction at the universe's edge, indicating the presence of Beerus here as well. The 1-star dragon's strength indeed eclipsed that of the Super Saiyan Blue, yet when it came to challenging Beerus, Gu Tianlang could only chuckle. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Is the big shot dissatisfied with his strength? The eldest daughter of the Hinata family mused, perhaps so. Isn't it said that the stronger the opponent, the more points the big shot can earn upon defeating them? The group leader remarked, currently, this fellow has reached the peak of mid-9th tier strength. I wonder how the big shot will handle him. The destroyer of worlds commented, the big shot must be transforming into a Super Saiyan. What are your chances against him? Super Saiyan? It's a 50-50 chance, replied invincible Goku. Golden flames enveloped the ancient wolf, who instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan state. The 1-star dragon gazed in astonishment at the ancient wolf, wondering, aren't all Saiyans extinct? Aside from Goku and Vegeta, where did this one emerge from? Humph, it seems you are aware that without becoming a Super Saiyan, you can never hope to be my rival. The ancient wolf shot him a quizzical glance, pondering who had bestowed him such audacity. Could it be some quiet encouragement? I fear that if I don't transform, I might inadvertently eliminate you. Goku and Gohan, supporting each other, looked up at the ancient wolf, their expressions filled with wry amusement, realizing that it would ultimately fall upon him to resolve the situation. GT Goku and Vegeta had never encountered the ancient wolf and thus remained oblivious to his identity. However, they could sense the overwhelming energy radiating from him, causing their hearts to race. Seeing the ancient wolf in his Super Saiyan form, Lin Ran decided to take advantage of the group leader's once-a-day detection opportunity to assess his combat prowess once more. Upon witnessing the determination displayed in the chat group, Lin Ran instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. She knew the ancient wolf was formidable, yet she had not anticipated him to be this powerful. The detection revealed that the ancient wolf was indeed at the pinnacle of mid-9th tier strength, unequivocally the strongest at his level. And this was merely his Super Saiyan form. Should he ascend to Super Saiyan God or even further to Super Saiyan Blue, one could only imagine the extent of his might. The ancient wolf unleashed a golden energy blast with a single hand, which the one-star dragon attempted to counter with a forceful strike, aiming to deflect the energy. Unfortunately, he severely underestimated the attack's potency. Unable to withstand it head-on, he could only shield himself with both hands, striving to redirect the energy elsewhere. With a mighty roar, he expended all his strength to send the energy blast flying to the side, but the ancient wolf was already upon him, landing a punch squarely on his face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Amidst the shimmering golden light, the ancient wolf executed the four-phase fist, splitting into 4 distinct forms, each unleashing a full-powered Kamehameha wave in different directions. Aren't you capable of resurrection? Then I shall ensure your complete annihilation. The 4 Kamehameha waves sealed off all avenues of escape for the one-star dragon, leaving him with no choice but to activate a protective shield to withstand the onslaught. Even though each doppelganger possessed only 70% of the original strength, their power still surpassed that of the complete one-star dragon. Desperate and on the brink of defeat, the one-star dragon understood that failing to endure this blow would result in his utter obliteration, leaving him no chance for revival. At that critical moment, a radiant white light erupted from within the one-star dragon, a surge of pure and righteous energy coursing wildly through his being. Chapter 60. Task completed. As the ancient wolf's punch connected with the one-star dragon, the sole arbitrator was simultaneously thrust into the latter's body. The one-star dragon, already barely holding on, was overwhelmed from within and without, his form engulfed entirely by the blinding light. The administrator, Invincible Goku, completed the task, registering the complete one-star dragon at mid-9th tier peak strength and earning the administrator a reward of 100 million points. The entirety of this battle has been documented in the chat group, replacing the battle against the god of destruction, Zamasu. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I am quite impoverished. With 1 billion points, how could I possibly squander such an amount? If only I had that much. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits suggests, perhaps one should sleep during the day. It makes it easier to have such dreams. Be my son. I wonder what items the administrator wishes to exchange for. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Style 3. This move is simply magnificent. Let us call it the colorful azure inner and outer flash, second stage. Gu Tianlang has yet to respond in the group chat. Yet it shows that someone has privately messaged him. Group chat leader, my dear friend, may I interject? What do you mean by saying that one can eliminate a one-star dragon without transforming? As a professional time traveler, Lin Ran is well aware of the power hierarchies among the Saiyans in Dragon Ball. Super Blue exceeds Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God surpasses Super Saiyan 3, and so forth down to the base form. How could his normal state possibly annihilate a one-star dragon? The unrivaled Gogeta, because in my normal state, I can transform into Ultra Instinct. Gu Tianlang does not deliberately conceal anything. Upon discovering the extent of his own powers, he decides not to be overly cautious. Group chat leader, what? You possess Ultra Instinct? Lin Ran's mind momentarily falters. In the timeline before his traversal, Goku had only just mastered Ultra Instinct in Dragon Ball Super. Wasn't Gogeta only able to transform into Super Blue? How has this remarkable individual also mastered Ultra Instinct? Gu Tianlang is equally perplexed, but he realizes that pondering over it will yield no answers for now. Perhaps it is a result of Goku and Vegeta's fusion in the later timeline of Dragon Ball Super. In any case, I can transform into Ultra Instinct in my normal state. Lin Ran is left bewildered by this revelation. He struggles to comprehend just how formidable Gu Tianlang truly is. For instance, if Goku's Super Saiyan 1 form is 50 times stronger than his base form, Super Saiyan 2 amplifies that by 2, and Super Saiyan 3 by 4. Then Super Saiyan 3 is 400 times Goku's normal strength. The Super Saiyan God is an evolution that imbues one with divine energy, effectively foregoing the enhancements of Super Saiyan and lacking specific metrics. One might consider it to be 20 times stronger than Super Saiyan 3. That equates to 8,000 times the base form's power. Consequently, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue would render 150 times stronger than Super Saiyan God, amounting to 400,000 times the base form's strength. Ultra Instinct, however, represents an entirely different paradigm. It relinquishes the additive effects of Super Saiyan God and Divine Energy, allowing one to operate from a state of tranquility, conducting offense and defense autonomously. Even if one were to factor in a 20-fold increase from Super Blue, it would yield 8 million times Goku's base power. The crux of the matter is that Gu Tianlong's normal state is akin to Goku at full power in Super Blue, which is tantamount to Goku in Ultra Instinct while in Super Blue state, equating to 400,000 times the power of Goku in Ultra Instinct. This is a staggering concept. Even the Grand Minister may not surpass Goku in Ultra Instinct by a factor of 400,000. Group Chat Leader, now I understand why you chose not to conceal your strength. I truly cannot fathom what kind of opponent could possibly defeat a monster like you. The unrivaled Gogeta, I am uncertain myself. I have yet to gauge the strength of the Grand Minister and the Angels. The power detector in the chat can measure not only the members within the group, but can also be utilized through live broadcasts to assess beings from other universes. Otherwise, one must physically encounter the target to conduct a measurement. Group Chat Leader, it seems there is little of interest for you in the group. Nothing would be of use to you. Do you have any other aspirations? The unrivaled Gogeta, I seek an opponent of equal strength. As for the points, I shall redeem items that appeal to me. After all, I was once a devoted fan of comics, and there are many things I truly cherish. Gu Tianlang glanced at the energy in his hands. In essence, the energy across all realms is fundamentally the same. The aura of Jiren is as scorching as fire, and at his level, he can transform his aura into any desired energy state. Group Chat Leader, I envy you. Lin Ran realizes that the sole purpose of this chat group for Gu Tianlang is to allow him to flaunt his prowess across different universes. It serves no other function. Gu Tianlang exits the private chat and enters the group chat. Observing the heated discussions regarding the billion points, he decides to withdraw from the conversation. Noticing the severely injured Goku and Gohan, he takes them and departs from the GT timeline. GT Goku and Vegeta watch the three vanish, pondering in silence. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball Super timeline, Goku exclaims in surprise, I never anticipated the enemy would be this formidable. Their power is on an entirely different level. Truly a terrifying foe. Gohan lowers his head, internally questioning whether he possesses the strength to protect his family should he encounter such an adversary in the future. Though he is reluctant to admit it, had Gu Tianlang not been present, the four of them would have been utterly powerless against the Super One-Star Dragon. He realizes he is still too weak. If he were to face an even stronger enemy, he would be incapable of safeguarding his loved ones. The fear etched on Chi-Chi and Biddy's faces during the attack in the GT timeline, coupled with Gohan's sense of helplessness in failing to thwart the enemy, pierces his heart deeply. He cannot allow such a fate to befall him. Gu Tianlang bids farewell and returns to the inn to rest, knowing that the injuries of the two are not severe enough to warrant excessive concern. Lying on his wooden bed, Gu Tianlang drifts into a deep slumber, awakening the next evening. Upon waking, he finds the chat filled with messages, all directed at him. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar Style 3. I fear that if the boss does not awaken soon, we may have to collect Gu's remains. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I must say, those legs are quite remarkable, long, fair, and slender. To Gu, why not give them a touch? In a fit of rage for his current girlfriend, he violently confronts his ex. You really know how to talk nonsense. Being trampled by her. I'm not like you. Falling for every person I meet. Dagu is seething with frustration. He scarcely has time to ponder such matters, nearly facing death. The eldest daughter of the Hinata family remarks, Unrivaled Wakita, hasn't he the boss awakened yet? Dagu is on the brink of being killed. Chapter 61, The Kyrielodians. Unrivaled Wakita exclaims, what is the situation? The words you speak evoke a sense of familiarity. Gu Tianlang increasingly feels that this resembles a classic scene from a past life. In his youth, he was too engrossed in watching Digga to appreciate what a man ought to watch. In a fit of rage for his current girlfriend, he confronts his ex. The Kyrielodians have appeared. They demand that I transform into Ultraman to settle the score with them. The chat group leader announces, the chat group has issued a task requirement. Only upon your acceptance can others join you in the Dagu world. Currently, the traversal function is blocked, rendering it impossible to assist through points. Lin Ran had initially planned to venture alone, but with the backing of the chat group, she could contend with the Kyrielodians. However, the task required Gu Tianlong's involvement. Typically, when group members face difficulties or trigger special storylines, they can post tasks themselves. Yet, self-posted tasks yield lesser rewards compared to those issued by the chat group. Gu Tianlang scrolled up to find the chat group's task. The members, in a fit of rage for their current girlfriends, have encountered the provocation of the Kyrielodians. urging active participation in defeating them. The difficulty of this task is rated at level 8, with no additional reward points, and ratings based on the number of enemies defeated. This task imposes no personnel restrictions. All members are encouraged to participate actively. The administrator, unrivaled Gogeta, must accept the task before others can do so, with no extra rewards. It implies that at least one Kyrielodian monster must be defeated to earn points in the chat group, a feat beyond the capability of others. Glancing at the live stream, Dagu remains ensnared beneath the feet of his adversary. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. If you wish to resist, why not transform and confront them? Is it truly gratifying to be trampled upon? For the sake of my current girlfriend, I would fiercely contend with my ex. I would rather endure this and await the arrival of a powerful ally. After all, there are far more of these creatures outside, and I cannot possibly contend with such a multitude of monsters. Dega finds himself in a predicament. There are at least 5 beasts outside, and transforming to engage in battle would be tantamount to courting death. These monsters yearn to triumph over humanity, and as long as I refrain from transforming and bide my time, they will not achieve their goal and thus refrain from inflicting harm upon me. The invincible Gogeta accepts the mission. The group chat leader acknowledges the task. Upon witnessing the long-awaited arrival of Gu Tianlang, who has accepted the mission, Dega feels a surge of determination to retaliate. However, a bloodied hand suddenly enters his line of sight. The female Kyrielid, who had been looking down upon Dagu, now finds her abdomen pierced by a hand, its palm emanating a faint blue light that keeps the blood at bay. How could anyone breach the magnetic field established by the Kyrielid? The woman, in disbelief, turns to discern the identity of the newcomer. The blue light of the hand becomes blindingly bright, and a sound akin to flesh-shattering resonates. The woman's body disintegrates into dust, never having glimpsed the face of her assailant. Dagu gazes at Gu Tianlang, who smiles at him, as if he had merely crushed an ant rather than taking a life. Come forth, let me witness your progress. I am eager to see how much stronger you have become during this time. Gu Tianlang, emboldened by the capabilities of the chat group and enhanced powers of Dega, is equally curious about how many adversaries he can vanquish, with Gu Tianlang's presence bolstering his confidence. Dagu need not fear defeat. The Kyrielid have vented their wrath upon the innocent, and had it not been for their concern for civilian safety, he would have already engaged in battle despite knowing he might not prevail. As Dega transforms, the sight of the city reinforces Dagu's belief that waiting for Gu Tianlang was indeed a sagacious choice. He surveys the area, noting at least 8 Kyrielid, and with 5 more emerging, a total of 13 towering monsters loom before him. At that moment, a beam of light streaks across the sky, heralding the descent of a blue and white giant to the ground. Despite making no overt movements, the figure radiates an undeniable air of grandeur. Gu Tianlang gazes at the blue giant, murmuring to himself, "Be king, a guru. How could he possibly appear here?" The administrator, the invincible Gogeta, initiates a live broadcast. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3 enters the live stream. Become My Son also joins the broadcast. World Destroyer enters the live stream. The slumbering daughter of Little Five asks, "Was it not said that this earth is home to only Dega as a giant? How could there be another blue one?" Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, yet he appears to have come to aid Dagu. The group chat leader announces, "This is I, the V2 form of a guru. I too shall accumulate a wave of points." Observing the bewilderment of the group members, Lin Ran steps forward, utilizing the privileges of the chat group and harnessing the oceanic light of Earth to transform into a guru. The CAF attendant, fond of rabbits, inquires, "Can the group leader also transform into a giant? I wonder who is stronger, a guru or Dagu, judging purely by aura." A guru's presence notably surpasses that of Dega, yet the specifics of their combat prowess remain unclear. The 13 colossal Gili Iluaren are momentarily at a loss. Having resided on Earth for countless years, they have never encountered such a blue giant. However, as a guru is an ally of Dega, they perceive him as their adversary. 3 of the monsters charge toward Dagu, while the other 3 rush at a guru, leaving the remaining 7 to gaze down at the ancient wolf. Dega leaps high, delivering a kick that topples one foe, followed by a spinning kick that sends another sprawling. Seizing the moment, a remaining Gili Iluaren lands a punch on Diga's waist, causing sparks to fly as Diga stumbles back in pain. With a single motion, his blue-violet form transforms into a primarily red powerhouse, clenching his right fist and striking out. One Gili Iluaren, undergoing a transformation of its own, retaliates with a punch, resulting in a clash of might. With each blow exchanged, Diga remains steadfast, while the Gili Iluo-ren is forced backward, its right arm hanging limp. The 62nd chapter. A guru's entrance unfolds as the creature never anticipated Digga's immense strength. They had undergone modifications to their bodies to contend with Digga, intending to surpass him in speed, strength, and versatility. Yet, regrettably, this Digga is a reinforced version, with his power rivaling that of the Supreme Gaia, leading to a miscalculation in the Gili Iluo-ren's judgment. The robust form of Digga is exceptionally resilient, showcasing remarkable defensive capabilities, managing to hold his ground against 3 opponents. Meanwhile, a guru extends a hand toward the 3 monsters, beckoning them to attack. How could they endure such indignity in a 3-on-1 scenario? Roaring, the trio charges forward. A guru clasps his right hand with his left, drawing forth a sky-blue lightsaber, its slender blade gleaming menacingly as it targets the foremost Gili Iluo-ren. Confident in his physical fortitude, the Gili Iluo-ren gathers energy in his right hand, colliding with the blade. A guru's sword radiates with brilliance, becoming increasingly sharp and unstoppable. The protective energy surrounding the Gili Iluo-ren's right arm is pierced, leaving a massive gash. Dark green blood pours from the wound as a single strike renders him incapacitated. With the lightsaber in hand, a guru combines his exceptional combat skills to dominate the 3 foes. In his V2A guru form, transformed from Linrand, his strength may pale in comparison to the powerhouse Digga, yet Linrand's fighting prowess and superior physical attributes allow him to outshine Digga in this encounter. The remaining 7 Gili Iluo-ren cast their gaze downward at the ancient wolf, their bodies resonating with a final ultimatum. Another blue giant has emerged, and they refuse to believe this creature could also possess the ability to transform. They are determined to exact vengeance on the ancient wolf for their fallen companion. How do you wish to die for slaying our kin? The ancient wolf retorts, pointing at himself and soaring into the air. Ignoring the threats, he unleashes a shockwave that expands with the wind, growing to a width of 10 meters by the time it reaches the Gili Iluo-ren. Before they can react, the colossal energy pierces through one of their bodies, creating a gaping hole in its abdomen, causing it to collapse. Impossible. A human cannot wield such power. The injured Gili Iluo-ren clasps its hands to its chest, concentrating its energy to unleash a fiery attack. A torrent of flames, nearly 10 meters in length, surges forth as the ancient wolf remains suspended in midair, allowing the inferno to engulf him. Witnessing his own ultimate move hit its target, the Gili Iluo-ren lets out a derisive laugh before collapsing once more, its severe abdominal injury sealing its fate. Yet, in its final moments, it seeks to eliminate this insignificant adversary. No one can defy us, Gili Iluo-ren. You truly are oblivious to your impending doom. Following the blaze, the ancient wolf emerges unscathed, his protective aura intact, casting a disappointed glance at the fallen Gili Iluo-ren. Is this the extent of your capabilities? Your limits are merely my starting point. The ancient wolf gathers energy in one hand, aiming at the injured Gili Iluo-ren. But the other 6 Gili Iluo-ren stand as a barrier before him. As they block his path, the ancient wolf slowly raises both hands. With a thunderous shout, an overwhelming force erupts from below, propelling the 7 Gili Iluo-ren into the air. A high-pressure current forms from the ground to the clouds, rendering their transformations into strength or speed ineffective against this overwhelming aura. A meteor resonance explosion ensues, an endless energy surging into the bodies of the 7 Gili Iluo-ren. They feel their insides brimming with uncontrollable energy, which spirals chaotically within them. In the air, 7 dazzling fireworks illuminate the sky as brilliant light flashes within the Gili Iluo-ren, culminating in their obliteration amidst the rising energy currents. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Over at the Dagu's side, the 3-headed monster has yet to be defeated, and the boss effortlessly vanquished 7 foes with a mere wave of his hand. Hinata's eldest daughter remarked, even a colossal creature, dozens of meters tall, can be sent soaring into the sky by the boss's might. The CAF attendant, who has a fondness for rabbits, exclaimed, "Boss, impressive." The time-devouring sprite noted that the group leader was also about to discern the victor. A single utterance from Kurumi drew everyone's attention back to the battlefield, where the black and blue Aguru dispatched one enemy with a swift kick, with hands placed atop its head in an X formation. Energy accumulated within its core converged at the energy crystal atop its head, radiating an increasingly brilliant blue light. The photon crusher unleashed a beam of bluish-purple light from Aguru's head, while 2 Giri Elodians countered with infernal fireballs. The clash of red and blue energies resulted in the red energy disintegrating upon impact. The might of Aguru's ultimate technique was formidable when unleashed in V2 form. Its power was twice that of the initial Aguru. The blue energy collided with the two Gyrielodians, obliterating their bodies in a terrifying display of strength. With only one Gyrielodian remaining, witnessing the demise of its comrades, energy surged from within and shot skyward, manifesting a dark hellish gate that loomed over 100 meters tall amidst the clouds. The last Gyrielodian, unwilling to conceal its capabilities any longer, summoned the Hell Gate, behind which lay its kin. Once the gate was opened, they would descend upon Earth together, even if you managed to defeat me. The army of Gyrielodians is a force you cannot withstand. Simultaneously, a wave of darkness erupted from the depths, enveloping the Gyrielodian. As the black mist dissipated, its form transformed completely into a shadowy entity, its eyes igniting with a blood-red hue, and robust, pointed horns sprouted from its body. The visual impact was far more oppressive than before. While others were still reeling from this transformation, Gogeta had already soared to the Hell Gate, single-handedly unleashing a surge of energy to force open the massive door, boldly entering the Gyrielodian stronghold. The Gyrielodian, now shrouded in darkness, possessed enhanced strength compared to before. Having expended considerable energy wielding Aguru's light sword and executing the photon crusher, Aguru was left depleted. The sapphire embedded in its chest began to flicker ominously. The potency of each move diminished from its earlier power. As the balance of strength shifted, the Gyrielodian began to overpower Aguru, landing another infernal fireball strike. Lin Ran realized that under such circumstances, victory was unattainable. He could only revert from Aguru's form back to his human state, intending to employ other abilities against this Gyrielodian. Chapter 63. King Bia hand reached out beside him, and Gu Tianlang was grinning at Lin Ran. Would you mind if I played with this transformation device? Lin Ran, uncertain of his intentions, handed over the Aguru transformation device. With energy running low, he would have to rely on another Ultraman to confront the foe. Even if he were to wield it, without energy, Aguru could not triumph over this Gyrielodian. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, who was watching the live broadcast, evidently contemplated another matter. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Boss, isn't that the lair of the Gyrielod people behind the door? The boss rushed in and returned so swiftly. The enormous gate to hell in the sky had vanished without a trace, as if the towering portal that had just exuded dark mist was merely an illusion. Be my son, Administrator, could it be that the entire Gyrielod clan has been annihilated? The destroyer of worlds. There is indeed such a possibility, given the boss's character. He sees everyone, regardless of age or gender, as equal. Unrivaled Gogeta. Behind that door are 50 Gyrielod warriors, enhanced and of the same stature as Diga. After slaying them, I will destroy the giant gate and return. Gu Tianlang shook his head with a wry smile, knowing that it was impossible for him to exterminate an entire race. He had eliminated all those preparing to invade Earth, thus preventing their future invasion, sparing the ordinary Gyrielod people who posed no threat. Gu Tianlang opted to let them be. They were proponents of peace, contrary to those who sought to conquer Earth through force, although they looked down upon Earthlings. The peace-loving Gyrielod intended to rescue humanity before Gogeta awakened. Of course, the main faction among the Gyrielod aimed to enslave humanity. He had already destroyed the spatial passages between the two worlds, making it nearly impossible for them to come over. Receiving the Aguru transformation device, Gu Tianlang vanished once more, reappearing near the harbor where the battle with the Gyrielod was taking place. In the distance, the tumultuous sea roared, with fierce winds howling and lightning flashing as the sea surface erupted violently. The seemingly bottomless waters parted, revealing a path to the heavens. With a blue light shimmering where the waters split, the entirely black and blue Aguru crouched just beneath the surface, arms crossed over his chest, his energy once again radiating brilliance. The Gyrielod, tainted by Gogetta's dark energy, remained oblivious to the impending danger. With a clap of their hands, they unleashed a hellfire bomb, a scorching flame soaring towards Lin Ran on the ground. A blue sword of light cleaved through the air, effortlessly shattering the hellfire bomb as Aguru teleported from the depths to the battlefield. Raising his right hand, Aguru beckoned slowly to the Gyrielod. Under the influence of darkness, a Gyrielod charged at him with a punch. In the blink of an eye, the blue sword light flashed, and Aguru maintained his stance of sheathing the sword while the Gyrielod stumbled forward, body reduced to fragments. Lin Ran, watching from the ground, was stunned. Even at full capacity, she doubted she could overpower this form of the Gyrielod, yet it had not even managed to execute a single move against Gu Tianlang. It was swift, decisive, and utterly uncompromising, one strike to defeat the foe. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, It is not a guru who is formidable, but rather the big boss. This Ultraman's nickname cannot be hero, can it? Such ostentation. Group chat administrator. This Ultraman is known as King B. On the other side, Daegu, leveraging his overwhelming strength, has successfully dealt with the remaining 3 Kyrielodians. Rabbit-loving CAF attendant. May I inquire why the big boss transformed into a guru makes his entrance from the sea? Group chat administrator. He is an Ultraman birthed from the oceanic will of Earth in another parallel universe. Strictly speaking, he can operate without time constraints on his Earth, however. This is limited to his own Earth and does not apply in other universes. This is also why Lin Ran abandoned the strategy of fighting with a guru. On the Earth where he was born, as long as the human host can still fight, a guru can absorb the ocean's strength to replenish his energy when he is deficient. In the Earth of other universes, it seems a guru lacks this capability. How exactly did Gu Tianling manage it? Rabbit-loving CAF attendant. The big boss is impressive and powerful. Truly remarkable. Gu Tianling, having reverted from his Ultraman form, returned the transformation device to Linran. He had merely acted on a whim to test a guru's powers. Group management. The invincible Gogeta has defeated 57 Kyrielodians and 1 mutated species tainted by darkness, earning a total of 120,000 points. Group chat administrator. The group leader has vanquished 2 Kyrielodians, obtaining 30,000 points. A member for the sake of his current girlfriend violently vanquished 3 Kyrielodians, securing 45,000 points. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar Style 3. We are still watching the spectacle, while the big boss has amassed over 1,000,000 points once again. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I am truly weary of the word envy. Daegu hurriedly approached to express his gratitude, to which Gu Tianlang replied that there was no need for such formality as he had received his due rewards. Gu Tianlang had no intention of lingering, and with a swift motion, departed from the scene. Lin Ran, who had hoped to engage him in further conversation, was taken aback by Gu Tianlong's decisive exit. The destroyer of worlds, with so many points, Daegu, how do you intend to spend them? In a fit of rage for his current girlfriend, he sought to confront his ex. I desire the energy converter from the group, or perhaps exchange for a lightsaber. These points are insufficient. After witnessing Gu Tianlong's earlier battle, Daegu's yearning for weaponry intensified. He believed himself to be a warrior, yet without any weapons, hand-to-hand combat was far from satisfying. Group leader, isn't casting spells more appealing? You are a mage. Why do you always fixate on physical combat? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Digga, you may assume any posture, but if you fail to unleash your abilities, I shall concede defeat. Digga replied, all right, the red joyful type. Monsters, prepare to receive my punch. The time-devouring sprite remarked. This metaphor is quite vivid. After completing this task, more than a week passed without any proactive assignments in the chat group. Only a few members, facing peril, exchanged numerous tasks, while Gu Tianlang remained uninvolved. Another 10 days elapsed, and the chat group welcomed new members once more. The timid Zhao Zilong entered the chat, alongside the strongest man on the surface. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. The 2 new members, based on their names, seem to differ significantly. The cafe attendant who adores rabbits remarked, the strongest man on Earth, how formidable can he truly be? Surely, he cannot surpass the great leaders. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3 style welcome the newcomers, suggesting they introduce themselves. Chapter 64. New members entering the group The Strongest Man on Earth, a chat group that connects countless realms. I never anticipated such a wondrous phenomenon. After speaking, he changed his avatar to a selfie, revealing 3 distinct scars on his left cheek, his chiseled features emanating an aura of undeniable strength. The cafe attendant who adores rabbits commented, though it may not be polite to say, the new member appears quite formidable, albeit with a rather fierce countenance. Even the ghoul, Tuka, was taken aback by the new member's appearance. The mere photo radiated an overwhelming aura of power, unlike the invincible visage of the ancient wolf, which inspires no other thoughts. This new member exudes strength, yet simultaneously conveys a sense of ferocity. Hinata's eldest daughter inquired, what shall we call the new member? The strongest man on Earth replied, I am called King. The group leader announced, he is King, the 7th-ranked member of the Hero Association's S-Class, renowned as the strongest man on Earth. The group leader uploaded a document detailing King S' background. Kogoro's daughter was astonished, exclaiming, I never imagined King S' world to be so perilous, teeming with monsters and bizarre beings. Through the document uploaded by Lin Rand, she grasped the extent of the dangers in King S' world. In King S' universe, the Earth is predominantly overrun by monsters. Ordinary citizens must not only guard against monster attacks but also the threat of humans transforming into aberrations. When a person's malevolent desires become overwhelming, they may metamorphose into a monster. There are even accounts of individuals who, after indulging excessively in crabs, morphed into crab-like creatures. To safeguard themselves, the human elite established the Hero Association, which comprises powerful heroes ranked from D to S. King, as the 7th in S class, is celebrated as the strongest man on Earth. Despite his 7th place ranking, in the hearts of many, King is regarded as the mightiest human. It is said that even a giant hundreds of meters tall would fall before him in a single move. The strongest human remarked, "Ah, so even you are aware of such matters." At that moment, King was at home, living a reclusive lifestyle. Invincible Wukong commented, King, and the other is Zhao Yun. I presume. It remained unclear whether Lin Ran was genuinely unaware of King's identity or intentionally refrained from disclosing it, as she chose silence. The ancient wolf had no desire to expose the truth. Her document merely noted King's strength without elaborating on his true capabilities. Timid Zhao Zilong expressed, I am Zhao Zilong of Chanshan. Is this chat group truly real? It is simply astonishing. In a world where extraordinary beings exist. King was merely surprised by the chat group's emergence, lacking skepticism. Zhao Zilong, however, was entirely different as an ancient warrior. He was oblivious to the fact that he resided on Earth, let alone what the universe entailed. The concept of a multiversal chat group was overwhelming for him, especially when witnessing the battle between the ancient wolf and one star dragon, where their clash obliterated vast expanses of land, an unimaginable level of destruction for Zhao Zilong. He could not fathom that humanity could possess such cataclysmic powers, capable of altering the tides of war single-handedly. Zhao Yun also uploaded his avatar, showcasing his noble steed, Knight Shining Jade Lion, wielding a dragon spear, clad in shining silver armor that accentuated his extraordinary valor. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. This new member does not appear to be timid. Rather, he possesses the heroic charisma reminiscent of an ancient general. Tony Stark, upon reflection, would not perceive Zhao Yun as a timid individual. The essence of a person's temperament cannot be feigned. Zhao Yun's initial impression on him is that of a valiant and industrious warrior. As for the notion of Zhao Zilong being as timid as a mouse, I am uncertain of its origin. Perhaps it was a whimsical name conjured by the chat group. The eldest daughter of the Hinata family echoes this sentiment, asserting that she too does not believe him to be cowardly. The time-eating sprite concurs, observing that he presents himself as a formidable man. The group administrator uploads a document detailing the historical background of the three kingdoms, providing an account of the life of Zhao Zilong. The group administrator speculates that the chat may be engaging in jest. After all, General Zhao during the Three Kingdoms era was renowned for his unparalleled bravery, possessing the audacity and strength to face thousands of troops without hesitation. The Ultimate Dimension acknowledges this, noting that Zhao Yun, Lu Shan, and Meng Huo were among the few who could venture in and out of perilous situations during that tumultuous period. The group administrator adds, indeed, Zhao Yun's prowess can be likened to the numbers 700, while Lu Shan and Meng Huo are humorously assigned 007 and 070, respectively. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. He is indeed a formidable warrior, navigating through the chaos of battle single-handedly, entering and exiting 7 times. However, what do you mean by this, group leader? I find myself somewhat perplexed. Tony, upon finishing his observation, was secretly astonished. It is not common for an ordinary individual to possess such courage. Were he to enter such a battlefield, he would undoubtedly be undaunted. However, this was only because he was not an ordinary person, clad in his iron armor, which rendered him impervious to conventional weaponry. In contrast, Zhao Yun lacked advanced technology and did not possess the extraordinary abilities of figures like Whitebeard or Minato. Yet he stood as a lone warrior against countless foes. Such valor is beyond the reach of mere mortals. Typically, formidable generals are often timid, rendering ordinary individuals even less significant than ants. In the chat group, the group leader remarked, so Zhao Yun ventured in and out 7 times, slaying innumerable enemies while sustaining minimal injuries. Lu Shan, carried upon his back, is naturally included in those 7 incursions, while Meng Huo was captured 7 times and forcibly taken to the enemy camp. Timid Zhao Zilong, with the existence of this chat group, it seems that we may indeed restore the glory of the Han dynasty. Zhao Yun noted the exchange marketplace within the group, surmising that if he accrued sufficient points, he could certainly assist his lord in reinstating the rightful Han lineage. Invincible Gogeta, you all carry on, farewell. Gu Tianlang exited the chat, anticipating the imminent convening of the power tournament and the approaching battle between the Valkyrie of the End and humanity. Both events were of considerable significance. Gu Tianlang eagerly awaited his encounter with the Supreme King, curious about the strength of the bald man, who was reputed to be the strongest human. Initially, Gu Tianlang planned to visit Bulma for a meal, but before he could depart, she sought him out, inviting him to her home for dinner. Claiming she wished to introduce him to someone. With some reluctance, Gu Tianlang acquiesced, and they arrived at Bulma's residence, where a blue-haired young lady sat gracefully on the sofa. Bulma nudged Gu Tianlang, introducing the girl. "Let me introduce you. This is Lan Shi, a friend of Goku and me. Quite beautiful, wouldn't you say?" Gu Tianlang shook his head with a wry smile. He had assumed Bulma had ulterior motives, only to discover she intended to play matchmaker. He was not unfamiliar with Lan Shi, as she had a significant presence early in Dragon Ball, though she had largely faded from view during the Z Saga. Chapter 65. A new enemy has emerged. Lan Shi typically sported blue hair, and in this state, she appeared gentle, kind, and exceptionally refined, with an understated style. However, she possessed a dual personality. A mere sneeze would transform her hair to yellow, unleashing a violent alter ego prone to gunfire at the slightest provocation. Her attire would shift to that of a fiery temptress, her demeanor becoming boldly unrestrained. The first time Tien Shin'an encountered her, he resolved to pursue her. But with the arrival of the Scions on Earth, her combat prowess proved inadequate, leading her to recede from the limelight. Unexpectedly, he now found himself face to face with her. "Hello, I'm Gu Tianlang," he introduced himself, though he refrained from displaying familiarity. As his arrival coincided with the Dragon Ball Z timeline, and he had never met Lan Shi. Lan Shi shyly glanced at Gu Tianlang, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. "Hello," Bulma teased. "What do you think?" "She is quite lovely. You're not too young anymore. Perhaps it's time to find a girlfriend." Bulma, unaware of Gu Tianlang's exact age, had known him for several years without him disclosing it. However, she assumed he was older than Gohan, and while shopping, she hoped to facilitate a connection between the two. Gu Tianlang could only sigh. He had been 17 upon his arrival and was now just 21. If memory served, Lan Shi was even older than Bulma. Though she appeared youthful, her true age was evident. This could hardly be classified as youthful, perhaps it verged on matronly, especially considering Lan Shi's dual personas. One might inadvertently provoke her during the day, only to awaken at night to her aggressive alter ego, potentially facing dire consequences. Leaning close to Bulma, he quietly declined her well-meaning offer. "She is indeed beautiful, but not to my taste." Bulma had anticipated a rejection but was surprised by the promptness of his response. "Lan Shi can cook and is quite capable. You would turn down such a wonderful woman?" Gu Tianlang smiled calmly. His lack of attraction to Lan Shi suggested that any relationship would not yield favorable results. He sought a partner with whom he could build a future, someone who reciprocated his affections. His philosophy on love was to cherish one person throughout his life. "I'm not in a hurry to find someone just yet. I prefer to let fate decide." Bulma recognized Gu Tianlang's earnestness and chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Lan Shi expressed curiosity about Gu Tianlang, her large eyes sparkling with interest. "Are you also a relative of Goku? You two bear a striking resemblance." Faced with the gentle demeanor of this charming girl, Gu Tianlang openly acknowledged his kinship with Goku, understanding that while they may not become lovers, friendship was certainly an option. In a sense, yes. Goku and I are both Scions. Lan Shi pondered this, rising from the sofa to scrutinize Gu Tianlang closely, circling him twice. "You truly resemble little son. Though you appear more mature than he did at that age, and your hairstyle is slightly different. Otherwise, the resemblance is striking." Gu Tianlang felt a wave of embarrassment, as Vegeta's appearance was indeed quite similar to Goku's, albeit with more defined facial features and a distinctly masculine presence. The term little son was particularly awkward, given that Goku was nearing grandfatherhood. Gu Tianlang suspected Bulma was genuinely attempting to find him a partner or perhaps setting him up for mischief. Feigning ignorance, he inquired, "Little son? Goku is no longer young. You seem barely 18 or 19 yourself." Lan Shi pouted, her lips pursing together. "I'm significantly older than little son, though I've maintained my appearance at 20 thanks to the Dragon Balls." Gu Tianlang glanced at Bulma, realizing that this transformation was likely facilitated by her dragon radar, as Lan Shi would not have been able to gather all 7 Dragon Balls on her own. One could only wonder how the once majestic dragon, summoned for wishes of eternal youth, felt about such trivial requests. However, considering Oolong's wish for women's underwear, this seemed relatively inconsequential. Bulma, catching Gu Tianlang's implication, patted her chest. Older women are preferable. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Besides, with the Dragon Balls at our disposal, why concern ourselves with age? Gu Tianlang could only express his disbelief. Was this truly the sentiment behind 3 years older? As the clock approached 23, although the matchmaking efforts had not borne fruit, Bulma was nonetheless elated to reunite with an old friend and had the chef prepare a grand feast. During the meal, Goku was seated with Lan Chi on his left and Bulma on his right. Lan Chi, like a curious child, would steal glances at Goku after taking a few bites, which made him quite uncomfortable. He could discern that Lan Chi's interest was purely inquisitive, devoid of any romantic undertones. However, he couldn't comprehend why he attracted such attention. After all, he was merely handsome, surely that didn't warrant such scrutiny. Midway through the meal, Lan Chi finally voiced her burning question. After encountering Bulma earlier, she had mentioned introducing someone formidable. Lan Chi inquired about the extent of this person's prowess. To indirectly compliment Goku, Bulma declared him the strongest man in the world, noting that Goku had lost to him in their last competition. In truth, she was unaware of anyone on Earth capable of besting Goku. Are you truly that formidable? Even more so than Son Goku? Lan Chi asked. Well, Goku is quite strong too, Goku replied with a smile, confident that he was indeed the strongest on Earth, though he pondered the true strength of the Grand Minister and the angels. As the trio engaged in light-hearted banter, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the city, heralding the arrival of a colossal monster unleashing indiscriminate chaos. Bulma, observing Goku still engrossed in his meal, nudged him with her foot. What are you waiting for? Go and eliminate it. Goku remained unfazed, brushing off the dust from his trousers. He and Bulma shared a close bond, so a few playful jabs from her were of little concern. Why the rush? I detest being interrupted during meals with demands. Let Gohan handle it. He can take care of it just fine. He was reluctant to move, having barely made a dent in his meal. Unable to sway him, Bulma resorted to calling Chi-Chi, only to learn that Gohan had gone off to train and no one knew his whereabouts. With Vegeta and Goku absent and Gohan off training, it appeared that Goku was left to confront the situation alone. Bulma sighed in resignation, realizing that Goku had no choice but to respond. Goku swallowed the last morsel of food, took a generous swig of his drink, and gazed lazily at the three energies in the sky. No need to fret. Someone is already on the way. They should manage just fine. This was the very reason Goku was unhurried. There were others already engaging the threat, allowing him to savor the remainder of his meal. Even from a distance, Goku recognized the enormous, dull yellow beetle, the foe from the movie, Hilderk. However, it seemed improbable that the cinematic universe aligned with the current one, reminiscent of the first appearance of Vegeta, where Goku and Vegeta fused in hell to combat the evil spirit. That timeline had seen Gohan defeat Majin Buu, leaving Goku unreleased from the afterlife, thus existing in a parallel dimension. Yet, how had such a foe crossed into this world? Bulma, lacking Goku's acute perception, was puzzled about who might be confronting the enemy. Who could it be? Could it be Piccolo and Krillin? Goku pointed at Bulma. Your son is there, along with Piccolo. The other two are Trunks and Goten. Bulma's heart sank. Those two mischievous boys had ventured out again. Hadn't Trunks mentioned staying at Goten's for the night? Why had they returned to the city? This enemy shouldn't be too powerful, right? Trunks and Goten should be able to handle him, shouldn't they? Goku pondered. He is about on par with Super Saiyan Goku during the Buu saga. Goku should be able to deal with him, and Trunks and Goten together have Super Saiyan strength. Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her, anxious that the two boys might underestimate their opponent and, in turn, face dire consequences. That's good. If Trunks can defeat him, I can rest easy. Observing Bulma's expression of relief, Goku, though reluctant to dampen her spirits, remarked, even among Super Saiyans, there are vast disparities. In terms of combat experience and skill, Trunks and Goten are far behind Goku. Just as Bulma had begun to relax, Goku's words ignited her annoyance, flushing her cheeks with indignation as she swatted at him. In an instant, Goku vanished, a blue flash ascending into the sky, his parting words lingering in the air. All right. I'll go take a look. Don't worry. Meanwhile, at the heart of the city, Piccolo and the two young boys launched their assault on Hilderk. Piccolo was the first to strike, delivering a kick that inexplicably passed through Hilderk's form. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at the monster. However, every shot missed its mark, creating deep craters in the ground. Undeterred, the boys transformed into Super Saiyans and engaged in close combat. Hilderk, seemingly impervious, allowed their attacks to rain down upon him without retaliation, as if he were a mere figment of their imagination. Frustrated by their ineffectiveness, Trunks suddenly had a bold revelation. Piccolo uncle, could he be an illusion? Perhaps he is a ghost? Goten shook his head, dismissing Trunks' hypothesis. No way. Ghosts have halos, and he doesn't have one. But what has to deal with his body? What if he doesn't even have a physical form? Flying into the air, Piccolo shouted at the boys, "Get away. Even if I don't understand what this creature is, it appears to be a troublesome adversary. You need to maintain your distance." Trunks, unfazed, replied, "What are you worried about?" "Piccolo uncle? Look, he isn't even fighting back. He might be scared." Turnanks laughed heartily, utterly oblivious to the fact that Hildergang had just vanished from the ground and was now looming above him, its massive tail crashing down with tremendous force. By the time Turnanks registered the imminent threat, Hildergang's attack was nearly upon him. He was unable to evade the colossal tail that struck him head-on, sending him plummeting to the earth. The ground was dented into a human-shaped crater as Turnanks slid along the surface for over 100 meters, ultimately crashing into a shopping mall. The moment Bick sensed Hildergang's presence, he unleashed 2 waves of energy in a desperate rescue effort. After Hildergang had sent Turnanks flying, the energy waves collided with its tail. The waves penetrated its body once more as Wutian descended to assess Turnanks' injuries. Meanwhile, Bick darted through the air, striving to identify his opponent's weaknesses. Hildergang's sudden appearance behind Turnanks had been so swift that even Bick, who had been closely observing, failed to catch its movement. However, Bick keenly sensed a disturbance in the spatial fabric when Hildergang materialized, leading him to suspect that this creature might possess abilities akin to Goku's instantaneous movement. Yet, unlike Goku, it did not require a specific stance to activate its powers. Bick found himself at a loss for strategies, resorting to swift movement to evade Hildergang's strikes. Although size does not equate to strength, the towering monster, several hundred meters high, would possess formidable power regardless of its shortcomings. And Bick had no intention of becoming a test subject. With no allies at his side, Bick felt increasingly desperate and lacked the means to probe Hildergang's capabilities. From a secluded street, Gutenlang emerged, a pool of green blood staining the ground behind him. As an illusionary beast, Gutenlang only materialized when he launched an attack. That precise moment determined the outcome of the battle. He provided Bick with a crucial tip, but whether Bick could triumph remained uncertain. Hildergang was under the control of a nefarious sorcerer, and Gutenlang had swiftly detected the presence of the individual behind him. Without hesitation, Gutenlang struck, easily dispatching the weak sorcerer with a single blow. Upon hearing Gutenlang's warning, Bick halted his frantic movements, shedding his burdensome martial arts garb. He unleashed his full power, preparing for a decisive confrontation with the illusionary beast. "I am neither god nor demon. I am merely a nameless Namekian," Bick thought, eager to prove himself. Before the arrival of Buu, he had only been slightly inferior to Goku and Vegeta. However, with Buu's emergence, his peers had far surpassed him. Initially, Bick's strength was commendable, as he was one of the few who could earn Vegeta's respect, aside from Goku. Yet, with the awakening of Beerus, Goku and Vegeta's powers surged to unprecedented heights, widening the gap between them. Chapter 67, Bick's Battle. Through years of training, coupled with rigorous sessions in the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Gohan, Bick's strength had significantly escalated, nearing the full potential of Super Saiyan 2, albeit still falling short of Super Saiyan 3. Yet he could not reconcile the notion that Namekians were inherently inferior to Saiyans. He resolved to conquer this opponent on his own. Gutenlang sighed inwardly. Bick possessed commendable battle intelligence, which earned him the title of Earth's warrior strategist. Alas, the disparity in power between him and Hildergang was considerable, as Hildergang's might could rival that of Super Saiyan 3. Furthermore, with its ability to phase through attacks, defeating it would prove exceedingly challenging, necessitating close-quarters combat with overwhelming techniques for any chance of victory. Bick's signature move, the Special Beam Cannon, was a penetrating skill well-suited for foes of similar stature. Yet against Hildergang, whose prowess eclipsed his own, he found himself at a disadvantage, diminishing his prospects of success. Hildergang's immense form vanished once more, and Bick detected a spatial disturbance at his flank, firing a wave of energy without even glancing. The wave passed through Hildergang's body, which opened its massive jaws, gathering a terrifying conflagration of energy in mere seconds. As the flames surged towards Bick, he prepared to evade. But a Kamehameha blast erupted from below, clashing with the flames and neutralizing their impact. Emerging from the ground, Super Saiyan 3 Wutian Keks soared into the air, pointing at Hildergang. "Behold, the mighty Wutian Keks has arrived. You, little monster, had better surrender at once." Upon locating the downed Turnanks, The two realized that fighting separately would yield no success, prompting them to initiate the fusion technique. Now, Wu-Tian Kex felt confident in his ability to defeat Hildergang. Gutenlang floated skyward, settling atop a towering building, observing the triumphant Turnanks with bemusement. He pondered the audacity of these two youngsters, reflecting on their overconfidence. Despite Bic's superior energy, he preferred to believe in Bic's potential for victory, while doubting Wu-Tian Kex's chances. The two children were overly reckless, lacking the maturity of their peer Gohan. A consequence of their reliance on their fathers, Goku and Vegeta, who shielded them from facing challenges independently, instead of striving to grow stronger when confronted with formidable foes. They leaned too heavily on the fusion technique, reveling in its aftermath. Wu-Tian Kex summoned several spirits, executing the Super Phantom God Wind Fist as he charged at Hildergang. His rapid movements generating an aura of energy around him. A punch missed Hildergang entirely, only for Hildergang to retaliate with a powerful strike. Wu-Tian Kex smirked, successfully blocking the attack with both arms, while several spirits collided with Hildergang. The might of Super Saiyan 3 Wu-Tian Kex absorbed Hildergang's fierce blow, causing him to stagger back. As he readied his next move, the instant his body solidified, the spirits erupted upon contact with Hildergang. The enormous creature reeled from the explosion, unleashing a fiery projectile from its mouth. Wu-Tian Kex swiftly dodged, but failed to notice the oncoming colossal tail. Struck head-on, he was once again hurled towards the ground. Gathering his energy, Wu-Tian Kex narrowly avoided another crash landing, halting his descent just before impact. Unforeseen by him, post-fusion, he had discerned Hildergang's weakness, yet found himself at a disadvantage. Just as he prepared to issue a taunt, a brilliant light enveloped him, causing Wu-Tian Kex to split into Turnanks and Wu-Tian. The two boys exchanged bewildered glances before swiftly retreating towards Gutenlang's position. Gutenlang watched in silence. Super Saiyan 3 Wu-Tian Kex could have sustained his form for 5 minutes. But Turnank's severe injuries from Hildergang's assault had drastically shortened their fusion time. As Hildergang prepared to pursue the two children, Bic swiftly moved to stand in its way. "You shall face me," he declared. Hildegarn let out a roar, delivering a punch directly at Bic. Bic evaded by sidestepping, moving swiftly towards Hildegarn's head. Hildegarn repeated his previous tactic, swinging his massive tail through the air. Bic had anticipated this attack, pressing his hands against the incoming tail and running atop it with agility. The aura surrounding Hildegarn erupted, creating a formidable shockwave, prompting Bic to retreat to a safer distance. Employing the supergiant technique, Bic placed his hands on his hips. Surrounded by crackling lightning, and his form rapidly enlarged to match Hildegarn's towering stature. The two young boys watched in astonishment, unaware of Bic's latent abilities. Taking refuge behind Gotenks, it was evident that Trunks' energy was significantly diminished, and his body bore numerous injuries. However, the Saiyan body was remarkably resilient, and Trunks was not in grave danger. Though he was panting as he inquired, "Brother Wolf, can Uncle Bic transform too?" Indeed, this is a skill of the demon race, allowing for massive growth in size, substantially increasing strength with minimal impact on speed, though the body's reaction time may be somewhat hindered, Gotenks explained. Had Bic not employed this technique, Gotenks might have nearly forgotten, as their adversaries had always been of normal size, rendering such a transformation seemingly inconsequential. However, Hildegarn was an apt opponent, being both gigantic and powerful. To find a flaw in Hildegarn's defenses, one had to possess the capability to withstand his assaults in order to seize fleeting opportunities. As Hildegarn vanished once more, Bic held his breath, attuning himself to the spatial fluctuations around him. He crouched low and executed a back kick just as Hildegarn reappeared, but unfortunately, he kicked nothing but air. Hildegarn roared again, unleashing a fiery blast from his mouth. Bic leapt into the air, and Hildegarn pursued with a ground-shaking stomp. The two engaging in an aerial combat. Despite utilizing the supergiant technique, Bic found himself under pressure, though his vast combat experience allowed him to navigate perilous situations. Yet, after an exhaustive search, he still could not pinpoint Hildegarn's weakness. Growing somewhat anxious, Bic became ensnared by Hildegarn's massive tail around his right arm. Hildegarn unleashed a surge of energy, preparing to fire a colossal energy blast. With his right arm bound, Bic faced grave danger. However, a sly smile crept onto his face as he forcefully yanked his arm free, severing it in the process. The energy blast narrowly missed him, soaring into the sky, while his hidden left hand unleashed a shockwave. Magic cannon. This was a deliberate feint, designed to lure Hildegarn into a counterattack, and it proved to be a successful gamble. Ultimately, Hildegarn, being a beast of instinct, lacked the mental acuity necessary to evade Bic's attack. The penetrative power of the magic cannon was formidable, easily perforating Hildegarn's heart. Hildegarn collapsed with a thud, and Bick, gasping heavily, realized that the transformation was exceedingly taxing. Having sacrificed his right arm to bait Hildegarn, he was almost completely drained of energy, gradually reverting to his normal size while letting out a roar as his right arm regenerated. Gotenks shook his head, acknowledging Bick's miscalculation. Though it was not entirely his fault, he decided it was time to step in. Just as Bick prepared to reclaim his weighted clothing, he suddenly felt a disturbance and shot upwards, barely avoiding a colossal beast's paw that crashed down where he had stood moments before. Sweat trickled down Bick's forehead as he barely evaded the strike. Had his reflexes not been sharp, he would have been grievously injured. Switch out. Your stamina must be nearly depleted, Gotenks commanded, positioning himself in front of Bick. Bick's energy had waned considerably, making further transformations impossible. Bick glared at Hildegarn's bleeding chest wound, a gaping hole where his attack had aimed for the left side of the heart. However, he had never encountered such a creature before and was uncertain of its anatomy, assuming it was similar to that of humans. After all, the hearts of scions and demons were typically located on the left side, but perhaps the phantom beast was different. You did well, had you known its vital point. Your previous strike could have ended it, Gotenks remarked, recognizing Bick's misfortune and facing an opponent with a unique anatomical structure. Yet, using a wide-area energy blast could have easily breached Hildegarn's defenses. Only the magic cannon had guaranteed a 100 success rate. Nevertheless, Hildegarn had sustained significant injuries. His enormous eyes fixed intently on Bick. Gotenks surveyed the ravaged cityscape and decided against a prolonged engagement. He had uncovered the secret of Hildegarn's phasing ability. The creature's physical form remained hidden within a spatial layer, only manifesting in the real world during an attack, no longer suppressing the overwhelming power within him. Gotenks unleashed an unending torrent of energy that engulfed the city. He conjured a blue energy blast and hurled it at Hildegarn, turning his back and departing. The moment the blue energy impacted, Hildegarn's form disintegrated, exploding into countless fragments. Bick and Trunks, having struggled against their formidable foe, witnessed the astonishing feat with disbelief. How did you manage to hit him? Bick queried, perplexed. Oh, that? I sealed the space with my energy. He couldn't retreat into the spatial layer, Gotenks explained. This was also the reason for Gotenks' release of energy. His strength allowed him to obliterate Hildegarn with a single strike. Bick had not considered such a strategy. Had he engaged in a prolonged battle, he might have discerned Hildegarn's abilities. However, analyzing the creature's capabilities within such a brief time frame was impractical. Truly, you are remarkable, Bick acknowledged. In an instant, Gotenks returned to Bulma's home, pouring himself another glass of red wine. I dealt with him. Whether Trunks returns home is uncertain, he stated. Bulma sighed in relief, her tone noticeably lighter. As long as the enemy is vanquished, if Trunks chooses not to come back, he can stay at Goten's house. Lanchi stared blankly at Gotenks, having just watched the battle unfold through binoculars with Bulma. The formidable foe that even the Demon King Bick could not defeat had been effortlessly obliterated by a single blow. Bulma swirled her wine in the glass, then downed it in one gulp, akin to drinking soda. If you enjoy drinking, I could easily send you a dozen cases, she offered. Gotenks shook his head vigorously, rejecting Bulma's generous proposal. I am a man of principles. It wouldn't be right to have you constantly provide for me. I detest those who take advantage of others. Bulma found it hard to comprehend his reasoning. In a year, he had visited her home countless times, yet now he hesitated to accept her gifts. But you come to my house for meals daily. I know it's time to eat when I see you. That is different. I refuse to accept your wine. Besides, I am more familiar with where your wine is stored than you are, so it makes no difference whether you offer it or not. This is precisely the primary reason for Gu Tianlong's refusal. His room is already rather cramped, and accommodating more wine would only exacerbate the situation. It would be far more convenient to visit Bulma's residence for drinks daily. Frustrated, Bulma found herself at a loss for words and promptly expelled him from her home. Go away, I'm going to sleep with Lanchi, she exclaimed. By the way, could you ask the chef to prepare some dinosaur meat for me tomorrow? It has been ages since I last had it. With that, Gu Tianlang swiftly returned to his inn before Bulma could unleash her wrath. The night passed quickly, and the following morning, Gu Tianlang was once again awakened by the incessant chatter of the group in his mind. The members of the chat room were discussing the impending Fourth Shinobi World War, to be convened at the Five Kage Summit. Orchestrated by the enigmatic figure known as the Masked Man, who had usurped the identity of Uchiha Bido. The Masked Man was armed with devastatingly lethal ninja tools. intending to annihilate the 5 Kage and their closest confidants in one fell swoop. The mission was to ensure the designated targets identified by the chat room would remain unscathed from mortal threats, with a reward of 30,000 points for successful completion. Note, the individuals designated for protection are chosen at random. Should more than half of them fall victim to the masked man's wrath, the mission would be deemed a failure, resulting in the forfeiture of 100,000 points from each participating member. The task's difficulty level is rated at 8, with a restriction of 3 members from the chat room. The designated individual from the local world is Hinata Hyuga. Obito, must you truly proceed with this? I regret not being able to rescue you from the darkness back then. Watergate lamented, feeling a profound sense of guilt. Had he discovered the masked man's true identity before his demise, perhaps he could have persuaded him to return to Konoha. The chatroom's administrator remarked, a person whom everyone believed to be dead has suddenly resurfaced, completely transformed, with a voice that is unrecognizable. Linran did not hold Watergate accountable for the situation. After all, it was part of Madara's intricate scheme, with the enemy concealed in shadows while they remained in the light. It was impossible to safeguard everyone effectively. Since the mission has designated me, I have room for 2 more members. Who wishes to join? Inquired the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I am certain that I cannot attend. The chat group has already stated that upon going. The decision of whom to protect is entirely arbitrary, and my abilities are utterly insufficient. Tony possesses a remarkable degree of self-awareness, given his current capabilities. Venturing into such a place could lead not only to failure in completing the task but also to potential peril. Chapter 69, The 5 Shadows. The Administrator. Invincible in the world, accepts the mission. Group Leader. If the esteemed one intends to go, then the remaining slot can be filled by anyone. I shall refrain from participating, as I currently do not require points. Linran willingly relinquished her spot, as she was in need of substantial points rather than just the few available. And considering she would have to engage with the Valkyrie of the End, it was wise to allow others to enhance their strength first. The slumbering daughter of Little Five, the strongest man on the surface, perhaps Mr. King could join? Together with the esteemed one, you would surely accomplish the task flawlessly. The strongest man on the surface. I have pressing matters to attend to today, and regrettably, I lack the time. At that moment, King was seated on his sofa, engrossed in a game, nearly dropping his controller upon hearing the suggestion to undertake a mission. He was anything but the strongest, merely fortunate. He had been misidentified as the one who vanquished monsters, thus earning that title. In reality, he was an average recluse, easily bested by even someone like Ranmuri, the world's destroyer. I too am unable to go. I have been busy traveling of late, beset by monsters wherever I turn, and I cannot keep up. The time-devouring fairy, I shall go. I am in need of points. At home, Hinata waited anxiously, only to witness a flash of white light as Gu Tianlang and Kyuka appeared before her. Esteemed one, Kyuka, greetings. Gu Tianlang offered a slight nod, while Kyuka warmly embraced Hinata, playfully ruffling her hair and giving her a teasing kiss. Please, let us first rescue the 5 shadows. Otherwise, we may be pressed for time. Hinata's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly sought to change the subject, eager to depart for the 5 shadows location. Gu Qingfeng placed his hands on the shoulders of the 2 women, causing ripples to form in the air as the 3 vanished from sight. Less than a minute later, a maid bringing food for Hinata entered the courtyard, only to discover that the young lady had vanished. Alarmed, she hurried to report to the clan leader. But that was a matter for another time. The trio of Gu Tianlang arrived at a secluded street on the outskirts of the 5 Shadows meeting hall, surrounded by guards patrolling the streets. The administrator's skill was indeed convenient, allowing for effortless traversal across spatial distances. Kyuka cast a covetous glance at Gu Tianlang, admiring his ability. Gu Tianlang remained silent. In truth, instant teleportation required one to sense the target's aura. However, Gu Qifeng's prowess allowed him to effortlessly envelop this planet with his perception, and even without teleportation, his speed would enable him to reach this location in mere seconds. Hinata glanced around, momentarily troubled. After all, this was the venue for the 5 Shadows meeting, and entry was typically reserved for only the most elite, like Kakashi. Who could gain permission? How would the 3 of them manage to enter? Esteemed one, it seems we cannot enter. Surely we cannot force our way in? Gu Tianlang smiled slightly, dismissing the notion of a reckless intrusion. Such a crude approach was beneath him. Fear not. We shall simply walk in openly. With that, Gu Qingfeng stepped out of the alley and boldly advanced, disregarding the armored guards nearby. Kyuka, uncertain of the situation, followed closely behind him. Hinata, momentarily taken aback, thought, walk in? Wouldn't that lead to a confrontation with the guards? Yet, as Gu Tianlang moved forward, she felt compelled to follow suit. Gu Tianlang strode confidently toward the grand courtyard, and Hinata braced herself, expecting guards to intercept them. To her astonishment, the guards paid no heed to the trio, allowing them to pass unimpeded. Upon closer inspection, Hinata realized that all the guards had frozen, as if time itself had come to a standstill, maintaining their positions. Esteemed one, did you just stop time? Hinata queried, uncertainty lacing her voice. Gu Tianlang waved his hand dismissively. He could not stop time. I solidified the space. He unleashed his power, instantly solidifying the area occupied by the guards, thus avoiding any complications. The trio entered the courtyard, with Gu Tianlang having already sensed the location of the 5 shadows, leading the 2 women toward the room on the left. Meanwhile, the 5 shadows, seated in their respective places, sensed their approach. The towering Raikage glared toward the entrance, his expression fierce. How audacious it was for someone to dare disrupt their meeting. If someone had the audacity to cause a ruckus here, they were truly ignorant of their own insignificance. The diminutive Tsuchikage, the oldest among them, remained unperturbed, having witnessed countless wars throughout his life. Let me see who possesses such audacity. The door creaked open, revealing a strikingly formidable face, not excessively tall, standing at around 1.80 meters. He wore a fully black battle garb with golden shoulder accents, his physique muscular yet not overly large, radiating explosive strength. Behind him trailed Hinata, clad in gentle white attire, and Kyuka, donned in a gothic Lolita ensemble, her expression warm and inviting. Tobarama gazed at Gu Tianlang's physique, licking his lips and casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. Who is this handsome young man? Have you come to oppose us? No, I merely came to observe. You are free to do as you wish. Gu Tianlang found a seat and sat down naturally, paying little mind to the expressions of those present. The most hot-tempered among them, Raikage, regarded Gu Tianlang with hostility. To be interrupted during their discourse and sit with such brazen confidence was infuriating. Had he not been uncertain of the young man's intentions, he would have acted already. The Tsuchikage and Kazekage, possessing steadier temperaments, merely observed Gu Tianlang's every move. Tsunade, having encountered Gu Tianlang before and knowing him to be a friend of Minato, was equally puzzled by his purpose here, especially with Minato absent. The Mizukage remained intently focused on Gu Tianlang, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, lost in thought until their gazes met. Gu Tianlang offered a gentle smile in return. The fiercest member of the group, the fairy, activated her live stream. Tony is indeed not the wealthiest individual to enter the live stream. The destroyer of worlds has entered the live stream. The master of the chat group has entered the live stream. The slumbering daughter of Little Five has entered the live stream. Chapter 70. She makes a valid point. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. What is happening? Kurumi, how did you start a live stream? Tony found himself somewhat perplexed. Was he not off on a mission? Yet here he was, seemingly idle enough to host a live broadcast. The most ferocious spirit remarked, are there truly no single ladies left in our group? Someone is casting glances at the administrator. Such treasures should not be squandered on outsiders, dear sisters. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro declared, I am devoted to Shinichi. The CAF waitress, who adored rabbits, confessed, I deeply admire the strength of the great ones, yet I too have Kinemoto. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga family stated, I am already with Naruto. Tony is indeed not the wealthiest. Why is the group leader silent? Have you yet to find a partner? Group leader, there are numerous ways to insult others, yet you have chosen the most cruel one. Is it so wrong to be single? Undefeated Gogeta, have you forgotten that I am also in this group? Your remarks are quite embarrassing for me. One remains seated at home while unexpected romantic encounters unfold online. Why is everyone so fixated on finding a partner? Destroyer of worlds. To be frank, the woman with the striking red hair is truly stunning. Her figure is alluring, and her fashion sense is commendable. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. In this instance, I find myself aligned with Lady May and Lady Tsunade, as they present 2 compelling arguments. The Spiral Flash Super will dance roar. Indeed, as one ages, one tends to prioritize reason. However, as a married man, I shall refrain from expressing my opinions. Within the confines of the 100-square-meter conference room for the 5 shadows, the atmosphere had grown exceedingly awkward. Gu Tianlang remained indifferent to the scrutinizing gazes from the others, casually seated as he glanced left and right. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution, prompting Tsunade to address Hinata with a query regarding her purpose for being there. Hinata, what brings you here? Upon hearing the Hokage's inquiry, Hinata glanced at Gucci phone. Noticing his lack of reaction, she replied, We have received word that someone intends to attack the Five Shadows Conference. We are here to protect you. At Hinata's words, the Raikage erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Does the mighty Five Shadows require protection from others? What a jest! Are you seeking trouble?" The old man must be wishing for a shorter life. The Wind Shadow, Gara, displayed a more composed demeanor, politely inquiring of Gu Tianlang, "How should I address you?" Gu Tianlang brushed off the dust from his attire, intending to amuse the Five Shadows. "Just call me Brother Tianlang. Those who are friends refer to me as such." Before Gara could respond, the Raikage, irate, leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "And what do those who are not friends call you?" Gu Tianlang clapped his hands together in applause. "That is an excellent question. There are indeed those who lack respect." In an instant, Gu Qingfeng vanished from his seat, causing the Five Shadows to flinch in shock. For none had perceived how Gu Tianlang had departed. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Qingfeng reappeared, this time with his right hand grasping another's throat. The unfortunate individual ensnared in Gu Tianlang's grip was Shimura Danzo, who had been resurrected through Nagato's Rinnegan, aware of his precarious situation and the exposure of his nefarious deeds. Danzo had initially hidden away, relishing roasted chicken in the remote mountains while contemplating his resurgence, only to be inexplicably captured. "What do you want from me? Can you let me go? I no longer possess the Sharingan. I have not wronged you," Danzo pleaded, bewildered as to why he was being singled out for punishment. As Gu Qingfeng tightened his grip, Danzo's face turned crimson, and he began forming seals in a desperate attempt to fight back, only to realize that his chakra was inaccessible, leaving him resigned to his fate. Observing Danzo's continued existence through the live stream, Minato's expression shifted. This fellow had not perished after all. Had it not been for the intervention of the powerful, he might have escaped. Tsunade found herself in a dilemma. She could neither persuade nor remain silent. Danzo's actions warranted death 100 times over, yet his former status loomed large. Should he be slain before others, it would tarnish Konoha's dignity. Release him. Hand him over to me. Konoha will ensure he faces justice. Danzo's complexion grew increasingly pallid as Gu Tianlang suddenly exerted pressure, shattering Danzo's neck, rendering him lifeless upon the ground. Gu Tianlang had located Danzo's presence while exercising his instantaneous movement, using it to set an example. There was no possibility of sparing him. Even if Tsunade were remarkably beautiful, Gu Tianlang's resolve would not waver. Allowing him to return to Konoha to languish was out of the question. Witnessing the fatality, the two guards flanking the Five Shadows promptly positioned themselves at the table's edge, shielding their leaders, their eyes warily fixed on Gu Tianlang, whose speed was terrifying. None present felt confident they could match it. Among the Five Shadows and their 10 guards, the most striking figure was Inoki's granddaughter, Karatsuchi. Although still young and lacking the gravitas of Tsunade and Mei, her elegant, fair legs were prominently displayed as she assumed a defensive posture. In the live stream, Tony Stark found himself perplexed. Could it be that in Hinata's world, every woman was stunningly beautiful? How is it that every female presence radiated such allure? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. To be frank, I believe this young lady possesses both beauty and reason. Her words undoubtedly carry merit. As for my son, Watergate certainly did not misjudge you. Could you perhaps refrain from constantly fixating on women and instead focus on the prowess of ninjas? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. It is not that I lack interest. Rather, they are no match for the powerful figures. Should a confrontation arise, the might of these titans would result in an instantaneous defeat, leaving no opportunity for the others to showcase their prowess. If both sides were evenly matched, the ensuing battle would undoubtedly be captivating. However, the disparity in strength is too significant. Once the elite take action, it is merely a matter of seconds before victory is secured, denying others the chance to demonstrate their capabilities. Tsunade stepped forward to soothe the anxious crowd, fearful that a careless misstep could lead to actual conflict. Everyone, remain calm. Danzo is a rogue ninja from Konoha. He is not our enemy, so there is no need for excessive worry. What is happening? Sanbutsu opened the door, intending to summon the guards outside to assist in subduing the ancient wolf, only to be met with an astonishing sight upon opening the door. The gazes of those present were drawn to the scene, and to their shock, dozens of guards in the courtyard of the Five Kage summit stood frozen in place, some maintaining their walking posture, their expressions eerily unchanged. Even the Five Kages had never encountered such a bizarre spectacle. It would be a simple task for them to eliminate these guards, as their strength could easily overpower the dozen or so warriors. Yet, even the seasoned Kages felt an unsettling chill creep into their hearts at the sight. Chapter 71. The attack, they sensed the arrival of the three ancient wolves, but lacked the ability to see through the veil of invisibility or other methods employed to deceive the guards. Otherwise, any engagement with the guards would have certainly caused a commotion. Kogime walked gracefully, her steps akin to a cat as she approached the ancient wolf. You are quite the enigmatic man, and my curiosity about your identity grows. Would you be willing to enlighten me? The ancient wolf smirked teasingly, showing no intention of divulging his secrets. Never let curiosity toward a man blossom. It is a precursor to affection, so it is best you remain ignorant of my identity. The ancient wolf retracted his energy, and the frozen space instantly returned to normal. The guards, who had been immobilized for over 10 minutes, stumbled and fell to the ground. During that time, they had been able to see everything before them, yet their bodies remained utterly motionless. Once they regained their footing, they aimed their weapons at the ancient wolf, but with a mere glance from him, their steel weapons shattered into fragments. A deep male voice resonated from the air as a masked man appeared midair. What a lively scene. Reikage was truly enraged. First, the ancient wolf had brazenly intruded upon the five Kage summit, disregarding them, and now another masked figure had arrived. Did he truly consider the five Kages to be mere soft targets? Who are you? The masked man sneered disdainfully, standing atop a grand tree in the courtyard. I am Uchiha Obito. Surrender the 9 tails and the 8 tails to me, and I shall refrain from attacking you. I will create a unified shinobi world, casting my gaze upon the moon, plunging humanity into eternal slumber, allowing them to live their lives in beautiful dreams. Seeing his disciple's emergence, Minato, who was watching the live broadcast, felt a pang of regret. It meant he must confront Obito. Can you eliminate him, Great One? If he is slain, peace would return to the shinobi world, would it not? The unrivaled Wakita, it is feasible, though not difficult for me. However, I see no necessity to do so. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro. Why? Isn't a peaceful life desirable? Ranmuri could not comprehend. She believed that war brought suffering and death. Thus she yearned for peace deep within her heart. The group leader of the chat room interjected. Peace? How can there be peace when the 5 great ninja villages dominate the shinobi world? Who is truly the strongest among them? Unless there is unification, true peace will forever elude us. In the face of power and profit, even if the 5 Kages wished to avoid conflict, the ninjas beneath them would not willingly remain subordinate to Konoha indefinitely. Indeed, kind-hearted individuals exist, but ultimately, the wicked outnumber them. The most malevolent spirit, is this the same individual who murdered Minato and his wife? A ruthlessly cruel character. The group leader of the chat room remarked. The mask obscured the youth's past, but could not conceal his affection for the girl. His tears are difficult to hide, for all he sees is Rin. As a man, he dares to wage war against the entire shinobi world for the sake of his beloved. He is a deeply emotional individual. How many can achieve such a level of devotion? This is the inherent charm of Obito. The unrivaled Wakita, however, as a person. To commit fratricide and matricide simply because of the death of a cherished girl, and to seek the demise of his sensei's child, he is deserving of the harshest condemnation. Even if there are conspiracies woven by Madara, it cannot absolve Obito of his heinous crimes. The ancient wolf held no particular disdain for Obito. Yet he certainly lacked admiration for him. Although deceived by Madara, he had indeed slain the couple who had shown him kindness. Let us not speak of Minato's failure to rescue them. It was entirely reasonable for him to contend with 50 elite ninjas while assigning the weakest to handle logistics. Minato could not be expected to shield them indefinitely, for no one could have foreseen Madara's sudden interference. Rin also shared similar sentiments with the ancient wolf. The 5 Kages regarded the masked man's words with disdain, for how could he single-handedly dictate the fate of the entire shinobi world? Reikage spoke first, asserting that the 8 Tails was his brother, and he would never heed the masked man's commands. Do not jest. How could I possibly hand over my brother to someone like you? Gaara also stepped forward, declaring, illusory dreams hold no value. No matter how beautiful, they are meaningless. A person's future must be forged by their own hands. While one may live a life in splendid dreams, it is all an illusion. A hollow existence lacks significance. Anoki questioned sternly, even if the opponent is Uchiha Madara, I shall no longer evade. Your words, claiming to create a world of peace, are better described as creating a world under your control. The masked man murmured, startling the 5 Kages with his declaration. To create my world, then? If you refuse to comply, I hereby announce the commencement of the 4th Great Ninja War. Tsunade could not believe it. How could Uchiha Madara confront 5 villages alone? Why should you assume you can take on the 5 great ninja villages by yourself? Before the masked man could respond, the ancient wolf interjected to answer Tsunade's inquiry. He possesses the power of all the tailed beasts. Even with your strength, you cannot contend with 7-tailed beasts alone. The masked man regarded the ancient wolf with astonishment, for he had not encountered this man in his previous intelligence reports. Only the escaped Kakuzu had mentioned an exceptionally formidable opponent, leading him to learn of the ancient wolf's existence for the first time. "Who are you?" The ancient wolf replied coldly, "You are not worthy to know my name." To his astonishment, the world of shinobi seemed to be misaligned with time and events, perhaps a consequence of the butterfly effect. Ninjas who ought to have perished remained alive, even daring to disrupt the 5 Kage summit. Suddenly, a great white bird soared through the sky, upon which sat a man with flowing golden hair, casting forth countless white clay explosives onto the ground below. "Art is an explosion," he proclaimed, designating the protection personnel as the 5th Hokage Tsunade, the future 4th Tsuchikage Karatsuchi, along with Gaara, the Wind Shadow, and his sister Tamari. The well-being of these 4 protectors would significantly impact the ultimate evaluation of the mission. The chat group finally released the list of protectors, as dozens of white clay bombs were hurled towards the positions of the 5 Kage, erupting in thunderous explosions. No one anticipated an aerial assault. After all, ninjas do not possess the ability to fly, save for Naka's particle jutsu. The attack was so sudden that most were caught off guard. Chapter 72, Deidara, Be My Son. The list of protectors was disclosed only now, making it nearly impossible to safeguard for individuals in such a brief span of time. Whitebeard speculated that even the legendary Katenra could not achieve this feat. He was unaware of Katenra's speed. Even if he could rescue all 4 in a single second, Whitebeard could see through the live broadcast that Katenra remained stationary, unmoving. How could one save others without taking action? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Engaging in such discussions within a chat group seems rather burdensome, does it not? Tony did not possess the formidable strength of Whitebeard. In his eyes, the chat group seemed deliberately intent on thwarting the completion of their tasks. The CAF attendant, who had a penchant for rabbits, remarked that the personnel list was revealed at the last possible moment, making it practically impossible to rescue all 4 individuals simultaneously. Moreover, the injuries sustained by the 4 would undoubtedly affect their ratings, clearly indicating a desire to deduct reward points. With such a significant explosion, it was inconceivable that no one would suffer even a minor injury. Dongxiang believed that this task assigned by the chat group was exceedingly difficult. The location of the 5 shadows had been transformed into a bottomless pit by the blast. Yet all present were skilled fighters who managed to evade the brunt of the explosion's fury. Gu Tianlang maintained a safe distance from the epicenter, but the debris propelled by the shockwave flew in all directions. Any stone that ventured within a 3-meter radius of Gu Tianlang would disintegrate into dust. Deidara was confident that this time he could injure everyone. Using the masked man's abilities, he had unexpectedly appeared in midair to launch his attack. And even the 5 shadows would likely sustain some degree of injury. Ha ha ha, art is an explosion. However, as the smoke cleared, everyone was left astonished. Mia and the guards of the 5 shadows were enveloped in a pale blue shield, which absorbed all the damage from the explosion. Deidara was momentarily stunned, questioning the nature of this phenomenon. What is this? What kind of ninjutsu is this? The right eye of the masked man, briefly exposed beneath his mask, reflected a flicker of surprise. Even he had not sensed the use of any ninjutsu. He turned to glance at Gu Tianlang, pondering whether he was the source of this unexpected occurrence. The strongest man on the surface. Is this some sort of protective barrier? How is this even possible? King expressed his bewilderment. In his world, there were many superpowered individuals, and he had some understanding of protective shields. Yet he found it utterly implausible to shield everyone in such a brief span of time. Tony is indeed not the wealthiest, big shot. Did you predict who the chat group would choose? Not at all. It was precisely because I couldn't guess that I decided to shield all the 5 shadows and their guards. He himself was unaware of who the chat group would select. However, since he mentioned the 5 shadows and their guards, Gu Tianlang took it upon himself, upon entering the 5 shadows conference room, to envelop all 5 shadows, 10 guards, and 3 ships within a protective barrier that would reveal any attacks. As for the guards from the Iron Country, Gu Tianlang felt no obligation to intervene. He was not a saint and could not extend protection to those unrelated to him or his interests. The daughter of the sleeping little 5 Lang, indeed. Our thoughts diverge from those of the big shot. While we are still pondering how best to safeguard several targets, the big shot opts for collective protection. Hinata and Kurumi stood beside Gu Tianlang, free from any concerns, thus he did not impose a protective shield upon them. Onlookers noted Onoki's advanced age. After observing the scene, he glanced at Gu Tianlang, whose expression remained inscrutable, as if he grasped everything. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I might have been injured by Deidara. Anoki, though formidable in direct confrontation among the five shadows, found that age had dulled his reflexes compared to the other four shadows in such unexpected scenarios. Gu Tianlang waved dismissively, urging him not to dwell on it. Subsequently, glimmers of blue light detached from several individuals, transforming into spheres of blue energy that soared back into Gu Tianlang's being, leaving only Tsunade, Karatsuchi, Shikamaru, and Gaara's protective barriers intact. The masked man expressed dissatisfaction towards Gu Tianlang, asserting that without him, this ambush would have been fruitless. What do you mean by this? Do you wish to oppose us? You continue your skirmishes. I merely came to observe, Gu Tianlang retorted coldly. Provided they could breach the barriers he had erected. With a sweeping gesture, Deidara conjured 4 colossal dragons from white clay in the sky. C2 multiple dragons. This was his unique ninjutsu, capable of utilizing explosive clay to form objects, resulting in tremendous explosive power ranging from C1 to C4. Several dragons dove towards the ground. And simultaneously, the guards of the 5 shadows unleashed their ninjutsu to counter the airborne clay dragons. Lightning release, lightning dragon. Water release, water dragon bullet. Fire release, fireball technique. Blue lightning dragon struck the sky, while countless wind blades slashed towards the heavens. A white dragon ignited spontaneously, and the attacks collided, erupting in a spectacular explosion. Karatsuchi, on the ground, sought to persuade Deidara to return to the hidden cloud, warning that the Akatsuki's ambitions to wage war against the 5 great ninja villages would lead only to his demise. Stop following the Akatsuki. Come back, you fool. Deidara, however, dismissed Karatsuchi's concerns. For him, the moment of explosion was art, and he would sacrifice everything for it. Explosion is art, Garuda. A clone, made of explosive clay and of Deidara's stature, plummeted towards the ground, only to be shattered by the 5 shadows guards. The puppet reducing to minuscule clay particles scattered across the earth. Deidara smiled with exhilaration, even if his technique was thwarted. The tiny explosive clay could still detonate inside an enemy if inhaled. Toby, however, held little hope for this tactic, as he had initially sought Deidara to intimidate the 5 shadows. With the ambush failing, it was impossible for Deidara alone to inflict harm upon them. Explosive clay rained down upon the ground, prompting the shadows present to activate their defensive ninjutsu. Seeing no opportunity for them to inhale the clay, Deidara shouted for all the explosive clay to detonate. The courtyard was engulfed in explosions, and the masked man glanced back at the individuals on the ground before casting a deep look at Gu Tianlang, using his spatial abilities to escape the scene. The expressions of the 5 shadows varied, but they all shared a common sentiment of discontent. They had been attacked at their doorstep and allowed their assailants to flee brazenly. At this juncture, to counter the might of the 7-tailed beasts, they had no choice but to unite the 5 great ninja villages. Chapter 73. The demon Tsunade spoke first, and the other 4 shadows concurred with her proposal, deciding to return to their villages to summon their ninjas and form a ninja alliance. With the mission accomplished and no injuries or fatalities among the targets, the administrator, Invincible Gogeta, earned 10,000 points, while members Hinata and the most formidable spirit each received 10,000 points. This mission was rated SSS, and the administrator, Invincible Gogeta, was awarded an additional 500,000 points. The blue auras surrounding Tsunade and the others vanished, and Gu Tianlang retracted the protective barriers. Nearby, Mei Taram exuded an alluring charm unique to mature women with every movement. You only provided protection to Princess Tsunade and the others. Do you deem me inferior? Observing the captivating Mei Taram, Gu Tianlang felt a jolt of discomfort. Unable to endure such a scene, he vanished in an instant. Kurumi glanced at Mei Taram before shutting down the live stream, departing from the world of Hokage. Chat group leader, I cannot fathom this notion of art. Karatsuchi seems quite fond of Deidara. Why not enjoy the comforts of the Tsuchikige's office rather than meddle in so-called art? Lin Ran, as a woman, also admired Karatsuchi's long, straight legs. It was baffling that Deidara showed no interest. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. He seems to have a few issues with his intellect, and I suspect he may be suffering from a significant ailment. Tony finds it incomprehensible that some individuals regard explosions as a form of art. Gu Tianlang, however, refrains from participating in their conversation, instead contemplating the reward system within the chat group. He discovers that not only is the world's power level and task difficulty linked to the points earned, but various other factors also influence the additional reward points. For instance, a level 10 enemy from Naruto may not be as formidable as a level 6 or 7 adversary from Dragon Ball. Yet the additional reward points for an SSS rank would undoubtedly surpass those from a level 6 Dragon Ball task. This mechanism seems entirely rational, as the difficulty reward points vary with the world's power levels, making it quite understandable. The current mission involves the random protection of individuals. Although the difficulty is not the highest, the constraints are numerous, and it is reasonable that the points awarded for this surpass those in the pirate world. However, Gu Tianlang remains baffled by the previous task, which involved annihilating an aberrant Emperor Rider, resulting in a staggering 10 million points, a reward he cannot fathom. The only plausible explanation is that the aberrant Emperor Rider summoned villains from other Kamen Rider universes, thereby affecting the development of multiple parallel timelines, rather than solely attributing the reward to his own strength. Yet, Gu Tianlang is not entirely certain if his speculation holds true. He is, at least, about 70 to 80% confident, with the validation of future task rewards yet to come. In the ensuing days, Gu Tianlang resumed his monotonous existence, observing as others in the group posted tasks, while he quietly awaited the arrival of the Universe Martial Arts event. To his surprise, the anticipated martial arts tournament was overshadowed by a message from the chat group announcing a new task. The administrator, Invincible Gogeta, instructed him to travel back to the Dragon Ball Z era and eliminate the ultimate life form, Majin Buu, born from ancient malevolent thoughts, with a task reward of 10,000 points. This mission did not categorize difficulty levels. The more formidable Buu appeared, the greater the additional points awarded. Gu Tianlang did not expect the chat group to assign such a mission. Majin Buu was indeed a powerful opponent during the Z era, yet he pales in comparison to Gu Tianlang's current prowess. He pressed the teleportation button and arrived in a secluded valley during the Dragon Ball Z period, where he found Buu, with his pink lower half clad in white training pants, resting atop a protruding rock in a light slumber. Goten and Trunks, filled with trepidation, huddled close to Piccolo, perplexed by Buu's current demeanor and why he did not seize the opportunity to eliminate them when they were vulnerable. Gu Tianlang concealed his energy, hovering above the group and observing them below. Suddenly, a man emanating a powerful aura approached at an astonishing speed, his energy so immense that Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks could hardly fathom such strength. "It's my brother. He is here," Goten exclaimed, recognizing the figure as Gohan, who had unlocked his potential under the Elder Kai. Piccolo was astounded, unable to reconcile the image of the boy he once protected with the formidable power he now possessed. How could Gohan be so strong? As the savior reemerged, Gohan stood opposite Buu, sensing the absence of life from his friends and family, save for Piccolo and the two boys. However, in a distant, desolate forest, Gohan detected the presence of Dend, which meant the Dragon Balls still existed, allowing the possibility of reviving everyone. A confident smile crept across Gohan's face as he approached Buu. Memories flooded back of his departure from the Kaioshin planet, where Goku had imparted his final words. "I'm sorry, Gohan. I am now a being of another world. Even if I were there, I could offer no assistance. Although I long to witness your immense power up close, we may never meet again, at least not until your demise. Please protect our Earth." Determined, Gohan resolved to safeguard their home in place of his father. The overwhelming aura emanating from Gohan unsettled up. Facing each other, Buu hesitated to strike. Gohan landed a punch to Buu's chin and followed with a side kick to his abdomen. Buu vanished, reappearing behind Gohan and launching a punch at the back of his head. Gohan effortlessly blocked it, spun around, and delivered a powerful blow, forcing Buu to stagger back. Gohan pursued, launching a kick that sent Buu soaring into the air, and unleashed a ki blast that struck Buu's back, forcing him into the ground in a rapid succession of attacks. As Buu remained buried for some time, Gohan stood at the edge of the crater, taunting, "Come on, don't play dead. I know that one T hurt you." Multiple energy blasts shot from beneath the earth, but Gohan, with veins bulging in his right arm, shattered the blast with a single punch. Buu erupted from the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches, the sheer force of which shattered the valley around them. Gohan, brimming with confidence, evaded all attacks with agile movements, prompting Buu to roar in fury. Once more, Gohan dispatched Buu to the ground, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Piccolo, watching in astonishment, could hardly believe his eyes. His son had not only survived, but had also acquired tremendous strength. The weight of protecting the Earth now rested once again on Gohan's shoulders. Chapter 74. The Strongest Individual. Administrator Invincible Gogeta activates the live broadcast. Tony, the not-so-wealthy, enters the live streaming room. The timid Zhao Zilong makes his entrance. The slumbering daughter of Little Five joins the stream. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, Goodness, another brawl. Why does the esteemed leader always commence a live stream with a fight? Timid as a mouse, Zhao Zilong remarks, "At last, I shall witness the prowess of the administrator." Is this adversary also of the explosive star caliber? Zhao Yan has reviewed the recordings in the group. Gu Qingfeng's battle against the Super One-Star Dragon displayed a terrifying destructive force capable of obliterating dozens of kilometers of urban landscape. However, due to Gu Tianlong's overwhelming strength, the Super One-Star Dragon was deprived of the opportunity to annihilate the Earth. Miss Hanada from the esteemed family adds, "That seems likely, as it appears that the esteemed leader's adversaries are consistently of the explosive star classification. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, one might say that in our eyes. The explosion of stars is truly remarkable. The powerful ones gauge their battles by the number of stars exploded, making star explosions a mere unit of measurement. The spiral flash super wheel dance, third style. However, this time, the adversary appears rather peculiar. That green creature, Cell, and the white one-star dragon. Yet this one is surprisingly a flamboyant pink. Let us christen it the flamboyant pink tentacle steam jettisoner. Upon seeing Bu's tentacles, coupled with the steam emanating from his body as he roars, the term instantly sprang to mind for Watergate, who fancied himself a genius at naming. He felt quite pleased with the new appellation he bestowed upon Bu. Yet, whether Bu shared his enthusiasm remains unknown. The destroyer of worlds, pink is pink. What else with the term flamboyant pink? Are you insinuating something? The slumbering daughter of 5. I initially aimed to assess his strength, but the chat group indicated that this mission is solely the administrator's exclusive task, prohibiting any evaluation of the target's prowess. Merely spectating the battle. Morlin felt as if she were deciphering an ancient text, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding, hence her desire to gauge Bu's strength. The chat group leader, indeed. I too cannot assess it. Perhaps Bu's nature is simply unique. Lin Ran was equally intrigued. This was her first encounter with an undetectable target. And the chat group offered no elucidation. Bu clumsily rose from the ground, his eyes fixated on Gohan as he unleashed a devastating energy wave. Gohan effortlessly deflected it with a single hand, while Bu's form contracted into a sphere, hurtling towards him with great speed. Gohan extended his hands to absorb the impact, crashing into the mountainside. Bu relentlessly attacked with his hands, but Gohan adeptly dodged, and Bu's tentacles shot forth beams of light. Gohan leapt to evade the onslaught, delivering an uppercut that sent Bu flying, then soared into the sky, delivering a kick to Bu's head that sent him crashing to the ground. Just a moment before hitting the earth, Bu steadied himself against the tremendous force, causing the ground to cave beneath him, and a vast area of land shattered into fragments. I shall not allow anyone to surpass me, perish. Bu's energy surged rapidly, and as his power reached its zenith, his form became notably bloated. Infuriated, Gohan swiftly moved to pull Piccolo and the young Goten and Trunks away from Bu's vicinity. A pink aura engulfed the air as Bu's body detonated, reducing a vast expanse to ashes, creating a bottomless pit that appeared endless at a glance. Gohan understood that given Bu's strength, the self-detonation could not possibly yield such limited power. Bu leveraged the energy from his explosion to escape underground. Even Gohan failed to detect Bu's presence, opting instead to lead the others in search of Ten, prioritizing his safety, for without the Dragon Balls, the deceased could never be resurrected. Gu Tianlang concealed his aura in the skies, leisurely trailing behind the group, showing no urgency to reveal himself. Bu lingered nearby Gohan and the others, as he awaited the cooldown period for Goten and Trunks fusion. In truth, Gu Tianlang did not entirely endorse Gohan's actions. Bu, utilizing the cover of his self-detonation, dared not unleash his full strength and could only gradually retreat. Should he exert excessive power, Gohan would undoubtedly sense his energy. Under such circumstances, Gohan merely needed to execute a large-scale attack to obliterate everything within hundreds of miles, thereby compelling Bu to reveal himself and eliminating him in one fell swoop. Yet, Gohan did not choose this path. Based on Gu Tianlang's understanding of him, Gohan likely feared that residual humans in the vicinity would perish in his widespread assault, which deterred him from launching an extensive bombardment. Such excessive compassion. After all, they would utilize the Dragon Balls for resurrection. Eliminating Bu remains paramount. Were he in Gohan's position, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation to eradicate Bu, denying him any chance of resurgence. However, this aligns with Gohan's inherently kind nature, as he refrains from harming others unless absolutely necessary. The members of the chat group simply observed Gu Tianlang's flight, remaining unaware of his true intentions. Tony, surely you do not think that the one named Bu is too feeble, Are you merely biding your time for him to grow stronger before you strike him down? Tony Stark increasingly found merit in the notion that one must not presume the actions of the ancient wolf based on conventional reasoning. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 style. It is highly probable that this is indeed the case. Yet there appears to be no immediate means to enhance boost strength. The elevation of power must be a gradual process, step by step. With the exception of their chat group, of course. Even if the ancient wolf refrains from eliminating Bu for the time being. Would he really wait for a year and a half for him to cultivate? Unrivaled in the world, Gogeta declared, there is no need for haste. He will soon become stronger. The ancient wolf calculated the time. Logically, the cooldown for the two little ones should be nearing its end. And Bu ought to be making his appearance shortly. Just as the ancient wolf was contemplating the timing, Bu positioned himself before Gohan and the others, provocatively pointing a finger at the two youngsters. You two, quickly utilize your recent transformation and let us settle this. Once I defeat you, I shall dispose of this fellow. Gohan was reluctant to grant him that opportunity, his fists clenched, ready to strike. However, Goten and Trunks restrained him, seizing the moment to redeem their previous defeat. They struck a peculiar fusion dance pose, their bodies merging into one, and thus Gotenks emerged. The moment he appeared, he unleashed a furious transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Intending for a swift resolution, denying Bu any chance of a comeback. Upon witnessing his brother's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, whose energy was no less than Bu's, Gohan relaxed his combat stance, choosing to afford his brother the opportunity to shine. The ancient wolf, observing from the air, noted the two masses of flesh separating from Bu's back, gradually writhing towards Gotenks from the ground, while the other mass targeted Piccolo. Everything was unfolding according to plan. By the time Piccolo and Gotenks reacted, they were already ensnared in the fate of assimilation, effortlessly absorbed by Bu. Chapter 75, The Mightiest Demon. Bu's physique underwent a transformation. For the first time, he sprouted a nose and donned the battle attire of the Metamorphs, giving Gotenks Super Saiyan 3 combat prowess, which far surpassed that of Bu and Piccolo. Bu's appearance began to reflect some semblance of Gotenks. His energy surged significantly, and Gohan silently lamented the predicament. Even he was uncertain of his ability to triumph over the current Bu, infused with Gotenks' strength. While Goten and Trunks' fusion did not yield the overwhelmingly superior amplification that Goku and Vegeta's fusion produced, Gotenks' raw power certainly equaled, if not surpassed, that of Goku, who was still in the early stages of Super Saiyan 3 and struggled with his energy control. However, in a direct confrontation, Goku would undoubtedly prevail. The disparity in combat experience was far too significant, rendering any life-and-death battle unwinnable for Gotenks. Bu, slightly weaker than Super Saiyan 3, now possessed the power of the fused Gotenks, undoubtedly placing him above the mid-level of Super Saiyan 3. Gohan, designated as the strongest individual during the Z era, boasted peak early Super Saiyan 3 strength, transitioning towards mid-level, which certainly surpassed Goku's current mastery of Super Saiyan 3. Yet, against this form of Bu, he found himself at a disadvantage. As they clashed, Gohan quickly found himself overwhelmed. Not only was he weaker than Bu, who had absorbed Piccolo, but Bu was also capable of anticipating Gohan's attacks, given Piccolo's profound understanding of him. On the distant Kaioshin planet, the Elder Kaioshin bestowed upon Goku an additional 500 years of lifespan, encouraging him to assist Gohan, for he discerned that Gohan was no match for Gotenks' Bu. In a moment of desperation, Goku accepted the gift, and with the Elder Kaioshin's aid, returned to Earth. At that moment, Gohan was half-kneeling on the ground. As Gotenks' Bu gathered energy to eliminate him, the members of the chat group watched in anguish, unaware of why the ancient wolf remained a mere spectator. Chat group leader, Great One, why do you not intervene? Are you waiting for Bu to absorb Son Gohan as well? Lin Ran surmised the ancient wolf's intentions. Perhaps he was dissatisfied with Gotenks' Bu's strength and awaited Bu's absorption of Gohan to achieve his most formidable form. Unrivaled in the world, Gogeta remarked. Indeed. But it seems Goku has arrived, along with Vegeta. The ancient wolf sensed Vegeta's presence as his energy departed from the underworld, soon to reach Earth. Since he intended for Bu to grow stronger, he might as well allow him to absorb everyone. Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave, deflecting Gotenks' Bu's attack and rescuing the beleaguered Gohan. Father, Gohan exclaimed, astonished by Goku's arrival. Yet even in a confrontation between the two, they were no match for Gotenks' Bu. Goku tossed the Patera earrings to Gohan, who unexpectedly failed to catch them. The earrings tumbled into the rubble, and Goku, exasperated, urged Gohan to quickly retrieve the earrings and initiate the fusion. A fierce battle for the earrings ensued, with Gotenks Bu and Goku clashing in midair. Yet the disparity in power was painfully evident. Goku was being soundly beaten by Bu. Is this the so-called strongest in the universe? You are pathetically weak and hardly my opponent. You should hasten to absorb those two as well. A voice resonated within Bu's mind, causing Gotenks Bu, who was leisurely engaging with Goku, to look around in alarm. Goku, perplexed by Bu's sudden reaction, continued to delay his attacks, hoping Gohan would locate the earrings. Bu could not discern who was speaking to it. It believed itself to be the strongest in the universe. How could anyone communicate with it so unobtrusively? The ancient wolf, concealed within the layers of the atmosphere, observed the bewildered Gotenks Bu below. He decided to let him squander a bit more time. Once the fusion time expired, Bu's power would plummet, a scenario he wished to avert. Thus, he transmitted a message to Gotenks Bu, knowing it would be eager to absorb the two. The chat group members remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, attentively watching the live broadcast without posing further inquiries. Chat group leader, I cannot fathom why Gohan, capable of catching bullets with his eyes closed, failed to grasp a mere earring this time. This was one of Lin Rant's greatest confusions regarding Dragon Ball. Such a premise seemed utterly absurd. It was inconceivable that Gohan could miss it. Unrivaled in the world, Gogeta responded, if he had caught it. What would happen to Chi-Chi and Videl? Gohan was gravely injured, and with Goku tossing out the earrings without prior notice, it was only natural that Gohan, who was prepared to accept his fate, was momentarily unable to catch them. Moreover, the fusion of Gohan and Goku, to be frank, could not match the strength of the fusion between Vegeta and Goku. The examples of East Kaioshin and Kibito illustrate this point. Despite both possessing Super Saiyan-level powers and fusing with the earrings, their combined strength did not even reach the level of Super Saiyan 2. In contrast, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, one being Super Saiyan 3 and the other Super Saiyan 2, allowed them to suppress Majin Buu after Gohan's absorption, indicating that Vegito in his base form possessed strength far exceeding that of Goku's Super Saiyan 3. While it is expected that two strong individuals will become even stronger when fused, this is not an absolute rule. Goku and Vegeta are not only rivals but also cherished friends, and the duality of their bond amplifies their power significantly. A single phrase from Gutenlang left Lin Rant speechless. And had Gohan managed to catch the earrings, it was uncertain whether they could revert from the fusion after half an hour. After all, aside from gods, the fusion via earrings can only last for half an hour, as established in Dragon Ball Super, and it is unknown whether this would hold true in the Z era. If they truly fused, it could result in complications. Below, Majin Buu, as Gutenlang anticipated, grew restless and anxious, unable to accept the existence of someone stronger than himself. For he considered himself the mightiest in the universe. Under the pressure of power, Buu seized the moment when Goku was unguarded and absorbed him into his being. Gohan, clutching the earrings he had just found, was at a loss for what to do. Buu's strength surged again as he charged down and, with a few strikes, severely wounded Gohan, absorbing him as well. Given that Gohan's power surpassed that of Gotenks and Goku, Buu's form underwent another transformation. His upper body was clad in an orange martial arts uniform, adorned with wrist guards, and his antennae elongated by several centimeters, the greater Buu's strength. The longer his antennae grew, Buu erupted into maniacal laughter, as pink lightning struck down from the clouds. His laughter alone causing nearby mountains to shatter and the seas to rise in tumultuous waves. At this juncture, Beerus descended upon Earth, while Vegeta arrived belatedly. Gazing upon this formidable adversary, Vegeta's heart sank with the realization that he would be slain, with no chance of victory. Yet, the proud Saiyan Prince would never flee. Even in the face of death, he would not be cowed into retreat. In Chapter 76, Gutenlang made his move. Gohan Buu glanced at Vegeta, vanishing from his original position and reappearing before him in an instant. A purple energy sphere pressed against Vegeta's face. Before Vegeta could react, he was struck down heavily. And Gohan Buu took the opportunity to absorb him as well. Sensing the moment was ripe, Gutenlang emerged from the spatial layers and flew before Gohan Buu, who remained oblivious to Gutenlang's presence, lost in the ecstasy of newfound power. Gutenlang unleashed a punch, the fierce wind from his strike crossing the 100-meter gap between them, leaving a gash on Gohan Buu's face. The wound healed almost instantaneously, and only then did Gohan Buu regard Gutenlang, the tension of impending battle palpable. Gohan Buu gathered energy, significantly increasing his power, a pink aura coalescing into an energy sphere that radiated outward. Gutenlang's body shimmered with a golden aura, forming a colossal golden sphere of energy. The two forces collided, the pink sphere dissipating upon contact, and Gohan Bu was sent hurtling thousands of meters away by Gutenlang's might. Though the clash of energies was swift, the residual shock waves scattered the clouds, leaving the trees and buildings below obliterated, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland, with the space itself trembling. Observers in the chat group, though accustomed to witnessing Gutenlang's prowess, were still left in awe each time. The timid Zhao Zilong remarked, "Is this the power of the administrator? It's simply astounding. A force of world-destroying caliber." As a warrior, Zhao Yun found it hard to fathom that humans could attain such extraordinary strength. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Administrator, everyone step aside. I am about to show off. CAF attendant fond of rabbits. The boss is either overpowering his adversaries or en route to do so. Dong Xiang had anticipated the outcome of the battle. She no longer believed anyone could defeat Gu Qifeng. Instead, she was curious to know if anyone could compel Gu Qifeng to fight with greater seriousness. Group leader of the chat, in the Dragon Ball world, let us inquire about who the true father is. According to Dragon Ball law, whenever Goku and Vegeta appear, they inevitably crush their opponents. Winning is uncertain, but they can certainly overpower their foes. It was you who just called me too weak. I must eliminate you. Gohan Bu, incredulous, charged at Gu Tianlang, having absorbed so many individuals and grown immensely powerful, yet still found himself no match for Gu Tianlang. His rapid assault was effortlessly evaded. Failing to make contact with Gu Tianlang, Gohan Bu unleashed the prince's technique, releasing countless waves of energy, while Gu Tianlang transformed into numerous afterimages. Skillfully navigating through the barrage of light, in a fit of rage, Gohan Bu executed a massive energy wave, which struck Gu Tianlang directly in an instant. Ha ha ha. You mocked me, but I am the strongest. A triumphant smile crept across Gohan Bu's face, believing that this strike would severely injure his opponent. As the dust settled, Gu Tianlang hovered in the air, his expression as calm as ever. The energy wave had failed to inflict any damage, not even tearing a thread of his garment. Gohan Bu's expression darkened, astonished by Gu Tianlang's overwhelming power. Before he could react, Gu Tianlang was upon him, delivering a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour. Gohan Bu's form crumpled under the assault, his pink body bearing the imprint of fists. Placing a hand on Bu's waist, Gu Tianlang fired an energy sphere that sent Gohan Bu soaring into the air. As the smoke cleared, the lower half of Gohan Bu was obliterated, leaving only his upper body gasping for breath, rendered helpless and disheveled. In an instant, Gohan Bu's form restored itself, attempting a knife hand strike that Gu Tianlang deftly evaded. Following up with a whip kick that also missed, the two brushed past each other. Gohan Bu opened his mouth wide, gathering energy to unleash a shockwave. Gu Tianlang remained unperturbed, extending his right hand to press against the pink energy sphere, forcefully redirecting it back into Gohan Bu's mouth. The energy exploded within Bu, releasing steam, and white smoke billowed from his mouth. Unable to confront his opponent directly, Gohan Bu resorted to trickery. Tiny holes in his body emitted white smoke, attempting to obscure Gu Tianlang's vision. Gu Tianlang chuckled softly, surprised that Bu would commit such a rudimentary error. Bursting into the mist, Gohan Bu unleashed a torrent of blows. He expelled a childlike spirit towards Gu Tianlang, a technique of Gotenks, which would explode upon contact with an enemy. However, before the spirit could reach Gu Tianlang, it detonated under the immense pressure of his aura. With a shift of his gaze, Gohan Bu cautiously approached Gu Tianlang, who did not retaliate. "Do you like chocolate?" Upon uttering this, Gohan Bu extended long tendrils that emitted transformation beams. Gu Tianlang stood still, not making any effort to resist, allowing the beams to envelop him, instantly transforming him into a chocolate sphere no larger than 2 or 3 centimeters. Gohan Bu, witnessing Gu Tianlang's magical transformation into chocolate, erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach and rolling joyfully in the air. The members of the chat group were taken aback by the swift turn of events. The once dominant Gu Tianlang had been reduced to a mere chocolate ball. How could a chocolate possibly defeat an enemy? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. The magnate seems to be stalling. What now? Is there anyone who can come to the magnate's rescue? Tony Stark was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how the invincible powerhouse could be transformed into a mere chocolate. The spiral flash super wheel dance. How Shin, to be candid, this individual surpasses me. Perhaps if we all join forces, we might stand a chance. Watergate recognized that he was no match for Bu. Yet Gu Tianlang seldom put on airs in the group and treated everyone with kindness. This was one of the reasons why the members of the group held Gu Qifeng in such high regard. Even if he couldn't defeat Bu, he couldn't bear to watch Gu Tianlang perish. For the sake of his current girlfriend, he resolved to confront his ex. Count me in. Once I transform, I'll join the fray. Be my son. I shall also participate. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, I will join as well. Strength lies in numbers. The slumbering daughter of Little Five, though I may not be of much assistance, I cannot allow a great one to meet his demise. Group leader, why are you all panicking? Do not underestimate the administrator. He is more than capable of evading such an attack. The fact that he does not evade signifies his lack of fear towards this move. Simply observe closely. Lin Ran was not concerned for Gu Qingfeng's safety. Despite having absorbed Goku and Vegeta more than the usual narrative, Buu's power would peak at Super Saiyan 3. Even Super Saiyan Vegeta could disregard magical assaults. And with Gu Tianlong's strength, there would be no issue whatsoever. Chapter 77, The Annihilation of Bu. The unassailable Goku and Vegeta remain calm. It's merely a transformation into a chocolate, a trivial matter indeed. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. My goodness, I've been transformed into chocolate. Can I still converse in the group? Tony never anticipated that Gudianglang could speak, and judging by his tone, it seemed he was entirely unfazed by Buu's assault. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, remarked, "Your heart is immense, great one. Can you still move? Perhaps we should retreat for now and devise a means to unravel this enchantment. Afterward, you may confront him." Hinata could not fathom how a mere chocolate ball could vanquish an adversary. The invincible Goku Vegeta proclaimed, 5 words drift through the sky. This is but a trifling matter. Gudianglang stretched his body, deliberately allowing himself to be struck to ascertain the true nature of Buu's beam. All sensory perceptions remained intact. Yet his physique had been fundamentally altered at a molecular level. He had transformed into this chocolate ball, devoid of limbs. At last, Gohan Bu ceased his laughter, extending a hand to seize the chocolate ball and consume it. As the chocolate ball shifted, evading Gohan Buu's grasp, Gudianglang's voice resonated. "You don't truly believe that such a trivial trick could defeat me, do you? Humph, no matter how formidable you may be at present. You are merely a chocolate ball. How could you possibly contend with me?" Gohan Bu scoffed, dismissing the notion that a mere chocolate posed any threat. If he could not even conquer a simple confection, he would have no face left to show in the world. The chocolate ball danced nimbly, evading Buu's onslaught while launching rapid-fire strikes against Gohan Bu, who found himself rendered nearly helpless. He could not comprehend how Gudianglang retained such terrifying power, and the smaller form made it increasingly difficult for him to land a hit. Gohan Bu even harbored a growing fear of this chocolate ball. "Once I catch you, I shall consume you whole." As Gohan Bu unleashed a shockwave, the black chocolate ball deftly maneuvered, using the light waves as cover. He finally succeeded in grasping the chocolate ball, feeling as though victory was assured. Once captured, no matter how strong it might be, it would inevitably be devoured. "You're finished." "Oh, is that truly the case?" The chocolate ball pierced through Gohan Buu's palm, emerging from his shoulder, effectively perforating him. "Your opponent is the strongest chocolate in the entire universe." Onlookers in the chat group were left in awe, never having imagined such a turn of events. It appeared that as long as one possessed sufficient strength, the nature of one's form became utterly inconsequential. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Goodness. It seems that aside from people, I can't even compete with chocolate. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3rd style. This is somewhat absurd. But since this chocolate is purportedly the strongest in the universe, it might as well be named the Pitch Black Dimensional Quaking Chocolate. Group chat leader, however, how do you intend to revert? Are you waiting for Gohan and Bu to voluntarily undo it? Invincible Goku Vegeta? Revert? I can change back myself. Group chat leader, then why don't you? Invincible Goku Vegeta. Oh, I meant to see what it's like to be in a chocolate body. The ancient wolf erupted with energy, and boundless power surged from the chocolate. Yet this move has its limitations. If the enemy is too powerful, it will be ineffective. Could it be that striking Xeno could transform him into chocolate? That would surely be futile. Otherwise, Bu would have long become invincible. Amidst the blinding golden light, the chocolate orb began to transform, and the ancient wolf reappeared before Gohan Bu, refraining from further attack, arms crossed as he surveyed Gohan Bu. Bu smirked wickedly. And behind the ancient wolf, a portion of its body, transformed into chocolate, was slowly approaching pieces of flesh that had fallen from the ancient wolf's severed arm. Unaware of the impending danger, the flesh enveloped the ancient wolf, returning to Gohan Bu's body. The scene shifted to within Gohan Bu, where the ancient wolf stood unscathed. Surveying the surrounding energy signatures and locating Goku and the others, he certainly could not allow himself to inadvertently eliminate Goku along with Bu. After all, Buu's peak strength was merely at this level. There was no need to waste more time. He headed straight for Goku's position, shattering countless organs of Bu along the way. Upon successfully locating the group, He used instant transmission to send Goku, Gohan, and Fat Buu all to the Supreme Kai's realm. The old Supreme Kai and East Supreme Kai were lamenting that no one could defeat Buu anymore, unless they awakened the slumbering Beerus, whose explosive temper could pose an even greater threat than Buu. Then they witnessed the ancient wolf tossing Goku and the others one by one, before returning to Earth. With the absence of Fat Buu, the most primitive form of Buu emerged, the purest yet most malevolent beings, roaring so fiercely that it seemed the very fabric of space would shatter. Without a moment's hesitation, it raised its hand to unleash an energy wave aimed at obliterating the Earth. The ancient wolf swiftly deflected the attack with a single slap, then delivered a punch that decimated Little Buu's head, following up with a large energy wave that utterly annihilated Little Buu, leaving not even a cell behind. Even with Little Buu's extraordinarily abnormal regenerative abilities, there was no escape from such a fate. Administrator Invincible Goku Vegeta completed the task, earning 500,000 reward points. Administrator Invincible Goku Vegeta closed the live stream. Gohan Buu is currently the strongest version of Buu, while Little Buu's strength lies in its grotesque regenerative capacity and boundless stamina. In terms of sheer power, there is no comparison to Gohan Buu. To illustrate simply, in the original narrative, when facing Gotenks Buu, Super Saiyan 3 Goku lacked the confidence to engage, fully aware that he was no match, let alone against the mightiest Gohan Buu. However, when facing Little Buu, Goku felt that if he could gather energy for a minute, he could surely eliminate Little Buu. Yet, he later discovered that in his living state, the Super Saiyan 3 form continually leaked energy, preventing him from fully charging. This indirectly indicates that Gohan Buu far surpasses Little Buu. Glancing at this world, he pondered whether his presence might induce new changes in this timeline, yet he couldn't muster the energy to dwell on such matters. The ancient wolf instantaneously returned to Universe 7, collapsing onto the large bed in his hotel room, slipping into a deep slumber. The next morning, he awoke to find that it was Valentine's Day, with couples crowding the streets, leaving the ancient wolf as the solitary figure. Observing the throngs of people, he felt that reality was exceedingly harsh, offering no kindness to the single. Chapter 78, The World-Ending Python. In public, embracing and cuddling, what a disgrace. Do they have no shame? Don't they realize that others might envy them? They truly lack decorum. In a hurry, he arrived at Bulma's house as usual to mooch a meal. After dining, while contemplating his plans for the afternoon, the group chat announced a new mission. Group chat leader, the world-ending python is about to descend in my area, and a multitude of corpses have been resurrected by evil forces. Eliminate the world-ending python and assist the group leader in finding a safe refuge. Reward, 60,000 points. Task difficulty, level 10, hell difficulty. Group member limit, 3. The sleeping daughter of Kogoro Muri. Group leader, didn't you say your universe is very safe? How could such a creature exist? Ran Muri recalled Lin Ran mentioning that her home planet was secure, devoid of formidable monsters, where people lived safely. Yet, the name world-ending python alone instilled a sense of foreboding. Group chat leader, I don't know. I've never heard of this thing. Lin Ran was equally puzzled. Her traversed planet was quite peaceful, neither apocalyptic nor spiritually awakened. Since arriving, she had lived alone in a remote cabin, occasionally venturing to distant cities for supplies. Never having heard of any monsters. This planet resembled her previous blue star closely, with similar levels of technology. The time-devouring fairy, Group leader, danger approaches. Is there anyone available to assist her? Kurumi had a favorable impression of everyone in the group, in her quest to eliminate the origin fairy. She had slain countless humans to devour enough time to return and kill the origin fairy. This had left her with nearly no friends in this world. However, after joining the chat group, and with the group prohibiting members from harming others, which would lead to immediate erasure, her relationships with the group members gradually improved, making them her few remaining friends. Tony is indeed not the wealthiest. This adversary presents a challenge of hellish proportions. However, the group leader should not fear him. Lin Ran, who once transformed into a guru, possesses formidable strength, rendering her capable of handling ordinary monsters with ease. Yet, Lin Ran harbors doubts about her own capabilities. She can utilize various powers from the chat group's marketplace, albeit with significant limitations. Not only is there a restriction on the number of uses, but not all items from the marketplace can be employed freely. This predicament arises from her immortal essence, which, by a twist of fate, has been bestowed upon Gu Tianlang as a form of compensation from the chat group. Crucially, the benefits associated with being a group leader are inapplicable within her own universe. Lin Ran, desiring to exchange for a particular item she cherishes, has accumulated points without enhancing her own strength. Consequently, her true abilities remain akin to what they were before. Her martial prowess suffices to subdue several ordinary individuals, yet she finds herself powerless against opponents wielding firearms. Fortunately, the chat group has issued a task. Otherwise, she would have to rely solely on her points to exchange for abilities to ensure her survival in this realm. The administrator, the invincible Gogeta, accepts the task. The group member, Tony, is also not the wealthiest, and another member, who is willing to defend his current girlfriend by confronting his ex, accepts the task. Just as Lin Ran prepares to speak, a flash of white light engulfs her surroundings, and the figure of Gu Tianlang materializes before her. The administrator, Gogeta, completes the task and earns a reward of 20,000 points. The group members, Tony and the one defending his current girlfriend, each receive 20,000 points as well. The task was accomplished in a mere second. Rated SSS, the administrator, Gogeta, is granted an additional reward of 300,000 points, while the group members, Tony and the defender, each receive an extra 10,000 points. At this moment, beside Gu Tianlang and Lin Ran, a flash of white light appears once more, heralding the arrival of Gu and Tony. Tony Stark's expression was peculiar, a blend of discomfort and joy, evoking a sense of frustration. Why was I here? Wouldn't it be better to simply remain at home? Even before my arrival, I was notified that the task was completed, leaving me with no sense of involvement. Gu Tianlang chuckled helplessly. It was clear that the sooner the enemies were eliminated, the better, for it would affect the final task rating. Gu wore a similar expression. Aware that they were destined to achieve an effortless victory with Gu Tianlang's presence, yet they had not anticipated such ease. What was the situation with the corpse being attacked? Weren't they supposed to find a secure refuge? Gu Tianlang pointed to Lin Ran's quaint cabin. I have enhanced her dwelling with a protective shield, rendering it impervious to malevolent forces within a 50-meter radius. As for the corpse that had been resurrected, I surmise it might be a zombie or a similar creature. Lin Ran was taken aback, her legs involuntarily trembling, as a girl naturally harbors an instinctive dread of such entities. Zombie, please don't frighten me, esteemed one. Who is scaring you? A corpse has emerged from the ground 10 miles to your left. Judging by its aura, it appears to be a zombie. Not the kind of creature you fear. Rest assured, with my protective shield, no one can intrude. While conversing, Gu Tianlang sensed a shift in nearby energies. Deducing that it might be the malevolent force emanating from the world-destroying giant python, which had stirred the corpse's necrotic essence, prompting its resurrection. Nevertheless, the protective shield he had established near Lin Ran's cabin was formidable. Any being carrying an evil aura would be unable to breach it. Tony Stark glanced to the left and right, curiously searching for quite some time, yet he could not find the object of his desire. Might you enlighten me on the whereabouts of the world-devouring python? He inquired. There seemed to be no colossal serpent in sight. Gu Tianlang pointed straight ahead. Indeed, Tony's luck was rather fortuitous, for there was, in fact, a living python. However, whether it possessed the power to bring about the apocalypse remained uncertain. Well, you shall see shortly. If you find yourselves feeling bored, there is a python over there that I entrust to you both to handle. Tony propelled forward with jets of flame beneath his feet, while the Gu pondered momentarily, choosing not to hastily pursue him. Instead, he strolled alongside Gu Tianlang Lin Ran, gradually making their way in that direction. Tony soared several miles before finally locating the ferocious python spoken of by Gu Tianlang. Gazing upon the colossal serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, Tony's initial reaction was one of skepticism. Was the boss merely pulling his leg? Wasn't this creature simply a mutated giant python? The immense serpent, having spotted Tony in the sky, coiled itself around a towering tree, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a lethal strike. Chapter 79, The Ferocious Python. Tony directed his palm towards the colossal python, as the metallic shell shed away, unveiling a diminutive diffuser within. A tremendous ultrasonic assault was unleashed. Countless birds soared into the distance, while myriad small creatures scurried away in panic. The python, startled, coiled its massive body, its cold serpentine gaze fixated intently on Tony. From the armor on Tony's left hand, 3 syringes were propelled, containing a tranquilizing fluid. His intention was to capture the enormous python for research purposes. Although the results were far from his expectations, the creature's impressive size still held considerable scientific value. Under the relentless suppression of ultrasonic waves, the syringes successfully made contact with the python's body. However, the situation did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. The needle tips not only failed to penetrate the python's flesh, but also shattered upon impact, as if they had struck a solid steel plate rather than the serpent itself. Crafted from a special material, these syringes could pierce even ordinary iron, so it was unfathomable that they could not breach the defenses of a mere python. Tony retracted the ultrasonic device from his right hand. The shoulder armor retracted, and two small cannons emerged, revealing his miniature rocket launcher. With a sense of caution to avoid accidentally killing his prey, Tony aimed for the creature's tail. 3 rockets were launched in rapid succession, but to his astonishment, the beast was remarkably swift. Freed from the interference of the ultrasound, its coiled body leapt, evading 2 of the rockets. However, the last one proved unavoidable, exploding upon impact with its tail. The 2 missed projectiles obliterated the towering trees that had long been the python's habitat, severing the stout trunks that required 2 individuals to encircle, which then crashed to the ground, sending a cascade of leaves into the air. On the sandy path, now carpeted with foliage, dark blood dripped incessantly from above, revealing the massive serpent suspended midair, its tail swaying from side to side. The tip now a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Tony grew increasingly curious about the anatomy of the gigantic python. Could a serpent truly soar through the air? The monstrous creature opened its gaping maw and expelled a mass of black liquid, the nature of which eluded Tony, though it was evidently not a benign substance. Activating the energy propulsion system beneath his feet to full power, he narrowly evaded the python's assault. With a burst of crimson light, he directed an arc pulse cannon at the beast, its tracking capability ensuring it struck true, obliterating a third of the python's tail. The python, reeling from this blow, quickly succumbed to weakness, plummeting into the jungle below with a pained wail. Ancient Celestial Wolf and his companions approached, and as Tony observed the thrashing serpent, he turned to the Celestial Wolf with a hint of resignation. Is this the apocalyptic python? It appears to be merely a mutated serpent. While it can expel that black liquid, it hardly seems formidable, my friend. However, the expressions of Lin Ran and Dagu shifted dramatically, particularly Lin Ran, whose pupils widened in stark terror, as if he had encountered something truly dreadful. Who told you this was the apocalyptic python? The true python is behind you. The Celestial Wolf gestured toward Tony's rear, urging him to look back. Behind me? That's just the little serpent, incapacitated by its injuries. Lin Ran, why do you wear such a countenance? Tony did not turn back. After all, what was there to fear from a mere snake of over 10 meters? Girls are simply timid. Upon encountering such creatures, they tend to be easily frightened. Lin Ran pointed behind Tony, and Dagu brandished his divine light stick, poised to transform at any moment. Suddenly, an ominous sensation washed over Tony. He stiffly turned around, only to find 2 enormous eyes, larger than his own, fixating on him with a bloodthirsty and indifferent gaze from behind. Startled, Tony quickly propelled himself away, flying several dozen meters to join Gu Tianlang and the others, where he finally discerned what it truly was. A colossal black python, adorned with 3 heads, was coiling its massive form around a mountain several hundred meters away. Tony estimated the serpent's length to be at least 200 meters, with its tail extending beyond 100 meters away towards the towering mountain, while its massive head loomed ominously over him. Moreover, a significant portion of its body remained coiled around the colossal peak. I pondered how a mere 10-meter snake could possibly be deemed the world-destroying python. It must possess such formidable dimensions to merit the title of a world-destroying python. Tony felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. He had now discovered a new research objective. He had never encountered a colossal python with 3 heads, an extraordinary phenomenon undoubtedly rich in research potential. Dagu, let us join forces and vanquish this beast together. Once I achieve breakthroughs in my studies, I shall craft a suit of iron armor for you, sparing you from those frequent mishaps. All right, Digga, Dagu replied, envisioning how much more impressive he would appear in the iron armor compared to Tony, which would greatly enhance his stature in Lena's eyes. The monstrous python, having noticed its severely injured counterpart on the ground, let out a deafening roar and lunged its massive tongue at Tony. With such a formidable opponent, Tony was unfazed by the prospect of accidentally delivering a fatal blow. 6 miniature rocket launchers emerged from his shoulder, unleashing a barrage of 12 projectiles, while his hands discharged arcs of electric pulse fire towards the gigantic serpent. Regardless of its size, it remained merely a snake, and the 10-meter-long python was not immune to his assault. The rockets struck the python's head, but to his astonishment, its skin proved remarkably resilient. The offensive had little effect. The pulse cannon fired by Tony proved to be of little effect, failing even to penetrate the skin of the colossal serpent. Fortunately, the immense size of the beast allowed Tony to narrowly evade its jaws, thanks to the maneuverability of his jet pack. In the process, he managed to unleash several rounds, which found their way into the creature's gaping maw. As the monstrous python brushed past Tony, it redirected its attention towards Gu Tianlang and Lin Ran. Just as the serpent's enormous fangs drew perilously close to the two, a brilliant blue-white light erupted, and a massive fist shot upward, striking the serpent's head and propelling it into the air. With a graceful landing, the formidable Digga made a dazzling entrance, striking a combat stance. In that moment, he found himself at a loss on how to confront the colossal serpent, as the disparity in their sizes was staggering. The serpent was at least 4 times his length, and the consequences of being ensnared by such a creature were all too clear. Tony's miniature missiles detonated within the maw of the python, yet their impact was but fleeting, serving no discernible purpose whatsoever. Tony flew to Digga's side, pondering how to defeat the colossal serpent. When an adversary reaches a certain size, even a lack of strength can translate into a significant advantage. Not to mention, this creature possessed a tough exterior. Rockets could not harm it, nor could missiles pierce its hide. Digga's 100,000-ton fist struck the serpent's jaw unguarded, yet the beast merely recoiled slightly, showing no signs of injury. In the 80th chapter, The True World-Destroying Serpent, Dagu remarked, Lin Ran mentioned you are a mage, so unleash your powerful ray against it. Upon hearing Tony's words, Digga nodded slightly, crossing his arms before his chest as the energy crystal atop his head radiated a crimson glow, transforming his form into a powerful variant. Clenching his fists, he charged at the serpent, evoking both astonishment and ire from Tony. At 200 meters, you are merely 50, and yet you dare engage in close combat. Even if I implore you, can't you just unleash your ray? Lin Ran listened intently from the ground, aware of Tony's suggestion for Digga to utilize his ray. However, Digga, after nodding in agreement, opted for hand-to-hand combat instead. Why agree to use the ray only to engage in melee? Dagu seemed insistent on close combat, disregarding all counsel. Lin Ran's sarcastic remarks went unanswered, as he knew Dagu would soon find himself at a disadvantage, a prediction that proved true. Faced with the 3-headed serpent, Dagu struggled to retaliate against the relentless onslaught. 2 of the serpent's heads bit at Digga while he grasped the creature's massive jaws with both hands. The 3rd head, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a surge of energy aimed at Digga's chest. Digga swiftly kicked out with his right leg, deflecting the incoming head, though he narrowly avoided the bite. The energy beam still struck his right shoulder, causing him to stagger backward. Losing his grip on the serpent's heads, Digga, in a moment of retaliation, enveloped his right hand in crimson light and executed a powerful punch that landed squarely on one of the serpent's heads. In this initial encounter, both parties sustained injuries. A luminous substance, reminiscent of blood, seeped from Digga's shoulder, while the serpent-struck head lost its initial vigor, its eyes reflecting a dazed confusion. Employing his healing ability, Digga pressed his left hand against his wounded body, a milky light gathering in his palm. After several seconds of pressure on the injury, he released his hand, and the wound had healed. Neither Digga nor the serpent rushed into further attacks, both searching for an opening in the other's defenses. Meanwhile, Tony readied his most formidable weapon yet. From his back emerged a miniature impact wave flame projectile, while 2 launchers revealed themselves from his armor, equipped with several missile components, ready to combine with the flame projectile on his back. A beam of light emanated from Tony's chest, infusing energy into the fireball. Once everything was prepared, the fireball was launched towards the lower half of the colossal serpent. The serpent, dismissing this attack from what it perceived as an insignificant creature, continued to fix its gaze on Digga. The fireball effortlessly struck its target, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated through the forest over 100 meters away. Trees that were relatively close were uprooted by the force, while the more distant and sturdier trees shed their leaves in a flurry. Amidst the shockwave, a blaze ignited, consuming everything in its path, and several missiles were intermixed within the flames. Yet, despite such a fierce onslaught, the serpent remained fixated on Digga, as this degree of flame posed no threat to it. The mountains, entwined around its body, bore no vegetation on their peaks, and boulders occasionally tumbled down, a result of the shockwave's tremors and the relentless bombardment of missiles, threatening an imminent collapse. Digga resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. After reverting to his combined form, he crossed his arms before him, then spread them outward to gather energy, ultimately releasing a white, ultra-high temperature beam in an L shape. The serpent's central head expelled a stream of black liquid, which met the light beam in a fierce collision, with the beam easily overpowering the dark substance. The 2 lateral heads of the serpent opened wide, unleashing freezing rays and purple lightning, as 3 distinctly different forces merged to counter Digga's beam. Daiku attempted to amplify the energy output. The timer on his chest glowed brightly, and the beam he emitted thickened considerably, reaching a precarious equilibrium with the serpent's assault. At the center of their energy clash, the very fabric of space quivered, generating powerful gusts that pressed against one another until they erupted in a spectacular explosion of sparks. Beneath the scattered light, the ground crystallized into ice, and Digga staggered backward, knocked to the ground by the force of the impact. The mountain entwined around the serpent's 7 inches was first obliterated by Tony's attack and then further shaken by the residual shockwaves, leading to a collapse that caused the serpent's lower half to detach, transforming the once mighty mountain into heaps of colossal boulders. The residual force radiated outward, enveloping Gahanglang and Lin and in a protective aura. The indicator on Digga's chest flickered, while his injuries and energy depletion were not severe. He was acutely aware that the 3-minute time limit was approaching, and he understood that this serpent was not an adversary he could easily vanquish. He prepared to change forms again, intending to employ aerial maneuvers for a high-speed assault to see if he could subdue the serpent, only to witness Gahanglang springing into action. Ascending from the ground, Gahanglang concentrated energy at his fingertips, forming an enormous light sphere spanning several dozen meters, which he released towards the serpent. The 3 heads of the serpent retaliated with beams of energy, yet under Gahanglang's assault, they were obliterated by the energy orb. The orb struck the serpent, driving it into the earth, erupting in a dazzling display reminiscent of an atomic explosion. The ground beneath the serpent vanished, revealing a gaping pit with a diameter of 100 meters, its depths obscured from view. Daiku also reverted to his original form, and Tony, observing the annihilation of the serpent that had left not a trace behind, sighed, lamenting the loss of his research subject. Though he was relieved to have a smaller specimen as a substitute, the sheer absurdity of such a serpent, wielding the powers of ice and lightning, truly justified its title as the world-ending serpent, capable of effortlessly obliterating countless human cities. However, Tony remained astounded by the serpent's might, impervious to blades and bullets. Such a massive creature could lay waste to an entire city simply by charging through it. Gahanglang glanced at Tony and retorted, "Who told you this is the world-ending serpent? This little one is merely a colossal serpent, far from the end of the world." Daika scanned his surroundings, searching for any sign of a larger serpent. "The one you defeated couldn't possibly be bigger than this one, could it? Where is it? I can't see it." As they conversed, the sky suddenly darkened. As if the sun's radiance were being obscured, a mass of dark clouds loomed overhead. Linren observed the sky, noting that her location had signal reception and that her phone had not indicated any impending rain. Is it going to rain? Once they discerned the presence above, all were left speechless in astonishment, for it was a serpent that was nearly the size of a planet. Gahanglang explained to the trio about the world-ending serpent, clarifying that he had only obliterated the upper half of its body. Its lower half remained intact. This is the true world-ending serpent. The 2 you encountered are merely its offspring. When I arrived, it expelled hundreds of offspring scattered across this planet. A serpent as large as a planet? Capable of interstellar flight? Chapter 81. The Arrival of the Power Conference. Tony was taken aback. He was unperturbed by bullets from a distance of over 10 meters. And he showed no fear of the monstrous rockets and missiles fired from several hundred meters away. Yet, what must the skin of a creature as large as a planet be like? How had it grown to such an immense size? Daegu swallowed hard. Even unleashing his most powerful move against such a behemoth would likely only serve to tickle it. Lin Ran silently expressed her relief. Were it not for the mission posted in the chat group, she would not only be unable to utilize its capabilities in this universe, but even if she could, defeating such a colossal world-ending serpent would be an impossibility. Do not be deceived by the fact that the world-ending serpent was instantly annihilated by Gu Tianlang. Should Gu Tianlang wish, he could effortlessly obliterate the universe. From another perspective, even the ordinary form of Digga's ultimate move would probably be rendered futile by a mere spit from the creature, illustrating its formidable strength. Lin Ran suddenly recalled another of Gu Tianlang's statements. This world-ending serpent had spawned hundreds of offspring on her home planet? Wait, are you implying that there are hundreds of these serpents on this planet? Gu Tianlang nodded. Serpents could be found throughout various regions of the planet, though some had yet to initiate an attack while others had already engaged with humans. Lin Ran's complexion grew pale. Her greatest fear was snakes. In the face of other formidable monsters, even if she could not compete with their strength, she would not feel the same dread. However, the mere sight of a snake sent her legs trembling. Gu Tianlang noticed her distress and offered gentle reassurances. Do not worry. Within a radius of 200 miles from you, there are only these 2 serpents. Go to the city, gather some supplies, and return to your cabin. Once you have accumulated enough points, you can exchange for a nature-type devil fruit, and you need not fear them any longer. Linran nodded, realizing there was no alternative. She would temporarily forego acquiring her desired item and instead opt for a devil fruit to avoid being ambushed. Daegu wiped his hands and approached Tony. About that iron armor we discussed earlier, look at the current situation. A suit of iron armor would be trivial for Tony, but he merely wished to tease Daegu. The serpent is now nothing but bones. How am I to study it when you Haven T helped me capture it? Daegu recognized Tony's intent to jest and adopted a fierce expression. I recognize the armor, not the person. Give me the armor, and I shall assist you. Tony replied blandly. I merely purchased insurance, hoping to resolve this matter without causing you any trouble. Daegu's tone was harsh, entirely devoid of his usual kindness. It's not my concern. Since you approached me, whether you comply or not, you must compensate. Remember, if even one component of the battle armor is missing, I will not let you off easily. Tony erupted into laughter, patting Daegu on the shoulder, remarking that with his talent for acting, he should truly consider becoming an actor. Daegu explained that he had indeed auditioned for both singing and acting roles, but was ultimately not selected. It was only later that he took up delivery work and subsequently joined the victory team. With matters resolved, Gushinlang felt no desire to linger, departing from Linran's universe and returning to the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Early the next morning, Goku sought out Gushinlang and, without ceremony, dragged him to Bulma's residence, where Vegeta and Beerus were present. Even Krillin and others had gathered. Nearly all the individuals Gushinlang was acquainted with were there. Upon seeing Gushinlang arrive, Beerus couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Should he choose to intervene, he would not need to worry excessively about being erased by the Omni Kings, as he held great respect for Gushinlang's prowess. The first Universal Martial Arts tournament was approaching. Would he like to participate? Gushinlang glanced at Goku's eager eyes, feeling the weight of everyone's expectations upon him. Finally, it seemed the time had come. He agreed to take part. The once lauded invincible bald man. How formidable could he truly be? Would he be able to elicit a serious response from Gushinlang? In this grand assembly of powerful beings from myriad universes, would anyone ignite his interest? With the god of destruction and the angel attending, it was indeed time to meet them, as he too had mastered the Ultra Instinct. Beerus took a generous sip of red wine, smacking his lips as he regarded Gohan. So, it will be you, Vegeta, and Goku, 3 in total. Goku's son should join as well. His strength is not to be underestimated. Through rigorous training over the past weeks, Gohan's power had significantly surpassed his former self, making him an invaluable ally to Goku and the others. For the first time, Vegeta resolutely declined Beerus's request, his expression unwavering. He could not abandon Bulma to participate in the tournament, despite his desire to engage in combat with beings from other universes. He could not leave her alone at home. I cannot go. Bulma is about to give birth. The Universal Martial Arts Tournament will have to proceed without me. Upon hearing this, Beerus nearly choked on a piece of meat, his eyes bulging in disbelief. It was only with Whis bringing him a glass of juice that he managed to swallow. Damn. You nearly caused me to choke. Vegeta, you must participate. I will not go unless Bulma has given birth. Vegeta stood firm, showing no signs of compromise. He had made his decision not to partake in the tournament, and no one could sway him. Gushinlang was astonished by Vegeta's resolve. Bulma was indeed pregnant, and the timeline had shifted significantly. Not only had Goku and Vegeta's training on Beerus's planet begun earlier, but Bulma's pregnancy had also advanced. As the tension between Vegeta and Beerus escalated, Whis intervened. Fear not. I can assist in bringing forth the child early, ensuring Bulma's safety during childbirth. With a flourish of his staff, a gentle white light emanated from Bulma's abdomen, and a baby girl emerged, adorned with a carefully conjured garment by Whis. Bulma, taken aback, felt no pain as the child arrived. With the birth of the child, Vegeta felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bulma was now safe, and she encouraged him to participate in the tournament. Understanding her husband's nature, Bulma knew he thrived on battle. Such grand cosmic conflicts were rare, and if he refrained from joining, he would likely regret it. The fact that Vegeta chose to stay home with her was enough to satisfy her. She did not want to impede his passion for combat. Finally, Vegeta acquiesced, and Gushinlang, absorbed in watching Bulma's belly, realized he had never noticed any sign of pregnancy during his frequent visits for meals. She still appeared as slender as ever. Chapter 82. Participants. As he observed Bulma's slightly protruding abdomen, he had initially mistaken it for her simply having indulged in food. Beerus scanned the room, contemplating whom to select for the tournament. With this arrangement, they had gathered 4 participants, but still required 6 more. At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward. expressing concern about Gohan going alone. Among those present, his strength ranked just below Goku's, making it impossible for him to remain uninvolved. The paternal instinct was unmistakable. Regardless of his own capabilities, he felt compelled to protect Gohan. Then, Earth's strongest human, the gleaming bald Krillin, stood up. I will join as well. Though I may not contribute much, I wish to lend my strength. Krillin, driven by the recent birth of his child, was determined not to let harm befall his family. Willing to protect his wife and child, contributing to both his family and Earth. Beerus readily accepted Krillin's participation, recognizing him as the strongest among those present from Earth. 18's gaze softened as she affectionately brushed her hair back, wrapping her arms around Krillin's. I suppose I must join you. Where you go, I follow. 18 understood Krillin's motivations. He was driven by a desire to protect her and their daughter, wishing to participate in the perilous tournament. Once again, Gushinling marveled at Krillin's enviable life. A formidable friend, an attractive mentor, and a stunning wife. Cool, desirable, yet devoid of the aging flaws typical of most women. Eternally embodying the image of a youthful beauty. This train of thought reminded Gushinlang of a statement Vegeta once made. Scions are naturally drawn to strong wives. Therefore, Goku and Vegeta could be considered under the influence of their spouses. What sort of partner would a fusion of two scions seek in the future? Beerus furrowed his brow, realizing the number of participants was still insufficient. With Gushinlang, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and 18, they had only 7 individuals. 3 more were needed. What of that pudgy fellow who once competed with me for pudding? Satan cautiously stepped forward, explaining that Bu had entered a hibernation phase and would not awaken in time to join the fray. Beerus's expression darkened. If the number of competitors fell short, they would be barred from participating in the tournament. It was unacceptable to simply recruit random weaklings to fill the void. Damn it, of all times to fall asleep. If we lack sufficient participants, we will be disqualified. Rising from the other side, Master Roshi announced his intention to join the competition. Having secretly trained over the years and significantly advanced its strength, I shall go. I have yet to witness other universes, and with my students participating. This old man must stretch his legs. Goku scratched his head, recalling 2 potential candidates. Isn't there still Monaka? I could fetch him, and perhaps I should also bring Frieza. Beerus coughed in disbelief. Monaka was merely a fabrication of his imagination, a weakling unfit for combat. Cough, cough. Monaka is currently training and will not be available for the tournament, so he won't count among the participants. Yamcha rose from the table and began to circle around Goku, reminding himself that he was an old friend of Goku's. In this situation, it was inconceivable that Goku would not call upon him. After all, he ranked among the top 5 men on Earth, perfectly positioned. It was impossible for Goku to overlook him. Gurren quietly observed Yamcha's performance, pondering that if he wished to join, he only needed to express his desire. Goku would undoubtedly acquiesce. One must strive for what one desires. Waiting for Goku to summon him was entirely unrealistic, as Goku's nature did not lend itself to such initiative. Vegeta's expression grew peculiar, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Frieza? You intend to call upon that fiend? He is a villain of the worst kind. Goku hastily reassured Vegeta, explaining that Frieza's strength was considerable. During his last visit to Earth, his battle aura when clashing with Gohan was palpable, making him a potentially advantageous ally. Reluctantly, Vegeta chose not to protest further, understanding the stakes concerning the safety of Earth and Bulma. Monaka was barred from participating. But Goku did not dwell on this, instead considering another candidate. Perhaps he should invite Tien. It was rumored that Tien was training individuals in a remote location, which likely meant his strength had significantly increased. However, it seemed he had grown disinclined to participate in such tournaments. Since the Bu incident, Tien had scarcely interacted with them. Even during Bulma's recent birthday, he had only made a handful of appearances. Aware of the vast disparity in their powers, Tien knew that his involvement would not yield any substantial assistance. Krillin was the first to endorse Goku's suggestion, affirming that Tien was indeed a commendable choice. Yamcha, feeling anxious, thought it absurd that Goku had yet to call upon him, standing so close that they could almost face each other. Krillin, too, seemed oblivious to his presence. Actually, I can participate in the tournament, Yamcha finally declared. Goku turned to him with a smile, readily agreeing, Yamcha, if you can join, that would be splendid. There would be no need to trouble Tien. Yamcha relaxed, confident that his capabilities had significantly improved, and he was determined to impress everyone at the martial arts tournament. Gurren mentally calculated the participants: Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta were undoubtedly the three main pillars. Frieza could be considered the fourth strongest, possessing power akin to Super Saiyan Blue. However, given Gohan's recent exponential growth, he likely surpassed Frieza. In comparison to Goku and Vegeta, Gurren felt they operated on an entirely different tier. Vegeta and Goku were already at peak Super Saiyan Blue, and they could easily overpower Frieza in his initial form. Piccolo ranked just below them, his Super Saiyan 3 prowess firmly placing him within the top 5. Gurren could not ascertain the exact strength of Android 17, as her true capabilities remained hidden without the eruption of energy. Krillin and Yamcha were likely at a level surpassing Goku's Super Saiyan 1 form. As for Master Roshi, Gurren was uncertain of his combat prowess, though his martial arts domain was undoubtedly unparalleled. Chapter 83. The challenge from Beerus. Krillin's strength as a Super Saiyan 1 was not comparable to Piccolo's Super Saiyan 3. The disparity was vast, with Piccolo's might exceeding Krillin's by 8-fold. Piccolo's Super Saiyan 3 power was measured against the current Goku's form, which had surpassed 100 million, far stronger than the initial Super Saiyan transformation. Krillin's prowess surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 1, reminiscent of Goku's first transformation on Namek, where his combat power was only 150 million. The strength of their base forms directly influenced their Super Saiyan forms, primarily reflecting their inherent power. While Gurren was lost in thought, a hand suddenly appeared from the side, and he instinctively sidestepped, avoiding the approaching palm. Beerus observed Gurren's familiar reflex with a smile. The tournament of power begins tomorrow. How about we spar today? He was aware of Gurren's formidable strength, having sensed it when Gurren blocked his destructive energy. However, the extent of Gurren's power remained a mystery to Beerus. A task specific to their chat group was announced: the preliminary matches of the Universe Martial Arts Tournament, pitting participants against the God of Destruction of Universe 7, Beerus. The greater Beerus's displayed strength, the more points the host could earn. Gurren accepted Beerus's invitation with enthusiasm. Even without the task from the chat group, he would have agreed. Experiencing the strength of a God of Destruction firsthand was an opportunity not to be missed. This was the real world, not merely a novel from his past life. Beerus's power could not be exaggerated time and again. Initially, it was claimed that Super Saiyan God was only 70% of his strength, followed by assertions that Super Saiyan Blue could barely compel him to take things seriously. Later, full-power Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was casually swatted back to his base form. When discussing the tournament participants, it was stated that one possessed strength exceeding that of the God of Destruction, even if that referred to the weakest one. Yet, the strength disparities among gods of destruction were not minimal. Undoubtedly, this individual referred to Jiren, who, despite his power being evenly matched with Goku's Ultra Instinct, was later claimed by Beerus to be capable of defeating even Goku's Ultra Instinct with a single strike. This inconsistency in power levels was evident. The strength scaling in Dragon Ball Super was utterly chaotic. Gurren was eager to discover the true extent of Beerus's power in this universe. As they ascended into the sky, Beerus had already sensed that Gurren was no ordinary opponent and saw this as an opportunity to gauge his strength. They soared above the atmosphere, and Gurren launched the first attack, appearing exceptionally formidable as he teleported behind Beerus. Beerus retaliated with a punch, and the two exchanged several blows. Seizing the moment, Gurren unleashed a ki blast, propelling Beerus into outer space. Beerus's expression remained impassive. Their earlier exchanges had merely been exploratory in nature. However, even this seemingly trivial sparring astonished the onlookers below, who had not anticipated that Gurren could truly contend with Beerus. Goku, you think Gurren stands a chance against Beerus? It seems Beerus hasn't even begun to take him seriously, Krillin remarked, struggling to comprehend Gurren's true strength. Beerus had long maintained an overwhelmingly strong image in Krillin's mind, leading him to instinctively doubt that anyone could surpass him. Goku was equally eager to witness their clash, having yet to see Gurren's full capabilities. I'm not sure. Gurren hasn't revealed his full strength yet either, he replied. Are you worried that I might accidentally destroy the earth in our bout? Beerus had long discerned the intentions of Goten as he patted his body and loosened his muscles, the smile on his face fading, adopting an offensive stance. Goten chuckled, understanding that concealing his strength against this formidable opponent was futile. With a furious roar, he unleashed his energy, electric currents surging around him, and a golden aura enveloping the cosmos. The tremendous energy fluctuations shattered nearby asteroids, while dazzling golden light flashed by. Those on Earth, observing the battle through Whis' crystal ball, could not help but shut their eyes, unable to bear the blinding brilliance. As the Super Saiyan emerged, Beerus was not surprised by Goten's transformation. Yet he was taken aback by the sheer strength that accompanied it. Unable to contain his excitement at encountering a worthy adversary, he struck out with his right fist, which Goten intercepted with his left palm. Goten retaliated with a right fist, blocked by Beerus's left hand, their punches connecting with visceral force as the battle escalated. The two warriors' auras clashed, intertwining golden and purple hues, each refusing to yield an inch. With a flick of his tail, Beerus ensnared Goten's neck, causing him to struggle for breath while attempting to wrestle free. In a desperate move, Goten bit down, causing Beerus to flinch momentarily, allowing Goten to seize the opportunity to push him back with a powerful kick. Goten then surged forward, launching a golden energy sphere towards Beerus's abdomen. In response, Beerus extended his left hand, firing a purple energy blast to counter. The clash of divine forces wreaked havoc, sending shockwaves that obliterated countless small celestial bodies. To Beerus's astonishment, he realized he was slightly outmatched by Goten, prompting him to roar as his energy surged higher. The purple flames morphed into a dragon-like figure, roaring fiercely at Goten, as Beerus's body became enveloped in destructive energy. As they resumed their fierce combat, neither showed mercy, and the earth-shattering exchanges left nearby planets in ruin. Beerus unleashed all his might, hurling the most potent destructive energy sphere at Goten. In a poised stance, Goten gathered his energy, summoning a blue Kamehameha that soared upwards to collide with Beerus's purple energy blast. Neither was willing to relent, as the collision fractured the very fabric of space, expanding the rift between them. As their auras continued to escalate, the energy seemed inexhaustible, pushing both to their limits. The shattered space formed a black hole, consuming everything around it. At this critical juncture, Whis appeared at the center of the chaos, effortlessly dissipating the two attacks with a flick of his staff and restoring the black hole to normal. Beerus's expression soured, but he refrained from further comment. Goten, having gauged Beerus's true strength, noted that the readings indicated a peak at the 9th stage, provided no power was being concealed. This outcome was anticipated. It appeared that this version of Beerus, enhanced by the Dragon Ball Super narrative, could easily incapacitate a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue with a mere slap. Goten also realized his own capabilities, understanding that in his normal state, he matched the power of a Super Saiyan Blue at its initial peak. In his full might, he could exceed it by approximately tenfold. The origin of this body remained uncertain, whether it was a fusion from the Maro arc or the Granola arc regardless. It possessed staggering potential. Beerus, equally matched against him, likely wielded 500 times the power of Super Saiyan Blue, a factor that could explain his ability to annihilate even the Ultra Instinct Goku effortlessly. However, this was only in relation to Goku in his base form, as Goku had been exploring enhancements to his Ultra Instinct in its later stages. With their bout interrupted, the two returned to Earth, intending to settle their rivalry at a later date. I will surpass you eventually. I refuse to concede, Goten declared, showing no signs of fatigue. Vegeta could not resist a quip at Goten's expense. Yet, Goten took no offense. He had come to appreciate Vegeta's character over the years they had known each other. After their meal, Goku hurried off to the underworld, eager to retrieve Frieza, while Goten returned to his lodging, filled with anticipation for the upcoming Universe tournament. The commotion in their chat group pulled Goten back to reality, as Tony announced he had discovered something remarkable within the chat. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. In the group, there exists a bottle of mineral water priced at 18,000. The bottle itself exudes an air of sophistication, suggesting that there must be some undisclosed secret within. It is undoubtedly a flaw in the chat group. Tony felt that this bottle of water was far from ordinary. It was highly likely one of the vulnerabilities within the chat group. Filigo drinking water, a premium beverage exclusively for the elite, priced at an astounding 18,000 points. The Spiral Flash Ultra will dance roar number 3. The chat group has already introduced it. It is merely a bottle of mineral water. What novelty could water possibly possess? Please, do not overthink it. Watergate truly could not comprehend his line of thinking. It seemed utterly absurd. What novelty could there possibly be in a bottle of water? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest individual. No, this bottle of water is undoubtedly extraordinary. Ordinary water would hardly fetch 18,000. It is quite likely that it is merely a ruse concocted by the chat group to mislead us. The coffee shop attendant who adores rabbits, surely. You cannot be suggesting that you intend to purchase this item? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Indeed, I wish to purchase. For it is said that life and death are predestined, and fortune lies in the heavens. 3 parts are determined by fate, while 7 parts rely on hard work. Tony felt that his rise to prominence was just around the corner. This miraculous water might bestow upon him some extraordinary superpower with a single sip. And not a family's eldest daughter remarked, "Uncle Tony, perhaps it would be wise not to purchase it. Earning those points is no easy task." The destroyer of worlds added, "What if you fall for a trick? They claim it's just water. You should refrain from causing any trouble. Tony is certainly not the richest. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A bottle of water cannot possibly be sold for 18,000. After all, I am Iron Man. Such trivial tricks could never deceive me, the illustrious world's wealthiest individual." Tony promptly purchased this bottle of water, a premium offering from Feeble, utilizing the finest purified water available. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Wait for me. I shall commence a live broadcast for you all to witness. Perhaps just after a sip, I shall surpass even Watergate in strength. Tony firmly believes that this is a flaw in the chat group. This seemingly ordinary drinking water undoubtedly possesses undiscovered benefits. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest individual. Yet he has opened a live streaming room. "Come be my son," he invites as the group leader enters the stream. Along with the time-devouring sprite and the slumbering daughter of Kogoro, there sits Tony, perched upon his luxurious chair, elegantly pouring a bottle of exquisite Fei Gao drinking water into two opulent goblets that he redeemed from the chat group. I refuse to believe it is mere mineral water. Would a chat group dare to sell it for 18,000? That would be a ruse to deceive fools. There must be some extraordinary properties to it. After a gentle sip, a look of reminiscence graces his face. The strongest man on the surface. What does it feel like? Is there any change in your body? The CAF attendant who adores rabbits, Mr. King, is so formidable. Could he possibly have an interest in such trivialities? It is known that, according to Linran, King is universally acknowledged as the strongest man on Earth. How could he be intrigued by such trifles? The strongest man on the surface. I am merely curious, just asking casually. King reclines on his gamer sofa, striving to maintain his invincible persona. Yet his low power coupled with a timid disposition keeps him from embarking on tasks with others. Chapter 85, The Realm of Nothingness. He has refrained from undertaking missions with others, instead silently accumulating points, desiring first to exchange them for a certain ability.